I can't. Yes, you can. You're not visualizing the weave properly. Adam leaned back in his chair, feet propped up on the practice room table in clear violation of at least 3 academy rules. Look, threads of mana, geometric patterns, all that stuff. Nothing's happening. Because you're trying to force them into existence, Irene. They already exist. You just need to. If you say focus one more time, I was going to say see them actually, but now that you mention it, focusing wouldn't hurt. Adam tilted his head, watching another failed attempt scatter golden sparks across the worn wooden table. Though I have to admit, you're very consistent at failing. Same exact fizzle every time. It's almost impressive. I do not like you, Adam, like at all. Adam laughed. Mana will answer to your intent, that's how magic works. Right now, your intent isn't helping because you're so focused on proving you can do this that you're not actually visualizing what you're trying to do. See, mana responds to clear mental images. The stronger your intent to cast a spell, the clearer the pattern becomes in your mind. He watched another fizzle with amusement. You know, there's this theory that mana is semi-sentient. Some mages swear it knows when you're trying to force it without proper visualization. Not sure if I believe it, but watching you right now. He smirked, but what do I know? I'm just the guy who can actually do magic. Why can't I just punch things instead? I'm good at punching things. Because punching things won't make you impress Headmaster Maris, and you're thinking too hard about the math and not enough about the image. It's like trying to describe a color using only numbers. But you always say magic is mathematical. It is, but first you need to see it, feel it. The math comes after. That makes 0 sense. Neither does your attempt at that weave. Try again. Still nothing, because the pattern's already there. You just need to reach out and grab it. Easy for you to say, Mr. Perfect Pattern every time. I prefer your magical magnificence, but I'll accept that too. Show me again. Weren't you watching the first 3 times? Please, fine. But this time, actually watch the weave, not my amazing hair. Adam sat cross-legged across from Irene in the practice room. Before we start with actual spells, you need to understand how weaving works. You can sense mana now, which is the first step, but manipulating it is different. Different how? Irene asked, watching the mana particles drift around them. Think of it like this: every spell is essentially a pattern, a specific structure of mana. When you arrange mana in these patterns, it creates effects in the physical world. It's not just about moving the mana around, it's about organizing it precisely. Adam gathered some mana in front of them. See how chaotic and unstructured it is naturally. Magic happens when we impose order on it. Every spell has its own unique pattern, like a blueprint or a template. Some are simple, others incredibly complex, but they all follow the same principle. Mana arranged in specific structures produces specific effects. So when mages weave spells, they're essentially guiding mana to conform to these patterns. Yes, that's why we call it weaving. You're taking these loose threads of mana and weaving them into a coherent structure. Is that why some people can sense mana but can't weave spells? Exactly. Sensing mana is one thing, but manipulating it, forcing it to hold these precise patterns, that's what separates mages from non-mages. Now let me show you a basic flame spell pattern. Watch closely, Adam said, gathering mana in front of them. A flame spell has one of the most straightforward patterns. Feel how I'm structuring this. Irene focused, sensing how Adam was arranging the mana. It's organized. Not random anymore. Right, the pattern for fire needs 3 distinct layers. First, Adam carefully arranged the bottom layer of mana. This base structure has to be perfectly stable. Feel how tight and orderly it is, like a lattice. I can sense it, Irene nodded, his eyes half closed in concentration. But why that specific arrangement? Because fire needs fuel. This pattern converts mana into heat and energy. If it's not structured exactly right, you'll either get no flame or an explosion. Adam traced the pattern with his finger. See, magic doesn't create something from nothing, it transforms mana into other forms of energy. The base layer breaks down mana into pure energy, mostly heat. The tighter the lattice, the more controlled the conversion. So the flame isn't created, it's transformed mana. Exactly. Everything in magic is transformation. When you make fire, you're not creating flames, you're converting mana into heat and light in a specific way. When you levitate something, you're transforming mana into kinetic force. Even illusions work by transforming mana into light and sometimes sound. That's why stronger spells need more mana. Right, the more dramatic the transformation, the more mana you need. Making a small flame needs just a bit of mana converted to heat, but creating a fireball needs enough mana to generate both intense heat and the force to propel it. Adam paused. Now, watch the second layer. The mana above the base began to shift, forming an intricate spiral pattern. This part determines how the energy flows. See how it creates a natural upward motion? Yeah, it's like a funnel. Good observation. The spiral pattern is crucial, it's what actually generates the flame. Now for the final layer. Adam carefully wove the top portion of mana into a looser but still precisely structured pattern. That looks different from the others, Irene noted. This layer controls the flame's shape and behavior. More structured for a focused flame, looser for a spreading one. All 3 layers have to work together perfectly. Adam completed the pattern and a small flame appeared above his palm. See, The pattern holds the spell together. Without it, the mana would just dissipate. Can I try? Start with just the base layer. Don't rush, focus on getting the structure exactly right. Remember, magic isn't about power, it's about precision. Iren concentrated, trying to replicate the lattice-like pattern he'd seen. The mana moved sluggishly, refusing to hold the shape. You're thinking too much about moving the mana, Adam advised. Focus on the pattern itself. The structure is what matters. The mana will follow if your visualization is clear enough. Iren sat there, face scrunched in concentration, completely still. What are you doing? Adam asked, raising an eyebrow. Iren opened one eye sheepishly, trying to weave without hand movements. Is that why you've been refusing to use my old wand? Adam shook his head. Listen, there's a reason first years are given wands. Weaving is complex when you're just starting. Your mind isn't used to manipulating mana in such precise patterns yet. Wands either direct the weaves automatically or have pre-structured spells stored in them. But you don't use hand movements, Iren pointed out, because I've practiced these basic spells thousands of times. The more you practice a specific spell, the more familiar its pattern becomes to your mind. Eventually, you can weave it instantly without thought. Adam paused, but you need to walk before you can run. If you really don't want to use a wand, at least use hand movements. They help visualize the pattern better. Adam raised his hands. Watch, the base layer. He made a gathering motion, fingers curling inward. This helps you visualize the compression of mana. Then his right hand moved in a spiral motion. This matches the energy flow pattern. Finally, his fingers spread and lifted. This shapes the output. A perfect flame appeared above his palm. See, the movements mirror the weave's structure. They train your mind to recognize and replicate the patterns. To demonstrate, Adam then cast the same spell without moving, the flame appearing instantly. With enough practice on a specific spell, your mind learns to shape the weave automatically. You need to master the basics first. Iren's frustrated expression made Adam pause. Then understanding dawned on his face and he chuckled. Iren, I get it. It must be frustrating seeing someone your age weave spells so easily without movements. You want to prove you can do it too, right? Iren looked away. Maybe. I've had more years of practice than you could imagine, but I thought most second years like you can't cast without movements either. Adam grinned. That's because I'm me, a genius. Oh, shut up, Iren groaned. You're impossible. Impossibly talented, you mean? I take it back, you're not a genius, you're just insufferable. An insufferable genius, Adam corrected with a smirk. Come on, one more try. Then we can grab food from that place you like, the one with the suspicious meat pies. They're not suspicious, they're traditional. Traditional doesn't mean safe. But fine, one more attempt, then questionable street food. Deal. Iren's last attempt fizzled spectacularly, sending a shower of golden sparks across the table. Adam watched the display with a mix of amusement and resignation. Well, that's enough for today. Let's go. The streets of Arcos were always busy this time of day, filled with the smell of cooking food and the chatter of merchants and customers. They found their usual spot at old Mari's stall, where Mari greeted them with her gap-toothed smile. Ah, my favorite mages. The usual, 3 pies and 2 sweet mango milks. The meat pies stuffed with minced lamb and wild mushrooms, seasoned with herbs from the northern mountains, were wrapped in flaky golden brown pastry that crackled perfectly with each bite. They looked suspicious mainly because Mari seemed to have a personal vendetta against conventional geometry. No 2 pies ever had the same shape, some looking more like abstract art than food. She also made them with chicken and leeks, or spiced beef and potatoes, but the lamb ones had become their favorite. It was actually a discovery for Adam in this life. The stall had apparently been serving pies for 26 years, tucked away in this odd corner of the market district. Despite being somewhat hidden, the place was incredibly popular with locals who, for some inexplicable reason, refused to give directions to anyone asking. Why people insisted on gatekeeping good food was a question Adam would never understand. Did they not realize they were actively hurting Mari's business? She could probably own 3 stalls by now if her customers weren't so determined to keep their secret spot secret. Strange, strange people. The cold mango milk, sweetened with honey and given a creamy texture from being churned with ice, helped wash down the hearty pies too for Iren's bottomless teenage appetite, one for Adam. It had been 9 days since Adam's return from the labyrinth. While he'd recovered enough to walk around and attend classes, the fatigue still lingered. He'd spent the past week teaching Iren, trying to prepare him to meet Maris. 2 circles. At 12. It was absurd no matter how Adam thought about it. During entrance exams, they didn't typically check applicants' mana pools, they focused on control and basic technique, which was fortunate because if they knew what Iren was capable of, the Empire would be all over him. A mage with that much raw power could shift the balance of power between nations. The Empire of Sundar would treat him like a precious resource, the best education, the finest accommodations, personal tutors, and suffocating expectations. Adam knew that pressure all too well. The constant monitoring, the suggestions about your career, the subtle reminders about your duty to the Empire. It could break someone if they weren't prepared for it. That's why he'd focused on teaching Iren the absolute basics. Better to have him enter the academy looking like a promising but normal student than a walking catastrophe waiting to happen. Headmaster Maris had barely believed it when Adam told him. He'd listened intently, his sharp eyes studying Adam's face as he explained about finding Irene, about his raw potential, about the two circles. The old man had actually fallen silent for a full minute, something Adam had only seen happen twice before. They'd agreed that Adam would present Irene only after proper preparation, and Maris had readily accepted keeping the boy's true capabilities under wraps. Adam knew the old headmaster well enough. He'd always protected his students from unnecessary scrutiny and pressure. The man might be eccentric, but he understood the weight of expectations better than most. By the third day, Adam was starting to worry. For all the raw power Irene possessed, he was distinctly untalented in magic, below average if Adam was being honest. The boy could barely weave the simplest spells, and his control was atrocious. Even with constant guidance, his attempts at basic patterns kept falling apart. The problem wasn't just academic. 2 circles of mana at 12 years old meant Irene's power would only grow. Without proper control, without the ability to properly channel and regulate that much energy, Adam rubbed his temples, remembering the cases he'd studied in his previous life. Mages were walking powder kegs in that sense. It was why their education focused so heavily on control, on theory, on emotional regulation. Raw power without finesse wasn't just inefficient, it was dangerous. A mage who couldn't properly control their mana became a threat to themselves and everyone around them. Strong emotions, stress, fear, any of these could trigger an uncontrolled release of power. That's why the academies were so strict about emotional control, why they drilled theory into students' heads before letting them attempt even basic spells. One mistake, one moment of lost control, and Adam thought, despite himself, about the figure's words in the labyrinth kill him. Had he made a mistake, taking responsibility for someone with this much power and so little natural ability to control it? The meat pie suddenly tasted like ash in his mouth. "You're thinking too hard," Irene said, breaking into his thoughts. "Your face gets all scrunchy when you're worried about something." "I do not get scrunchy." Adam watched Irene devour his second meat pie, contemplating how much the boy didn't know about himself. He deliberately kept quiet about the true extent of Irene's potential. Telling a 12-year-old they had enough raw power to potentially level cities was, well, not the wisest move. Even the most level-headed kid might get ideas, and Adam had seen enough talented mages go wrong to know better. He hadn't even hinted at it. Talented was all the boy needed to know for now. Besides, Adam still didn't know Irene well enough to fully trust him with that knowledge. The child seemed kind and responsible, sure, but so had others before their power went to their heads. "Want my half of the pie?" "You only had one," Irene asked, pushing the wrapped package across their usual corner spot. Old Mari wrapped up a fourth lamb pie, sliding it across her worn wooden counter with her characteristic gap-toothed smile. "This one's on the house. You boys have been good customers this past week. Best entertainment I've had in years, watching you try to explain magic with those fancy hand gestures. Such polite young mages," she said, already turning to tend to her geometrically challenged pies bubbling in their clay oven. "Now off with you before the evening rush starts and my regulars see me getting soft." "Same time tomorrow?" Adam asked as they reached the crossroads where they usually parted ways. Irene shook his head. "Actually got to help Mother at the tavern tomorrow. Her boss has fired a few people recently, and there will be the usual rush and all that." "Makes sense," Adam said, stepping around a puddle from one of the street cleaner's water spells. "Oh," Irene snapped his fingers. "That reminds me, Mother wants you to come for dinner at the tavern for Yule." Adam blinked, caught off guard by the invitation. Despite his adult mind, he sometimes forgot he was physically Irene's age, now complete with the social expectations that came with it. "That's kind of her, so you'll come." Irene's eyes lit up with that earnest excitement that made him seem even younger than 12. "Mother makes the best roast for Yule, way better than these pies." He glanced around suspiciously. "Don't tell Mari that, though. Your secret's safe," Adam said, amused. "Yule is only in a few months, but what time should I be there?" Almost being the key word here, Adam called after him, watching the boy dash off towards the dregs. Adam kept walking, his mind turning over the morning's events. He paused at the corner of Merchant's Row, where Jack was still performing his fire show. The floating dragons danced above an enthralled crowd, as mesmerizing as ever. Adam dropped a coin in Jack's hat, a small smile playing at his lips. Some things really didn't change. His thoughts drifted back to Irene and his situation. The dregs weren't kind to families trying to make an honest living. He'd seen the patches on Irene's clothes, noticed how the boy always tried to pay for their study snacks despite clearly struggling to afford them. The tavern couldn't be doing much better, not in that part of the island. A scholarship, that could work if he could train Irene well enough. The boy had raw talent in spades, but control was still an issue. Those scorch marks Irene mentioned weren't just teenage exaggeration. Still, with proper guidance, or he could just leave a bag of gold coins at the tavern. Anonymous, of course, with a simple note. not that it would change much in the grand scheme of things. With his magical potential, money wouldn't be a problem for long once Irene got proper training. Still, a little help now might make a big difference in the present. Adam had seen too many talented young mages fall through the cracks in his previous life, their potential wasted simply because they couldn't afford to nurture it. Just like Jack, Adam shifted his grip on the meat pie, still warm in its wrapping. Sam would demolish this in seconds, he thought with a small smile. A soft scraping sound echoed from the alley behind him. He kept walking, pace steady, but his senses sharpened. Another sound, closer this time. Footsteps trying to be quiet but not quite managing it. The street was emptying as afternoon bled into evening. He passed a pair of police officers, noting their positions without being obvious about it. The crime wave in Arcos was becoming more than just statistics now, especially with Helios people getting bolder. His hooded appearance that day had bought him some time, but now they were probably targeting any young mage they could find. More footsteps. 3 sets now, maybe 4. They were hurting him, he realized, trying to guide him away from the main streets. The meat pie suddenly felt very inconvenient in his hands. The meeting with Cisco next week would change everything, but he had to survive until then. Irene had arranged that he couldn't waste it by getting ambushed in some back alley. Decision time. He could try to reach the guards, but that might put civilians at risk if these were indeed Helios people. Better to handle this cleanly, quietly. Adam turned down a narrow street, then another, seemingly random but actually leading exactly where he wanted. The footsteps behind him quickened slightly. The dead end ahead was perfect high walls, no windows, single approach. He could feel the fluid enhancement humming through his veins, ready to respond. He turned to face the alley's entrance, letting his pursuers think they'd trapped him. 4 figures emerged from the shadows, trying to look menacing. Street thugs, not Helios people, he could tell from their stance. Lovely evening for a walk, Adam said quietly, carefully setting down his meat pie on a nearby crate. No need to waste good food. Hey there, friend. The tallest one stepped forward, arms spread in an exaggerated, welcoming gesture. His smile showed several gold teeth. Bit far from Zerks, aren't you? Dangerous neighborhood for a student to be wandering alone. We could escort you back, added a shorter man with a scarred eyebrow, moving to flank him, for a reasonable fee, of course. Consider it a scholarship contribution. The third one, barely older than Adam's current physical age, laughed nervously. Yeah, think of your fellow students. Some of us couldn't afford those fancy clothes of yours. The fourth remained silent, but his fingers kept twitching toward something in his jacket, probably a knife. That's thoughtful of you, Adam replied, noting how they were positioning themselves. But I'm actually quite familiar with these streets. Oh, Gold Teeth's smile widened. Regular visitor, must have deep pockets then. Come on, share some of that Zerk's wealth. We all know what those clothes cost. Would be a shame if something happened to such a generous student, scarred eyebrow added, his friendly tone slipping slightly. Lots of accidents happen in these alleys. The young one shifted uncomfortably. Just make it easy, yeah. No need for anyone to get hurt. Adam sighed. They were desperate rather than cruel, but desperate people were often the most dangerous. I understand times are hard, he said, letting his stance relax deliberately, invitingly. But you really should have picked someone else. He weighed his options as he studied their faces. The coins in his pocket would mean nothing to him. He had more wealth than these men would see in their lifetimes. One generous handout and they'd leave him alone. For tonight. But then what? They'd mark him as an easy target, maybe follow him, try to befriend him. Worse, they'd be encouraged to continue targeting other students, some of whom might not be as capable of defending themselves. Adam's smile made the tallest one shift uncomfortably. What's so funny, kid? The fluid in his veins hummed, a familiar warmth spreading through his body as he contemplated these 4 unfortunate souls. The elderly really did have a responsibility to guide wayward youth, didn't they? Even if said elderly happened to be wearing a 12-year-old's face at the moment. You know, Adam said conversationally, you're not very smart, are you? Their smiles vanished, replaced by uncertain glances at each other. See, you've made several critical errors in judgment. First, you're targeting mages. Young mages who are notoriously unstable with their powers, especially when they feel threatened. Did you know some students accidentally incinerated their entire dormitory last week because someone startled them during their sleep? They took a collective step backward. Second, he continued, as ethereal blue light began to dance around his fingers, you picked an alley with one exit. Mirage. The illusion shimmered into place behind them, solid stone where the entrance had been. The young one let out a strangled sound, which, speaking of exits, Adam's hands erupted in azure fluid fire, casting strange shadows on the walls. Currently seems to be missing. Oh gods, the youngest squeaked, turning to Gold Teeth. This was your idea. My idea? Gold Teeth's voice cracked. You're the one who said students were easy marks. Both of you shut up, Scarred Eyebrow hissed, but his eyes were fixed on Adam's burning hands. Children, Adam chided, the fluid fire crawling up his arms. You've been very naughty, and it's my responsibility to teach you proper manners. This is your fault, the silent one finally spoke, jabbing a finger at Gold Teeth. You said he was just some rich kid. Me? Gold teeth chattered. It was his idea. He pointed at the youngest, who looked ready to faint. I just mentioned I saw him walking alone. You're the one who said we should. Fascinating, Adam interrupted, taking a step forward as they took another step back. Please, do continue explaining whose brilliant plan this was. The one with the twitching fingers finally snapped. He's just a Kai. The knife never made it past his pocket. One moment he was lunging, the next a fluid-enhanced straight right caught him perfectly on the chin. His eyes rolled back before he hit the ground, body twitching slightly from the neural shock. +1 boxing mastery. The remaining three stared at their fallen companion, then at Adam, then back at their companion. Their brains seemed to be having trouble processing the sequence of events, probably because there had barely been any sequence to process. They dropped to their knees almost in unison, dignity forgot. Please don't kill us. Gold Teeth sobbed, his precious metals catching the blue light. I have a cat. I'll join a monastery. The youngest one blurted, tears streaming down his face. I'll never take advantage of the weak again. Scarred Eyebrow just whimpered something incomprehensible about his mother while staring at his unconscious friend, who was still occasionally twitching. Adam flexed his hand, studying the unconscious man with clinical interest. The fluid enhancement had turned what should have been a child's punch into something that dropped a grown man instantly. It wasn't his first time experiencing it, but still, fascinating. He'd have to explore these limits more thoroughly later. Now then, he said, letting the fluid fire crawl up to his shoulders, about your future career choices. The three conscious men flinched. The Merchants Guild is always looking for security escorts, Adam said conversationally, as if he wasn't terrifying them out of their minds. They need people who know these streets, who understand how less savory individuals think. Legitimate work, good pay, and they don't ask too many questions about your past. These noble schmucks. Gold Teeth mumbled under his breath, I can't believe this. The fluid fire flared brighter. Gold Teeth straightened up, suddenly very businesslike. We would be more than honored to work for the esteemed Merchants Guild, young sir. Of course they'll need someone to vouch for you. The flames danced higher. I could do that. Or, he let the threat hang. Yes, please. Gold Teeth was nodding so fast his teeth clicked. We'll go first thing tomorrow. Wonderful. And if I hear about any more students being troubled in these alleys, the temperature dropped several degrees. Well, let's just say I'll be very disappointed. Scarred Eyebrow raised a shaking hand. What about? He gestured at their unconscious friend. Oh, he'll wake up soon. Make sure he understands our little arrangement. Adam smiled and they collectively shuddered. I'll know if you don't show up tomorrow. I'll be watching. Adam watched as they stumbled to their feet, the youngest and Gold Teeth hauling up their unconscious friend between them. Senior citizen duty accomplished. Adam declared cheerfully to the empty alley, picking up his miraculously undisturbed meat pie. The Sylvester family's Merchant Guild was one of the 5 guilds on the island, and the only one not dedicated to adventuring. Their wealth was legendary, their mansions dotted the noble quarter like jewels, their ships dominated the harbor, and their influence reached into every corner of trade. They were also, as Gold Teeth's reaction had shown, not particularly popular among the common folk. It wasn't hard to understand why. The Sylvesters had a habit of buying out smaller businesses, setting prices that independent merchants couldn't match, and generally ensuring that the gap between rich and poor grew wider every year. They were the epitome of noble privilege, looking down on common folk while profiting from their labor, living in luxury while others struggled to put food on the table. But for people like those would-be muggers, the guild offered something rare, a legitimate opportunity. The sad truth was that on this island and in the world in general, you either had connections or you struggled endlessly. The adventure guilds wouldn't touch anyone without combat experience or magical talent. Most merchants wouldn't hire someone with a suspicious background. The mines were always hiring, sure if you didn't mind a life expectancy measured in months. The Sylvester's security force was different. They were always looking for people who knew the streets, who could spot trouble before it started, who understood how the desperate thought because they'd been desperate themselves. Adam headed toward the guild hall. Being a Zerk student came with certain privileges. The Sylvesters might look down on common folk, but they'd trip over themselves to curry favor with someone wearing these robes. One word from him and those 4 would have their chance. The guild hall's application reception was a stark contrast to the opulent exterior, just a plain room with a desk, a few uncomfortable-looking chairs, and a board guard who was currently slumped in his seat, sword propped against the desk, hat pulled over his face. Adam cleared his throat. No response. He cleared his throat again, more forcefully. Still nothing. Excuse M. I heard you the first time, the guard drawled from under his hat, not moving an inch. Then why didn't you answer? Didn't feel like it, the man replied, finally pushing his hat back and sitting up with the enthusiasm of a sloth. He blinked at Adam Zerk's robes, but his expression remained steadfastly unimpressed. You gonna stand there all evening or actually say something? Adam sighed. Sometimes he missed the days when people showed proper respect to their elders. I'm here to vouch for 4 potential recruits for the security force. They'll be coming tomorrow morning to apply. And what makes you think they're suitable recruits? Well, Adam said, they attempted to mug me in an alley about 20 minutes ago. One of them is probably still unconscious. But they showed excellent teamwork, survival instinct, and a remarkable ability to recognize when they're completely outmatched. Plus, he added cheerfully, they're very motivated to change careers now. The guard looked Adam up and down again, more thoroughly this time. You beat 4 people. That's rather offensive. Just being honest, kid. He stood up and kept standing up. The man was easily 6.5 feet tall, well-muscled beneath his uniform, with long dark hair tied back in a loose tail. He couldn't have been more than 25. Grabbing some papers from his desk, he pulled out a quill. Names, well, there's Gold Teeth, Scarred Eyebrow, the young one, and the unconscious one. The guard's quill stopped mid-stroke. He stared at Adam. Those are their names. No, I was a bit too busy avoiding being mugged to ask for proper introductions. The guard snorted, then shrugged. Tomorrow's problem, I guess. He scribbled the descriptions down anyway. Gold Teeth, Scarred Eyebrow, young one, and... He paused, unconscious one, and the big one, Adam sighed. The guard paused his writing, looked at Adam, then at the paper, then back at Adam. So, Gold Teeth, Scarred Eyebrow, young one, and he made a final flourish with his quill. The one you knocked out cold. Got it. He sounded almost amused now. This might be the most interesting recruitment form I've filled out all month. Usually it's just my uncle knows someone, or I need money for my sick grandmother. He reached for the heavy brass stamp beside him. The dull thunk of the seal hitting the paper echoed in the empty reception room. Well, young master who knocks out muggers, your colorfully named friends can show up tomorrow morning, though I'd suggest they bring their actual names with them. He paused, then added with a hint of genuine curiosity, you really knocked one of them out cold. Yeah, Adam chuckled, turning to leave. I'll stop by another day to make sure they showed up. See ya. The guard called out, already settling back into his chair and repositioning his hat. Adam stepped out into the evening air, finally heading back toward Zerk's. He looked down at the meat pie in his hand, stone cold now. All this mentoring and reforming of street thugs had really cut into his dinner plans. Just as he arrived at the West Wing's door, a deliberate rustling sound made him freeze. He spun around, a fireball materializing in his palm, casting orange light across the courtyard. Who's there? He sighed in exasperation. Really, can't I just go home for once? Then he saw them, 2 gleaming eyes in the darkness of a nearby bush. A low, rumbling sound emerged, not quite a growl, not quite a purr. The hair on the back of Adam's neck stood up, not from fear, but from that peculiar sensation one gets when being watched by someone else. The fireball flickered out immediately. It was the midnight puma. Had it followed him all this way? The creature remained in the shadows, its eyes fixed on him, unblinking. Adam could hear its breathing now, steady and controlled. He lowered his hand, remembering how his stance might appear threatening. He hadn't seen the puma since that night in the alley when it had saved his life and, well, ended another's. He'd wondered about it often, where it had gone, if it was still in the city, if it was safe, if it had hurt anyone else. Hey there, he said softly, crouching down to appear less imposing. Remember me. From the alley, a curious cheer-up sound came from the bushes. The puma poked its head out slightly, ears perked forward, interested but cautious. That's it, Adam encouraged, keeping his voice gentle. It's just me. He looked down at his cold meat pie, then back at the hesitant feline. Sorry, Sam, he murmured, placing the pie on the ground between them. It's lamb. Might be a bit salty for your taste, but you're welcome to try it. It's very good. The puma's nose twitched visibly. It took one careful step out of the bushes, then another. The moonlight revealed its midnight black fur, those same intelligent eyes he remembered from the alley. That's right, Adam coaxed, staying perfectly still. No fireballs, no threats, just a cold pie that could use a home. He watched as the puma took another step forward. You've been keeping an eye on me, haven't you? The puma paused, tilting its head slightly as if considering his words. Its tail swished once, twice. It finally approached the pie cautiously, keeping one eye fixed on Adam as it lowered its head to sniff the offering. Go on, it's just for you. It began to eat, its movements quick and desperate. In the moonlight, Adam could see how its ribs pressed against its skin, how its flanks had hollowed. At least that answered one question: it clearly hadn't been feeding on humans, or it wouldn't be this thin. Adam mused, watching it devour the pie, I've been wondering how you managed to stay hidden in a city like this. Not a single report of a puma sighting, not even a rumor. How did you? He never finished the question. The puma's form began to shrink, faster than seemed possible, until with a soft poof, a regular black cat with startling blue eyes sat where the massive predator had been just moments before. Whoa, Adam fell backward in surprise. This was unheard of. Animals couldn't change form like that, unless they were not animals. Eyes wide, he cast Identify on the cat. Adam's jaw dropped as the black cat looked at him and simply went meow. Meow, I thought you didn't want to have cats. I don't. Then why is there a cat drinking milk in our dorm? It's a long story. Adam sat on his bed, watching the small black cat lap delicately at the bowl of milk he'd scrounged earlier. It was surreal seeing such a dainty creature and knowing that just hours ago it had been a massive midnight puma. The transformation still boggled his mind. The cat, he wasn't even sure if he should still call it a puma, paused its drinking to look up at him with those startling blue eyes. In the warm light of the dorm room, they seemed to shimmer with an intelligence that made him distinctly uncomfortable. Sam sat down on his bed too, nursing his scratched hand. He'd learned the hard way that their new guest had strong opinions about being petted without permission. At least it's cute. I like cats. Let's keep it. Yeah, Adam said, watching the black cat meticulously clean its whiskers. At least for now. So, Sam looked at his roommate. What are we naming it? Haven't really thought about it. How about Asteroid Destroyer? No. Apocalypse Bringer? Absolutely not. Death Shadow? The cat actually hissed. Maybe we should call it. Please stop, Adam begged. You're terrible with names. Hey, I named my father's familiar, Sam. What's wrong with that? Mighty Fox is not a proper name for a fox familiar. I liked it. That says more about you than anyone else. Sam flopped back onto his bed with an exaggerated huff. You and your cat have no sense of grandeur. He lay there for a few seconds before rolling onto his side. So, are you going to make it your familiar? Dom looked at the black cat, which was now watching their exchange with what he could swear was amusement in those two intelligent blue eyes. No. After much consideration, Adam had decided to bring the creature puma, cat, or whatever it truly was back to the dorm. The decision wasn't entirely logical, but it hadn't tried to maul him in the alley, which seemed like a point in its favor. At first, he'd thought it might be a spirit, but those had a different feel to them, more ethereal, less solid. A shapeshifter, perhaps, but natural shapeshifters usually couldn't maintain forms this perfectly, and they tended to avoid cities. A familiar without a mage, possible, but unlikely familiars didn't typically show this level of independence. The more he observed its seamless transformations and those unnaturally intelligent blue eyes, the more one explanation kept rising to the top of his list: a curse. Curses were tricky things in the magical world, not quite spells, not quite bindings, but something in between. They worked by imposing a twisted pattern onto someone or something's natural mana flow. While normal spells were temporary transformations of mana, curses were more like permanent distortions, forcing someone's mana to flow in unnatural ways that created lasting effects. The strength of a curse depended on how deeply it was woven into the target's mana. Surface curses were relatively simple things like bad luck or minor transformations. These sat on top of someone's natural mana flow, like a parasitic pattern. Deeper curses actually altered the fundamental structure of someone's mana, making them far more difficult to break. What made this particular case interesting was the transformation aspect. Most cursed transformations were crude, turning someone into a toad or a rat, but this was different. The creature moved between forms with an unsettling grace, and those eyes, they held far too much awareness for a simple transformation curse. This had to be old magic, the kind that went bone deep and rewrote the very essence of someone's being, the kind that was very rare to study, and as a mage that stumbled upon a very rare case. Adam knew that breaking it would require more than just dispelling the surface pattern. He'd need to understand the entire structure of the curse, layer by layer, and carefully unwind it without damaging the original mana pattern underneath. If he even could. Some curses became so integrated with their target that removing them was like trying to separate two colors of paint after they'd been mixed, but it made for a good challenge. Adam looked at the cat, then at Sam, who was already burrowing under his covers. He probably should tell his friend that this tiny milk-drinking ball of fur had been a massive, shadowy puma just hours ago. Sam, good night, guys, Sam mumbled into his pillow, then rolled over with a sleepy yawn. Adam watched the steady rise and fall of his roommate's breathing. Maybe another time. The cat caught his eye and let out what sounded suspiciously like a snort of agreement. Come on, Adam said to the cat, patting a spot on his bed. The cat looked at him, blinked once very slowly, then deliberately curled up right where it was perfectly centered on Sam's rug. Within seconds, it was making small sleeping noises, whiskers twitching. Adam chuckled despite himself. Right, that's why he didn't want pet cats, their absolute refusal to acknowledge any authority but their own. Even a cursed one, potentially dangerous and definitely magical, still had that insufferable feline tendency to do exactly the opposite of what was asked of it. Suit yourself then, Adam said, finally getting to bed. And just like that, 2 weeks passed in the most excruciating, horrible manner imaginable. Every morning at dawn, Adam forced himself out of bed despite every muscle fiber screaming for mercy, lacing up his shoes with hands that still trembled from the previous day's punishment. Mile by mile, his lungs learned to burn without breaking. His legs discovered new depths of agony before adapting, growing stronger. The discipline was brutal, choosing pain over comfort, progress over rest, pushing through the wall where his 12-year-old body begged him to stop. But day by day, something remarkable happened. His stride lengthened, his breathing steadied, his shoulders broadened with newfound strength. Between classes, he squeezed in meditation and strength training, devouring mountains of food to fuel his rapidly changing frame. The cat watched his daily transformation with what could only be described as impressed skepticism, while Sam oscillated between admiration and genuine worry for his roommate's sanity. By the 14th day, Adam's reflection showed a different person, entirely leaner, harder, with the quiet confidence that came from breaking your body down and building it back up stronger. And yet, he still hadn't hit that 10-mile mark, until today. Indomitable will activated +1 endurance, +3 endurance. Come on, ADOM, Hugo's voice boomed across the training hall. You're almost there. He's actually doing it, Deanna shouted, jumping up and down at the track's edge. Geo. Phil and Caius were practically vibrating with excitement. 30 seconds left, Vale called out, watching the timer. Don't you dare stop. Even Sam, who usually treated physical exercise like a personal insult, was screaming himself hoarse. Don't you dare. Adam couldn't really hear them anymore. His world had narrowed down to the burning in his lungs and the steady thud of his feet against the track. Every breath felt like swallowing fire. His legs had stopped being legs about 6 minutes ago. They were just pain-filled appendages that somehow kept moving. Stamina critically low. Pain tolerance increase detected. Body operating at 77 capacity. He wanted to throw up. He really wanted to throw up. But throwing up would mean stopping, and stopping wasn't an option. Not today, not when he was so close. Pain suppression increased. Secondary wind activated. 15 seconds, his vision was starting to blur at the edges. The constant notifications in his peripheral vision had melted into a smear of blue light. He couldn't feel his face anymore. Was that normal? Probably not. 10 seconds, heart rate very high. Warning, physical limits approaching. Recommendation, decrease pace. Shut up, he growled at the system, pushing harder. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, congratulations, side quest completed. Achievement unlocked, breaking barriers of one's body. Reward, skill iron lungs unlocked. Description, dramatically increases overall stamina and oxygen efficiency. Reduces fatigue buildup, enables longer periods of sustained physical activity, and improves recovery time. +5 stamina permanently added. Body adaptation progress, 27. Adam barely registered being lifted off his feet. The entire club had rushed the track, hoisting him onto their shoulders like he'd just won some grand championship instead of just not dying during cardio. He did it, Hugo screamed. Up, the club chanted, tossing him in the air. Through his exhaustion-addled brain, Adam noticed Sam grinning like an idiot, clapping harder than anyone. Now that, Sam shouted over the celebration, was actually kind of awesome. Adam would have replied with something appropriately sarcastic, but he was too busy trying not to throw up on his celebrating clubmates. Also, he couldn't feel his legs, or most of his body, really. Iron lungs skill integration beginning. Estimated recovery time, 47 minutes. Recommendation, water. Lots of water. It was just a run. Damas's dry voice cut through the celebration from somewhere in the back of the room, where he was casually leaning against the wall. The entire club turned to glare at him in perfect synchronization, even Sam, who normally avoided confrontation. Hugo just grinned wider, still holding the almost unconscious Adam. Everything's just something until you actually try to do it. Damas raised an eyebrow, but wisely chose not to comment further. Dom sat against the wall, legs stretched out, watching the blurry shapes of people training. His vision had gotten worse since losing his glasses. Now he could barely make out anything beyond 157 inches, just vague shapes moving around, their edges bleeding into each other. The cat sat next to him, back straight, looking thoroughly unimpressed with the whole affair. A water bottle appeared in front of his face, blocking what little vision he had left. Adam squinted, which only made Hugo laugh. You know, Hugo said, settling down next to him, you actually look pretty good without the glasses. Very scholarly warrior chic. Everyone's telling me that, but I look like I'm constantly judging everyone, Adam muttered, accepting the water bottle. The cat gave it a disdainful glance. Aren't you though? That's fair. Hugo's laugh boomed across the training hall, making several students miss their steps. You should really get new ones though. Can't have you missing all the important form corrections I'm about to show Sam. As if summoned by his name, Sam's yelp of surprise echoed from somewhere in the blur of motion that was the training area. The cat's ear twitched, the closest thing to interest it had shown all morning. I can see just fine, Adam lied, taking a sip of water. You've been staring at the storage closet for 5 minutes. That was the sparring area. No, that's over there. Hugo pointed somewhere to the left. You were literally having a staring contest with a door. Note to get new glasses, very soon. The cat chose this moment to yawn deliberately, showing off an impressive array of teeth that seemed just a bit too sharp for comfort. Hugo glanced at it, his expression shifting ever so slightly. Your new friend doesn't seem very impressed with our training methods. The cat, Adam said, has very high standards. Have you considered making it your familiar? Hugo asked, watching the cat with curious eyes. I tried. It declined the offer. Hugo's laugh echoed through the hall again, very cat-like indeed. Adam hesitated for a moment, then turned toward Hugo. By the way, over the past 2 weeks, Adam had been carefully planting seeds. A question here about advanced magical theory during water breaks. A casual mention there about helping younger students with their assignments. He'd even started organizing the equipment after training sessions without being asked. The club was just a place for training, but it was also where Hugo spent a good portion of his time when he wasn't assisting Professor Kim in his research. And that's what Adam needed, those moments between exercises, those casual conversations where he could show he was more than meets the eyes, never anything obvious. He couldn't afford to seem eager. Just a second-year student showing unexpected maturity and academic insight, the kind of thing that might come up naturally in conversation between a teaching assistant and his professor. It was a delicate balance. Too much interest in Professor Kim's work would mark him as just another fan. Too little would defeat the purpose entirely. So instead, Adam focused on becoming the type of student Professor Kim would want to meet, the type Hugo would mention in passing during their assistant meetings. The worst part was the waiting. Every time Hugo praised his progress or nodded thoughtfully at one of his theoretical questions, Adam had to resist the urge to press further. He couldn't rush this. After all, he was supposed to be focused on training, on improving himself. The fact that he happened to be exactly the kind of student Professor Kim might want as a future assistant, that had to seem coincidental. Hugo, for his part, seemed genuinely intrigued by Adam's questions. He'd pause before answering, sometimes cocking his head slightly as he considered the depth behind what seemed like simple curiosity. It wasn't the polite attention he gave to most students, there was a sharpness to his focus when Adam touched on more complex theories. A few times, he'd even stayed after training to continue their discussions, absently fixing stances and correcting forms while diving deeper into magical theory. It was during these moments that Adam caught glimpses of the assistant researcher beneath the jovial club president, someone who clearly spent hours in the lab, who understood magic at a level far beyond basic spellwork. But Hugo never quite took the bait. He'd engage enthusiastically with Adam's ideas, challenge his assumptions, even praise his insights, but he kept the conversations firmly in the theoretical realm. If he suspected Adam's ulterior motives, he gave no sign of it. And if he ever mentioned these conversations to Professor Kim, Adam had no way of knowing. Then again, maybe that was the point. Hugo hadn't got to be a 6th-year research assistant by being oblivious to people's intentions. By the way, Hugo said, adjusting the straps of his bag as they finished cleaning up. Adam's hands stilled on the training mat he was folding. He kept his voice casual. You know I'm Professor Kim's assistant, right? Yeah. Why? Hugo shouldered his bag. I mentioned our conversation about micro-magic to him the other day. He paused. The professor said he'd like to meet you if you're interested. Adam carefully kept folding the mat, fighting to keep his expression neutral even as something warm unfurled in his chest. There we go. Oh, he managed. Don't play too cool now, Hugo said, his usual grin returning. I saw that almost smile. What does he want to discuss? Adam asked, placing the folded mat on the pile, carefully not meeting Hugo's eyes. Your theory about resonance patterns in enchantment arrays. Hugo was watching him now, that familiar sharp focus back in his gaze. It's similar to something he's been working on in the lab. Actually, he paused, and Adam could feel him choosing his next words. It's not just similar. You approached it from a completely different angle, but you ended up at the same theoretical framework he's been developing. Adam allowed himself a small smile. Weeks of careful suggestions had paid off, dropping bits of advanced theory disguised as innocent questions, presenting alternative approaches as if they were just interesting thought experiments. He'd known exactly which problems Professor Kim was tackling in some of his research, and had carefully guided Hugo toward those specific topics, making the connections seem natural, coincidental. A second-year student wouldn't know the solutions, of course, but asking the right questions. Suggesting unconventional approaches, that was just showing promise, and now it had worked. He had his opening. When did you want me to meet him? Right now, actually, if you're free. He's usually in the lab around this time, Hugo said, adjusting his glasses. Adam made a show of considering it, as if he might have more pressing matters than meeting one of the academy's leading researchers. Yeah, that works for me. We could head over together. Great, let's go then, Hugo said, already heading for the door. Cat padded silently between them as they made their way through the academy's winding corridors, its tail held high like some sort of furry navigation system. It had rejected every name Sam had suggested over the past week. Lord Whiskers had earned a particularly withering glare. As they approached the research wing, Hugo slowed his pace. I should probably warn you, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. The professor is special. I know, Adam nodded. His work on magical resonance theory is brilliant. The implications for enchantment stability alone. No, that's not. Hugo cut himself off, looking oddly uncomfortable. I mean, yes, he's brilliant, but that's not what I'm talking about. He sighed, glancing down at the cat, which had stopped to clean its paw with deliberate disinterest. You'll see for yourself. Just look beyond the apparent. You might be surprised. Adam felt a twinge of unease. In his past life, Professor Kim had been a reclusive figure, known only through his groundbreaking papers and occasional presentations. The man himself had remained a mystery, always declining public appearances in favor of his research. Now, watching Hugo's strange hesitation, Adam wondered what exactly he'd gotten himself into. The cat finished its grooming and looked up at them both, its expression somehow managing to convey that it found their conversation tedious. It flicked its tail once and continued down the hall, clearly expecting them to follow. Right, Hugo muttered. This way. He paused, and tried not to stare. He really hates that. Stare at what? Adam wanted to ask, but Hugo was already moving again, following the cat around a corner toward a heavy wooden door marked Advanced Theoretical Research Authorized Personnel Only. Hugo approached the door and knocked 1-2, 1-2-3, 1-2, a rhythmic pattern that made Adam and the cat exchange glances. Before Adam could comment on the peculiar entry code, the door swung open on its own with a soft creak. A wave of smells hit them, the sharp tang of magical reagents, the bitter undertone of spent tonic potions, the metallic note of enchanted equipment running hot. It wasn't unpleasant exactly, but it had the distinct aroma of too many hours spent indoors with too little ventilation, the kind of smell that spoke of sleepless nights and forgotten meals. The laboratory itself was dim, lit only by the soft blue glow of various magical instruments and the occasional spark from whatever experiment was running in the corner. Shadows played across walls lined with shelves of equipment and books, their shapes shifting as different devices pulsed with energy. Let's go in, Hugo said, stepping through the doorway. Professor Kim, how are you doing today? The figure at the workbench didn't turn around or pause in whatever they were doing. Their hands moved in precise motions over what looked like a complex array of crystals and metal, either completely absorbed in the work or deliberately ignoring them. Hugo sighed, and there he goes again. He glanced at Adam with an apologetic shrug. Sometimes he gets like this when he's working. Could be hours before he. The explosion wasn't particularly large, but it was bright enough to make them all flinch. Blue sparks scattered across the workbench as the professor cursed under his breath, frantically scribbling in a notebook. Fascinating reaction to the microscopic resonance must account for the crystalline matrix's tendency to. Professor Adam said carefully, I think your mustache is on fire. Professor Kim, fire, Hugo called out. The professor spun around, eyes wide behind protective goggles. Oh, Hugo and a random boy and a random cat, fire, his hands patted his coat. Where, oh my mustache. He looked left, then right, then left again, before lunging toward a large aquarium filled with what appeared to be glowing fish. Without hesitation, he dunked his entire head into the water. What the F Adam started, but the professor was already pulling his head out, water and a few confused fish dropping from his now extinguished mustache. Welcome to my laboratory. Professor Kim beamed at them, pushing his goggles up onto his forehead. I was just conducting a minor experiment, completely routine explosion. Now, who might you be? Professor, Hugo began. This is Adam Silla, the second-year I. Adam Silla, Professor Kim's face lit up like one of his experimental arrays. He practically bounded across the laboratory, narrowly avoiding 3 different precarious-looking setups, water still dripping from his mustache, the one who proposed the alternative approach to resonance patterns. He grabbed Adam's hand and shook it with enthusiasm that bordered on concerning. How are you? Wonderful to finally meet you. Hugo's told me all about your theoretical framework. Brilliant perspective, absolutely brilliant. Have you considered the implications for multi-layered arrays? Of course you have, you must have. That's why you suggested the parallel configuration, isn't it? Oh, but you must see what I'm working on. Well, what just exploded, but the principle is sound. Professor Kim finally released Adam's hand only to grab his sleeve instead, pulling him toward the workbench. Hugo, bring that notebook, the blue one. This one. No, the other blue one. The blue one. As Professor Kim excitedly pulled him toward the still smoking workbench, Adam's eyes darted between the scattered crystals, the charred metal components, and what appeared to be a small flame that was now burning upside down. This was not what he'd expected. All his careful planning, all those subtle conversations with Hugo, and now he was being dragged toward an active explosion site by a man whose mustache was leaving a trail of confused, glowing fish on the floor. See, the resonance matrix should have stabilized here. Professor Kim pointed at a blackened crystal, but instead it created this fascinating chain reaction. Another small pop made them both jump. Oh, don't worry about that. Completely normal. Probably. He suddenly spotted one of the glowing fish flopping near his feet, just as the cat was crouching into pouncing position. Oops, sorry, Jeej. He scooped up the fish and dropped it back in the aquarium, barely breaking stride in his explanation. Now, where was I? Ah yes, the chain reaction. Adam found himself torn between genuine academic fascination and basic self-preservation instincts. The theoretical framework was brilliant. He could see that even in its half-destroyed state, but he was also fairly certain that smoke wasn't supposed to be that color. Behind them, he heard Hugo muttering something that sounded suspiciously like "at least nothing's on fire this time." This time. Professor Kim was still talking about resonance patterns when Adam's eyes adjusted enough to the dim light to make out something in the corner. Behind stacks of books and equipment, partially covered by a heavy cloth, sat an unfinished framework, a prototype. Even in its crude state, the theoretical arrays were unmistakable. So this was where it started, Adam thought. Dragon's breath. The funny thing about world-changing discoveries is how they always seem to start with the best intentions. This will revolutionize everything, they say. Think of the possibilities, they insist. And they're right, of course, just not in the way they expect. Take Dragon's breath, for instance. When Professor Kim first unveiled his prototype, he could barely contain his excitement. Here was a material that could store as much magical energy as a proficient second circle mage. Imagine, he'd said, eyes bright behind those ridiculous goggles, a world where even those without magical talent could access powerful enchantments, where every home could have the energy equivalent of a mage at their disposal. The academic community went wild. Papers were published. Theories were proposed. Everyone wanted a piece of what promised to be the greatest magical breakthrough since the Ray discovery of magic by Law, the farmer mage. No one stopped to ask the obvious question, what happens when you give that much power to people who really shouldn't have it? Well, no, that's not entirely true. Some people did ask that question. They just weren't the ones anyone was listening to. 3 months after the initial announcement, Professor Kim was found dead in his laboratory. The official report called it an accident, something about an experimental malfunction. Quite convenient, really, how all his notes burned in the same accident. Even more convenient how the prototype vanished without a trace. The world moved on. New discoveries were made. Papers were published about other breakthroughs. Life continued its predictable pattern of magical academia, doing what magical academia does best, arguing about theoretical frameworks while missing the bigger picture. And then Verdant Isle disappeared. One day it was there, a thriving community of 15,000 souls. The next, nothing but a smoking crater where an island used to be. The first public demonstration of Dragon's breath wasn't exactly subtle. The textbooks would later call it the mana conflicts, a nice, sanitized term for what was essentially everyone trying to either steal, replicate, or defend against a weapon that could turn cities into memories. Within 5 years, 3 more countries had their own versions of Dragon's breath. Within 10, the death toll had reached numbers that made statisticians quit their jobs and take up farming. The kind of numbers that stop being numbers and start being tragedies. Which just goes to show that if you're brilliant enough to create something revolutionary, you should probably be smart enough to imagine how people might revolutionarily misuse it. Then again, Professor Kim did keep glowing fish in his laboratory and seemed to regularly set his own mustache on fire, so perhaps expecting that level of foresight was asking a bit much. Adam had one mission: sabotage the prototype that would one day become Dragon's breath and eventually kill millions. Simple enough. But first he needed Professor Kim to stop talking. Just stop talking. And see, the crystalline matrix here interfaces with the professor was saying, hands waving enthusiastically as he knocked over what looked like a very expensive piece of equipment. He caught it without looking, still focused entirely on his explanation of magical theory, which creates a cascading effect through the secondary array. The world's most dangerous invention was sitting right there, covered in dust and old papers, and its creator was currently explaining the proper way to calibrate resonance frequencies while his mustache smelled like burnt hair and gel. Lots of gel. Absolutely fascinating implications for energy transfer across multiple. Stop talking. That's when Adam noticed his cat, perched on the highest shelf with predatory focus, blue eyes fixed on the dust-covered prototype. And if we adjust the resonance frequency, we could theoretically Professor Kim's endless monologue cut off abruptly as he spotted the cat. "Oh, hello there, kitty cat. Aren't you a cute little?" The cat didn't even blink. "Professor," Hugo said slowly, "I don't think it likes that name." The cat's eyes met Adam's. There was a moment of perfect understanding between man and feline, the kind of silent communication that transcends species, time, and common sense. "Kitty cat, don't you dare," the professor warned, scrambling toward the shelf. The cat's tail twitched, once, deliberately. Time seemed to slow as both Professor Kim and Hugo raised their hands, weaving a spell, but they were too late. The cat maintained perfect eye contact with the Adam as it extended one paw, and with the kind of casual malice only felines can achieve, viciously batted the prototype off the shelf. Adam watched it all unfold like a perfectly choreographed disaster, the prototype tumbling through the air, Professor Kim and Hugo diving forward with matching expressions of horror, papers scattering in their wake. The cat remained on its perch, looking thoroughly pleased with itself, as if it hadn't just potentially altered the course of history, or prevented it. But then, no sound of feline-induced destruction followed. Adam looked down, heart sinking as he saw Hugo, hand raised and brow furrowed in concentration, holding the prototype suspended in a perfect levitation spell. Damn it. Professor Kim stood frozen, arms still outstretched, mouth open in a silent scream that had yet to catch up with reality. For perhaps the first time since Adam had met him, the professor was completely silent. "I've got it, Professor," Hugo said, carefully maneuvering the prototype back to safety. "It's okay, everything's fine. I am so sorry," Adam said, watching his cat stretch lazily on its perch, looking entirely too satisfied with itself. "I really don't know what got into actually." He knew exactly what had got into it. The same thing that made him wish Hugo had been just a fraction slower with that spell. No, Professor Kim waved him off, definitely wiping away tears now. "It's a cat. Cats do cat things, it's what they do. Can't blame them for following their nature, can we?" Hugo carefully placed the prototype on the professor's desk. "Maybe we should keep it somewhere more secure." The professor's eyes fixed on the device, now free of its dusty cover. "Oh, this," he noticed Adam's intense gaze. "I suppose you're wondering what all the fuss is about." "It must be something important," Adam said, trying to keep his voice neutral, to cause such a reaction. "Important?" Hugo snorted. "It's only 20 years of the professor's life." 23 actually, Professor Kim corrected, running a gentle finger along the prototype's edge. "My magnum opus, you could say. The project that's consumed nearly half my life." "Really?" Adam leaned forward, feigning fascination while his stomach churned. "What exactly does it do?" The cat's tail twitched again, but this time Hugo shot it a warning look. "Don't even think about it." So Adam endured 3 more hours of theoretical discussion, nodding at the appropriate moments while the professor excitedly explained concepts that Adam had already learned would learn, from the professor's own published works, future works, works that would be scattered across charred library remains. The irony of correcting the professor's theories using the professor's future discoveries was not lost on him. "That's actually a fascinating perspective," Professor Kim said for the 3rd time, scribbling frantically in his notebook. "I never considered approaching the resonance matrix from that angle." "Hugo, are you noting this down?" "Every word, Professor," Hugo replied, though he kept shooting suspicious glances at Adam. Whether it was due to the cat incident or Adam's surprisingly deep knowledge of experimental magical theory, it was hard to tell. Adam could have completed the prototype in 2 weeks if he wanted to. He had all the knowledge, after all decades of research compressed into his memory. But that was exactly why he needed to guide the professor down a different path, plant seeds of doubt, suggest alternative approaches that would lead nowhere, buy time. "But what if," Adam said carefully, watching the professor's eyes light up with each new suggestion, "we considered a non-linear absorption pattern?" The professor's quill stopped mid-sentence. "Non-linear, but that would mean complete restructuring of the base theorems," Hugo finished, frowning at the equations. "Exactly," Adam said, trying not to smile as he watched 23 years of research begin to unravel. Sometimes the best way to prevent a disaster wasn't to destroy it, but to ensure it never quite came together in the first place. The guilt gnawed at Adam's stomach as he watched the professor enthusiastically tear through decades of his life's work, redesigning fundamental principles based on suggestions that Adam knew would lead nowhere. The man's pure excitement and genuine love for discovery made it worse. But then Adam remembered Verdant Isle, and the guilt became a bit more manageable. "Oh, circles," Professor Kim suddenly exclaimed, checking his pocket watch. "The council meeting, I completely forgot." He scrambled around the laboratory, stuffing papers into his bag in no particular order, while Hugo calmly collected the actually important documents and slipped them in as well. "It was wonderful talking with you. Truly fascinating discussion," the professor rambled as he headed for the door, nearly tripping over 3 different chairs in the process. "Hugo, could you already locked the prototype cabinet, Professor? Secondary arrays are powered down. Right, and the fish are fed, the wards are up, and you're already 10 minutes late." Adam had just started to relax when the professor's head popped back in. "Oh, and Adam, yes, Professor, this was absolutely wonderful. Such fresh perspectives. You must come back, we have so much more to discuss. The non-linear absorption patterns alone could revolutionize." Professor, Hugo interrupted. "The council? Right, yes, but Adam must return." "Don't worry, Professor," Hugo said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'll make sure to bring him back myself. Marvelous, simply marvelous." And with that, the professor finally disappeared, his rapid footsteps echoing down the hallway. Hugo adjusted his glasses, leaning against one of the workbenches. "So," he said, crossing his arms over his chest, "want to tell me how a second-year student knows more about experimental magical theory than most 6th years?" The cat jumped down from its perch, landing silently between them. "I read a lot," Adam said, which wasn't technically a lie. He had read everything about this field, including Hugo's own future contributions to magical theory. You read a lot, Hugo repeated, a slight smile playing at his lips, and somehow developed insights that took the professor decades to reach. Sometimes fresh eyes see things differently, Adam said, carefully constructing each response. When you're not bound by established theoretical frameworks, you can spot patterns that others might miss because they're too close to the work. Hugo's eyebrows rose slightly. That's actually a good point. Besides, Adam continued, half of what I suggested might be completely wrong. I just think it's worth exploring different approaches. No, Hugo said, pushing off from the workbench. Your suggestions about the non-linear absorption patterns, those calculations were solid, complex but solid. He paused, studying Adam with renewed interest. You're not just well-read, you understand this at a fundamental level. Adam shrugged, letting a bit of genuine pride show through. After all, he had learned from the best, including the man standing before him. I find it fascinating, always have. You know, Hugo said, a glint of academic excitement replacing the suspicion in his eyes, there are some other projects I've been working on, things that could benefit from fresh eyes. I'd be honored, Adam said, meaning it. Future Hugo's research had saved countless lives during the Mana conflicts. Getting to see his early work would be genuinely fascinating. The cat, apparently bored with their academic détente, began methodically knocking empty vials off a nearby shelf. Although Adam added, watching the cat, maybe somewhere with fewer breakable things, Hugo laughed, the last of his suspicion melting away. Agreed. The East Wing's cafeteria is still open. We could grab something to eat while we talk theory. Day had slipped away faster than Adam expected, and he was still sitting there, staring at an empty book through Riddler's Bane like it would somehow make words magically appear on the blank pages. Despite spending the better part of the week trying to figure out what exactly Law had given him, he had made exactly zero progress, which was both frustrating and impressive, considering there wasn't even anything to make progress on to begin with. No words, no invisible ink, no hidden messages. Not even a single doodle in the margins, just page after page of absolutely nothing. He was starting to wonder if Law was just messing with him at this point. Maybe the real treasure was the time he'd wasted along the way. Hey, Sam said from his bed, where he was sprawled out looking like he'd been hit by several successive waves of exhaustion, which, considering the day's training, wasn't far from the truth. You could just buy new glasses instead of trying to read with some old guy's monocle. Dom snorted, finally letting the book drop onto his lap. Yeah, his mind was still racing with theoretical frameworks and potential alterations to history, while his cat lounged across his pillow like it owned it. The empty book could wait. It wasn't like it was going anywhere, being empty and all. You know, Sam said, voice muffled by his pillow, I'm really glad you didn't die during running practice today. No, seriously. Sam actually pushed himself up to sitting position, which was impressive given how he'd been declaring himself, permanently horizontal, just moments ago. You looked like death warmed over, but you kept going. Like I've never seen anyone look so absolutely done with existence but still refusing to stop. I mean, stopping would have meant dying on the spot, so that's exactly it. Sam was fully animated now, gesturing with unusual enthusiasm. You just pushed through. And I was thinking maybe I should do that too, you know, not just with running, but with everything. Like maybe I could be better, a better version of me. Adam turned to look at his friend, genuinely surprised. Sam, who took pride in his ability to find the path of least resistance through life. Sam, who once spent 3 hours figuring out how to avoid a 10-minute task, was talking about self-improvement. The silence stretched between them, growing increasingly awkward as Sam seemed to realize what he'd just said out loud. Adam couldn't help it. He started laughing. Oh, shut up, Sam groaned, falling back onto his bed, his face noticeably redder. This is why I don't say things. No, Adam managed between chuckles. It's just, you know what, you are changing. You've been different lately. In a good way. Yeah, Sam asked, trying and failing to sound disinterested. Yeah, Adam stood up, stretching. Change looks good on you. The cat opened one eye to watch him move toward the door. Where are you going? Sam asked, propping himself up on an elbow. Just need to walk a bit of insomnia tonight. Ah, Sam was already sinking back into his pillow. I'll probably be asleep when you get back, probably for the best. You look like you're about to pass out mid-sentence. Do not, Sam mumbled into his pillow, already half asleep. Gee, night, Sam. The cat silently patted after Adam as he slipped out the door. Behind him, he could already hear Sam's soft snoring beginning to fill the room. Whether it was the iron lung skill making him more resilient to fatigue, or just the endless stream of magical theories bouncing around in his head, sleep felt like a distant concept. The conversations with Professor Kim and Hugo had stirred something in him, that familiar excitement of pushing magical boundaries that he'd known in his previous life. The night air was crisp as he walked through the academy grounds, watching the massive stone buildings slowly drift across the landscape like clouds made of marble and granite. The third-year dormitory was currently rotating clockwise, its Gothic spires scraping against the star-filled sky, while the library tower seemed to be waltzing with the alchemy department, their foundations leaving trails of soft blue light in their wake. Evening, Adam called Outguard Captain Marina from her patrol route. She was accompanied by two newer recruits. Adam recognized them from last week's incident with the escaped experimental frogs. "Everything all right?" asked Devon, the younger of the two guards, hand instinctively resting on his wand. "Just couldn't sleep," Adam replied, gesturing vaguely at the shifting buildings. "Thought I'd walk it off." "Ah, insomnia," Marina nodded knowingly. "The gardens are particularly nice tonight. Just keep an eye out, the rose garden's getting a bit territorial again." "Tried to eat Thompson's hat yesterday. I like that hat," the other guard, Thompson, muttered. "I'll keep my distance from any suspicious-looking roses," Adam promised, earning a chuckle from the guards. "Stay safe, kid," Marina called as they continued their rounds. "And try to get some sleep eventually." Adam watched them disappear around a corner before continuing his walk. The rose garden was indeed settling into place near his dorm. He could already smell the mix of night-blooming varieties. It was his favorite among the academy's numerous gardens, not just for its beauty but for its personality. Even now, he could see some of the more mischievous bushes trying to rearrange themselves into new patterns, while the older roses swayed disapprovingly. A particularly bold red rose attempted to snag his sleeve as he passed, but the cat swatted it away with practiced indifference. Finally, he reached his destination, one of the practice rooms, its stone walls still settling into place with a soft grinding sound. The room had just finished its nightly migration. He placed his hand on the door, feeling the protective wards recognize him. This was probably a terrible idea, especially with tomorrow's meeting with Cisco looming. But his mind was too awake, too full of possibilities, and sometimes the only way to quiet a restless mind was to exhaust it completely. The door swung open silently, revealing the empty practice room beyond. The cat slipped in first, its tail held high like a banner, while Adam followed. The crystal lights embedded in the walls flickered to life as he walked deeper into the practice room, casting a soft blue glow that made the polished stone floor shimmer. Adam reached the center of the room, the magical circles etched into the floor dormant but ready. The cat settled itself on the edge of the innermost circle, tail wrapped neatly around its paws, watching him with those two intelligent eyes. Over the past weeks, their relationship had shifted dramatically. Ever since that conversation about curses, when Adam had tested his theory by asking the cat to respond to increasingly complex questions, things had been different. The cat wasn't just smart, it was human-level intelligent, trapped in feline form. Sometimes, late at night in their dorm room, Adam would find himself discussing magical theory with it, and the cat would respond with deliberate movements, one tap for yes, two for no, or complex patterns of movement that somehow conveyed entire concepts. It was unnerving how quickly they'd developed their own form of communication. Most people at the academy assumed it was his familiar, which made things easier to explain, but also felt wrong somehow. How do you treat something that looks like a pet but isn't? The cat noticed his hesitation and gave him what he'd come to recognize as "It's your overthinking things again look." I know, Adam said quietly. "Once I sort out a few things on my end, I promise you're next on the list. There has to be a way to break your curse." The cat blinked slowly at him, their shared signal for agreement, before settling in to watch whatever experiments he was about to attempt. Adam pulled out the broken golem knight in front of him, or what was left of it anyway. He'd been working on it a lot these past few days. The cat's ears perked up with interest, moving closer to inspect the remains. "See this?" Adam murmured, picking up one of the larger pieces. "Golems shouldn't be able to use fluid. They're magical constructs powered by runes and crystallized mana. But this," he traced the channels where the fluid had once flowed. "This is more like a circulatory system. Almost organic." The cat placed a paw on one of the smaller pieces, then looked up at Adam with what he'd come to recognize as its theoretical question expression. "Exactly," Adam nodded, already setting up a basic analysis array on the floor. "If someone managed to create a hybrid between mechanical and organic systems in a golem, that would be..." He paused, remembering the future he was trying to prevent. "Well, that would be groundbreaking, and potentially terrible." The cat's tail twitched their signal for danger or warning. "Don't worry," Adam said, arranging the golem pieces within the array. "I just want to understand how it works. Knowledge itself isn't dangerous. It's what people do with it that causes problems." The cat gave him a look that clearly said that's debatable, but settled down to watch as Adam began his analysis. Sometimes he wondered if the person trapped in that feline form had been a researcher too. They certainly had the mindset for it. With methodical precision, Adam began dismantling the golem's outer shell. Each piece of armor came away with careful application of a minor dispelling charm. Whoever had built this hadn't wanted it to be easily taken apart. The cat watched intently, occasionally batting away pieces that rolled too close to the analysis array's boundaries. "Let's see what you're really made of," Adam muttered, using Riddler's Bane. The monocle immediately sharpened his perception, making the magical patterns more distinct. The construct's internal structure began to make more sense, or rather, its strangeness became more apparent. I really don't get it, he said, tracing what appeared to be crystallized fluid channels. These pathways, they're not just conducting mana, they're transforming it somehow. The cat leaned in closer, equally fascinated. The internal architecture was unlike anything he'd seen in standard golem crafting. Instead of the usual rigid mana channels, these were more like veins, flexible and adaptive. It's almost like, Adam paused, an idea forming, like it's turning regular mana into fluid form as it flows through the system. But that would require. His fingers found the central chamber where the core should be. Most golems had a simple crystalline core, a power source that fed mana through fixed channels. This was different. The core was organic, almost heart-like in its construction. This isn't just a core, he realized. It's a converter, but converting mana to fluid form requires. Trailed off, carefully extracting the core like organ from the dismantled body and setting it on the analysis array. The golem's remains lay scattered around them, completely inert without its power source. The cat made a questioning sound. Well, technically, if we want to understand how it works. Adam began, already knowing this was probably a terrible idea. He formed a small mana channel between his palm and the core. We just need to restart it, just enough to observe the conversion process. The cat's tail began to twitch nervously. Just a tiny bit of power, Adam assured it, feeding a careful stream of mana into the core. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the core pulsed once, twice, and a pattern of runes he'd never seen before began to glow along its surface. That's interesting, he said, leaning closer to examine the runes. These look almost like. The cat suddenly hissed, fur standing on end. What's wrong? Adam asked, looking up from the core in his hands. Oh, behind the dismantled pieces of armor, behind the exposed channels and deconstructed parts, the golem's eyes were glowing blue, without its core. Here's the thing about golems, they need cores to function. That's like magical engineering 101, day one stuff. The kind of basic fact you learn right after don't eat mysterious glowing mushrooms, and yes, that ancient tomb is probably cursed. So when you're holding a golem's core in your hands, staring at the very definitely core-less golem whose eyes are now glowing a serene blue, you start questioning everything you know about magical engineering, and possibly your life choices. Adam stood there, fireball spell burning hot and ready in his palm, aimed at what remained of the golem's exposed frame. Behind him, a low growl filled the room as the cat's form began to shift and expand, fur rippling as muscles grew and stretched until a full-sized puma stood in its place, teeth bared and ready to pounce. Wait, Adam said, holding up his free hand. Something wasn't adding up. The golem hadn't moved, hadn't attempted to reassemble itself, hadn't tried to recover its core. Sat there, pieces scattered across the practice room floor, eyes glowing with that steady blue light, watching. Adam's spell flickered slightly as a new thought occurred to him. He'd been ready to reduce the construct to ash based on pure reflex, but this wasn't matching any known pattern. The golem had been fully capable of violence in the labyrinth, yet now, even in its most vulnerable state, it showed no signs of aggression. His mind was racing through possibilities, each more unlikely than the last. Backup core, some sort of residual power, a really elaborate trap. This is either going to be the most interesting discovery I've made, Adam said to the puma, or the stupidest last words anyone's ever had. The puma made a rumbling sound that somehow managed to convey both please don't, and you're going to anyway at the same time, but remained tensed and ready, blue eyes fixed on the golem's remains. The soft hum of the fireball spell provided an oddly comforting background noise as Adam took one careful step forward, then another. The crystal lights in the practice room cast overlapping shadows of the scattered golem parts across the floor, a scene that would have been almost artistic if it wasn't so unsettling. Hey there, Adam said, immediately feeling foolish for talking to what was essentially a head with glowing eyes surrounded by metallic parts. But then again, he regularly had conversations with a cursed cat, so who was he to judge what constituted normal conversation partners? The golem's eyes tracked his movement, but that was all. No sudden movements, no attempt to reassemble itself, no ominous whirring sounds. Just that steady blue glow, like a pair of calm lakes on a moonlit night. Adam glanced down at the core in his left hand, still pulsing with those strange runes, then back at the golem. Something about this felt deliberate, like walking into a room and finding everything slightly out of place, not enough to scream trap, but enough to know someone had been there. You're not supposed to be active, he said to the golem, keeping his spell hand ready. That's not how you work. That's not how any of this works. The golem, predictably, didn't respond. The puma, now back into its cat form, had moved from behind his legs to a position where it could watch both Adam and the golem, its tail twitching with what he'd learned to recognize as analytical interest rather than fear. Through Riddler's bane, the core's runes shimmered with that same ethereal blue glow, their geometric patterns forming intricate webs that seemed to pulse with ancient power. Runes were the building blocks of organized magic, precise geometric patterns that could accomplish specific magical effects when properly arranged. A modern runicologist might pride themselves on knowing a few thousand of them, but there were millions upon millions of possible configurations, each with its own unique purpose. Even for Adam, who had spent years studying these mystical geometries, these particular patterns were far beyond anything in modern use. No surprise there if this core truly dated back to Orinth's time. It would be roughly 1,000 years old, placing it squarely in the Third Age. The Ages of Magic were a testament to humanity's cycle of triumph and catastrophe. 4 times now, human civilization had climbed to dizzying heights of magical achievement, and 4 times it had stumbled spectacularly, forcing each new age to begin almost from scratch. The Third Age had ended when some brilliant fool had attempted to pierce the veil between life and death, trying to resurrect their lost love. The Second Age collapsed after an equally ambitious attempt at time travel tore reality apart at the seams. Each time, the accumulated knowledge of an entire civilization was largely lost, leaving future generations to piece together what they could from fragments and ruins. The Fifth Age had advanced magical engineering far beyond its predecessors. In many ways, modern runic arrays were marvels of efficiency and precision, refined through centuries of methodical study and experimentation. But sometimes the old ways held secrets that time had forgotten. These Third Age runes were different from the standardized patterns Adam knew, not crude or primitive, but following a completely different philosophy. Where modern runes were precise and specialized, these were adaptable, interconnected in ways that defied current magical theory. It was like finding an intricate water clock in an age of steam engines, not necessarily better or worse, but achieving similar goals through fundamentally different means. The glowing patterns beneath his monocle hinted at principles of magical engineering that had been lost in the Great Collapse. Politics hadn't helped, of course. The older races, the elves with their 1,000-year lifespans, and the dwarves with their carefully guarded archives, had their own reasons for keeping certain knowledge from reaching human hands. Can't really blame them, given humanity's track record with world-ending magical disasters. A few strategic accidents here, some conveniently lost manuscripts there, and human progress remained carefully measured. Just another layer in the complex dance of interspecies relations that had shaped the magical world for millennia. These runes, though, these were something else entirely. They spoke of an era when human mages had stood at the height of their power, before hubris brought it all crashing down. And now here they were, glowing with impossible life in a core that somehow worked even when separated from its golem. Dom spread his notes across the practice room's floor, positioning them where the crystal lights cast the clearest illumination. The cat he really needed to give it a proper name one of these days perched on a stack of reference texts, tail swishing with scholarly interest. Right, he muttered, sketching the core's outermost runic circle in his notebook. Modern containment runes are derived from older patterns, simplified over centuries of refinement. These have to connect somewhere. He traced a mana flow rune in the air with his finger, letting a trickle of power illuminate the pattern. Next to it, he sketched the corresponding pattern from the core. Where the modern rune was elegant in its simplicity, 3 clean lines intersecting at precise angles, its ancient counterpart sprawled like a thorny vine, branching into subsidiary patterns. The cat's ears perked up, and it made a sound somewhere between a meow and obviously. Yes, I see it too, Adam replied, adding another sketch. The secondary branches aren't decorative. There, he paused, squinting through the monocle. They're fail-safes, alternate power channels. Modern runes are more efficient, but these are adaptable. Hours slipped by as Adam filled page after page with comparative diagrams. The cat moved between positions, sometimes watching the golem, sometimes batting at his quill, occasionally making that distinctive grunt that meant you're thinking about this wrong. Each time he thought he'd grasped the pattern, some new detail would catch his eye, sending him back to his references. Look here, he said, tapping his quill against a particular sequence. We use power containment runes as pure boundaries, energy goes in, stays in, but these older versions, he traced the pattern with a finger glowing with mana. They're more like membranes, permeable. They don't just contain power, the cat's tail went rigid. They transform it, Adam breathed. That's why the golem's still active. The core isn't just a power source, it's more like a template the actual energy could come from. He glanced around the room, suddenly very aware of the ambient magical field generated by the practice room's crystal lights. Carefully, he sketched a modified version of a modern energy detection rune, incorporating elements from the ancient pattern, a drop of mana to activate it, and the air lit up with flowing streams of power, all converging on the scattered golem parts. The cat yowled a warning, but Adam was already moving, fascinated by the implications. It's using the ambient magic. The core wasn't the power source at all, it was just the she. The golem's arm moved faster than anything that size had any right to, missing Adam's head by inches as he threw himself backward. The cat, now very much a puma again, caught him mid-fall, breaking his tumble as the fist crashed into the wall behind them. Right, Adam said, heart pounding as he scrambled to his feet. Note to self, successful magical breakthrough does not always equal good magical breakthrough. The golem parts began to twitch, and the blue glow in its eyes flickered to a deeper, darker shade. Another set of runes caught his attention, spiraling patterns that seemed to fold in on themselves. "No way," he muttered, sketching furiously. The cat peered over his shoulder with unusual intensity. Back in the labyrinth, he'd seen this golem use fluid. At the time, he'd been too busy trying not to die to question how a construct could possibly manipulate it. But here it was, written in the runes themselves. These patterns weren't just storing mana, they were processing it, compressing it, forcing it through layers of increasingly dense runic matrices until it's artificially generating fluid, he breathed. The cat's tail went completely still, a sign Adam interpreted as surprise. These mad geniuses actually created a runic sequence that can transmute raw mana into fluid. He could recognize maybe one in every dozen runes in that particular sequence. The rest were completely foreign, following principles that violated half of what he knew about the subject. The fact that it worked at all was nothing short of miraculous. "I could spend years studying just this section alone," he muttered, adding another diagram to his growing collection. Scattered papers rustled as Adam paced the room, running fingers through his disheveled hair. His monocle caught the moonlight from the high windows, casting prismatic patterns across his diagrams. "The hour of the wolf. It's not just storing power," he muttered, while yawning and adding another hasty sketch to his growing collection. "Look at these branching patterns here. They're not containment runes at all. They're more like a nervous system." The cat chirped inquisitively, batting at a diagram with its paw. "Exactly." Dom's quill flew across the page, matching ancient patterns with their modern equivalents. Modern golems use rigid control runes, direct commands, binary responses. But these, he traced a complex spiral pattern, letting mana illuminate its branches. These allow for adaptive responses. The core isn't just a power source or a control unit, it's more like a template for consciousness. His hands shook slightly as he drew a new diagram, combining 5th age precision with 3rd age adaptability. The first attempt sparked and fizzled. The second left scorch marks on the page. The third pattern hung in the air, shimmering with potential. That's why it responded to the ambient magic. The core contains the pattern, but any compatible energy source can power it. It's brilliant, really. Terrifying, but brilliant. Hours melted away as Adam worked, the cat alternating between helpful suggestions and judgmental naps. Each breakthrough led to new questions. Each solution revealed deeper mysteries. His fingers were stained with ink, his sleeves dusted with chalk from countless erased attempts. "The key," he said, marking a complex series of interlocking runes, "is the resonance pattern. Modern golems use standardized control runes, but these..." He pressed his palm against a freshly drawn array, pushing mana through it. The pattern absorbed his energy, shifted, adapted. "With the right modification, he smiled. "I think I can make these attune themselves to my personal mana signature." The cat's tail twitched approval. One more element. Adam's voice was hoarse from hours of muttered calculations. He sketched a final set of runes, a hybrid creation combining modern stability with ancient adaptability, a control matrix keyed to my specific mana frequency. Without it, we'd have a fully conscious construct with no loyalty parameters, in theory. Finally, after triple-checking every connection, he lifted the core. New runes of his own design now intertwined with the ancient patterns, glowing with a subtle resonance that matched his own magical signature. Adam took a deep breath, weaving a shield spell and raising it around himself, the strongest he could maintain. The cat shifted into its larger form, muscles tensed beneath midnight fur. "If this goes wrong," he said, positioning the core above the golem's chest cavity, "we run. No heroics." The puma huffed in agreement. 3. His hands steadied as he aligned the core. 2. The shield strengthened around him. 1. Runes pulsed in harmony with his additions. Arise. Blue light rippled through joints, coursing like liquid lightning until it reached those massive eyes. Adam stepped back, shield humming, while the puma's muscles bunched in anticipation. Theory was one thing, he'd spent hours modifying those runes, weaving his mana signature into their very structure. But would it work? The golem stood motionless, its magical field pulsing in perfect synchronization with the core, just as the calculations had predicted. Adam and the puma shared a look. This was the moment of truth. Magic, at its core, was all about intent. Every mage knew this. It was why the most powerful spells came from the heart rather than the tongue. And Adam had done something rather clever with that principle. He hadn't just marked the core with his magical signature, he'd woven it into the very fabric of the golem's consciousness matrix. In theory, the construct should respond not just to his magic, but to his will. In theory, he cleared his throat. "Raise your right arm." The golem's arm lifted in one smooth motion, holding perfectly steady at shoulder height. Adam contained his excitement. No, too soon to jump. "Let's try." "Lower it." The arm descended. Adam's quill slipped from his suddenly trembling fingers, clattering to the floor. He stared at it for a moment, then at the golem. "Would you, please pick that up for me?" The golem moved with surprising grace for something its size, kneeling to retrieve the quill. But here was the real test before Adam could say another word. The construct was already extending its arm, offering the quill back to him, just as he'd hoped. Not responding to words at all, but to the pure intent flowing through that modified core. Yes, Adam leaped into the air with a whoop of joy, papers scattering around him. I did it. The puma, finally satisfied that the immediate danger had passed, shrank back into its smaller form, giving him a look that somehow managed to be both pleased and exasperated. Adam's celebration froze mid-jump. Oh, the cat's ears perked forward inquisitively. There was more to this golem than simple tasks. The core's architecture had revealed layer upon layer of combat runes formations, attack patterns, weapon stances. This wasn't some simple worker construct or messenger automaton. This was a knight, a warrior built for the battlefield. The same deadly efficiency that had nearly killed them in the labyrinth was now under his control. I got an idea, Adam said, a grin spreading across his face as the cat's ears flattened in preemptive disapproval. The room suddenly felt full of possibilities, and maybe just a hint of future regret. Adam pulled out the flamebrand sword from his inventory, turning it over in his hands. The craftsmanship was evident, perfect balance, elegant lines, deadly purpose in every curve. Growing up as a knight's son meant he could at least recognize quality, even if he couldn't use it properly. He'd seen enough of his father's training sessions to know that becoming proficient with a blade took years of dedicated practice. Years he'd spent hunched over books instead, learning runes and occasionally punching things that annoyed him. Strange how satisfying that had become, actually. When had he started enjoying the feeling of his fist connecting with enemies? Probably around the same time he started collecting scars and getting into increasingly questionable situations. He extended the sword toward the golem, handle first. The construct's fingers closed around the grip with precise, practiced movements. Show me how this is supposed to be used. The golem settled into a stance. Then, out of nowhere, the blade erupted into flames. It could do that? Oh, Adam blinked. Right, flamebrand. It's in the name. The demonstration that followed made Adam feel slightly better about his own inability to use the weapon. The golem moved like liquid metal, each strike flowing into the next, leaving trails of fire in the air that hung for moments before dissipating. High guard, low sweep, thrust, parry, riposte movements Adam recognized from his childhood, but had never seen executed with such mechanical perfection. The blade sang through the air, its flames showing patterns that would have been beautiful if they weren't so obviously deadly. The cat watched from atop a table, tail twitching with grudging approval. Well, Adam said as the golem returned to ready stance, flames still dancing along the blade, that's definitely better than me smacking things with it and hoping for the best. He had effectively just gained a personal knight, one that would never tire, never question, and apparently knew exactly how to use a magic sword. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. I wonder what else you know how to do. Morning, the sun felt particularly offensive today, its cheerful rays completely at odds with Adam's current state. He stared into his untouched coffee, watching the steam rise in lazy spirals. The private dining room's morning light felt too bright, too cheerful, and definitely too early. Across the oak table, Cisco methodically spread butter on his toast while Marco arranged the morning's documents with precise movements. Valiant sprawled in his chair, tail swishing against the polished wood. Rough night, huh? Interesting one, Adam managed, suppressing a yawn. Oh ho ho, Valiant's whiskers twitched. Interesting, he says. I bet it was interesting. He winked, grinning. Very interesting, if you know what I mean. Valiant laughed heartily, tapping the table. 3 sets of eyes turned to the young mouse beastkin. All had different intensities but carried the same sentiment, disappointment. The silence stretched. Valiant's laughter died slowly like air leaking from a balloon. He glanced between their faces, tail going still. You guys have no sense of humor. Cisco turned another page of his morning report. Adam wasn't quite sure what to make of Valiant. The young mouse beastkin treated everyone like a childhood friend, even those he'd just met, skipping entirely past the usual social graces that made interactions bearable. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from last night's work with the golem making him irritable, or maybe it was just his age showing, but there was something particularly grating about someone who acted like the court jester at a funeral. Cisco paused in his methodical toast buttering, nose twitching slightly. You smell like cat. Adam took a sip of his coffee, keeping his expression neutral. Got one recently. What? Valiant nearly knocked over his cup, tail straight as a rod. You, a cat. Those things are vicious. My cousin got scratched up real bad by one last month. Said it looked at him like he was breakfast. It's just their nature, Adam said mildly, thinking of judgmental blue eyes and surprisingly supportive purrs. They're independent creatures. They do what they want. Independent, more like murderous. Did you know they play with their food? Actually play with it before. We're aware of feline hunting habits, Valiant, Marco interrupted, not looking up from his papers. Some of us even appreciate their efficiency. Valiant shuddered dramatically. Efficiency. Right, that's what we're calling it now. They're also excellent judges of character, Cisco added, with just the slightest emphasis that made Valiant's whiskers droop. The conversation drifted into a comfortable lull, broken only by the clink of cups and the rustling of papers, until Cisco finally set down his toast and cleared his throat. As entertaining as this morning's zoological discussion has been, he said, wiping his hands, I believe we have more pressing matters to discuss. Cisco nodded, his usual calm demeanor carrying a hint of tension. There have been complications with your order. Complications. Something in Cisco's tone made Adam's stomach tight. The wyvern proved more troublesome than anticipated, ambushed our first hunting party near its nest. We lost good people. Cisco's fingers drummed once on the table. I've dispatched a second team, more experienced with aerial predators, but it will delay things. How long? 2 weeks, perhaps 3 at most. Cisco spread his hands apologetically. We'll adjust the price accordingly, of course. Adam forced himself to breathe slowly. 2 weeks. He ran the calculations in his head. The preservation spells on the other ingredients would hold barely. The cure was still possible within that time frame. Just tighter than he'd like. 2 weeks, he repeated, more to himself than the others. All right, we can work with that. Now, Cisco said, leaning back slightly, what did you wish to discuss? Right. Adam set down his cup. Few weeks ago, I was attacked. Broad daylight. My friend was with me. He paused. Children of the moon. Helios's people, without question. How did they track you? Cisco asked. The undertow incident. They slipped a tracking spell on me during all that mess. Cunning bastards, Valiant muttered. They are, so you want to kill the vampire, Cisco said, reaching for his cup. Getting him out in daylight won't be easy, but we could do it if we try. Not quite. Adam's voice was level. Killing Helios won't stop the children of the moon from coming after me for retribution. He let the words settle. Which is why I think it's time we dealt with them. All of them. Permanently. The clink of Marco's pen against the inkwell was the only sound in the room. Valiant's whiskers twitched once, twice, then went still. Even Cisco, who rarely showed surprise, sat a fraction straighter in his chair. You're not suggesting a mere disruption of operations, Cisco finally said. No, Adam said simply, I'm not. How does one take down a criminal organization? Well, the smartest approach would probably be to not mess with them in the first place. Walk away, move to another city, change your name, buy a cottage somewhere remote and take up gardening. But since that option was thoroughly out the window thanks to a tracking spell and 2 attempts on his life, Adam had to consider alternatives. He could go to the authorities, except, according to Cisco, the children of the moon had their tendrils deep in local law enforcement. He could try to bankrupt them, but that would take years he didn't have. He could challenge their leader to single combat. Actually, never mind. That was stupid. That definitely get him killed. Adam's approach was simpler. Identify the weak points and press until something broke. It wasn't elegant, but then again, neither was he. What he did have was a frighteningly practical mind, a talent for magic that surprised even himself sometimes, and the kind of cunning that came from spending too much time thinking about how things could go wrong. It turned out those were exactly the right qualities for bringing down a criminal empire. Who knew? You've caused quite the mess in the undertow, Cisco said, his tiny paw now adjusting the silver-headed cane. The children haven't had time to properly hunt you, too busy fighting a war on 6 fronts. His whiskers twitched. Bad blood runs deep in the undertow. The Silver Circle never forgot how the children muscled into their shipping routes 5 years ago. The River Kings still remember the warehouse massacre. Even the Shadow Market holds a grudge over a business with some artifact smuggling. The mouse's dark eyes glinted. All it needed was a spark that you caused. And now, Cisco's tail curved with satisfaction. The children are losing territory by the day. Their allies, the few they had, are suddenly developing selective memory when it comes to old agreements. No one wants to back a losing side. He gestured at his ledger. My profits are up 30%. Turns out a lot of people were waiting for an excuse to move against them. They made enemies of everyone who mattered in the undertow, Adam noted. Arrogance. Cisco shrugged. They thought fear would keep everyone in line, but fear only works until something scarier comes along. He paused. Or until someone shows that the monster can bleed. In that case, Adam said, I don't suppose I could get a discount. Cisco's deep laugh filled the office. No, that. Now about the children of the moon. Cisco's voice cut through Adam's budding protest. They're vulnerable. Their attention is split, resources stretched thin, perfect time to strike. He tapped his cane against the desk. First, we identify their income streams. Protection money, smuggling routes, gambling dens. Interrupt those, their soldiers don't get paid. Unpaid soldiers get. Creative with their loyalties. Then we target their information network. Bad intel leads to poor decisions. Poor decisions. He gestured with one tiny paw. Well, and you know all their weak points. Naturally. Complete intelligence package, locations, contacts, schedules. Everything you need to dismantle their operation. He paused for a price, which would be 80,000. That's Adam stopped. Hold on. This benefits you too. You said they have been a thorn in your side for years. True, and I've already helped increase your profits. Also true, so really you should give me a discount. Cisco's tail curved thoughtfully. 50%. 95 plus you still owe me that 27.5% reduction on the assassin, as Marco calculated that day. Marco adjusted his glasses, 90%, and 15 off the assassin. You know, Cisco said, each word measured like drops of poison. Most people who sit in that chair understand the delicate nature of our relationship, the careful balance between, his tail coiled, favor and necessity. I understand perfectly. I'm still not paying full price for something that benefits me so little. So little, dark eyes fixed on Adam. Tell me, what do you think happens to the territory once the children fall, the wealth, the connections? His deep voice grew softer, more dangerous. Have you considered that perhaps I already have plans for all of it? Keep it, Adam said flatly. I don't want their territory, their money, or their people. I want them gone. Cisco went very still. No profit, a pause, just destruction. Just destruction. The mouse's expression shifted something between appreciation and curiosity. 5% of operational costs. You cover your own expenses. Deal. Marco adjusted his glasses again, probably calculating how many headaches this partnership would cause him. Cisco lifted his absurdly tiny coffee cup. We start today. The children have a shipment coming in at midnight, weapons, mostly. Would be a shame if someone tipped off the city guard about illegal cargo at Dock 13. And you're just now mentioning this. Information has a shelf life. He took a delicate sip. I'll keep you updated on similar opportunities, and I'll be expecting that 5% soon. His dark eyes shifted. Marco, what's the exact figure? 40,000 gold pieces, accounting for operational costs, minus the previously discussed reductions, factoring in current market variables and anticipated resource allocation, Marco said without looking up from his ledger, comes to 39,722 gold pieces and 4 silvers. Adam looked at Marco. I still say you're making these numbers up. Marco adjusted his glasses. He always does that, Cisco said, setting down his cup. It's either extremely impressive or extremely annoying. I haven't decided which. After all the morning's discussion, things wrapped up pretty quickly. Cisco laid out his plan for what he called Operation Bring Down the Bat, which would kick off that very night. He'd start by disrupting their weapons shipment and keep hitting them where it hurt, creating the kind of chaos that made criminal organizations implode. All Adam had to do was pay his 5 and watch it all unfold from a safe distance. Speaking of money well spent, he decided to call his armored construct Golem Knight. Simple, effective, and it did exactly what it said on the tin. Though he made a mental note to commission a new set of armor, soon might as well make an already intimidating magical construct even more formidable. Another thing for the to-do list. Oh, and about to-do lists. Adam checked his pocket watch and felt his stomach drop. 1134 a.m. Oh no, alchemy class was in 20 minutes. Adam slipped into the alchemy classroom just as Professor Merwin was setting up for today's demonstration. The scent of herbs and mineral solutions filled the air, mingling with the perpetual undertone of scorched wood that seemed embedded in the very stones of the classroom. Today, we'll be studying the Aureolin healing draft, Professor Merwin announced. Can anyone tell me why this particular potion is considered one of the most challenging healing solutions to brew? As usual, only Mia Storm's hand shot up, while the rest of the class suddenly found their notebooks fascinating. Yes, Miss Storm, the Aureolin draft requires perfect temperature control throughout its brewing process. A variation of even half a degree can render it useless or worse, toxic. Excellent, Miss Storm, Professor Merwin said, making a note in her ever-present grade book. That's another perfect answer for your participation record. Dom watched as Professor Merwin began the demonstration. The potion started as a clear liquid, slowly taking on a golden hue as she added precisely measured ingredients. When she introduced powdered sunstone, the mixture began to emit a soft, pulsing glow. What makes this potion particularly valuable? She asked again. Mia's hand was already up. Unlike standard healing potions, the Aureolin draft can heal internal injuries without side effects, and it works instantaneously. Lisa Chen, still sporting faint purple spots from last class's mishap, whispered something to her friend about Mia being a know-it-all. Sam, next to Adam, was sketching what appeared to be a detailed diagram of the brewing process, his tongue stuck out in concentration. The demonstration continued, with Professor Merwin explaining each step in detail. When she added 3 drops of artificial phoenix tears, which made half the class gasp those were rare and expensive, the potion shimmered like liquid sunlight. And finally she said, why must this potion be brewed during daylight hours? This time even Mia hesitated, but raised her hand anyway. The potion draws power from natural light, she said, though less confidently than before. Artificial light would. Close, Miss Storm, but not quite, Professor Merwin smiled. Can anyone else? She looked around the silent classroom. Mr. Silla, Adam, who'd been lost in thought about possible improvements to the formula, startled slightly. The potion doesn't actually draw power from light at all, he said. It's the ambient life energy that peaks during daylight hours. Brewing at night would result in a potion that draws vitality from the patient instead of supporting their natural healing process. A few students turned to stare at him. As the class ended and students filed out, Sam packed up his things. "Mark it later. We cannot go empty-handed," he asked. "I'll join you there," Adam replied, gathering his materials. "Need to speak with Professor Merwin first." Sam nodded and headed out, nearly colliding with a first-year who was trying to peek through the doorway at him. As Adam waited for the last students to file out, he pulled the carefully wrapped vial from his bag. Before he could approach Professor Merwin's desk, Sam suddenly turned back. "Oh, wait, almost forgot." Sam rummaged through his bag, pulling out something wrapped in soft cloth. "Found these while cleaning my drawer last night. Thought you might want them back." Adam unwrapped the cloth, and his eyes widened. In his hands were his old glasses from first year, the ones that had been broken during that awful day when Damas and his friends had cornered him behind the library. The frame had been carefully repaired, though you could still see the places where it had snapped. The lenses had been replaced, and despite the frame's worn appearance, they were clean and functional. "You kept these." Adam's voice was barely above a whisper. Sam shrugged, looking slightly embarrassed. "Just in case, you've been squinting a lot lately and, well, figured they might help until we can get you new ones." Adam's hands trembled slightly as he unfolded the arms of the glasses. He slipped them on and the world snapped into focus. They weren't perfect, there was a slight scratch on the left lens, but they felt familiar. "Right, how do I look?" he asked, adjusting them self-consciously. Sam grinned. "Finally like yourself again." Adam couldn't help but laugh, though it came out a bit shaky. "We definitely need to get new ones soon. Obviously, but these'll do for now." Sam headed for the door again. "See you at the market." Adam started walking. The delayed shipment of ingredients left him uneasy. He wanted to believe everything would work out, that he was just being paranoid and the delivery would arrive right on schedule. But a nagging voice in the back of his mind wouldn't let him rest easy. Experience had taught him the value of contingency plans. Even if the alternative was far more complicated, the peace of mind it offered was worth the extra effort. Better to have a backup plan and not need it than need it and not have it. He'd spent hours analyzing the elixir of rebirth, combining his knowledge with Riddler's Bane, but had made frustratingly little progress. Not surprising, really. While he was no slouch in alchemy, his expertise lay in magical theory and runicology, completely different beasts. No, what he needed was the insight of a true master of the craft, and they didn't come much more qualified than Professor Alyssa Merwin. Her thesis on catalytic transmutation had revolutionized modern alchemy, earning her the Paracelsus Medal 3 times over. The shelves in her office practically groaned under the weight of awards and recognitions from every major alchemical institution in the known world. Her work on stabilizing volatile compounds had saved countless lives, and her contributions to medical alchemy were required reading at every prestigious academy. A bitter thought crossed his mind. In his original timeline, after Arcos fell and Xerxes with it, he'd never managed to learn what happened to her, or to so many others. The lists of the missing had been endless, and most were presumed dead in the chaos that followed. But here she was, very much alive, preparing for her next class with the same methodical precision he remembered. If he could get her to appoint one of her student assistants as his tutor, well, that would be ideal. Professor Merwin was known for taking promising alchemists under her wing, training them personally in advanced techniques. Her assistants were among the most knowledgeable students in the academy when it came to practical alchemy. Adam approached Professor Merwin's desk, the cat padding silently behind him. "Mr. Silla," Professor Merwin looked up from her notes, eyebrows raised slightly. "How unusual to see you lingering after class. Usually it's Miss Storm who..." She glanced past him. "No one was there. I've been doing some thinking about my future path," Adam began. He'd rehearsed this conversation in his head, "and I believe I'd like to pursue alchemy." "Oh," Professor Merwin set down her quill, giving him her full attention. "That's quite a departure from your current focus on magical theory and runic studies." "Not necessarily," Adam said, warming to his role. "I've come to realize that alchemy represents a perfect synthesis of theoretical knowledge and practical application. The way different elements interact, the precise calculations required." He was surprised to find some truth mixing with his performance. "It's fascinating, really." Professor Merwin's lips twitched slightly. "And this sudden fascination wouldn't have anything to do with your recent extracurricular activities." Adam nearly missed a beat. "Careful now. I'm not sure what you mean, Professor." "Mr. Silla," she said, leaning back in her chair. "In the past weeks, you've shown up to class without your glasses, been into a fight, joined a club." Her lips curved into a slight smile. "For which I must say I commend you. And I've heard interesting rumors about you running through the forest at odd hours." She paused, "Not to mention that rather remarkable familiar that suddenly appeared." The black cat, as if on cue, wrapped itself around Adam's ankles, its blue eyes fixed unblinkingly on Professor Merwin. "You know, Mr. Silla," she continued, her voice taking on a gentler tone, "it's quite common for students your age to go through periods of change, seeking to affirm themselves, making bold decisions, sometimes rash ones." She adjusted a small brass scale on her desk. "It's a natural part of finding one's path." Ah, Adam thought, she thinks this is some sort of teenage rebellion phase. The irony almost made him smile. In my experience, she continued, students going through such changes tend to cause quite a bit of trouble. Her eyes met his, sharp and knowing. Are you going to cause trouble, Mr. Silla? No, Professor, Adam said, trying to look as sincere as possible. I just want to learn. She drummed her fingers on the desk thoughtfully. And I suppose this sudden interest in advanced alchemy is completely unrelated to all these changes. Adam started, then switched tactics. Would you believe me if I said it's all related to my newfound interest in alchemy? Not for a moment, she said cheerfully. However, your actual motivations are your own business. What interests me is that you're here, asking for additional training in my field. She drummed her fingers on the desk. Though I suspect you were about to suggest something specific. Adam nodded. I was hoping you might be able to assign a senior student to help me with some advanced studies. Someone who could guide me through the basics I might have. Missed, a senior student, Professor Merwin repeated thoughtfully. Someone to help you understand certain specific aspects of alchemy, perhaps, particular formulations or effects. Well played, Professor, Adam thought. Well played indeed. Something like that, he admitted. Well then, Professor Merwin said, standing up, I believe I have a better solution. She began gathering her materials with precise movements. Instead of assigning you a student tutor, I'll handle your additional training myself. Adam blinked. He'd been prepared for several possible outcomes, but this wasn't one of them. Professor, I couldn't possibly. Oh, but I insist, she said, and there was a glint in her eye that reminded him why she was considered one of the most brilliant minds in modern alchemy. As it happens, I already conduct special sessions with Miss Storm on Thursday evenings. Advanced theoretical work, transmutation, experimental procedures, practical applications. She smiled. The sort of things that might interest someone with your newfound passion for the field. Adam felt a genuine smile tugging at his lips. This was better than he could have planned. Not only would he have direct access to Professor Merwin's expertise, but the regular sessions would provide perfect cover for his increasing interest in advanced alchemical processes. Excellent. Thursdays at 7 then. She paused at the door. And Mr. Silla, whatever game you're playing, whatever answers you're seeking, do be careful. Alchemy can be rather volatile when approached with hidden agendas. As Adam turned to leave, the black cat let out a questioning meow, its blue eyes fixed on him. I need to make a quick stop somewhere with Sam, he told the cat, adjusting his bag. Care to join us? The cat's only response was to pad silently after him as he left the classroom, its tail held high like a banner. The strider's long legs ate up the dirt road with an easy gait, the cart swaying gently behind it. The black cat perched regally on the front bench between them, watching the passing landscape while the light breeze carried the mingled scents from their market hall: fresh bread, ripe peaches, and what the vendor had sworn were the best butter cookies this side of the Isles. Law's Farm. The thought had been needling at Adam ever since the events of the labyrinth. A living piece of history, still running after all these centuries, and he'd never bothered to visit. Then again, until recently, ancient farms hadn't exactly been high on his priority list. But Ben had invited him, hadn't he? The old groundskeeper's warm voice and easy manner still fresh in his memory, along with the promise of hospitality. You know, Sam's voice cut through his thoughts. We've been at Zerk's, 2 years now, and I've never actually been up there. He gestured toward the clifftop where enchanted windmills spun lazily against the morning sky. Pretty sad when you think about it. I mean, it's literally the farmer Mage's farm. The farmer Mage, he shifted in his seat, glancing sideways at Adam. You sure it's okay for me to tag along? I mean, the old man invited you, not me. Yeah, Adam replied, adjusting a peach that threatened to escape its wrapping. I don't like going to new places alone anyway. The cart wound its way up the mountain path, each turn revealing more of the sparkling ocean below, until the whole southern coast of Arcos stretched out like a painting. The sunlight caught the enchanted windmills, their crystalline blades throwing rainbow light across fields of gently swaying wheat that definitely wasn't in season anywhere else on the island. Stone fences lined with wildflowers marked the boundaries between pastures where fat sheep grazed alongside creatures that looked like someone had tried to cross a cow, with a cloud their wool like fur-shifting colors in the breeze. A border collie spotted them first, barking excitedly as it raced alongside their cart, herding them up the final stretch of road. The cat merely glanced at the energetic dog with royal disdain, turning its head away as if the very concept of acknowledging such common behavior was beneath its dignity. Adam and Sam exchanged looks and burst out laughing. The farmhouse itself was a sprawling 2-story building of weathered stone and dark wood, with a wraparound porch that seemed designed for long evenings watching the sunset over the ocean. Herb gardens surrounded it in concentric circles, each ring holding plants that shouldn't have been able to grow together: winter mint beside summer sage, frostberries next to desert bloom. The air itself felt different here, cleaner, easier to breathe, carrying the mingled scents of ocean spray and fresh baked bread. Even the cat seemed affected, ears perked forward with unusual interest as it surveyed this new domain from its perch. A booming laugh rolled across the farmyard as Ben emerged from behind a stack of freshly cut timber, his face creasing into a map of cheerful wrinkles. Well, if it isn't my jogging friend. He dusted off his hands on his work pants, that same twinkle in his eye Adam remembered from their first meeting. And you've brought company, including. He paused, studying the black cat who had jumped down from the cart with unusual grace. Quite an interesting cat. Nonsense, Ben interjected, waving his hand dismissively. I'll take you back myself later. No need to arrange another ride. Oh, you shouldn't have. Ben's face lit up as he peeked under the cloth. Fresh peaches. And are those butter cookies I smell? The vendor claimed they're the best in the duchy. Sam chimed in with a grin. Though personally, I think the honey cakes might give them a run for their money. Sorry for dropping by unannounced, Adam added. This is Sam, by the way, my friend from Zerks. A pleasure, sir, Sam said, offering a polite bow. Another mage in training, are you? Ben's eyes crinkled with interest. Yes, sir. Second year like Adam. Sam gestured at the windmills. I've read so much about this place, those enchanted windmills are famous even in the northern provinces. Ah, Ben's face lit up. My daughter's a mage too, graduated Zerks few years back. Works with weather patterns now down in the Southern Isles. Always nice to meet fellow practitioners. Though he chuckled, I'm just a simple farmer myself. The land does most of the magic around here, I just tend to it. Does she work with the merchant ships? Sam asked, genuinely curious. The Southern Isles are quite far, Adam mused. Must be quite different from working the farmland here. That's my Maya never could resist a challenge, Ben beamed proudly. Though she started right here, helping me predict the rains for planting season. The old groundskeeper's eyes lingered on the cat for a moment longer than strictly necessary, but his warm smile never wavered. Perfect timing too, just finished splitting the morning's wood. Though he added with a knowing grin, I suspect you didn't come all this way just to watch an old man stack lumber. Actually, Adam began, but Ben raised a weathered hand. He wiped his brow with a worn handkerchief, gesturing toward the main house. Come on then, let's get you two settled. Nothing like morning tea after a long ride, that's what my grandmother used to say. Of course, she also said never to trust a rooster that could do arithmetic, but that's a story for another time. Following Ben's lead, they made their way through the farmyard. Sam's head kept turning left and right, taking in everything with wide eyes. The air here, Sam whispered to Adam, it's incredible. Adam nodded. Even for a mage-tended farm, the concentration of mana was unusual. It permeated the air like morning dew, fresh and pure, making them feel oddly light, almost buoyant. Each breath seemed to fill them with vitality. Past the windmills and orchards, a grand manor house rose in the distance, its stone walls gleaming in the morning sun. That's the Duke's residence, Ben explained, following their gaze, though it's been quiet these past months. His Grace was summoned to the capital by the Emperor himself, took most of the household with him, just us caretakers watching over things until they return. A loud meow interrupted them as the black cat suddenly darted ahead, making straight for an ancient apple tree. Despite the season, its branches were bare of fruit. Oh, Adam, look, Sam's voice rose with excitement. Is that? Ben's hearty laugh rolled across the grounds. I see you know your history, young man. Yes, that's Master Law's tree, or so the stories say. Been here longer than any of us, that's for certain. 3,000 years, give or take a century. He sighed fondly. Used to bear the sweetest apples you'd ever taste, golden as sunrise. Haven't seen a single fruit in years now, though. Still, just having it here. He patted the gnarled trunk as they passed. Well, it's a piece of history, isn't it? Despite Sam's excitement, Adam felt nothing particular from the ancient tree he'd hoped for. Anything a residual trace, a whisper of magic that might give him a clue about Law or the book. But the tree, however old, seemed to hold its secrets close. Ben led them to a wooden table under a sprawling oak, its weathered surface worn smooth by countless meals. As he busied himself with an old iron kettle over a small cooking fire, Sam kept sneaking glances at the apple tree, practically bouncing in his seat with barely contained enthusiasm. The smell of herb tea and honey mingled with wood smoke. Ben had also brought out fresh bread, still warm, and a pot of thick stew that had been simmering since morning. It was simple fare, but somehow perfectly suited to the setting. Nothing better than a hot meal in the open air, Ben said, ladling out generous portions, though Maya always says I add too much pepper. Adam found his eyes drawn back to the apple tree. The black cat remained there, sitting perfectly still, staring up into the bare branches as if seeing something they couldn't. Even Ben's old sheepdog, which had wandered over hoping for scraps, couldn't distract it from whatever had caught its attention. He was about to get up and investigate when Ben placed a steaming mug in front of him. Here you go, boys. My special blend, good for clearing the mind. The tea was fragrant and soothing, and soon they were all listening to Ben's stories about Maya's early days of magic study, how she'd accidentally created a miniature rain cloud that followed her around for a week, how she'd made the windmills spin backwards trying to improve their efficiency. It was only when Ben started clearing the dishes that the cat finally sauntered over, looking perfectly satisfied with itself, and settled near Adam's feet as if it had never been anywhere else. And that's when Maya realized you can't actually herd butterflies with wind magic. Ben chuckled, gathering the last of the cups. Though I must say, it made for a spectacular garden party. Several hours later, nighttime, somewhere in the docks of Arcos. Pass me the blunt, Lars. Lars handed it to Johan without looking away from the water. The moon caught the ripples just right, making the harbor look almost pretty if you ignored the smell. Getting cold out here. Winter's coming. That's what your sister said last night. Frank drawled from his perch on a crate. Hans snorted his drink. Lars flipped Frank off without turning around. Get lost. Can't. Too busy with your... Both of you shut it, Johan cut in, though his shoulders shook with silent laughter. Guard patrol in 10. Frank stretched, joints popping. They're late anyway. Cisco sure this is the right dock. When's he ever wrong? Hans asked, wiping his nose with his sleeve. Fair point. Frank pulled his coat tighter. Still, sitting here with my ass freezing to these crates wasn't how I planned to spend my night. Could be worse, Lars said. Remember that job in the sewers? A collective groan rose from the group. He agreed never to talk about that again, Johan muttered, passing the blunt back. Heard that Mage kid's been stirring up trouble, Hans said, breaking the comfortable silence. The one who got the children all riled up. You mean the one who got them in the circle at each other's throats? Johan took another drag. Smart play. Lars checked his pocket watch. Midnight, you don't think? Frank shifted uneasily. You don't think Helios shows up tonight, right? Relax, Hans said. Marco said he's busy elsewhere. Something about a meeting with... A scuff of boots against wood. The blunt hit the ground, stomped out in one fluid motion. Steel whispered against leather as weapons appeared in practiced hands. Lars pressed himself against a stack of crates, counting footsteps. One set. Light, trying to be quiet and failing. A shadow moved past their hiding spot. Lars lunged, one hand clamping over the stranger's mouth before they could scream. The knife at their throat caught moonlight. Wait, Johan hissed, moving closer. The tension bled out of his shoulders. Lars let him go. It's our guy. Lars released his grip. The guard's eyes flicked from Johan's curved blade to Frank's brass knuckles, then lingered on the worn grip of Hans' crossbow. He swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing. Those, his voice cracked. He cleared his throat, tried again. Those weren't part of the arrangement. Insurance, Johan said simply. The guard's gaze settled on Lars' knife. A small dark stain marked his collar where he'd started sweating. Right, insurance, of course. He let out a weak laugh that didn't reach his eyes. Totally reasonable, totally normal. I'm just here to unlock the gate and look the other way. Like we agreed. Then do it, Lars said quietly. The guard led them down the dock, past rows of legitimate cargo until they reached a section marked with a subtle chalk symbol, a crescent moon inside a triangle. Just came in, he whispered, gesturing to a stack of unmarked crates. Arrived through the ghost port. Ghost port, Frank asked. The guard glanced around before explaining. They use hedge mages to create a pocket space like a bubble between realities. Ships sail in through normal waters, then slip sideways into the bubble. Makes them invisible to harbor patrol. When they're ready to unload, they phase back in, but only part way. Cargo exists in both spaces at once until it's marked and pulled through completely. Lars ran his fingers over the chalk symbol. Smart. That's why you need someone like me to mark it, the guard said, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. Without the right sigils, you'd reach for a crate and your hand would pass right through, or worse, get stuck between spaces. Fascinating, Johan drawled. Now open it. The guard pulled out another key, this one marked with similar symbols to the chalk marks. Right, yes, of course. The lock clicked and the crate's lid creaked open. Rows of weapons packed in straw. Would you look at that? Hans whistled low. Qualities. Frank lifted a crossbow, testing its weight. Children aren't going to like missing these beauties. Lars grinned, running his finger along a sword's edge. Shame that. They shared a laugh, the kind that comes easy after a job well done. Keep it down, the guard hissed, though he was smiling too. My payment. All right, all right. Johan chuckled, reaching into his pocket. Then. It was such a small sound, confused, almost thoughtful. Lars turned just in time to see Johan's eyes go wide, his mouth forming a perfect O of surprise. A dark stain spread across his chest. The moment stretched like molasses. Lars saw everything with crystal clarity, the way Johan's hand fell from his pocket, coins scattering across the dock, the guard's empty smile, the metallic gleam between Johan's ribs, then time snapped back like a bowstring. Ambush. Lars screamed, but Hans was already falling, a crossbow bolt through his throat. Frank's brass knuckles caught moonlight as he spun. Hot blood sprayed across Lars' face. Frank's head took a lazy spin through the air, a look of surprise forever frozen on his features before it splashed into the dark water. The body stood for a moment, a fountain of red before crumpling. Frank, Johan, good evening, gentlemen. The voice was smooth as silk, almost cheerful. Lars turned slowly, blood dripping from his chin. A tall figure stood at the edge of the lamplight, sword resting casually on his shoulder. Moonlight caught his unkempt blonde hair, and stubble shadowed his jaw like he hadn't bothered to shave for a few days. His eyes glowed an unnatural green, shifting and swirling. The same energy dripped from his blade as if it was on fire. Green fire, a fluid user. The guard broke first, scrambling backwards. Please, sir, I was just... Leaving, the figure's smile widened. How rude. He made a lazy flicking motion with his sword. A crescent of green fluid sliced through the air, a signature move every person in the Empire knew to fear and admire. The guard's scream cut off abruptly as his upper half slid away from his legs. Both pieces hit the dock with a wet thud, the cut so clean it took several seconds for blood to well up. "Star Knight," Lars whispered, the words tasting like ash. Every story, every warning about these enhanced killers crashed through his mind. The fluid in their veins that made them more than human. The impossible speed. The casual violence. "Oh, you recognize me. I'm flattered." The knight stretched, joints popping like he was preparing for a light workout rather than standing in a growing pool of blood. Though I have to say, this wasn't much of a challenge. I was hoping for some entertainment tonight. Hands raised his crossbow with shaking hands. Now that's the spirit. The knight's laugh echoed across the water. "But really, you might as well throw rocks. It would be just as effective and far less embarrassing." Lars never thought he'd count the seconds to his own death. Funny how the mind works. 1. The knight moved like he wasn't bound by the same rules as everyone else. Hands got off his shot. The knight caught the bolt with his teeth, spat it out, and crushed Hand's skull under his boot in one fluid motion. "Oops," he chuckled, wiping gore from his boot on Hand's jacket. In meaning to cut down on the sweets. 2. The last 2 members of Lars' crew died in the space of a blink. One bisected vertically, the other's spine pulled out through his chest. The knight was humming a tavern song. 3. Lars stood alone, watching his own breath fog in the cold air. The knight hadn't even broken a sweat. If anything, he looked bored. "Would have been faster," the knight mused, flicking blood from his blade, "but I do enjoy our little chats. Makes the job less monotonous, you know." Lars realized he was still counting. There wouldn't be a 4. "What's your name?" Lars' tongue felt like lead. Was this some sick game? Come now. The knight patted his shoulder, making Lars flinch so hard he nearly fell. "Easy there, friend. I'm not that frightening, am I?" He paused, considering. "Well, perhaps a little. Silver Circle or another group?" "Another group," Lars managed, surprised he could form words at all. The knight sighed dramatically. "Shame. Was hoping to catch some Silver Circle rats. Oh well." He waved his hand dismissively. "Not important. Listen carefully now, I need you to deliver a message. Since your people knew about this shipment, you clearly have decent information networks, so maybe you can help spread the word about him." "Him?" Lars asked before he could stop himself. "Oh, you can talk properly. Wonderful." The knight's cheerful tone made Lars' knees weak. "You know that troublesome Mage, the one causing all this fuss. The children are paying quite handsomely for his head, so tell him to do us all a favor and come quietly." His green eyes flickered. "Before I have to find him myself. Do you understand?" "Yes," Lars whispered. "Excellent." The knight made a shooing motion with his hands. "Off you go then." Lars stood frozen, certain this was a trap. The 4th second had come to pass. The moment he turned, that blade would. "Oh, for heaven's sake." The knight rolled his eyes. "Go, scram, vamoose, whatever word you prefer. I don't have all night, and you're getting blood on my nice clean dock." Lars ran. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs gave out, the knight's laughter echoing in his ears. He ran until the dock and its horrors were far behind him, though he knew with terrible certainty that no distance would ever be far enough if that man decided to chase. Standard rules. Professor Crowley stood in the academy's training grounds, morning light casting long shadows across the grass. The copper circles beneath their feet had seen countless duels, worn smooth by generations of students. Around them, crystalline pillars hummed softly, ready to contain any wayward spells. No lethal spells, no strikes to vital points. Basic enhancement and defensive arts, only, nothing beyond second-year curriculum. His voice carried across the field. "Remember, you are mages of Xerx, honor that." The usual chatter from the stone benches had died away. Even the birds seemed to have gone quiet. Duels always had that effect, for some reason. Adam studied Karian across the circle. The other boy's hands were steady, his stance balanced, no swagger, just focus. The copper circles began to glow as both drew power. Around them, the crystal pillars hummed, barrier spells shimmering into place. "This counts for 10% of your finals," Crowley said. "Remember, the moment you step outside your circle, the duel begins. Victory by yield, incapacitation, or ring out." He looked between them. "Ready?" The silence deepened. Neither boy moved. Neither blinked. Crowley raised his hand and let it hung in the air, suspended between one moment and the next, and then it fell. "Fight." Adam wove a barrier, no gestures, just pure intent shaped by will. A heartbeat later, Karian's force bolt crashed against it, bright and violent. Fighting another mage was like playing 3 games of chess at once while running a marathon. Every spell cost mana. Every defense needed maintenance. Every moment required complete awareness of your reserves, your opponent's stance, the dozen possible counterspells you might need in the next breath. Adam let his barrier fade and launched 3 quick bolts of his own. Karian deflected 2, dodged the third, his hands tracing the standard defensive forms. Those precious half-seconds of gesture weaving gave Adam the opening he needed. He layered a subtle binding spell beneath his next attack, basic second-year magic, but perfectly timed. Karian saw the obvious strike coming. He didn't notice the trap until his shield spell snagged on the binding, destabilizing both. His recovery was fast, but Adam was already moving, pressing the advantage with a series of precise, mana-efficient strikes. This was the core of magical combat, not raw power, but the interplay of technique and timing. Every spell was a commitment of energy. Every defense had its blind spots. Victory went to the mage who could think 3 moves ahead while executing the current one perfectly. Karian switched tactics, abandoning complex shields for quick deflections. Smart, less mana drain, more mobility. But Adam had anticipated this. He wove his attacks into patterns, each spell forcing specific responses, gradually limiting Karian's options, like a net slowly tightening. But lately, these pure magical duels had started feeling sterile. Adam couldn't quite place when the restlessness had begun. Was it puberty increasing rashness, as Professor Merwin had so diplomatically suggested? Or maybe after everything he'd been through, he'd simply developed a deep, personal appreciation for solving his problems with a well-placed punch to the face. The cause did not matter that much. He liked it that way. Adam began closing the distance, weaving his spells tighter, shorter, more personal. Karian noticed. A grin spread across his face. He understood. Karian Dmitri, heir to the Dmitri barony in the northern reaches of Sundar. They weren't friends, barely spoke outside of classes, but everyone knew of his family. The Dimitris were an old bloodline, notorious for their unique approach to magic. While most noble houses focused on pure spellcraft, the Dimitris had maintained their warrior mage traditions for generations, blending physical combat with magical theory. The boys met in the middle of the arena. Adam's barrier deflected a force bolt, while his left hook sliced through where Karian's head had been a moment before. The other boy moved like water, his counter spell flowing into an elbow strike that Adam barely blocked. This was better. This was alive, more challenging, pure spell weaving. Adam clearly had the edge there. But here, in this dance of fist and force, technique and timing, here Karian was in his element. Magic crackled between punches. Basic spells woven in split seconds, defensive barriers snapping up and down between exchanges. Adam's straight right connected, backed by just enough force magic to make it sting. Karian answered with a sweep enhanced by momentum spells. The adrenaline sang in Adam's blood. This wasn't just about mana management anymore, it was about reading muscles, anticipating strikes, feeling the flow of combat in bone and breath. Their spells became shorter, sharper, integrated into their movements. A barrier flash formed to cover a dodge, a force push disguised by a feint. Adam saw the trap a fraction of a second too late. Karian's apparent opening was a lure, his defensive stance a lie. That was when something strange occurred. Time. Time seemed to slow as Adam's body registered what his mind already knew he'd overcommitted. The world spun. When his vision cleared, Karian had him locked, position perfect, leverage absolute. I yield, Adam managed between heavy breaths. Mana manipulation magic has reached level 103. Boxing mastery common has reached level 2. The training grounds erupted. Did you see that? Holy, that was incredible. The way they switched from spells to combat. Idiot threw away a perfect advantage. Shut up, that was the best duel we've had all year. Pure Dmitri style right there. The second years were practically falling off the stone benches, their previous silence forgotten in an explosion of excited chatter and wild gestures. A few were already trying to mimic the moves they'd just witnessed, nearly smacking their classmates in the process. Karian rolled off him, breathing hard, sweat darkening his uniform. He extended a hand down to Adam, who was still trying to remember which way was up. That, Karian panted, grinning, was a proper fight. Adam looked up at the offered hand, smiled, and grabbed it. As Karian pulled him up, he added, though you know you would have won easily if you'd stuck to pure spellwork, right? Adam laughed, wiping dirt from his clothes. Where's the fun in that? Besides, I wanted to see if the stories about Dmitri combat magic were true. Speaking of stories, Karian said, rolling his shoulder where one of Adam's enhanced punches had connected, I always see you in the library. Or used to anyway. Then the rumors started about you going hunting in the forest preserve. He gestured at Adam's improved physique. Guess they weren't just rumors. Could have used my glasses though, Adam admitted, squinting slightly. Pretty sure I missed some good openings there. You fight without your Karian started before Professor Crowley's voice cut through their conversation. If you two are quite finished with your mutual admiration society, he called out, we have 3 more duels to get through before lunch. The boys shared a look and quickly moved to clear the arena, but Crowley pulled them aside as the next duel was setting up, speaking low enough that only they could hear. Excellent showing, both of you. Mr. Dmitri 17 out of 20. Clean victory, good form throughout. He turned to Adam. 15 out of 20. Your initial spell work was exceptional, but deliberately abandoning a winning position during an exam. He shook his head. Test your limits on your own time, Mr. Silla. 15. Adam frowned. He'd expected a deduction for abandoning his advantage, but that seemed. Not for your tactical choices, Crowley clarified, his voice dropping even lower. You used fluid, just for a fraction of a second, but you did. I don't need to remind you that's forbidden, regardless of your year. You can use fluid, Karian whispered, eyes wide. Adam opened his mouth to deny it, then hesitated. That moment when time had seemed to slow, had he unconsciously. We'll discuss this another time, Crowley said firmly. Now back to your seats, both of you. The morning's matches continued, the arena's barrier spell humming back to life as Professor Crowley called the next pair. Around the arena's edges, students and their familiars watched with varying degrees of interest. He felt something warm press against his leg. The black cat, still nameless, still mysterious, had decided to grace him with its presence. It now allowed him to scratch behind its ears, purring softly. That was amazing, Sam whispered, still wide-eyed from a Dom's match. I mean, you lost, but still, when did you learn to? Samuel Harbinski and Reed Pierce, take your positions. Sam's face lost all color. Stop panicking, Adam said quietly. Your spell weaving is good, just be confident. Good luck. But as soon as Reed launched his first attack, a simple fire spiral that any second year should be able to counter, Sam's shield crumpled like paper in rain. Adam winced. Match, Crowley called out. Pierce, 14-20. He turned to Sam. Harbinski, 11-20. Your weaving patterns were correct, but hesitation in combat is fatal. Work on your confidence before the next evaluation. Yes, Professor, whispers rippled through the crowd. 2 copper on Damas's match. Make it 3 and I'll take that bet. Sam slumped onto the bench beside Adam, nursing a singed sleeve. I don't suppose you could. Sam, let's train together, Adam said immediately, before Sam could continue. He'd been watching his friend struggle for weeks now, and something in today's match had finally crystallized his decision. Sam had potential. Adam had seen it in their theoretical classes, in the way he could break down complex spell patterns like they were children's puzzles. He just needed someone to believe in him. And while Adam might not be the most qualified teacher, having learned most of his combat skills from that old street fighting manual and surviving against people who thought they could steamroll him, well, sometimes the best teachers were the ones who remembered what it was like to struggle. Really, Sam's eyes lit up slightly, though he tried to hide it. You're not too busy. For you, don't be ridiculous. And maybe Adam thought teaching would force him to better understand the basics he'd been skipping over in his rush to get stronger. It was time to commit to this properly. We'll start tomorrow morning. Several matches blurred past the usual display of standard academy techniques, nothing remarkable. Then Damas stepped into the arena. The whispers died. Even Crowley straightened, his scarred face showing keen interest. Damas moved like his element was air itself, each gesture flowing into the next. His opponent, a tall girl from the eastern provinces named Jana, never stood a chance. The fight lasted exactly 43 seconds. Match, Lightbringer, 18-20 cars, 16-20. Good match. Crowley's announcement was unnecessary. Everyone had known the outcome before it began. Adam watched Damas bow to his defeated opponent, every movement precise, controlled the hallmark of a true combat mage in training. The memory of their own fight rose unbidden. He'd won that day, yes, but it was pure luck, really the surprise of the shrimp fighting like a back alley knife fighter. The art of street fighting had given him an edge that day, but only because Damas hadn't expected it. Next time, he could feel the stares boring into his back, hear the whispers. How did that guy even beat Damas? Must have been a fluke. Maybe Lightbringer was sick that day. No way he'd lose to someone half his size otherwise. Adam resisted the urge to roll his eyes. First off, Damas was not that taller than him. And second, yes, because height was clearly the determining factor in magical combat. These people would probably fall for the same tricks Damas had, but that wasn't the point. Adam's fingers drummed against his notebook, where he kept track of the fluid movement exercises. His current approach, using surprise and cunning to overcome superior skill, had worked so far. But sooner or later, he'd face someone who wouldn't give him the luxury of being underestimated, someone who'd come at him with full force from the start. The club's schedule flashed through his mind. If he doubled his boxing practice, added extra fluid control exercises between classes. Later that day after classes, "You never did tell me how you lost your glasses during hunting," Sam said as they walked down the cobblestone streets of Arcos. Market stalls lined both sides, their colorful awnings fluttering in the early autumn breeze. How does someone even struggle with a deer that badly? Bold of you to assume it was a deer, Adam said, stepping around a puddle that reflected the city's floating towers. I tripped over a root and fell into a thorny bush. Not my finest moment. Sam's skeptical look suggested he wasn't buying it, but he didn't press further. The fact that Adam had actually spent hours in a magical labyrinth with a grumpy leprechaun doing a series of tests and somehow emerged stronger rather than irreparably traumatized was probably best left unmentioned. He still wasn't entirely sure how Orinth's magic had managed that particular feat of mental gymnastics. The optician's shop should be around this corner, Adam said, pausing at a vendor selling roasted chestnuts. The warm, sweet smell made his stomach growl, unless they've moved since the last time I was here, which was about 6 decades ago. They turned onto Silver Street, where enchanted lanterns were already starting to glow despite the early hour, their light catching on the various magical implements displayed in shop windows. The optician's sign, a pair of golden spectacles that actually blinked at passersby, creaked gently in the wind. At least we won't have to go all the way to the upper district, Sam said, eyeing the floating towers above them. I hate those sky bridges. Not fond of heights. Not fond of bridges that sway in the wind while floating hundreds of feet in the air, no. The shop bell tinkled as they stepped inside. It smelled like polish and old wood. A plump woman with silver-streaked hair looked up from where she was adjusting a pair of floating spectacles with a crystal wand. Her own glasses shifted through different colors as she spoke. Welcome to Clarity Craft. I'm Madame Iris. Oh my, those are quite the prescription frames you're missing, young man. Adam blinked. You can tell. 30 years of matching eyes to lenses, dear. Your squint has a squint. She gestured at the displays around them. Now we have everything from basic clarity to our premium Eagles Vision line. Those let you spot a copper coin from 2 districts away, though I wouldn't recommend them unless you fancy constant headaches. Sam wandered over to a pair that kept splitting into multiple frames and merging back together. What about these? Ah, the diplomat's choice. Shows you what people looked like 5 minutes ago. Wonderful for catching liars, terrible for avoiding motion sickness. Just prescription lenses, please, Adam said hastily, for reading and distance. Sensible choice. Madame Iris pulled out a small golden disc etched with concentric rings of runes. Hold still, dear. This will map your sight pattern. The disc hummed softly, runes lighting up as she held it before his eyes. Interesting. Your magical signature is quite unique. Almost like she paused, then smiled. Well, never mind that. Now frames. They went through several options: self-cleaning, unbreakable, ones that adjusted their tint based on lighting. Adam settled on a simple pair with thin silver frames. Good choice. Now the attunement. She placed the frames on a velvet cushion and began tracing patterns with her wand. The runes from the disc transferred to the lenses, shrinking until they were nearly invisible, mere whispers of light catching the glass. The runes will sync with your sight, she explained, adjusting constantly as you wear them. Try them on. Adam put them on. The world snapped into focus. They're great, but he reached into his pocket and pulled out the monocle Riddler's Bane. Would there be any way to integrate this into the new glasses? Madame Iris took the monocle carefully, her own color-shifting glasses flickering rapidly as she examined it. Her eyes widened slightly. My word, this is quite the artifact you have here, young man, she said in a lower voice, glancing at Sam, who was thoroughly distracted by a display of smoke lens spectacles. Can it be done? Done? I could do it right now. Her eyes sparkled with professional excitement. Give me a few minutes in my workshop. They heard various sounds from the back room, gentle chiming, a few whispered chants for some reason, what might have been crystal being carefully worked. When she emerged, she held a pair of glasses that looked almost identical to the simple silver frames Adam had chosen, but with an almost imperceptible sheen to the right lens. I've layered your prescription over the artifact's lens and changed its form to better adapt to the pair, she explained quietly, maintaining its original properties while adding the clarity you need. The enchantment shouldn't be affected at all, in fact. The prescription layer might even help focus its effects more precisely. Quite remarkable craftsmanship in this piece, by the way. Haven't seen work like this in decades. Perfect, Adam said, then frowned. Though for combat training, say no more. Madame Iris produced a thin enchanted cord, dwarvish-style metal weave, flexible but unbreakable, might save your nose in a fight, and they are thin enough to be almost invisible. As she attached the cord, she added with a wink, oh, and I've thrown in a little extra protection charm, no charge. Impact resistance and stabilization enchantment. Even if you take a hit to the face or they get jostled about, they'll stay put and keep working. Can't have a young mage losing his sight in the middle of a scrap, can we? Think nothing of it, dear. Just promise me you'll be careful out there. Sam peered at a pair of specs that seemed to be made of living smoke. Don't even think about it, Adam told him. Those probably show you your own future or something equally headache-inducing. Ghost glimpse model, Madame Iris confirmed cheerfully. Very popular with spirit mediums and temple diviners. Quite the marvel for ceremonial work, though I always advise customers to use them sparingly. The ethereal plane can be overwhelming for beginners. She adjusted her own color-shifting glasses with pride. We do have a modified version that's gentler on the senses if you're interested in divination work. Sam's eyes lit up for a moment before Adam shook his head. Maybe another time. We should head back before afternoon classes. Of course, Madame Iris said, wrapping up their purchase. But do come back if you're curious about our specialized collections. A young mage never knows when alternative perspectives might come in handy. They walked back through the market, Adam occasionally tilting his head just to marvel at how crisp everything looked. It had only been a few days without his glasses, but he'd somehow forgotten just how clear the world could be. The floating towers weren't just vague shapes anymore, and he could actually read the market signs without squinting himself a headache. With a subtle thought, he activated the artifact's power in his right lens. The world shifted, mana particles dancing through the air like dust in sunlight. Another thought and they vanished, leaving just the crystal-clear normal vision. Perfect. The integration was seamless. "We're getting those chestnuts," he declared, already veering toward the vendor they'd passed earlier. Now he could properly see the steam rising from the roasting pan, the way the shells had split to reveal the golden brown nuts inside. "I can actually see how perfectly roasted they are now." Sam laughed. "Is this going to be a thing? You rediscovering everything with working eyes?" "Absolutely." Adam bought a paper cone full of hot chestnuts, sharing them as they walked. The warmth seeped through his gloves, and the sweet, nutty taste was exactly as good as the smell had promised. The rest of the day unfolded normally: afternoon classes, training with the club, the usual chaos of academy life, except now Adam could actually see what he was doing. The round silver frames settled on his nose like they'd always belonged there, and if anyone noticed the nearly invisible cord keeping them secure, they didn't mention it. But as the last class wrapped up, Adam wasn't ready to call it a day. "Hey," he caught Sam's sleeve as they left the lecture hall. "Come to the pitch with me." Sam clutched his books closer, eyeing the darkening sky like it might bite. "Now, it's cold out there, and dinner won't take long. Besides," Adam grinned, "you can't hide in the library forever." "I don't hide," Sam muttered, but fell into step beside him anyway. "I strategically avoid situations where people might set me on fire. That's why we're going now. No one around to see you practice." "Oh, wonderful. So when I freeze to death, no one will find my body until spring." Sam hugged himself tighter. "You know, my father says everyone in this school is basically a walking disaster waiting to happen. One bad day, one slip in control." He gestured vaguely. "Boom, that rarely happens, but it happens. Remember last year, when that fifth year lost control during exam week, 3 people in the infirmary." Sam's voice dropped. "As my father says, better safe than sorry when everyone around you can accidentally kill you with a sneeze." Adam stayed quiet for a moment. He couldn't exactly argue with that. He'd seen enough training accidents to know how quickly things could go wrong. He glanced at his friend, understanding the weight behind those words. Sam came from a long line of merchants, generations of non-mages who'd never had to worry about accidentally setting things on fire or freezing them solid. Then Sam had awakened at 8, the stone turning silver for him when the Seekers came. The first mage in his family's history. No one had been prepared for what that meant, least of all Sam himself. That devastating loss of control, his sister being injured and his mother still lying comatose in a healing ward 3 regions away. The monthly letters Sam wrote, knowing she might never read them. Like all awakened mages, he'd had no choice but to learn control. It was imperial law and simple necessity. No wonder his father's protective instincts had transformed into constant cautioning against the dangers of magic. Better safe than sorry had become the family motto, even as they supported Sam's education from afar. After all, what merchant father knew how to raise a mage child safely? Sam wasn't a coward. Cowards didn't spend extra hours in the library learning theory, didn't push themselves to understand every aspect of magic they could. Cowards didn't keep trying, keep studying, keep pushing forward despite their fears. That same caution that kept Sam safe, though, was also holding him back from reaching his full potential. "That's why we're doing this," Adam finally said, gentler than usual. "So next time someone loses control, you'll be ready." The crossbow pitch stretched out before them, vast and empty in the deepening dusk. The black cat padded after them, settling on the sidelines like a tiny spectator. "Seriously, though, what are we doing out here?" Sam rubbed his arms. "In case you hadn't noticed, it's cold as a frost giant's." "Learning," Adam said, feeling his fluid stir, warming him from within. "Remember what you said about Eastern focusing techniques. Time to put theory into practice." He planted his feet shoulder-width apart and drew in a deep breath. The cold air filled his lungs, sharp and crisp. As he exhaled, a thin wisp of vapor curled upward. Another breath in, slower this time, deeper. The fluid responded, thrumming beneath his skin like a second heartbeat. Sam shifted uncomfortably. "Is this the part where you reveal you've secretly been a breathing expert all along?" When Adam didn't respond, he turned to their feline observer. "Any idea what he's doing?" Meow. With each measured breath, more vapor spiraled around Adam. The autumn chill bit deeper than it should, especially this early in the season. Something in his chest tightened, not from the cold, but from memory. The year 847 had ended just like this, hadn't it? The same unseasonable chill that everyone had laughed off as a quirk of weather. No one had thought to question it until years later, when that necromancer rose from the northern wastes. But Adam was too weak to do anything about that now, too far away, and who would believe him anyway, based on nothing but unusual weather? No, he just had to focus on the task at hand, one final exhale and... The warmth that had been building beneath Adam's skin suddenly erupted, rushing through every vessel and pathway in his body. Blue fluid burst from within, wreathing him in light that rippled like water yet moved like flame. His breath caught not from effort, but from the sheer euphoria flooding his system. Every nerve sang, every sense sharpened. The autumn chill that had been biting at him moments ago became nothing more than a gentle caress. Power. Pure, intoxicating power thrummed through him, settling into his bones like it had always belonged there. Fluid, Sam stumbled backward, the blue light reflecting off his glasses. You manifested actual fluid. When did you? Dom couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. It wasn't the first time, but the rush of manifesting fluid never got old, that perfect moment when everything clicked into place and the world became sharper, brighter, more real somehow. His body felt lighter yet stronger, as if gravity itself had loosened its hold. This, he said, is what we're going to learn. Adam rolled his shoulders. His joints cracked satisfyingly as he stretched, the sound crisp in his heightened awareness. He bounced on his toes, luxuriating in how responsive his body felt. So what emotion did it for you? Sam asked, watching him warm up. Everyone says it's different. Anger, joy, desperation, spite. Sam fell quiet for a moment. Then, you know what, that's totally like you. Adam paused mid-stretch. You think I've always been like that? There were signs. Sam adjusted his glasses, speaking in that matter-of-fact way of his. Like when instructor Brown from our first year said you'd never master basic shielding, and you spent 3 weeks perfecting it just to demonstrate it in front of the whole class. Or that time when Drew said memorizing runic sequences was pointless, so you learned the entire third codex by heart just to correct him every time he misquoted it. Oh, and remember when Helena said your handwriting was atrocious. You spent 2 months practicing calligraphy until yours was better than hers. Adam blinked. He didn't remember any of those moments from his actual childhood, his first childhood. These were memories from this life, this version of him, but hearing them laid out like that, Sam waved a hand vaguely, get this look in your eyes sometimes. Like someone told you no, and you decided that was personally offensive. Adam let out a laugh that was maybe a touch too self-conscious, suddenly aware of how that look Sam described might be playing across his face right now. Well, since you're such an expert on my personality, he rolled his wrists. Want to help me figure this out? All those Eastern scrolls you've been hoarding in your room, all those theories about fluid manipulation, we could test them. The fluid flickered slightly, betraying his still tenuous control. I mean, I can barely keep it stable, but Sam's eyes lit up behind his glasses. He was already reaching for the notebook that seemed permanently attached to his robes. Wait, you mean all those treatises about emotional resonance and energy pathways? The meridian theory from the Jade Scrolls, exactly. Adam grinned, and maybe watching might help you find your own trigger. You've got the theory down better than anyone, probably better than most of the instructors. I've been studying the way fluid manifests differently in each person. Sam was already scribbling. The scrolls say it's like a fingerprint unique to each individual. Let's start by the basics, breathing. The black cat, which had been dozing, suddenly perked up its ears, golden eyes fixing on the blue light dancing around Adam. Oh, getting interested, are we? Adam smiled at their feline observer. Just watch, we're about to put on quite a show. I found my breath pattern, by the way, I can meditate. Adam said casually, still stretching. Sam nearly dropped his notebook. What, already? It takes years to find yours among hundreds of thousands of possibilities. Even masters spend decades helping people find their individual patterns. How did you? Accident, really? Adam shrugged, turning to face the practice pitch. His fluid rippled with each controlled breath. The spike got it started, but emotion alone isn't enough to maintain it. You know what they say, fluid can only be optimized in a strong body. I need to work on control on the physical aspect. Sam was practically vibrating with excitement now, pushing his glasses up his nose repeatedly. This is incredible. We could document your progress, map your pattern, study how it develops with weight. He pulled out a fresh page. What are we going to try first? Well, Adam rolled his shoulders one last time, then turned to Sam with a slight smile. You're going to shoot me. What, shoot me with fireball spells, or wind arrows? Anything, your choice. Have you lost your mind? No, I am completely sane. Adam, Sam pinched the bridge of his nose under his glasses. There are dozens of safer ways to test fluid control. We could start with basic resistance exercises or energy circulation paths, or boring, or measure your fluid's response to controlled stimuli. Still boring. Or document its natural flow patterns. Adam's fluid pulsed slightly with his impatience. I need real pressure, real stakes. How am I supposed to learn control if I'm just standing there doing breathing exercises? By not dying? Sam threw his hands up. Look, even if, and that's a big if, I agreed to this madness, my accuracy with offensive spells is terrible. I could actually hurt you. Perfect. That makes it even more motivating. Sam stared at his friend for a long moment. You know, when I imagined helping with your training, I was thinking more along the lines of taking notes and offering theoretical insights. Not attempted murder. It's not murder if I ask for it, Adam said cheerfully. Come on, what's the worst that could happen? Do you want that list alphabetically or by severity of bodily harm? Look, it's not just about testing limits. Fluid enhances reflexes, right, but I need to learn how to gauge that enhancement, how to control it under pressure. I can't do that with theoretical exercises. Adam's fluid swirled more steadily now, matching his more serious tone. Right now, I either can't access it at all, or it comes out too strong. I need to find the middle ground, and for that, you need dynamic stimulus, Sam finished reluctantly, his academic side starting to see the logic, and the threat response would create more realistic conditions for control practice. Exactly. Besides, if I'm going to lose control, better do it here with you than in the middle of a battle. You're going to be in battles, don't mind that. Dom waved his hand dismissively, and before Sam could press further, he continued, you know enough theory to spot if something's going wrong, and you're too cautious to actually hit me with anything dangerous. Sam adjusted his glasses, clearly wavering. The principle is sound, but you do realize you're asking me to break about 15 different academy safety protocols. 17, actually. I counted. Adam grinned. Think of it as a practical research opportunity. So are you in, or are we doing this the boring way? Adam asked, already settling into a ready stance. Sam sighed heavily, taking off his robe despite the cold. I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. If anyone asks, I was coerced. That's the spirit. And we're starting with the weakest possible spells. Fine, fine. And if I see anything looking unstable, we stop immediately. Yes, Professor, and... Sam, Adam interrupted, his fluid beginning to stir more actively. Stop stalling and shoot me. Okay, I'm weaving the spell now, Sam announced, raising his hand with exaggerated slowness. Adam rolled his eyes. You know, the point of combat training is that I'm not supposed to know exactly when you're going to ow. A small burst of wind caught him in the shoulder, making him stumble back a step. Sam's mouth twitched. You were saying that, Adam said, rubbing his shoulder, was actually pretty good. Theory isn't everything. Sam readied another spell, looking slightly more confident. Ready? This time, Adam didn't answer, but his fluid began to move with more purpose. Huff, 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 this is completely insane, Sam announced, for what felt like the 100th time that evening. Indomitable will active. On huff one more time, Adam wheezed, straightening up with determination that his wobbling knees somewhat undermined. This was attempt number 21. Sam had missed twice, though Adam suspected at least one of those misses had been intentional. The other 19 hits had left various parts of his body stinging, his pride somewhat bruised, and his earlier confidence about this brilliant training idea significantly dented. Who knew the Academy's most cautious student could aim so well when properly motivated by academic curiosity? Despite the bruises forming under his robes, Adam couldn't help but smile, because there had been progress. Real, measurable progress. Fluid control has reached level 2. White worm body has reached level 3. Boxing mastery dodging is getting better. Agility is getting better. Iron lungs is getting better. Physical enhancement moderately strengthened. The difference was subtle but unmistakable. His fluid moved more smoothly now, less like choppy waves and more like flowing water. The world around him seemed to come into sharper focus. He could track the slight movements of Sam's fingers as he prepared his next spell, catch the whisper of wind before it manifested into an attack. His body responded faster too, not by much, but enough that he'd managed to partially deflect the last 3 hits instead of taking them full force. The fluid wrapped around him more naturally, like a second skin rather than an ill-fitting coat. It had taken 21 attempts, multiple bruises, and what felt like enough wind spells to power a small windmill, but he'd done it. Level 2. Level 2, Adam's smile turned slightly manic as he straightened up, because here was the thing about level 2, it meant level 3 existed, and if level 3 existed, Sam apparently recognized that look. He'd seen it too many times not to. No, he said firmly, already knowing it was futile. Whatever you're thinking, no, you can barely stand, but Adam was already settling back into his stance. After all, what kind of person would he be if he stopped at level 2 when level 3 was just waiting to be reached? Just a few more tries, he said, ignoring how his muscles protested the movement. I think I'm getting the hang of it. The black cat, still watching from the sidelines, let out what sounded suspiciously like a sigh. Adam breathed in deeply, then out. You are. The world didn't exactly slow down. That would have been too simple, too convenient. Instead, everything became clearer, more defined, like switching from a clouded lens to a crystal clear one. It had started around the 11th attempt, when desperation and bruises had finally forced him to stop trying to just react faster and actually think. He'd noticed something then, a pattern so subtle he'd almost missed it. The way Sam's weight shifted slightly to his left when preparing a low shot. The barely perceptible tension in his right shoulder before a high one. The slight difference in how he moved his fingers for a straight shot versus a curved one. Since then, every attempt had been less about dodging and more about observation, learning, understanding. His fluid responded differently now too. Instead of trying to make it circulate faster in his body, he let it flow naturally, using it to enhance his already improving perception. Each trial added another piece to the puzzle: the timing between Sam's inhale and the spell's release, the correlation between wind pressure and attack angle, the almost rhythmic nature of spell combinations. It wasn't perfect, far from it, but where before he'd been frantically reacting to each attack, now he was starting to, anticipate. His body, battered but adapting, was slowly learning to move before his conscious mind caught up, muscle memory building up through painful repetition. Pattern recognition is forming. The notification flickered at the edge of his vision, but Adam kept his focus. He could feel it, that space between conscious thought and instinct where everything just flowed, what he'd started calling the zone in his head for lack of a better term. Sam's fingers twitched in a now familiar pattern, high shot coming from the right. Adam's body was already moving, fluid shifting to reinforce his dodge before the spell had fully formed. It wasn't mastery, not even close. But it was the beginning of understanding, and sometimes that was even more valuable. In that crystalline clarity of focus, Adam could see it, the telltale distortion in the air, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, except purposeful, directed. The wind arrow took shape, and for a brief, beautiful moment, he could almost trace its path in his mind, the way it would curve upward, heading straight for his chest. 2, 3. Time seemed to stretch like honey as a small smile tugged at his lips. This time he had it. He could see it, feel it, knew exactly where it would go at Fu. Ouch! The sharp sting in his right thigh broke through his focus like a rock through glass. He hopped awkwardly on his left leg, pride stinging almost as much as his thigh. The arrow had dropped. It had dropped, and he hadn't seen it coming at all. Sam, the traitor, was trying very hard not to look amused. You know, when you said one more time 20 minutes ago, I don't think either of us thought you meant 20 more times. Adam rubbed his thigh, mind already analyzing what had gone wrong. He'd been so sure about that trajectory. Maybe if he paid more attention to the way the air currents moved instead of just the initial formation. Or was there something in Sam's stance he'd missed? He opened his mouth to say again, but then stopped, the word dying in his throat. His mind finally wrestled control back from his stubborn determination. His legs were shaking, his energy reserves were running dangerously low, and he could already feel tomorrow's bruises forming. Being bold was one thing. Being reckless was another. Same time tomorrow, he asked instead, straightening up with what dignity he could muster while still favoring his right leg. Sam looked at him for a long moment, then chuckled and shook his head. You know, normal people would take at least a few days to recover after getting hit 19 times with wind arrows. Good thing I'm not normal people then, Adam replied with a tired grin. I'm a manly man, the manliest of men, in fact. He attempted to flex, which resulted in a poorly concealed grimace. Don't you agree, kitty cat? The black cat's ears flattened, accompanied by a low warning growl. Is that its name now? Sam asked, eyebrows raised. No, that's just one of the names it hasn't hissed it yet, Adam said, still nursing his pride along with his various bruises. Besides, I had to test it, for science, like a proper manly man would. The cat's tail twitched in what looked suspiciously like disdain. Besides, Adam had several theories about that dropped arrow that needed testing. They gathered their things, Sam wincing as he rolled his shoulders. I need a long shower after this. You need a shower? All you did was stand there and torture me. Shows what you know about spellcasting. Sam massaged his temples. My mana pool is practically empty. Wind arrows might be basic, but maintaining precision for that many casts. He gave Adam a pointed look, which, may I remind you, was entirely your idea. Fair, Adam conceded with a laugh. Though I notice, around the 5th time, you didn't seem to mind using me for target practice anymore. Academic curiosity, Sam said primly, then broke into a smile. Come on, let's grab some snacks from the dining hall. I've got that new strategy board game from a toy store, the new one with the knights and mages rolls. Meow, the black cat interjected, tail swishing deliberately. Adam paused, his expression shifting to that familiar contemplative look. Actually, I think I'll head to the library first. Now, Sam raised an eyebrow. It's getting late, says the one who practically lives there, Adam countered. I actually sleep, you know. You're the one who's managed to make Miss Grimclaw tolerate you through sheer persistence. Oh please, she tolerates us both, Sam snorted. Though lately you've been spending more time getting beaten up than reading. Sorry, training in battle magic. His air quotes were practically audible. At least I'm not the one she caught drooling on a book at 3 in the morning. That happened once, and I wasn't drooling, I was contemplating deeply. With your eyes closed and snoring, Sam waved his hand dismissively. Just go do your research, man. Some of us have a date with hot water and muscle salve. They parted ways at the courtyard intersection, trading good-natured barbs until they were out of earshot. Adam watched Sam's retreating form until he disappeared around the corner of the dormitory wing. A familiar weight settled in his stomach guilt. He wasn't actually heading to the library, and lying to Sam, even by omission, felt wrong. But what choice did he have? Sam would either think he'd lost his mind, or worse, try to help by telling a professor. No, some secrets were better kept, at least for now. The black cat head-butted his leg with an impatient MRRO. Yeah, I'm moving, Adam said, turning away from the library path and heading toward the eastern exit. The cat trotted alongside him, tail high in the air. Meow, mew, mew. The cat's complaints echoed off the stone walls. Look, I told you I'm not exactly an expert in curses. The theory, sure, but actually breaking them. He spread his hands. That's advanced magic. Mrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr without a solution. Adam grinned down at his companion. I might have one in mind, though we'll have to see if. Meow, patience, we're almost there. Student ADOMSYLLA, he spun around. A glossy black raven circled overhead, a piece of paper clutched in its claws. As the bird released its cargo, the cat crouched, muscles tensing. Cat, don't you dare, Adam warned. That's an employee of the school. The raven perched on a nearby gargoyle, looking down at the cat with what could only be described as disdain. Then, to Adam's amazement, it actually scoffed a short, harsh sound that was definitely not part of normal raven vocabulary before spreading its wings and taking off. Adam's chuckle at the raven's attitude died in his throat as he unfolded the paper, reading Iren's familiar scrawl. Cisco wants to see you at the coffee spot in 2 days at 1 p.m. Says there's something to talk about. I sent a raven, but it came back and said it didn't find you in the main yard, so I left this letter. Hope that's okay, Iren. His heart dropped. What happened? Was it about his order? The timeline flashed through his mind, 1 month and 12 days until the first symptoms. Please let it be about the operation, he thought, his mind spinning faster and faster. At least that he could handle. That wouldn't mean. Meow, sharp claws pricked through his pants leg, yanking him back to the present. The cat stared up at him, tail twitching. Adam blinked, becoming aware of how tightly he was gripping the paper, of how his shoulders had tensed up to his ears. He forced his fingers to relax, stuffing the crumpled note into his pocket. Let's go, he said, pushing the heavy door open. No point torturing himself with maybes. Better to just find out. The early night air hit his face as they stepped out into the city. The streets of Arcos wound past like a familiar dream. Through the weird stuff store's window, Adam caught a glimpse of her arranging crystals on a shelf, Mr. Biggins nowhere in sight. Emma was still there. She looked up, but he was already past, moving deeper into the city where the streets grew wider and the buildings shorter. The Strider station buzzed with its usual evening activity, drivers calling out destinations, passengers haggling over fares. A young man with bright red hair leaned against his cart, feeding his Strider an apple. Beach District, Adam asked. The driver grinned, tossing the apple core aside. Hop in. The cart's wooden seats creaked as Adam settled in, the cat curling up beside him. They rolled forward with a gentle lurch, the Strider's paws clopping against cobblestones. Above, the full moon hung like a silver coin in the darkening sky. The autumn wind carried the scent of smoke from chimney fires, and Adam pulled his cloak tighter. The steady rhythm of the Strider's gait and the cart's swaying motion made his eyelids heavy. His muscles ached from the training session, and Cisco's message gnawed at the edges of his mind, but the exhaustion won out. He slumped against the cart's side, his breathing growing deeper. MRRO. Adam jerked awake to find the cat's paw batting his nose. The cart had stopped moving. We're here, the driver called over his shoulder. Beach District, as requested. The driver patted his Strider's flank. Can spare an hour. That worked perfect. Adam hopped down, his boots sinking slightly in the sand. That should be enough. The cat jumped down and padded beside him in the sand. Waves crashed to their right, and the city's lanterns glowed behind them. Adam walked along the shore, his steps slowing. The last time he'd been on a beach, he'd died. God, that moment felt like a lifetime ago now, and for some reason, he could no longer remember her face. Death. All he could remember was that she'd been as beautiful as the moon. He'd spent hours hunched over his desk one night, pencil scratching paper, trying to capture her features. Nothing came out right, just fragments, eyes that held eternity, a smile that made him forget to be afraid. Would she look the same when they met again? Because they would meet again, that was certain as sunrise. He just hoped next time it wouldn't be because he'd failed. Adam stopped, bending down to unlace his boots. The sand was cold between his toes, and he wiggled them deeper, enjoying the sensation. Salt air filled his lungs as he breathed in deep. Something about beaches at night always calmed him, the steady rhythm of waves, the vast darkness of the ocean ahead. A scuttling movement caught his eye. The cat pounced, batting at a small crab that had ventured too far from the water. The crab waved its claws in protest before disappearing into the cat's mouth with a crunch. You know, Adam said, watching the cat lick its paws clean, I've been searching everywhere for someone who can break your curse. He kicked at a piece of driftwood. The Vaishari are probably getting ready to leave Arcos soon. They always do when it gets cold. Better visit them now while we can. Meow. The cat looked up, bits of shell still stuck to its whiskers. Adam chuckled. You'll see. Come on, their camp should be just past those rocks. A gust of wind whipped his cloak around his legs. Above them, clouds drifted past the moon, casting shifting shadows on the sand. The Vaishari. Every city had stories about them, whispered rumors of demon blood and dark pacts. But that's all they were, stories. The truth was simpler. They were nomads who followed the warm seasons, setting up their colorful camps on the outskirts of cities, trading goods and offering services that locals either couldn't or wouldn't provide. Curses were their specialty. While temple priests and local mages would demand explanations and permissions, the Vaishari just asked how much you could pay. They didn't care if you wanted to curse someone or break a curse. Gold was gold. Adam glanced down at the cat padding beside him. In his months of research about curses, he'd barely scratched the surface. Books only told you so much, and most experts were frauds looking to empty your pockets. But the Vaishari, they had generations of real knowledge, passed down through families. If anyone could figure out what or who this cat really was, it would be them. The first hint of their presence was a faint drumbeat carried on the wind so distant Adam almost thought he'd imagined it. But as they walked, it grew clearer, the steady thump of hands on leather, joined by the higher notes of pipes. Soon he could make out voices too, singing in a language he didn't understand. Around the bend, the beach widened. The music was louder now, mixing with laughter and the crack of burning wood. Then he saw them, dozens of colorful tents and wagons arranged in a half circle, a massive bonfire at their center. People danced, their feet kicking up sand as they spun. Others sat in groups, passing around bottles and plates of food, their faces glowing in the firelight. "We're here," Adam said to the cat, but before he could take another step. "Dikin extraino," a child's voice cut through the music. "Hylesiek machka." The drums stuttered and fell silent. The pipes squeaked to a stop. The dancers froze mid-step and every head turned toward them. Adam fought the urge to step back. "Just act normal," he whispered to the cat, immediately feeling foolish. The cat responded by sitting down and starting to groom itself. The silence stretched. Someone coughed. A baby's cry rang out from one of the tents, quickly hushed. "Right," Adam muttered. "This isn't awkward at all." He took a hesitant step forward, forcing what he hoped was a friendly smile. "Hello, good evening." His voice cracked slightly. An old man near the fire spat into the flames. Adam froze. Was that bad? Was he supposed to leave? He'd read about tribal customs, but nothing about fire spitting. He glanced from face to face, finally settling on staring at the fire instead. "Easier to speak that way. My name is Adam Silla, and this is." He gestured downward. "Cat." The cat chose that moment to let out a loud mrro. "Machka," a little girl squealed with delight. "Oh yes, ma, chka." Adam attempted, mangling the word thoroughly. A deep laugh rumbled from the crowd, and the circle of people parted. A man stepped forward. No, stepped wasn't the right word. He seemed to fill the space as he moved, massive and barrel-chested, with wild white hair that cascaded past his shoulders. His beard was even more impressive, gleaming in the firelight like spun silver, matched by bushy eyebrows that seemed to have a life of their own. "Welcome, welcome." His voice was like distant thunder, his words carrying an exotic lilt. "I'm Mirko, and these peoples, they are my peoples." He spread his arms wide, encompassing the entire camp. "What brings Boy and his machka to our fires?" Adam glanced uncertainly at the crowd still watching him. Mirko must have noticed his hesitation because he waved a hand dismissively. "Speak free, young one. We are all family here." "Well," Adam swallowed, I think this cat is cursed, and I was hoping you might be able to help me. Uncurse it." Mirko glanced over his shoulder at someone in the crowd, then turned back to Adam. "And what makes you tink dis cat is having curse him? Kitty cat, if you would," Adam said softly. The cat stretched lazily, then let out a growl that seemed to come from somewhere far deeper than its small body should allow. People backed away as the growl grew louder, more primal. The cat's form began to shift and stretch, its shadow on the sand morphing into something much larger. Muscles rippled beneath expanding fur, midnight black in the firelight. Within moments, a massive puma stood where the house cat had been, its deep blue eyes reflecting the flames. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Someone whispered a prayer. A child started crying. "What do you think?" Adam asked. Mirko turned again, this time to a young woman who stood slightly apart from the others. Copper-red hair fell in wild waves past her shoulders, adorned with small bells and colored beads that chimed softly as she moved. Intricate runic tattoos spiraled up her arms, disappearing beneath the flowing sleeves of her embroidered dress. Her face bore ceremonial paint, 3 white dots beneath each eye, and a crescent moon on her forehead. She stepped forward, bare feet silent in the sand, and circled the puma. Her hands moved in subtle gestures as she walked, and her lips formed silent words. The puma watched her, turning its massive head to follow her movement. Finally, she returned to Mirko's side and whispered in his ear. "Our sorceress, she is saying cat has powerful curse indeed," Mirko announced, nodding gravely. "Oh," Adam said, shoulders sagging with relief. "Well, that's good to know. I mean not good, but I wasn't imagining things. You want us to lift curse?" Mirko asked, spreading his massive hands. "If you could, that would be nice, yeah." Mirko began, but the sorceress grabbed his sleeve. "Kak," she said urgently, "me mangav dav tut duma." Mirko turned back to Adam. "Must speak with sorceress first. But come, join camp, Adam glanced at the puma, which was now sitting placidly in the sand. Before he could protest, hands grabbed him from all sides. Laughing voices pulled him forward as children darted around his legs. "Xaben," Mirko's voice boomed over the crowd. "Tekraspativ amarigostusk." The camp erupted in cheers. The drums picked up again, faster now, joined by pipes and tambourines. Someone started singing in that mysterious language. Mirko winked at Adam. "Make self comfortable with cat. We return soon." Wait, Adam started, but a clay bowl was thrust into his hands. Steam rose from its contents. The old man who'd spat in the fire appeared at his elbow. Thud, he said, nodding at the bowl. Good for cold night. Drink, drink. He raised the bowl to his lips. The warm liquid was rich and creamy, sweet but not cloying. There was cinnamon, he thought, and maybe honey, and something else he couldn't quite place. It coated his tongue like melted silk. Before he knew it, he was tilting the bowl back, drinking deeply until it was empty. He lowered the bowl to find expectant faces watching him. They asked, gesturing at the empty vessel. It's very good, he said, giving an awkward thumbs up. BXDLO, they shouted in unison, and several people reached out to pat his shoulders and back. The music swelled, and the dancers spun faster, their skirts swirling like autumn leaves in the firelight. The dancers whirled around him, a kaleidoscope of colors and movement. An older woman with silver braids grabbed his hand. Dance, dance. Oh no, I can't, but another grandma had already seized his other hand, pulling him into the circle. Like this, Silver Braids demonstrated a simple step-kick step. Adam tried to copy her, his feet stumbling over themselves. The grandmas cackled good-naturedly, guiding his movements with surprising strength in their weathered hands. Step-kick step. Step-kick step, the rhythm began to make sense. The drum seemed to pulse through his feet, up his legs, into his chest. Hey, this wasn't so bad. He found himself grinning as he spun between the women, his steps growing more confident. Your stamina is improving. No more, no more, he gasped finally, chest heaving. The grandmas released him with approving pats on his back, and he stumbled to the edge of the circle, breathing hard. That's when he noticed Mirko approaching with the sorceress. The music softened, though it didn't stop entirely. We can lift curse, Mirko announced. Oh, nice, but is expensive. Mirko raised his bushy eyebrows. You sure you have money? How much? 100 gold pieces. 100 gold, Adam repeated. He'd expected thousands, given how rare curse breaking was. He fought to keep the smile off his face. Deal. Mirko's hand engulfed his in a grip that made Adam's bones creak. Deal is made, the big man declared, cannot be broken now. Adam flexed his fingers when they were released, trying not to wince. When do we start? Now, the sorceress said, her voice clear and firm. The puma's ears pricked forward and it padded toward them. Mirko called out in their tongue, and the crowd melted away from the center of the camp, forming a wide circle. Only Adam, Mirko, the sorceress, and the puma remained in the firelit space. Please step back, the sorceress instructed Adam. He retreated to the edge of the circle. She knelt in the sand, her skirts pooling around her, and began drawing runes with her finger. Adam recognized them, ancient symbols of unbinding, breaking, and freedom. The puma sat perfectly still as she worked, watching her create the intricate circle of runes around it. From her dress, she produced a crystal that pulsed with deep purple light. Adam's eyes widened. Mana crystals like that were rare outside dungeons, where magical energy concentrated naturally. Breaking a curse this powerful would need significant magical reserves. The crystal made sense. Ainen Mange back row, she called out. Through the crowd came two men, leading a sheep. Another man began digging a hole in the sand. Adam's throat went dry. Were they going to? The sorceress drew a knife from a sheath at her hip. The blade caught the moonlight, gleaming sharp and clean. O rat si vash odel, she intoned, Thaj o maz vashi manush. The sheep stood quietly, almost serene, as if understanding its role in all this. Its dark eyes reflected the moonlight as it gazed at the blade, showing neither fear nor resistance. When the knife moved, there was only a soft exhale, almost like a sigh of acceptance, before the blood began to flow. The men held the animal steady as its blood filled into the hole, dark against the pale sand. The sorceress began moving her hands in complex patterns, her lips forming words Adam couldn't hear. The camp had fallen completely silent. Even the babies weren't crying. Children peeked from behind their parents' legs, eyes wide. The firelight cast long shadows that seemed to dance with the sorceress's movements. A single drum beat cut through the night. Adam's head snapped right. Another beat from the left. More drums joined in, their rhythm slow and deliberate. Then voices rose, deep and melodic, men and women weaving an ancient chant. Do not be afraid, the old man whispered beside Adam. Is tradition. Adam managed a weak smile in response. The chanting grew stronger as wisps of mana began to coalesce around the sorceress. The blood in the hole started to move, defying gravity, seeping into the runes she'd drawn. They glowed crimson, then formed a shimmering barrier around the puma. The great cat looked at Adam, confusion in its blue eyes matching his own. Much of this ritual seemed excessive, but who was he to judge another culture's ways? Suddenly, the puma gasped a terrifyingly human sound. The bonfire, which had been burning steadily, began to writhe and dance wildly. The chants rose in pitch as smoke started seeping from the puma's fur. It paced the circle's edge, growing more frantic. Adam instinctively stepped forward, but the old man's hand gripped his arm. No interrupt, he hissed. Sacred moment. The fire roared higher, its light casting twisted shadows. The chanting reached fever pitch as thick smoke obscured the puma. From within came growls and yowls, the sounds of both great cat and house cat intermingling. Then, horrifyingly, human words, hurts it, Hurts, the bloody runes pulsed purple, drawing mana from the crystal like threads of lightning. The air grew thick, heavy with power. Adam felt his hair stand on end, sweat beading on his forehead despite the night's chill. The light from the circle intensified, brighter and brighter, until he had to shield his eyes. The drums reached a crescendo, the chanting became a roar, the fire twisted impossibly high, and then, with one final thunderous drum beat, everything went silent. "Come on, kitty cat, come on," Adam whispered into the silence. The sorceress remained on her knees, chest heaving, spent from the ritual. No one spoke, no one moved. The smoke began to drift away on the sea breeze, revealing someone curled on the blood-stained sand. Dark hair spilled across pale shoulders like spilled ink in the moonlight. The woman stirred, and when she opened her eyes, they were the same striking blue as the puma's. Her features were delicate, almost feline-high cheekbones, a fine nose, lips slightly parted in confusion. Their eyes met. For a moment, time seemed to stop, then Adam's brain registered her complete lack of clothing, and he spun away so fast he nearly fell. There was a rustle of fabric as the sorceress draped a blanket over the woman's shoulders. From the corner of his eye, Adam could see her trying to stand on shaking legs, looking at her own hands as if she'd never seen them before. "It is done," the sorceress said softly. Well, shit, Adam's mind was still trying to process what had just happened. His cat, the one he'd been living with for days now, was a woman, a grown, very beautiful woman. His brain helpfully began cataloging every single time he changed clothes in front of the cat, every morning routine, every post-training shower. That time he and Sam spent an entire evening making increasingly crude jokes about one of their professor's mustache. Oh God. The realization hit him like a bucket of ice water. He'd even given the cat a bath once. After it, she had fallen into a mud puddle. He could feel his ears burning at the memory. Through the embarrassed haze, he watched as the Vaishari women fussed over her, bringing more blankets and what looked like a spare dress. Her movements were uncertain, like someone relearning how to use their own body. But there was something about her face that tugged at his memory, a half-remembered dream, perhaps. Curve of her cheek, the way her eyes crinkled slightly when she looked around. It felt familiar, yet he was certain he'd never met her before. As if sensing his thoughts, she turned toward him. Their eyes met again, and this time she smiled a warm, gentle expression that transformed her entire face. She raised her hand slightly, beckoning him over. Adam stood frozen, his feet apparently having forgotten how to move. "Very beautiful woman," the old man beside him commented matter-of-factly. "Good hips." Strong Purano Bang, an elderly woman who from their familiar bickering had to be the old man's wife, smacked him on the back of his head with practiced precision. "Na dik p late Kafka." The old woman turned to Adam, shooing him forward with her hands. Go, no mind him. Old goat only has eyes left, brain gone long time ago. Yes, definitely his wife, man had it coming too. Adam's feet began moving, though his brain was still debating the wisdom of this decision. The crowd parted before him, creating a path that felt miles long. He passed two men carrying the sheep's carcass, their knives already working with practiced efficiency. The metallic scent of blood mixed with wood smoke and sea air. Different faces turned to watch his progress. An old grandmother nodding approvingly. Young children giggling behind their mother's skirts. A teenager rolling his eyes and muttering something that made his friend snicker. Somewhere the drums had started again, softer now, like a heartbeat in the background. What was he supposed to say? Hi felt ridiculous. "You look different without fur" would probably get him slapped. "Sorry about that bath last week, God no." Maybe something dignified about being honored to finally meet her properly. No, too formal. "You have beautiful eyes, true, but creepy given the circumstances." He carefully stepped around the bloody runes still drawn in the sand, his shadow stretching long in the firelight. The sorceress was helping the woman adjust the borrowed dress, which hung slightly loose on her frame. Up close, he had to tilt his head back to look at her properly. She was tall, easily a head and a half taller than his current 12-year-old body. Something about that height difference made him feel even more awkward about the whole situation. She turned toward him fully now, and whatever carefully constructed greeting he'd been forming evaporated like morning mist. "Kitty cat," he heard himself say. For God's sake, the instant the words left his mouth, he wanted to walk straight into the ocean and keep walking. Several of the Vaishari women didn't bother hiding their laughter. Even the sorceress's lips twitched, but the woman, the former cat, just smiled wider, and somehow that was even worse. "Hello, little Mage." "Little Mage," Adam squeaked, then immediately wished he hadn't. She laughed softly, one hand covering her mouth in a surprisingly delicate gesture. "You don't need to be so stoic, you know. I'd like to think we know each other well enough by now. Get it together," he told himself firmly. "You faced death. Literally, this is just, he started, but she cut him off." Adam fell silent, watching as she spread her fingers in front of her face, examining them like precious treasures. She touched her hair, ran her hands down her arms, wiggled her toes in the sand. Each movement seemed to fill her with quiet wonder. "It's strange," she said softly, "being an animal. Everything is simpler, clearer. Hunger means eat, tired means sleep. The world is all sense and sounds and instincts. She touched her face, tracing her own features as if making sure they were real. But human thoughts are still there, just muffled, like trying to read through foggy glass. And then sometimes the cat's mind would take over completely, and I'd find myself chasing mice or batting at string, and the human part of me would just watch, amused. She stretched her arms above her head, arching her back slightly. But this feels right, like slipping into your own bed after a long journey, everything exactly where it should be. A soft smile played across her lips, though I might miss being able to lick my own shoulder. I'm glad you're back then, Adam finally managed, finding his voice. He kept looking at her, brow furrowed slightly. There was something. He could swear he'd never met her before, and yet, she caught his stare and her smile faltered. What's wrong is there is the curse still. Her hands flew to her face, checking for whiskers or fur. No, nothing like that, Adam quickly assured her. It's just, I feel like I know your face from somewhere. I can't place it, but... His eyes narrowed slightly as he tried to identify, expecting the curse induced to have disappeared. But the same mysterious marker floated above her head. That was odd. He'd assumed the unknown status was because of the transformation magic, but now... Oh. I suppose you would. Her voice grew quiet, something unreadable passing across her features. She didn't elaborate. Adam wanted to ask more, but something in her expression made him hold back. She straightened, offering a slight smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. My name is Morgana, she said softly, though it's been quite a while since anyone called me that. Before Adam could respond, Mirko's heavy hand landed on his shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Curse gone, 100 gold pieces. The old man was beaming, his teeth glinting in the firelight. Right, Adam said, still a bit dazed. He reached into his inventory, pulling out the agreed-upon payment. Several of the Vaishari gasped and muttered among themselves as the coins materialized from thin air. Ah, you mage too? Mirko asked, eyebrows rising as he counted the coins. Yes, then why you not break curse yourself, eh? He pocketed the money with practiced swiftness. I'm not really specialized in curse breaking. Different school of magic entirely. Mirko burst out laughing, reaching out to grab the sorceress who had been trying to slip away. My sister's daughter, best curse breaker in all tribes. The woman yelped indignantly as he pulled her into a one-armed hug. Best, yes, you tell him best. The sorceress jabbed him in the ribs with her elbow, spitting out what sounded like several creative curses in Thir tongue. Yeah, Adam agreed, watching as she finally extracted herself from her uncle's grip with a huff. She's definitely the best, the best, the best, he repeated in his thoughts, an idea rising. Adam turned back toward Morgana, but his mind was already racing in two directions, the impossible cat on one side and on the other. He studied the sorceress, remembering the intricate dance of her hands as she drew those runes. Those symbols you used, he said, gesturing to the fading marks in the sand. Some of them are really old. Most mages don't even use them anymore. The sorceress shrugged, adjusting her shawl. Is tradition. Yes, I understand that, but Adam's eyes traced the patterns again. Most were familiar, true, but others. They reminded him of. His hand moved almost automatically to his inventory. Actually, he pulled out the grimoire of law. One of the runes drawn by the sorceress caught his attention during the ritual, a complex swirl that seemed to shift under his gaze. He tried to identify on it, but just like with the book itself, all he got was another dead end. Behind him, he was vaguely aware of some children tugging at Morgana's dress, offering her bread and what smelled like fresh stew. Her gentle laughter carried on the evening breeze. Do you recognize any of these runes? He asked, holding the book out to the sorceress. She muttered something under her breath, her eyes widening slightly. This very old, she said, switching to her accented trade speech. Where you find, Adam ignored the question. Can you read it? Hope crept into his voice. After weeks of getting nowhere, she held out her hands and he passed her the grimoire. She opened it, frowned at the blank pages, then looked at him questioningly. I know it's strange, but the cover, can you read what's on the cover? She studied it intently, her finger tracing the symbols. She and Mirko exchanged rapid words in their language, pointing at different marks. Adam's heart beat faster with each nod and gesture. Finally, she shook her head. No meaning. His shoulders slumped. But look, he said, pointing to one of the symbols. This one, it's like the blood rune you used earlier for binding, but it's different from how we draw it today. It's more like... He traced the pattern in the air. Ah, she said, nodding. But this knowledge, it come from his father. We not make these. We learn from giants. Giants, Adam blinked. But they're practically extinct. Nobody's seen one in 100 years, and they're all the way across he stopped, wheels turning in his head. Behind them, Morgana was now surrounded by a small crowd of children, showing them how to properly hold a spoon like this, much more dignified. But Adam barely noticed, his mind churning with possibilities. The giants, he said slowly. They would know about these runes. The sorceress nodded, handing the book back to him. They make first runes. All magic writing come from giants. You want know about book? She pointed east, toward the distant mountains that marked the edge of the Aslan continent. Fine giants. Myrla, she said, adjusting her shawl. She nodded once, and Adam turned away to look at a group of women by the fire. Morgana sat cross-legged there, surrounded by children who kept calling her Mata Femme while touching her hair. The women presented her with the sheep's heart on a wooden plate, steam still rising from it. Adam watched from where he stood, the grimoire heavy in his hands. Powerful curse, Mirko said beside him, making Adam jump slightly. Need life force to break. Sheep die, curse break. He slapped Adam's back with another booming laugh. Magic, who knows how work, yes. Adam rubbed his shoulder, wondering if bruises from friendly gestures counted as combat damage. Right, she must eat heart, Myrla added softly, watching as Morgana picked up the offering. Her curse takes sheep life, must honor sacrifice. Adam nodded, transfixed by the scene. Under the firelight, Morgana brought the heart to her mouth with both hands, not bothering with the offered utensils. There was something mesmerizing about watching her eat a raw heart with the delicate savagery of a wild animal. Her movements were still feline efficient, graceful, predatory. Blood trickled down her chin, and she wiped it away with the back of her hand, seemingly unbothered by the watching children. A glint of moonlight caught his eye, and Adam's stomach dropped. The moon, the Strider had said he'd only wait an hour. I have to go, he said quickly, already moving toward Morgana. The drums continued their steady rhythm as he approached, and she looked up at him, hands still red with the sheep's blood. Leaving already, Morgana wiped her hands on a cloth offered by one of the women. The Strider's waiting for us, well me. Adam shifted awkwardly. Since you probably can't exactly walk into Zerk's, she smiled, understanding. I'll walk with you a bit along the beach. As Adam turned to leave, the camp erupted in a flurry of goodbyes. Mirko wrapped him in a bone-crushing hug. Stay, we eat sheep, yes. Good meat, no, he drink with men. Someone shouted from behind. Idiot, he voiced still. No drink, came another voice, followed by what sounded like a light smack. The sorceress pressed a small pouch of herbs into his hand. For good dreams, she said. Children tugged at his clothes, asking in broken trade speech if he'd show them more magic next time. One small girl clutched his leg until her mother pried her away, scolding gently in their tongue. Finally, after what felt like 100 handshakes and back slaps and promises to return, Adam managed to extract himself from the warmth of the camp. They walked along the shoreline, waves lapping at their feet, the drums of the Vaishari camp fading into a distant heartbeat. The moon cast silver streaks across the dark water, and neither spoke for a while. Sam was supposed to be the quiet, shy one, Morgana said suddenly, breaking into his thoughts. Seems you both share that trait after all. I prefer reserved, Adam corrected with mock dignity. It sounds more dignified. They both chuckled, the sound mixing with the rhythm of the waves. You can ask, she said after another moment. I know you well enough by now to recognize that look. Curiosity, terrible habit, really. Well, if you insist. Adam kicked at a bit of wet sand. How exactly did end up cursed? And why? And more importantly, by whom? Morgana's steps slowed. Instead of answering immediately, she walked to the water's edge where the waves lapped gently at her feet. She knelt down, peering at her reflection in the moonlit water. A small gasp escaped her lips. Is something wrong? Adam asked, moving closer. No. She touched her face gently, watching her reflection ripple in the water. It's just. The last time I saw my own face, I was 10 years old. Her voice grew soft. I look so much like my mother now. She sat down in the sand, not seeming to mind that the waves occasionally reached her dress. After a moment, she patted the space beside her. Adam hesitated briefly, then sat down too. What year is it now? She asked suddenly, still studying her reflection. Morgana was quiet for a moment, doing the math in her head. So I'm 21 now, she murmured, more to herself than to him. She ran her fingers through her hair, seeming fascinated by its length. 11 years as an animal. No wonder everything feels so strange, I can imagine, Adam said, still waiting for her to answer the questions. The who doesn't matter anymore, she said, watching the waves. As for the how and why. A slight smile touched her lips, though it didn't reach her eyes. Let's just say I made some people very angry by existing in the wrong place at the wrong time. She glanced at him, then back at the ocean. Sometimes the safest thing to be is a cat in a crowd of people who are looking for a girl. But why would anyone curse a 10-year-old? Morgana chuckled softly. In all these years, you're the first person who's actually helped me without asking too many questions. She was deflecting the question, it seemed. Morgana drew patterns in the wet sand with her finger. Most people want something. Information, favors. But you just saw a puma in trouble and decided to help. Even took me to a cursebreaker. Well, he said, I was mostly curious about who or what might have been behind that curse. Adam felt his ears burn at the memory, but she just laughed. Don't worry about it. Cats don't really care about modesty. They both laughed at that. What will you do now? Where will you go? Adam asked after their laughter faded. Oh, somewhere, anywhere. She smiled more genuinely now. It's been a long time since I could go wherever I wanted. She reached out and ruffled his hair, much like she used to bump her head against it when she was a cat. Don't worry about me. I'm quite good at landing on my feet. She stood up, brushing sand from her dress. Though I must admit, I'll miss our little chats, little Mage, even if they were rather one-sided. You planning to go with the Vaishari? Well, they seem like quite the welcoming people, Morgana said, glancing back toward the distant firelight. I could see some places that way. Yeah, that's a good plan. Morgana tilted her head, studying him with that feline curiosity. You sound like you want to tag along. I want to travel, Adam admitted. At the end of the year, when we choose our paths, I'm going for Battle Mage. And for practical experience, I'm thinking of asking to leave school for a while. Get an adventurer's license, be more free to move around. See some things in the world, you know. That sounds like a good plan. They won't leave until first snow, Adam said. That's still some time away. Maybe I could. Visit again, I'd like that. Adam stood up, brushing sand from his clothes. I should go before the Strider leaves without me. Tell Sam I said hi, Morgana called after him. I'd rather not. He'd freak out if he knew you were. Adam trailed off. Morgana put her hands on her hips, eyebrows raised. If I were, well, a lady, she laughed. Bye, little mage. Bye, kitty cat, which oddly enough didn't feel weird at all, unless you thought about it. Strider's silhouette loomed against the moonlit beach, its legs shifting restlessly in the sand. The young man tending to it perked up at Adam's approach. Oh, you came, was just about to leave, actually. The young man's eyes scanned the beach behind Adam. Where's your cat, the black one you came with? She said she'd like to stay. The cat, said the young man's brow furrowed, but after a moment he just shrugged and clicked his tongue. The Strider lurched forward, its chitinous legs finding purchase in the loose sand. The rhythmic swaying of the cart and the soft whisper of waves gradually faded into white noise. Adam leaned back, letting his thoughts drift through the day's events. The curse-breaking ceremony kept replaying in his mind, the blood runes, the sacrifice, Morgana emerging from the smoke. He shook his head. That was one mystery solved, at least. Though solved might be too strong a word. Morgana clearly had her secrets, big ones, dark ones, the kind that got 10-year-olds turned into cats. He wasn't entirely sure he wanted to pull on that particular thread. Well, he did, but better to focus on more pressing matters. The Puma problem was officially off his mental checklist. Now there was the Aren case and the new lead with the Law Grimoire, Giants. He'd have to check the library for any information about their runic systems, though really how much could he accomplish here at school? By next year, he'd be free to travel, to search for answers firsthand. After dealing with Dragon's Breath, of course, the cart hit a bump, jolting him from his thoughts. Right, the cure. Something was definitely wrong with Cisco's situation, he could feel it in his gut. Maybe it was time to seriously consider alternative solutions. Actually, this might work out perfectly. Tomorrow was alchemy with Professor Merwin. Perhaps he could start laying the groundwork for another approach to the cure. His system interface flickered at the edge of his vision. Time remaining, 1 month, 28 days, 14 hours, 45 minutes. Good, no big deal, things would go smoothly. Positive thoughts. Adam yawned, his eyelids growing heavy as the cart swayed. Everything would be all right, everything would be. His head nodded forward as sleep took him, the Strider's steady gait carrying him back towards Zerk's under the watching moon. Through the classroom window, autumn painted the academy grounds in warm colors. A gentle breeze scattered fallen leaves across the courtyard, where a first year was poking at a particularly fat frog with a stick. The boy wasn't being cruel, exactly more like that peculiar brand of childhood curiosity that involved seeing how far you could annoy something before it hopped away. Adam watched the scene with mild interest, Professor Land's lecture on basic ward theory fading into background noise. The first year managed to flip the frog onto its back. The creature's legs kicked uselessly at the air while the boy watched, fascinated. Adam's mind drifted to his own problems. Professor Kim's Dragon's Breath project needed careful handling. One wrong move and the consequences would ripple through decades. Then there was the cure. The time limit in his interface was a constant reminder ticking away in the corner of his vision. The frog had righted itself, only for the stick to prod it again. 79 years of magical knowledge crammed into a 12-year-old brain made formal education feel rather redundant. He could ace every test, answer every question except in alchemy, ironically enough. That one he actually needed to attend. Everything else, though, his fingers traced absent patterns on his desk. He could be in the library right now, researching giant runes or working on the cure. Instead, he was sitting through lessons he could probably teach in his sleep. Had taught, in fact, to wide-eyed recruits who'd called him Lord Mage Scylla with varying degrees of terror and respect. The frog made another bid for freedom. The first year blocked its path with the stick. Without moving his head from its comfortable position propped on his hand, Adam weaved a subtle attraction spell, just enough to make the frog zip suddenly between the boy's legs. The startled yelp that followed was rather satisfying. A small giggle escaped before he could catch it. Care to share what's so amusing, Mr. Scylla? Professor Land's voice cut through his thoughts like a knife through butter. Right, maybe he should pay at least some attention to class, for appearance's sake if nothing else. Adam straightened in his chair, offering Professor Land an apologetic smile. The rest of the class dragged by like molasses, his mind constantly wandering to more pressing matters: cure, Dragon's Breath, freedom. By lunchtime, the dining hall hummed with the usual chaos. Apprentice mages clustered around long wooden tables, their voices echoing off stone walls as they compared notes, complained about assignments, or argued about the proper pronunciation of that new fire spell their professor had demonstrated. Adam took another bite of his turkey leg, savoring the tenderness of the meat. The kitchen staff had outdone themselves, perfectly seasoned, just the right amount of smokiness. A welcome distraction from the day's monotony. "You're doing it again," Sam said from across the table, pointing his fork accusingly. "Doing what? That thing where you stare into space and look all." Sam waved his hands vaguely. "You've been moping all day. Is it because your cat left?" Adam nearly choked on his turkey. "I mean, cats do that sometimes," Sam continued, misinterpreting Adam's reaction. "They just wander off, could come back today even." A laugh bubbled up from Adam's chest before he could stop it. "I really doubt that." "Well, you never know with cats." Sam shrugged, then brightened. "Hey, what are you doing after lunch? I was thinking of heading to the club, get some training in." "Would you look at that?" Adam grinned, setting down his turkey leg. "Wasn't it just a few weeks ago you were cursing my name for dragging you there? What was it you said? Something about sadistic training regimens and cruel and unusual punishment." "I was young and ignorant then," Sam declared with mock solemnity. He pushed up his sleeve with flourish. Look what all that training did." Sam flexed his arm dramatically. There was certainly enthusiasm, if not actual muscle definition. Yet very impressive," Adam said with complete seriousness, while a third year at the next table poorly disguised their snicker as a cough. "Right," Sam beamed, completely missing the sarcasm. He rolled his sleeve back down, nearly knocking over his water goblet in the process. "So you coming or what? Can't today." "Got that thing with Professor Merwin," Adam said, wiping his hands on a napkin. "Oh right, the special course." Sam shook his head. "I still don't get you, you know. First we were both going for runecologist. Then suddenly you're all about battle mage and now you're taking extra alchemy classes." He gestured with his fork. "What's next? Divination." "It is what it is," Adam said, standing up with his plate. "Speaking of which, I should get going. Lessons in a few minutes." Adam made his way to the disposal area, where animated dishes scrubbed themselves clean in perpetual motion. "See you later then," Sam called after him. "Try not to blow anything up." Adam waved goodbye and stepped out into the corridor, where Zerk's ever-shifting architecture was beginning its occasional dance. He checked his map of the building's current layout. Professor Merwin had said to meet in the East Tower's secondary laboratory, which, given the building's constant movement, meant he needed to take the third corridor, wait for the rotating bridge to align, then catch the floating platform before it drifted too high. 3 sharp knocks echoed in the stone corridor. "Come in." Professor Merwin's voice carried through the heavy oak door. Adam stepped into the laboratory. It had a sterile smell, if that meant something. Copper apparatus lined the walls, their tubes and vessels gleaming in the light of crystals. Professor Merwin stood behind a workbench, her silver-streaked hair tied back in its usual practical knot. Beside her, Mia sat perched on a tall stool, her notebook already open. "Hey," Adam nodded to Mia. "Hey, Adam." She returned the greeting with a smile, then looked back at her notes. "Ah, perfect timing, Mr. Silla. We were just about to begin." Professor Merwin gestured to an empty stool. "Please join us." Adam settled onto the wooden seat, noting how different the atmosphere felt with just 2 students instead of a full class. More focused. Less opportunity to daydream, too. "Now then," Professor Merwin said, resting her hands on the workbench. Her rings clinked softly against the worn wood. "Before we delve into the practical aspects, I'd like to hear your understanding of alchemy." "Mr. Silla." "Ah, sure." Adam straightened slightly. "Alchemy is the magical discipline that focuses on the transformation of matter through the manipulation of its fundamental properties. Unlike pure transmutation magic, it requires catalysts and reagents to achieve stable results. Its primary applications include potion making, material enhancement, and the creation of magical compounds." "Very good." Professor Merwin's lips curved in a slight smile. "That's the textbook definition, word for word if I'm not mistaken." "Tell me, what is alchemy to you?" The question hung in the air between them, accompanied only by the soft bubbling of something green in a nearby retort. Adam shifted on his stool, the question weighing heavier than it should. How to explain alchemy to an alchemist? As a runecologist or former runecologist, he could spot ward configurations in his sleep. Show him a rune and he'd tell you its purpose, its variations, its history. The knowledge was as natural as breathing, most of the time, but alchemy. He glanced at the bubbling retorts and intricate apparatus surrounding them. His expertise there began and ended with potion making, and even then only because necessity had demanded it. The countless hours spent with healers and alchemists, desperately working on the life-drain cure, had taught him enough to reproduce that specific potion. But that was like claiming to be a chef because you could make one really good sandwich. Magic was vast, impossibly vast. Even after 7 decades of study, some aspects remained as mysterious as they'd been when he first stepped into Zerk's as a wide-eyed 11-year-old. Put him in front of a healing circle, or ask him about druidic transformations paths that some spent upwards of a decade mastering, and he'd be as lost as any first year. Professor Merwin's smile softened at his hesitation. "It's all right, Mr. Silla. Your silence speaks volumes." She adjusted one of her rings. "Many students come to alchemy thinking it's just another branch of magic to master, but it's more than memorizing reagents and following recipes. The green liquid in the nearby retort chose that moment to change to a deep purple, as if emphasizing her point. What you learn in the first and second years before choosing your path, Professor Merwin said, carefully measuring drops of the purple liquid into a crystal vial, barely scratches the surface. Yes, every mage should know how to brew a healing potion or craft a simple elixir. But alchemy, she paused, watching the liquid swirl. Alchemy is the art of understanding change itself. She set the vial in a brass holder and drew a circle around it with chalk. You both know the fundamental laws, I assume. Ms. Storm, Mia sat up straighter. Yes, Professor. The first is the law of conservation. Matter and energy can't be created or destroyed, only transformed. As she spoke, Professor Merwin traced 5 small circles around the main one, each containing a different runic symbol. Exactly. Watch. She touched the first circle, and the liquid in the vial began to separate into distinct layers. Every component maintains its essence, even as it changes form. Then there's the law of equivalent exchange, Mia continued. The output must equal the input. Merwin nodded, touching the second circle. The layers in the vial began to merge again, but differently. If I want to strengthen this solution, I must provide additional energy or material of equal value. Nothing comes free. The law of elemental harmony requires balance between the 5 quintessences, Mia said as Professor Merwin activated the third circle. The liquid stabilized, taking on a golden hue. Precisely why most amateur alchemists fail, Merwin noted. They focus on the physical components and forget the elemental balance. One drop too much fire essence and... She gestured at some scorch marks on the ceiling. The law of providence states that materials can only be transformed within their natural limitations, Mia recited. And finally, the law of resonance, similar elements amplify each other. Professor Merwin activated the final 2 circles. The golden liquid brightened, then settled into a perfect, stable shimmer. These aren't just rules in a textbook. They're the fundamental principles of reality itself. Break them, and the consequences are... She lifted the vial, now containing what looked like liquid sunlight. This is what happens when you work with the laws, not against them. So, Mr. Scylla, Professor Merwin held up the vial of golden liquid. What did you understand from this demonstration? Adam adjusted his glasses, the Riddler's bane having helped him follow the flowing patterns of magic during her work. Artifact didn't give him new knowledge, but it had clarified what he'd already learned about transformation magic during his work with the life drain cure. You started with nightshade, he said. I recognize it from healing work, mild, irritating poison in its natural state. Then you used the runic circles too. He gestured at the chalk marks to break it down. Fire pulled it apart, water and air moved things around, earth kept it stable while it changed. He paused, watching the golden liquid shimmer. And the runic circle for mana gathering at the end made the change stick. You turned something that hurts into something that doesn't. Not quite right, Mia interjected, twirling her quill. The mana circle didn't just make it stick, it powered the whole transformation. Without it, the other elements would have just moved things around uselessly. Professor Merwin nodded. Ms. Storm is correct. Mana is the foundation, not the finishing touch. She held the vial up to the light. But you grasped the essential concept, Mr. Scylla. Alchemy isn't about destroying and creating, it's about understanding what something is and guiding it to become what it could be. She set the vial down with a soft clink, though I must say I'm surprised you followed the process so well. Most non-alchemists only see the end result. Adam scratched his cheek, offering a small smile. You just have a way of making complex things clear, Professor. My. Professor Merwin's eyes twinkled with amusement. I didn't take you for one to give compliments, Mr. Scylla. Mia snickered as Adam's smile turned awkward. He adjusted his glasses again. Could I? He hesitated, then pushed forward. Could I try a transmutation? Confident, aren't we? Professor Merwin raised an eyebrow. Confidence had nothing to do with it. If anything, the thought of attempting alchemy made his stomach twist, but time wasn't a luxury he had anymore. The life drain syndrome would return in less than a month, and with the Cisco situation growing more unstable by the day, he needed to understand this. The elixir of rebirth might be beyond his current abilities, but if he could grasp these principles, maybe he could develop an alternative to the cure, something more permanent, something that wouldn't require constant renewal. He met Professor Merwin's gaze, and something in his expression must have conveyed his urgency, because her amused smile softened into something more understanding. Well then, she said, reaching for a fresh piece of chalk. Let's see what you can do. Adam knelt by the workbench, chalk in hand. The circle part was simple enough he'd studied enough runes to draw perfect circles in his sleep. He sketched the main circle, then the 5 smaller ones around it, each designated for an element. Fire in the east, water in the west, air in the north, earth in the south, and mana at the top. His runes were precise, each stroke carrying meaning, transformation, flow, stability, harmony, power. Professor Merwin nodded approvingly and placed a bottle of clear liquid in the center. Water with trace amounts of fat and protein. Turn it into milk. Adam adjusted his glasses, activating Riddler's bane. The world shifted, magical currents becoming visible like streams of light. The liquid in the bottle wasn't just water, he could see the suspended particles. You might want to put your palms together during the weaving, Merwin suggested. It helps focus the mana flow. Optional, of course, but recommended for beginners. Go on, Mr. Silla. Adam brought his palms together, mind racing through the laws. Conservation, he had the basic components, just needed to rearrange them. Equivalent exchange, the energy he'd put in would determine the transformation's extent. Elemental harmony balance was key. He touched the fire circle first, watching the components separate, then water to maintain fluidity, air to distribute the particles evenly, earth to stabilize the new structure. Finally, mana to power the transformation. The liquid began to change, turning white, but something wasn't quite right. The consistency thickened too much, and a distinctive odor filled the air like milk that had been left in the sun for several days, or weeks. Adam winced as wisps of vapor rose from the now gooey substance. Actually quite impressive for a first attempt, Professor Merwin said, though she did take a step back from the pungent fumes. Ms. Storm, what did our aspiring alchemist miss? Mia tapped her chin thoughtfully. The sequence was right, but the proportions were off. You pushed too much power through the fire circle, which overheated the proteins. And when you tried to compensate with water, it threw off the balance. That's why it curdled. Adam's eyes widened. Of course, he treated it like a runic array where more power meant stronger effects. But in alchemy, precision mattered more than power. The smell of his failed experiment grew stronger, making his eyes water. Well, at least nothing exploded, Merwin joked. The next 2 hours flew by as Professor Merwin guided them through advanced alchemy concepts. Despite his initial disaster with the milk, Adam found himself absorbing the principles with growing fascination. Each demonstration made the abstract laws more concrete, more real. Well, Professor Merwin said finally, clearing away the last of their practice materials, this was quite productive. I must say, Mr. Silla, I expected you to be rather behind Ms. Storm. Her eyes crinkled with amusement. You are, of course, but not nearly as much as I anticipated. Watch out, Storm, she teased. Looks like you've got competition. Mia laughed, gathering her notes. I'll believe that when he can transmute water into milk without creating biological weapons, Professor. Professor Merwin reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a small card with gold trim. Here, Mr. Silla. When you have time, visit the library's 4th year section. This will grant you access. Adam's eyes widened as he took the card. 4th year will be working at that level, she nodded. Best to get familiar with the essential concepts now. She smiled at their stunned expressions. Off you go, both of you. I'm sure you have other classes to prepare for. As they walked through the corridors, Mia glanced at Adam. I didn't expect you to choose the alchemist path. You seemed more like the pure theory type. I find it fascinating, Adam admitted, still looking at the library card. The way everything connects, how understanding one principle leads to another. Really, Mia's eyes lit up. My mother's an alchemist, she's the one who got me interested in it. Used to let me watch her work when I was little. Probably broke about a dozen safety regulations, she chuckled. But seeing her transform things, understand how they worked at their core. It was like magic within magic, you know, Mia Storm. She defied every expectation Adam had about top students. Perfect scores across the board, walking the path that would have made her the youngest archmage in Sundar's history at 44 if she hadn't died in the wars before then. With her perfect scores, one would have expected her to be someone buried in books, awkward in conversation, isolated. Instead, here she was, the most popular second-year student by far, with even Damas trailing behind her in that regard, talking about her mother's alchemy experiments like they were sharing jokes over lunch. How do you do it? The question slipped out before he could stop it. Do what? All of it. The perfect scores, the advanced studies, and still. He gestured vaguely, being normal. Mia chuckled, adjusting her bag. Let's just say when your family's been attending Zerks for generations, you pick up a few tricks about succeeding here. What kind of tricks? She glanced at him sideways, seeming to weigh something in her mind. Well, she lowered her voice slightly. Take alchemy, for instance. Everyone struggles with the 4th year curriculum because they're going about it the wrong way. Adam leaned in, intrigued. He knew well enough how the Empire's ranking system worked. The highest-scoring graduates from Zerks were fast-tracked to positions as Lord Mages, given lands and privileges, their academic achievements directly translating to status and power. This naturally created a cutthroat environment where students guarded their study methods like precious gems, not wanting the others to be. The fact that Mia was sharing anything at all was surprising. There's this old grimoire in the 3rd year section, Paracelsus's incomplete works. Most people ignore it because it looks like a basic text, but she glanced around before continuing. You have to weave your mana in a specific pattern, first a thin stream through the page's core, then spread it like a web while pulsing it at exactly 3-second intervals, on page 394. If you get the frequency right, the hidden notes appear. You'll find hundreds of notes in the margins. Some student or professor from centuries ago basically broke down all the complex concepts into simpler terms. Nothing new or groundbreaking, just clearer explanations that make it easier to grasp the fundamentals. She adjusted her bag. That's the thing about Zerks, they don't hand you anything. Most of the real knowledge, you have to dig for it yourself. Find your own shortcuts, discover your own methods. A small smile played on her lips. Half the learning is in the searching. The casual way she dropped this information made it feel less like she was sharing a secret and more like she was commenting on the weather. No problem, Mia replied with an easy smile. Just keep it between us, yeah. These little discoveries are worth their weight in gold around here. Don't worry about that, he assured her, suddenly changing direction at the next intersection. Where are you heading? Mia asked, tilting her head. Got one last thing to do today, meeting with Professor Kim. No. Professor Kim, her eyes widened slightly. Ah yes, Adam nodded. He's allowed me to consult with him occasionally. Today's one of those days. Really, you have to introduce us sometime, Mia said, a hint of excitement in her voice. Definitely will, once I get a bit closer to his inner circle, Adam promised with a slight smile. Baby steps, you know. They parted ways there, Mia heading towards the dormitories while Adam turned towards the professor's tower. The sound of Adam's footsteps echoed through the academy's corridors as he made his way from Professor Merwin's alchemy session to Professor Kim's lab. His mind was still processing Hugo's words from earlier, another chance to meet with the professor. Another opportunity to prevent catastrophe. Except this time, there would be no convenient feline intervention, no judgmental stares or perfectly timed tail flicks of disapproval. The absence of Morgana's silent presence beside him felt strange, like missing a particularly critical piece of equipment before an experiment. See some places, she'd said. Right. A group of first-years scurried past, giving him odd looks for talking to himself. He barely noticed them. He reached Professor Kim's laboratory door, his hand pausing before the knocker. Today's goal was simple enough: continue subtly derailing Dragon's breath research. One apocalypse at a time, he reminded himself, and just as his knuckles were about to meet wood, the door swung open. His hand connected with something solid instead, a broad chest covered in a well-worn leather coat. Oh, what's up? The man's voice was friendly, almost jovial. Stubble dotted his jaw in a way that suggested he'd forgot to shave rather than chosen not to. His blonde hair caught the afternoon light filtering through the corridor windows. Green eyes regarded Adam with casual interest. Oh, sorry, Adam said, taking a step back. The stranger's smile widened. No harm done. He stepped aside with an easy movement, gesturing for Adam to enter. Here for the professor? Yes, Adam replied. He's expecting me. Ah, you must be the promising student Hugo mentioned, the man said. Adam, was it? Yes, Adam replied. Huh, got a good head on your shoulders, kid. He looked at Adam for a moment. Well, don't keep the professor waiting. As Adam passed him, he found himself wondering if the man was a warrior, maybe an adventurer, or a martial artist. He had that same indefinable quality his father carried, something you couldn't quite put your finger on unless you'd grown up around it. Oh, Adam, Professor Kim's voice called from somewhere behind a stack of books. Perfect timing, just let me finish with this. No, wait, that's not right. Ah, there we go. Adam stepped into the chaos of the laboratory, where papers defied gravity by clinging precariously to every available surface. Hugo stood by the workbench, methodically organizing what appeared to be the aftermath of one of the professor's eureka moments. Professor Kim's head popped up from behind a teetering stack of books. His mustache looked slightly singed on one side. Again, Adam, perfect timing. You won't believe what happened with the resonance matrices after we implemented your suggestions. He waved a paper enthusiastically, nearly knocking over a jar of something that definitely shouldn't be knocked over. Hugo caught it without looking up. They exploded, Hugo supplied helpfully. Magnificently, the professor beamed as if this were the greatest possible outcome. They weren't supposed to explode, Hugo added, carefully placing the jar out of the professor's reach. But that's what makes it fascinating. Professor Kim practically bounced across the room. The non-linear patterns created an unexpected feedback loop in the... Speaking of unexpected, Adam cut in before they ended up down another 3-hour theoretical tangent. I just ran into someone leaving. Tall fellow, blonde hair. Oh, that was Gale. Professor Kim's eyes lit up. Mr. Fox's new right-hand man. Such a pleasant fellow, always asking such interesting questions about our progress. Adam blinked. Mr. Fox. Hugo looked up from his organizing, pushing his glasses up his nose. Our benefactor. The Academy's board thought the project was. He glanced at the professor, choosing his words carefully, perhaps too ambitious. They called it impossible. Professor Kim threw his hands up, said I was chasing fairy tales, that the energy conversion rates I proposed violated fundamental magical laws, which they did, Hugo muttered under his breath, but Mr. Fox understood the vision. The professor continued, either not hearing or choosing to ignore Hugo's comment. 15 years of funding, complete creative freedom. All he asks for are progress reports. Adam felt his stomach drop. External funding. In his past life, he'd always assumed Dragon's Breath had been an academy project contained within Zerk's walls, but private backing meant outside interests, unknown players, people he hadn't accounted for in his plans. The implications made his head spin. How many others knew about this research? How far had the information spread? and more importantly, what did they plan to do with it? Hugo caught his expression. Mr. Fox keeps to himself. Most people haven't heard of him. Even we've only met him once or twice. 3 times, Professor Kim corrected. Remember that winter solstice party? Professor, that was a cat. A ginger cat that wandered into your office. Are you sure? He had the same mysterious aura. Adam barely heard their banter, his mind racing through possibilities. A merchant wealthy enough to fund 15 years of unrestricted magical research should have been impossible to miss. Yet in 79 years of life, through wars and politics and countless intelligence briefings, he'd never heard the name Fox mentioned once. Something wasn't adding up, but despite himself, he pushed the mystery of Mr. Fox aside. He had more immediate concerns like the prototype sitting innocently on the workbench, waiting to destroy the world. One enigmatic merchant wasn't going to distract him from. "Oh," Professor Kim exclaimed suddenly, "that reminds me. The explosion revealed something fascinating about the crystal matrix's stability under pressure." Adam settled in for another long session of carefully guided misdirection, though a small part of his mind kept circling back to the man named Gale. Something about that man. No, focus. One potentially world-ending problem at a time. Through the quiet evening paths of the academy grounds, Adam's footsteps carried the weight of frustration. Another day of subtle sabotage, or attempts at it anyway. 4 times he'd tried to derail the prototype today, each attempt more creative than the last, and each time feeling Hugo's sharp eyes following his movements with growing suspicion. The worst part wasn't even the failed attempts. It was watching Professor Kim's eyes light up at each mistake, that dangerous spark of scientific curiosity growing brighter. Every suggestion Adam made to lead the research astray just seemed to fuel Kim's fascination. The man was treating Adam's carefully planned misdirection like an intellectual puzzle, a game of what if that only made him more determined to see his original project through to completion. At this rate, Adam muttered to himself, adjusting his glasses, he'll have a working prototype within the week. The thought sat like lead in his stomach. He needed a new approach, something more direct, but what? The prototype was nearly complete, and time was running out. Each passing day brought them closer to Student Adam Silla. The sharp call cut through his brooding like a knife, causing him to stop mid-step. "You have a visitor waiting at the entrance," the messenger Raven announced. They identified themselves as Irene. His earlier frustrations about Kim's prototype evaporated, replaced by a sharp alertness. Adam adjusted his course toward the entrance. He spotted Irene before Irene saw him, a small figure in a worn jacket, leaning against the academy's outer wall, one foot propped up against the weathered stone. When Irene finally noticed him approaching, he pushed off the wall with an easy motion that didn't quite hide his tension. "Hey Irene," Adam said. "Everything all right?" "Hey." Irene's grin was quick but didn't reach his eyes. "Not great, to be honest." "What's going on?" Irene glanced at the passing students, lowering his voice. "Things got really messy in the undertow lately." "What do you mean?" Adam asked, feeling his stomach tight. "Cisco wants to see you as soon as possible. He'll explain everything." "How soon?" "Now." "That bad?" "Probably worse," Irene said quietly. Adam let out a short, stressed laugh. "Of course it is." He ran a hand through his hair, glancing back at the academy towers. "Where?" "The cafe, you know, the one from last time." A few moments later, "We have a problem." "What kind of problem?" "Star Night problem." Oh, silence. "That's bad, very bad indeed." "How bad are we talking exactly?" "The kind of bad that killed 3 of my men," Cisco said flatly, setting his cup down with a soft clink. "Left one alive and deeply traumatized to spread the word. Made quite a show of it too." He was asking questions. Marco added, "About you." "Me, the troublesome mage who caused trouble in the undertow and caused the children of the moon to enter a war with the Silver Circle." "Ah, yeah, ah." The cafe's usual warm atmosphere felt suddenly cold. Through the window, Adam watched people pass by, going about their normal day, completely unaware of the conversation happening inside. He could almost pretend this was just a casual coffee and pastry time, if not for the grave look in Cisco's eyes. "All this time," Adam said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I thought I was being clever, playing them against each other. A perfect little distraction while he trailed off, staring into his untouched coffee. I never thought they'd bring in a Star Knight." "Nobody did," Cisco said. "The children aren't known for outsourcing their problems." "They must be desperate," Marco added, "or angry," Irene said quietly. Adam replied, "Both, definitely both," then asked, "How did the Knight become involved?" "According to our intel, he was in the capital," Marco said, leaning forward, "doing mercenary work for some noble families. Mostly intimidation, few assassination jobs. The children approached him a few days ago. After the warehouse incident," Cisco added, "the one where—" "Yes, where we exposed their smuggling route to the circle. Cost them nearly $500,000 in product." Marco's voice dropped lower. "They lost face. Bad enough to lose the cargo, but letting their rivals know about the ghost port was the kind of embarrassment they couldn't let slide. So they hired the one person who could guarantee results," Cisco finished. "Someone even the circle's elite would think twice about crossing." Star Knight, Adam said, the name tasting bitter. Star Knight, this was less than ideal. No, that was an understatement. This was a catastrophic deviation. Adam sighed, rubbing his temples. What exactly did you have in mind, Cisco? There's a price on your head, Cisco said casually as he took a sip of his coffee. Adam opened his mouth to respond, but the beastkin's cold laugh stopped him. Not just yours, me, my men. Seems the children want to make an example of everyone involved in this little escapade. Marco nodded grimly. They're making it personal. So we have no choice but to act, Cisco concluded, his tiny fingers drumming a quiet rhythm on the table. Adam's mind raced. Going to the authorities was worse than useless. The children had too many badges in their pocket, and a dead informant in a dark alley would just be another unsolved case. He glanced at Cisco, the information broker who'd built his empire on knowing exactly which officials could be bought and which ones might actually care. If even Cisco wasn't suggesting the legal route, that spoke volumes. What if we outbid them? Adam asked. Cisco let out a short laugh, then caught himself. First of all, I'm impressed. You've been holding out on us if you think you can match what they're paying. He shook his head, but more importantly, that's not how this works. What do you mean? Mercenaries operate on reputation, young man. The moment one accepts a counteroffer, their career is over. No one would ever hire them again. Other mercenaries would hunt them down themselves, just to keep the system intact. Cisco leaned forward. You can't buy loyalty in this world, not the professional kind. Once a contract is signed, it's final. Breaking it isn't just unprofessional, it's suicide. An idea then came. Adam leaned back. Well then, if we're all in the same sinking boat. He picked up his coffee cup, finally taking a sip. Perhaps we should focus on sinking theirs first. Did you not hear the part about the Star Knight? Iren's voice cracked slightly. Because I feel like you're not properly processing the Star Knight part of this situation. Actually, Adam set his cup down. There's something in what Cisco said that made me think. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. What happens if the client can no longer pay the service? Thinking along the same lines, I see, said Cisco. The Knight's fee alone must have cost them a fortune, Marco added. And they're already stretching thin trying to maintain their territory against the Circle and other organizations, Cisco said. Hit them hard enough, fast enough. They won't be able to maintain their contract, Adam finished. And a mercenary without payment is no longer our problem, Cisco concluded. The question is, how many of their operations can we disrupt before he catches up to us? Adam sat straight, fingers interlaced around his coffee cup. When's their next big operation? Something that would hurt if it went wrong. Cisco glanced at Marco, giving a slight nod. Marco pulled out a small notebook. According to our intel, they have 3 major moves tomorrow night. He flipped through the pages with his thumb. First, weapons shipment coming through the North Docks. Mid-level risk, decent security. Would cost them about 50,000 if disrupted. He turned another page. Second, protection money collection from the merchant district. Low risk, but high visibility. Losing that would cost them around 30,000, plus reputation damage with the merchants. Marco's voice dropped slightly. Third one's the big one. They're moving something through the ghost port. Don't know what exactly, but he tapped the page meaningfully. They've stationed their elite guards there, triple the usual security. Conservative estimate puts the cargo value at $500,000 minimum. I'll take the ghost port, Adam said quietly. The cafe fell silent. Even the gentle clink of cups seemed to pause as 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. Iren was the first to break the silence. You're joking, right? Their elite guards, Marco said slowly, are there for a reason. Cisco just watched him, eyes narrowed, waiting for the explanation he knew was coming. Adam took a deliberate sip of his coffee, so bitter. Honestly, he preferred tea. The fragrant, tasty type. Anyway, think about it, he began. The Knight's probably watching the obvious targets, the docks, the merchant district. But the ghost port, he set his cup down, that's their secret ace. They wouldn't expect us to know about it, let alone hit it, not after what happened last time, which is exactly why they've tripled security, Marco pointed out. Yes, Adam smiled thinly, which means they've pulled guards from other locations. They're expecting muscle. They're expecting the Circle. They're not expecting one mage who can slip through their defenses. Adam's smile faded slightly. Of course, it's a gamble. The Knight could very well be there, watching their most valuable operation. And you're not afraid? Iren asked, his voice barely above a whisper. To face a Star Knight, Adam turned to look at Iren, a glint in his eyes that hadn't been there before, who said, I would do it. The cafe felt different after Law left, quieter somehow, though the ambient noise of other patrons hadn't changed. Iren had muttered something about needing to get back before curfew and slipped out moments after the mage, leaving just the 2 of them at the small corner table. Marco hadn't said a word since. Cisco sipped his coffee, watching his lieutenant stare at the table like it might provide answers to questions he wasn't asking. The silence stretched on until it became noticeable, then uncomfortable, then downright pointed. What is it? Cisco finally asked. Marco looked up. What's what? You're being silent. I'm always silent, not this silent. Cisco set down his cup. Out with it. Marco's jaw worked for a moment before he spoke. I don't think we should keep working with the mage. Why not? A Star Knight is involved now. Marco's voice was flat, matter-of-fact. We're risking our lives and the men's lives for an outsider. A customer, Cisco corrected. A customer, Marco amended, but his tone didn't change. Is it worth it? Really? Cisco leaned back in his chair, studying the young man's face. You think we should cut him loose? I think we should prioritize our people. And I think you're not seeing the bigger picture. Marco's expression tightened, a sign of irritation Cisco had learned to read years ago. Then please explain it to me, sir. That kid, Cisco said, gesturing toward the door Law had left through, is going to be somebody important someday. Based on what? I'm 70 years old, Marco. Not bad for a mouse beastkin. You know what that gives you? Perspective. The ability to gauge potential. Cisco's small fingers drummed against his cup. He's what, 12, exactly. Cisco leaned forward. He's 12 and he's already orchestrating conflicts between criminal organizations. He's 12 and he's thinking 3 moves ahead. He's 12 and he just proposed hitting the ghost port while a star knight is hunting him. Marco was quiet for a moment. You think he'll make it to adulthood? I think if he does, he'll be a name everyone knows. The kind of person who can help us develop the dregs. The kind who can pull our people out of poverty and misery instead of just managing it. And if he doesn't make it, Cisco shrugged. Then we're back where we started. But the potential payoff, he shook his head. You don't get opportunities like this often, Marco, my boy. Investing in someone before they become powerful. That's how real change happens. Investing. Marco's voice carried a bitter edge. Sir, with all due respect, it feels like you're gambling with our people's lives on a maybe. Everything we do is gambling with our people's lives. At least this gamble has upside, does it? Or are you just telling yourself that because you like the kid? The question hit closer to home than Cisco wanted to admit. There was something about the young mage that reminded him of himself at that age. But that wasn't the point. It doesn't matter if I like him, Cisco said. What matters is what he can become. And what if you're wrong? What if he's just a clever kid who's going to get us all killed? Then we adapt. We always do. Marco leaned back, frustration clear in every line of his body. So we're doing this, all of it. The ghost port, the star knight, everything. We're doing this because you have a feeling. Because I have experience. Cisco's tone carried a finality that Marco recognized. Enough. Marco's hands clenched once on the table, then relaxed. He nodded curtly and stood up, leaving his coffee half finished. Cisco watched him go, then returned to his drink. The coffee had gone cold, but he finished it anyway. Sometimes being a leader meant making decisions others couldn't understand. Sometimes it meant betting everything on a 12-year-old boy with 2 smart eyes and a dangerous smile. Sometimes it meant hoping you were right. Back in their shared room, Adam dropped onto his bed face first, not even bothering to remove his shoes. The mattress creaked in protest. That you? Sam's voice came muffled from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of running water and brushing. Yeah, Adam mumbled into his pillow. Hey, I found some interesting references about those enchantment arrays we were discussing the other day. Water splashed. There's this fascinating variation from the eastern provinces that uses a completely different geometric progression. Adam made a vague sound of acknowledgement, his mind already drifting. Tomorrow, Ghost Port. He needed to review the layout again, do some shopping, some work. The timing would have to be perfect, and then there was still Kim's prototype to deal with. And apparently they've been using this method for centuries, can you believe that? It's like we've been doing it the hard way all this time. Sam's enthusiastic voice faded into a comfortable background hum. Adam's thoughts grew hazier, mixing with half-formed plans and calculations. Elite guards, security patterns. Adam, you still awake? But Adam was already gone, his breathing deep and even, still fully clothed on top of his covers. The last thing he heard was Sam's quiet chuckle and the soft click of the bathroom light being turned off. Morning, 7 a.m. Adam stared at the transportation crystals laid out before him, listening to a halfling try to scam him. The merchant was a round-faced fellow with meticulously combed sideburns and clothes, just a touch too fine for his shabby little shop, the kind of outfit meant to suggest prosperity without actually proving it. Finest quality straight from the crystal gardens themselves, the halfling continued, his stubby fingers gesturing at the array of blue-tinted stones. You won't find better prices anywhere in the capital, I guarantee it. Why, just last week, a noble from the upper district came by and bought 3 dozen. To anyone with basic knowledge of transportation crystals, the flaws were painfully obvious. One had a visible crack running along its surface, a disaster waiting to happen. Another's core was clouded, its energy matrix probably destabilized. Using any of these for emergency teleportation would be like playing dice with death, except the dice were loaded and death was definitely winning. And my supplier, very exclusive contact, mind you, ensures each crystal is personally inspected by master artificers. Adam watched the halfling's animated performance with a sort of detached fascination. The merchant hadn't even noticed that his potential customer's eyes hadn't left that cracked crystal for the past minute. Or perhaps he had noticed, and was hoping his steady stream of practice patter would somehow hypnotize Adam into ignoring the obvious death trap he was trying to sell. So what do you say? Interested in making a purchase? For you, I could offer a very special price. Adam looked at the crystals again. By all rights, he should be furious. A defective transportation crystal wasn't just bad business, it was practically attempted murder. That crack alone could send someone into the void between spaces, or worse, scatter them across half the continent. He sighed. It wasn't worth the energy. Wait. The halfling's voice jumped an octave. Perhaps we could discuss the price. I'm sure we can reach an arrangement that. The door's bell jingled as Adam stepped outside. This was the 5th store he'd visited this morning. He walked a few steps, then stopped. No, he couldn't just leave it. Defective transportation crystals weren't just a scam, they were a public hazard. Someone less knowledgeable might actually buy one of those death traps. As if on cue, he spotted a city guard doing his morning rounds. "Officer," Adam called out, gesturing at the shop he'd just left. That store is selling malfunctioning transportation crystals. One of them has a visible crack in the matrix. The guard's eyebrows shot up. "You're certain?" "Absolutely, saw them myself," Adam said casually, "just thought you should know." The guard's expression hardened as he started toward the shop. "Right, I'll handle this." He had it coming, Adam thought as he sank into a bench near the park. The morning air was still crisp, carrying the scent of dew and fresh bread from nearby bakeries. Been out since 5 a.m., searching for transportation crystals suitable for tonight's operation. They weren't exactly rare, but ones powerful enough to cover the distance he needed. Those were another matter entirely. His initial plan had seemed so straightforward in the cafe yesterday, but after 5 shops and nothing but frauds or weak crystals, he was starting to reconsider. Maybe he should call it off. A failed attempt would be worse than no attempt at all, especially with a star night in play. Dom stood up, stretching his stiff muscles. Well, might as well check if Biggins had returned, as he did every morning. The familiar walk to the weird stuff store helped clear his head. The usual cluster of cats was absent from the storefront, probably too early for their daily congregation. The bell chimed as he pushed open the door. "Welcome to the weird stuo, hey Adam." Emma's cheerful voice greeted him from behind the counter. "Hey Emma," he smiled back. "Aren't you supposed to be at Zerk's?" "Kind of early for a morning shift." "Oh, my classes don't start until afternoon," she explained, organizing some crystals in a display case. "I'm on the healer's path, so most of our practical sessions are scheduled later. The morgue's busier in the evenings, you know." Adam nodded. Made sense, most magical accidents tended to happen in the afternoon labs when students were tired and more prone to mistakes. "I assume Mr. Biggins hasn't." "No, still no sign of him," Emma said apologetically. Adam sighed. "Well, I'll just take it." A sudden blur of motion was his only warning before something slammed into his chest with enough force to knock him backward. Emma gasped. Adam groaned, pushing himself up onto his elbows. The world was still spinning slightly. "Oh gods, are you all right?" Emma rushed around the counter. "I'm so sorry. This is exactly what I was afraid would happen." "I think so," Adam managed, rubbing his chest. "What exactly?" Then he saw it. Lying innocently on the floor beside him was a transportation crystal roughly the size of a small barrel, its blue surface pulsing with a gentle inner light. His academic mind immediately started cataloging details: crude cut, unpolished edges, but the core was practically singing with power. What the how did then it hit him? The thought-reading enchantment on the store, designed to provide customers with what they were looking for, as long as it existed somewhere in the inventory. Emma was already trying to wrangle the massive crystal, muttering under her breath. "I always knew this would cause trouble. Who even put something like this on the top right shelf? It's just asking for accidents. Why is there a transportation crystal in this store?" Adam asked, still slightly dazed. Emma gave him an apologetic shrug. "We sell all kinds of things. It is the weird stuff emporium after all." "Fair enough," Adam replied, surprised by her touch of sarcasm. He pushed himself to his feet, studying the crystal more carefully. Despite its rough appearance, the energy matrix was remarkably stable. "Perfect, actually, can I buy it?" Emma's face lit up with unexpected enthusiasm. "Yes, please. Everything here is for sale, especially this menace that's been threatening to fall on my head since day one." She squinted at the small tag attached to the crystal. "Oh, it's 1 silver piece." Adam's jaw dropped. 1 silver piece. He stared at the crystal, then back at Emma. For this, he'd seen smaller, less powerful crystals sell for tens of gold pieces. This one was crude, yes, and needed serious polishing, but the quality was undeniable. 1 silver piece was absurd. It was practically giving it away. A smile spread across his face. "Deal." A few moments later, "Is that a transportation crystal?" "Yep, it's huge." "Yep, must have cost your entire allowance and a kidney," Sam whistled, eyeing the crystal. "These things aren't cheap. 1 silver piece." Sam's laugh died when Adam didn't join in. "You're joking." "Nope." Adam fished in his pocket and pulled out both the original price tag and a slightly crumpled piece of paper. "Emma even wrote me a receipt." "Well, not really a receipt. The weird stuff store doesn't do those, but I asked her to write it down because I knew you wouldn't believe me." Sam snatched both items, staring at them in disbelief. 1 silver. How is that even? What, you planning to make a lot of crystals? Yeah. Sam leaned against the doorframe of their shared room, watching as Adam carefully positioned the massive blue crystal on his workbench. That's why you were out since morning, among other things. Adam was already pulling out his tools, precision chisels, measuring instruments, stabilizing runes. Need any help? Adam looked up from his work, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I thought you'd never ask. So what's the plan? Sam asked, pulling up a stool. Well, transportation crystals, obviously, but I've got something else in mind too, something more complex. I'm listening. Now, for one unfamiliar with the intricacies of magical transportation, it would be important to clarify transportation crystals are not to be confused with transportation portals. Where portals were fixed magical constructs requiring elaborate rune circles and permanent power sources, crystals were more, let's say, personal. See, a transportation crystal starts its life as part of a larger whole, a mother crystal, like the impressive specimen currently occupying Adam's workbench. The trick was one needed two crystals from the same source, cut from the same block. They were like twins in a way, sharing an inherent magical resonance that can't be replicated between crystals from different sources. The real artistry lay in the extraction and attunement process. The craftsman had to carefully carve out two smaller crystals while maintaining their internal matrix structure. Then came the delicate part, feeding mana into both crystals, attuning them to the same frequency. It was like teaching them to sing the same note, a note that carried the magical signature of their maker. A poorly attuned pair could lead to chaos. With each jump, the crystals would swap positions, the destination crystal taking the place where the traveler had jumped from. In badly harmonized pairs, the destination crystal might even materialize at random locations within the resonance perimeter. Stories abounded of inexperienced craftsmen losing their crystals entirely, watching helplessly as each jump scattered them further and further apart, turning simple travel into a dangerous game of magical hide-and-seek. But when properly maintained, the magic worked with elegant simplicity. One crystal would be placed at the intended destination, while its twin remained with the traveler. A jump required only focused thought on the desired location. As long as the destination lay within the perimeter created by the resonance between the two crystals, travel was possible to any point in that space, much like a spider moving along its invisible web of threads. The larger and purer the original mother crystal, the greater the distance these paired crystals could cover. And judging by the size of Adam's new acquisition, he was planning to cover quite a distance indeed. Sam held the stabilizing frame steady. Adam's hands moved with surgical precision, guiding the enchanted chisel along invisible fault lines in the massive crystal. Sweat beaded on his forehead. One wrong move could shatter weeks' worth of potential. Little more to the left, Sam murmured, squinting at the crystalline matrix through a mage lens. There's a natural cleavage plane. Right there. A soft chiming sound filled the air as the first smaller crystal separated cleanly from its mother. Sam caught it in a cushioned basket, while Adam let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. One down, Adam grinned, already repositioning his tools. Ready for round two. The second extraction went even smoother than the first. Soon they had two perfectly matched crystals, each about the size of a fist, gleaming with inner light. Now comes the fun part, Adam said, setting up the attunement circle. Runes carved into the wooden workbench began to glow as he positioned the crystals. Sam watched, fascinated, as Adam closed his eyes and began channeling his mana. The crystal's blue glow intensified, then shifted, taking on a slight purple tinge that matched the color of Adam's magical signature. They're fighting it, Adam muttered through gritted teeth, still too connected to the mother crystal. Try modulating your output, Sam suggested, monitoring the resonance patterns. Pulse it like a heartbeat. The change was immediate. The crystal's glow stabilized, pulsing in perfect synchronization. Hours melted away as they tested the pairs. They started small. Sam would place one crystal in the courtyard while Adam jumped from their workshop. Then they pushed further, the market square, the city limits, the farming districts beyond. This is incredible, Sam called through their low-range communication crystal as he placed a crystal in a field well outside the city. The resonance is still strong, barely any degradation. How far are we? 45 kilometers, Adam replied, checking his measurements. Want to push it further? They did. With each successful jump, they added distance. At 50 kilometers, most transportation crystals would have started showing strain. These barely flickered. The afternoon sun was high in the sky when Adam made his final modifications, carefully etching enhancement runes into the crystal's bases. The purple glow deepened, gained complexity. 70 kilometers, Sam announced finally, reading the distance measurements with obvious pride, stable as a rock. For homemade crystals, this is incredible. I mean, sure, the Imperial artificers managed that insane 340-kilometer jump with their specially grown crystals, but this, with a random find from the weird stuff store. Adam collapsed into a chair, magically exhausted but satisfied. The crystals pulsed softly on the workbench, their harmony perfect, their attunement complete. Not bad for half a day's work, he smiled, watching the last rays of sunlight play across the crystal's facets. Not bad at all. Man, I miss this, Sam said, stretching his arms overhead. Just us doing weird magical experiments. Feels like forever since we've had time for side projects, between our club duties and everything else. Adam shrugged, organizing his tools. Speaking of which, Sam glanced at the darkening sky. I should head to the club. Got a meeting with some of the seniors about next week's event. Go ahead. I'll stay here, get some more work done. Don't blow anything up while I'm gone, Sam called over his shoulder, already heading for the door. That's your job. After Sam's footsteps faded, Adam waited a few extra moments before reaching into his inventory. The golem emerged. When transportation crystals were first discovered, everyone saw two crystals connecting and allowing transport between them. They assumed both crystals were equally creating this connection. When measuring maximum range, they'd place the crystals apart in test jumps, naturally concluding that 70 km was the maximum connection distance. Confirmation bias. This assumption was so fundamental that for centuries, no one thought to question it. All experiments were designed to measure connection distance, so that's exactly what they found. Breakthrough 30 years from now happened when a mage was experimenting with crystal resonance patterns and noticed something odd. With the proper runic configuration, one crystal generated a consistent field regardless of its pair's location. It turned out one crystal created the field, and its pair just responded to it. Simple, but nobody saw it because they were all too busy measuring connections between crystals to notice one was doing all the work. Adam carefully completed the runes he'd started earlier, but with a crucial difference. Instead of the traditional configuration that treated both crystals as equal partners, he modified one to be the controller, the field generator. Its paired crystal, which he embedded in the golem along with the talisman, would be able to instantly relocate anywhere within that 70 km bubble. He'd had the idea during the coffee with Cisco. Crazy, maybe, but potentially brilliant. The golem was already an extraordinary piece of work, but with these crystals, he carefully began dismantling the chest plate, looking for the perfect spot to embed one of the transportation crystals. The other purchase he'd made that morning burned in his pocket. The talisman vendor had been an experience. The shop had been tucked away in an alley so narrow Adam had to turn sideways to reach the door. Inside, a thin man with uncomfortably intense eyes had watched him browse the relationship enhancement section with growing amusement. Ah, the connection talisman, the vendor had practically purred when Adam finally pointed to it. A popular choice. Very popular, though usually purchased by, shall we say, more paranoid lovers. It's for a project, Adam had muttered, avoiding eye contact. Of course, they all are. The vendor's knowing smile had made Adam want to sink into the floor. Would you like me to wrap it in our discreet packaging? Many customers prefer. Just the talisman, please. Now, looking at the innocent-seeming piece of jewelry, Adam pushed away the lingering discomfort. Yes, these were typically used by suspicious partners to spy on each other, hence the vendor's unsettling implications, but the magical principle was sound. Once linked, the talismans would allow him to see and hear everything from the golem's perspective. He carefully embedded the transportation crystal into the golem's chest cavity, then attached the talisman next to it. The matching talisman went around his own arm. With these modifications, he'd be able to instantly summon the golem anywhere within that 70-kilometer radius, while maintaining perfect awareness of its surroundings. The crystals pulsed with their soft purple glow, harmonizing with the golem's existing enchantments. Perfect. Well, he said to the empty workshop, let's see what you can do. He closed his eyes, channeling mana into the small jewel. The metal grew warm against his skin then. The world doubled. Adam's breath caught. He was still himself, standing there in the workshop, but he was also taller, much taller. Through the golem's eyes, he watched himself, a slim figure in academy robes, looking somewhat better than he remembered from the mirror this morning. Was his hair always that neat? And when did his shoulders get so straight? The sensation was dizzying, magnificent, terrifying. 2 sets of eyes, 2 sets of ears, both feeding information to his mind with perfect clarity. Through the golem's enhanced vision, the workshop appeared sharper, more defined. Each sound came through with crystal clarity, his own breathing, the distant chatter of students in the hallway. This is, he whispered and watched himself speak through the golem's eyes. The word echoed strangely, bouncing between his perspectives. An idea struck. Without really thinking about it, without any conscious command, the golem moved. 2 smooth steps brought it to his bed. Metal fingers slipped beneath the frame. Oh, the word escaped him as the golem lifted the entire bed one-handed, as easily as if it were made of paper. Through his own eyes, Adam watched 2 meters of enchanted metal and stone hoist his furniture skyward. Through the golem's eyes, he looked down at his human self from what felt like a mountain's height. He found himself grinning. The golem didn't grin, couldn't, really, but he could feel its mechanical readiness through their shared connection. Put that down, he told himself, half laughing, before Sam comes back and thinks I've lost it. The bed settled back into place without a sound. The golem's control was perfect, all that strength, wrapped in precision, like having the power of a storm contained in a surgeon's hands. Right, the transportation crystal. Adam fingered the smooth surface in his pocket, then glanced at the golem's chest where its twin lay protected beneath layers of enchanted metal. Time to try the real test. He focused on a spot about 5 steps ahead, right next to his workbench. Clear visualization, that was the key, just like they'd practiced with Sam earlier. A touch of mana into the crystal, a clear thought of the destination, and thud! Whoa! Adam's actual body stumbled backward, landing hard on his behind as the golem vanished and reappeared instantly at the targeted spot. The jump had taken less than a blink, but the sudden shift in perspective, seeing himself fall from across the room while also experiencing the fall, sent his head spinning. Okay, he muttered, pushing himself up. That's going to take some getting used to. As he steadied himself, another thought crossed his mind. The beach. The one where he and Morgana had walked last week, with its distinctive rock formation jutting out over the water. He could picture it perfectly, the weathered gray stone, the way the waves crashed against the cliff face, the exact spot where they'd stood watching the sunset. Blip, splash. Cold seawater engulfed the golem's frame as it materialized 3 feet off target right over the ocean instead of the beach. Adam's real body, safe and dry in the workshop, still let out a yelp of surprise. He couldn't feel the water, the golem had no sense of touch, but the visual sensation of plunging into the sea was so vivid his brain insisted he should be soaked. He willed the golem to wade out of the surf, metal feet crunching against wet sand. The sound of children's excited shouts drew his attention. Urias de fear, Urias de fear. A group of Vaishari kids had stopped their game to stare at him, dark eyes wide with wonder. Adam made the golem wave, earning delighted squeals and enthusiastic waves in return. Time to go before he drew more attention. He focused on his workshop, on the exact spot he was looking at from his flesh and blood eyes, right in front of himself. Blip, the golem reappeared precisely where he'd been looking, water still streaming from its joints. Adam let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Well, he said to his metal companion, looks like we need to work on our targeting. A few feet off might not matter in an empty room, but he glanced down at the puddle forming around the golem's feet. Let's try to keep our feet on solid ground from now on. Over the next few hours, Adam practiced jumps within the safety of his workshop. 5 steps ahead, next to the window, beside the bookshelf. Each jump got more precise as he learned to focus his visualization. A clear mental image was everything: the exact height from the floor, the specific angle, the precise spot in space. But there was still one glaring problem. Thud, even with perfect positioning, each landing announced the golem's presence like a hammer strike. 2 meters of armored construct hitting the ground wasn't exactly subtle, and for what he had planned, this won't do at all. He called the golem back, already reaching for his engraving tools. Sound-dampening runes were tricky, too weak and they'd be useless, too strong and they'd create suspicious zones of silence. But if he modified the standard configurations, the first set of runes went around the golem's feet and joints, designed to absorb impact vibrations. The second set, spiraling up its legs and torso, would catch and disperse any residual sound waves. A third set, more complex, created a kind of acoustic barrier sound could pass through, but muffled, distorted. For good measure, he added concealment runes along the golem's shoulders and back. Not true invisibility that would require way more power than he could spare, but enough to blur its outline, make it harder to spot in shadows. Right then, he said, setting down his tools. Let's see. A knock at the door nearly made him jump out of his skin. Sam's voice carried through. Adam, you still up? I forgot my key. The golem vanished into his inventory just as the door handle turned. Adam threw himself onto his bed, trying to look casual. Sam stepped in, then paused. His eyes narrowed. What were you doing? Nothing, just working. Sam's gaze drifted to the bed, which was sitting at a distinctly different angle than usual. And why is your bed crooked? His eyes dropped to the floor. Is that water? I was working with the crystals. Right, Sam crossed his arms. So why do you look like I just caught you doing something inappropriate? Oh please, Adam rolled his eyes. I know about your special collection under your bed. Don't even try playing this game. Sam's face reddened. He hurried to his desk, snatched his locker key. I have no idea what you're talking about. The magazines, Sam, the ones with the... Going back to the club, Sam practically bolted for the door, and we're never speaking of this again. Deal, I'll be back in an hour. That should be enough time, right? Will do. Adam called after Sam's retreating back, face burning. Adam groaned and buried his face in his pillow. Great. Now his friend thought he was some kind of. He groaned again, louder. At least it made for a decent cover story. Better to have Sam think he was up to something embarrassing than figure out what he was actually planning. Though he'd definitely need to be more careful about the water puddles next time. Adam rolled onto his back, staring at the ceiling. A part of him wanted to tell Sam everything about the golem, the crystals, all of it. But no, Sam would freak out. He'd probably try to talk Adam out of it, or worse, insist on helping. He's just a kid, Adam muttered to himself, then snorted at how that sounded. They were technically the same age, but... Well, Sam still got excited about new enchantment theorems and academy gossip. He shouldn't have to worry about criminal organizations or whatever Adam might find in that place tonight. Adam sighed, pushing himself up from the bed. His stomach growled, reminding him he'd skipped lunch entirely. Between the crystal work and the golem modifications, he'd lost track of time completely. He straightened his bed, carefully adjusting it back to its proper angle. No need to give Sam more ammunition when he returned. The library would be quiet this time of day. He could grab some food, find a secluded corner among the towering shelves, and just plan. There was still so much to consider, and tonight he would strike. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, equal parts excitement and apprehension. He checked his inventory one last time, making sure everything was secure, then headed for the door. Time to clear his head. He had a few hours left to make sure everything was perfect. It had to be perfect. Night 2M. A letter from Cisco had arrived earlier through a Raven encrypted. Star Night confirmed in Meridian District. Window clear. Simple, direct. Just what he needed to know. After hours spent in the library practicing micro jumps and height control until his head ached, Adam settled into position in the practice room of the Combat Athletic Club of Zerks, 50 kilometers from the Ghost Port. He'd burned those cargo coordinates into his memory. There was something he'd been itching to try since he got the Golem Knight. At the time, he'd wondered what practical use such an asset could have. Now he knew. Golem Knight activated. The moment Adam activated the golem, his consciousness stretched like taffy being pulled in two directions. One part remained anchored in Zerks, while the other plunged into his inventory for the first time. It wasn't the abstract menu he'd grown used to, it was an endless void, neither dark nor light, simply nothing. And there, suspended in that nothing, stood his Golem Knight waiting. He took it out. His consciousness melded with the golem's frame, heart pounding in his actual body back in Zerks. One wrong move. Did you hear that? Guard1's hand twitched toward his weapon. For God's sake, Milo, how much did you drink? Just a bit, Zara offered, and the succubus from the red light district. Again, a deep sigh. You absolute moron. He needed them to move. Every second here was a risk, but jumping blind would be worse. Much worse. Through the golem's vision, Adam watched Guard1's face flush red. It's different with her. She actually listens when I talk about my dreams, about opening that little shop in. She's a succubus. It's literally her job to make you think. Come on, move, just take 3 steps forward. Clear the path. You don't know her like I do. Last night she told me about her childhood in. Succubi don't have childhoods, they manifest from you know what. Fine, waste your savings, just don't come crying when. A distant metallic creak echoed through the warehouse. Both guards tensed, hands on weapons. Adam's consciousness froze in the golem's frame. 3 seconds of absolute silence. Probably just the wind, Guard1 muttered, then brightened. Anyway, Zara said once I save enough, we could. Guard2's groan almost masked the sound of Adam's relief cycling through the golem's cooling vents. The pair began walking their patrol route, their voices growing distant as they argued about succubi and true love. The path ahead finally clear, Adam let out a slow breath back in Zerks, his golem frame stepping out from behind the beam. Orange light spilled across the floor. His core processes froze. A guard, torch in hand, had just rounded the corner of a cargo container, not 10 feet away. The flame's glow caught the golem's semi-transparent frame, casting ethereal shadows on the warehouse walls. Time stretched like cold honey. The guard's eyes went wide, torch trembling in his grip as he took in the 2-meter translucent figure before him. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. His hand inched toward his sword. Adam raised one finger to where the golem's lips would be. Don't. The guard's mouth twitched, his fingers wrapped around the sword handle. No choice, the golem crossed the distance in a blur. One hand clamped over the guard's mouth, muffling his startled intake of breath. The other fist connected with his face in a sharp crack. Blood sprayed from his arcade, running into his eyes. He swayed, dazed but still conscious, trying to focus through the crimson veil. The second punch dropped him like a stone. Adam's heart hammered in Zerks as the golem dragged the limp body behind a cargo container. Every second exposed was a second too long. He had to move. Now, through the golem's senses, he listened. Footsteps echoing off metal, 2 pairs heading east, probably the love-struck guard and his partner. Another set moving along the upper walkway, boots on grating. Murmured conversation from somewhere behind the maze of containers, at least 3 more voices. There, the cargo Cisco described. Fargonian make the distinct copper-threaded reinforcements on the corners, those characteristic runes etched into the seals. Plain steel container at first glance. 3rd row, 2nd stack. He moved the golem forward, each step calculated, pausing only to snuff out the unconscious guard's torch. He couldn't risk the moving shadows betraying his position. Darkness enveloped him, and he cursed silently back in Zerks. A night vision rune would have been invaluable, but the delicate arcane geometry would have taken hours to etch into the golem's crystal matrix. Too late for that now. One hand reached into the dimensional pouch, fingers closing around the artifact, a small crystalline sphere, no bigger than a marble. Looked innocent enough, but beneath its surface, intricate runic patterns pulsed with stored potential. In his other hand, back in Xerx's, he held the trigger stone. When infused with mana, it would resonate with the identical patterns etched into each explosive sphere, setting off a chain reaction. The artifact felt cool against the golem's palm as he approached the container. Once placed, a simple surge of mana into the trigger stone would turn this entire weapon's cache into. A clatter followed by a curse. "Everything all right down there?" A voice echoed from somewhere above. Adam froze, the artifact still warm in the golem's palm. "Yeah, just slipped on something." Metal scraped as the guard picked himself up. "Slipped on what?" The voice from above sounded puzzled. "We keep this place bone dry. Can't risk water anywhere near the cargo." Through enhanced vision, Adam watched the guard bend down, torch hovering near the floor. A dark smear gleamed in the firelight. The guard's head tilted. "Is that blow?" The golem's strike was precise. A dull thud and the guard crumpled. "Hey, what was that noise?" A pause. "Marcus." Another pause, longer, more annoyed. "You know, it's really rude to ignore people, right? We've talked about this. Just because you're new doesn't mean. I swear, if you're playing one of your stupid pranks again, I'll." The guard never finished his sentence. The golem's blow dropped him mid-word. "Are they dead?" The thought flashed through Adam's mind as he stared at the two still forms. He hadn't meant to. The first guard twitched. Relief flooded through him. The man groaned softly. "Bam, back to sleep." Adam moved the golem swiftly through the shadows, scanning. Time was running out. Someone would notice the missing guards soon. He sorted through sound patterns. Two guards still chatting by the east entrance. One set of footsteps circling the perimeter, and their second cargo, same characteristics. He reached into the pouch. Footsteps above, too close. The golem pressed against the container wall, becoming nearly invisible as a guard passed on the walkway overhead. 3 seconds. 5. Clear. Movement resumed. The second artifact joined its twin, nestled against the container's base. Just one more to. "Hey, anyone seen Marcus?" Adam's hands moved faster. The final cargo container stood 20 meters ahead. The third artifact felt slick in the golem's grip. Almost there. Almost. "Marcus, Marcus, check the west section. He's not responding to me. No time for stealth." The golem sprinted the final stretch. Adam started placing the artifact, metal fingers moving with precision despite the chaos. Just one more after this. There was a hole in the cargo Adam was trapping. He could have ignored it, but through the golem's eyes, a soft blue radiance seeped beneath a massive iron door, pulsing like a captive heartbeat. The artifact in the golem's grip suddenly felt insignificant. No, the word escaped Adam's lips, barely a whisper. His mind refused to process what his eyes were telling him. The footsteps were getting closer. He needed to finish placing the crystals. He needed to leave, but that light, he knew that light. Celestial tears, the purest form of mana crystal known to exist. These crystals formed only in the deepest, most mana-dense dungeons, where ambient magical energy compressed under its own weight for centuries. Like diamonds of pure magic, each one worth a king's ransom. Too pure and unstable to be used in common enchantments, they'd shatter at the slightest magical resonance. Unless, of course, they underwent the awakening. A rare phenomenon where the crystals were exposed to a precise sequence of elemental energies. The process stabilized them, made them capable of channeling immense magical power, the same property that made them the final, crucial component of Dragon's Breath. Footsteps thundered down the corridor. Adam directed the golem to quickly place the corrupted crystals. Time stretched like molasses. The void began to swallow the golem, reality peeling away layer by layer when green, a sickly emerald glow came from the distance, closing fast, too fast. Through the golem's enhanced senses, Adam registered movement at impossible speeds. Death approached, wreathed in verdant light. Dodge, the golem twisted, catching the flash of blue flame like energy coating the blade as it sliced through the space where its torso had been a fraction of a second before. Steel whispered past crystalline form, missing by mere inches. The figure pivoted, ethereal green light casting strange shadows across a face Adam knew. The same face he'd seen at Professor Kim's, the one that had made him think of his father, Gale. Their eyes met as the golem's head entered the void again. A heartbeat stretched into eternity. Adam's fingers closed around the artifact in his pocket, sending a resonance pulse through the network of artifacts he'd laid, and Gale smiled. The first fire from the artifacts ripped through the facility as the void claimed the last of the golem. That smile burned itself into Adam's memory, the smile of a hunter acknowledging his prey. 1 second. The entire encounter had lasted less than 1 second. Gale, Mr. Fox's right-hand man, according to Professor Kim. and Mr. Fox had been funding the professor's research for years. If Gale was the knight employed by the Children of the Moon and he answered directly to Mr. Fox, then that meant either the man was a big shot among the children or he's the founder of the Children of the Moon and its current boss, Cisco said. His true name is Ernest Boyle. And that night, Adam's voice trailed off. You said you knew him as Gale. Cisco shifted in his chair. We managed to find some information about him. He is a noble from Fallen House Cur de Lion. Galahad Cur de Lion. Galahad Cur de Lion, Adam repeated, tasting each syllable. Ernest Boyle, the Children of the Moon. New names, new pieces on a board he was only beginning to understand. A noble house he'd never heard of. An organization that seemed to have its fingers everywhere. Were these the people that would eventually assassinate Professor Kim? The same people who would put Dragon's breath out there, triggering the future he was trying to prevent. It made too much sense. The professor's funding, the celestial tears hidden in that facility. All the pieces were falling into place, forming a picture that made his blood run cold. Because if he was right, if these were indeed the players who would shape that dark future, then he wasn't just dealing with common criminals or ambitious nobles. He was up against an organization with the resources to create magical mass destruction weapons, the connections to silence renowned professors, and the audacity to sell Apocalypse to the highest bidder. He'd always assumed Professor Kim was assassinated because the project was publicized, drawing unwanted attention from power-hungry vultures. Now he realized the bitter truth. Whether the professor went public or not was irrelevant. The very people he desperately tried to keep in the dark hadn't just known about the project, they'd been bankrolling it years before Adam drew his first breath. The stakes hadn't just risen, they'd exploded, but with hardships came ease. The path ahead had crystallized. Two objectives, clear as day: stop turning around the bush and destroy the prototype, then get the professor out of the equation. Not dead God, he'd had enough of death already. But out, safe, away from the Children of the Moon, could he just tell Kim the truth? Hey, Professor, your benefactor is actually the head of a secret organization that's going to kill you and use your invention to create magical weapons of mass destruction. How about we grab some coffee and discuss your retirement plans? He snorted. Right. Adam's chair scraped against the floor as he suddenly stood, anger flashing in his eyes. Cisco, you told me he was in Meridian District. Your letter specifically said the window was clear. Cisco's whiskers twitched, his usually composed demeanor showing a crack of genuine concern. That's what has been bothering me since last night. My man watching him swears the knight was there then. The mouse beastkin's paws gestured in frustration. One moment he was in Meridian, the next he was moving at impossible speeds toward your location. No warning, no indication, just sudden movement as if he knew exactly where to go. That doesn't make any sense, Adam said, pacing now. How could he have known? The only people who knew about the operation were. We're still looking into it, Cisco cut in, his tone grave. But I assure you the intelligence breach didn't come from my end. Adam opened his mouth to argue further when Marco burst through the door, slightly out of breath. The operation, Marco said, excitement breaking through his usual professional demeanor. It worked. They definitely lost significant assets. Adam's anger momentarily subsided. How much are we talking about? Marco shook his head. Hard to tell right now. We haven't gotten all the intel yet, but... Adam's mind was already racing again. The knight's impossible appearance, the speed, the timing. Something wasn't adding up. How had Gale known? And more importantly, what else might he know? He straightened in his chair. That wasn't the immediate problem. He needed to open Kim's eyes, but how? Wild claims about the future would sound insane. But he had something better. He had seen their facility. He knew their names. He could provide concrete evidence that the Children of the Moon were more than just generous benefactors. Would you have anything on Ernest Boyle? Adam leaned forward. Documents, records, anything that could prove what kind of man he is. Cisco's whiskers twitched once as he reached for his glass. I'll have Aren bring you a package. He took a slow sip, his eyes never leaving Adam. My sources tell me they're looking for a fearsome warrior. Tall, imposing. The mouse beastkin set his glass down. No offense, but you don't exactly fit that description. Adam offered a polite smile, not really in the mood for jokes but not wanting to be rude. Their own assumptions work against them, Cisco continued. Makes them blind to certain possibilities. Keep that advantage. You'll need it. I'll keep that in mind. Adam said, getting up. Before turning to leave, he paused. Well, I still have you here about my order. Ah, yes, Cisco nodded, setting his glass down. The water of Juvence has been obtained. It's already en route. He glanced at Marco. And the other item, Marco straightened. The wyvern's heart will be here in a week. A week. Adam's eyebrows rose. Are you sure? Positive, Marco replied with quiet confidence. Our contact in the north is reliable. Looking forward to it then. Adam rose from his chair. Cisco, Marco. They exchanged brief nods, the practiced courtesy of professionals, before Adam took his leave. The autumn chill bit through Adam's coat as he trudged back toward Zerk's. His steps dragged against the cobblestones, each one feeling heavier than the last. He hadn't slept more than an hour or two since last night's operation, and his body was making its protests known. His stomach should have been growling when was the last time he'd eaten. Yesterday. But there was no hunger, just a hollow emptiness that matched his thoughts. Children of the moon, celestial tears, star nights, and fallen noble houses. Dom ran a hand through his hair, not caring how disheveled it made him look. How exactly was he supposed to approach Kim about any of this? Even if Cisco's documents proved convincing enough, and that was a big if, what then? The prototype was already near completion. Who was to say they wouldn't just take it by force? These people had resources, connections, and apparently a knight who could move faster than should be physically possible. A bitter laugh escaped his lips, drawing curious glances from passersby. He couldn't tell if his growing headache was from lack of sleep, the weight of the situation, or both. Both. Definitely both. And then there was his own clock ticking away. 1 month, a little bit more. He took a glance at the system. 1 month, 18 days, 12 hours, 21 min. The illness lurking in his future felt simultaneously too close and too distant, like a storm cloud that kept changing position every time he looked up. Where the hell is he? Adam's head snapped up. A crowd was gathering ahead, their murmurs carrying across the street. More shouts rose above the general din, urgent and afraid. He should probably keep walking. He was tired, irritated, and had enough problems without. His feet were already moving toward the commotion, because of course they were. The crowd parted as Adam approached the Adventurers' Guild entrance. 2 warriors stood their ground, armor still caked with dried blood, facing a man whose rage seemed to fill the entire street. Gankers, the man's voice cracked with fury. You left him to die. In his white-knuckled grip, he clutched a muscled arm. Just an arm. The severed limb still wore a bronze bracer, its surface scratched and dented. Sir, please, the female adventurer tried, her voice steady despite her pale face. When the dungeon started shifting. Lies, the man lunged forward, nearly dropping the arm. My boy was strong, he wouldn't just. The walls changed, the male adventurer cut in. One moment he was there, the next. Dom had seen this before. Everyone did. Dungeons were as much a part of life as markets or taverns. They appeared without warning, promising riches, artifacts, power. But for every successful raid, there were scenes like this. Parents receiving pieces of their children, wives becoming widows. The lucky ones got bodies to bury. Where's the rest of him? The father's voice dropped. Where's my son? The dungeon sealed, the female adventurer said. Won't open for another month. We barely made it out ourselves. The father's face twisted. With a roar, he charged the adventurers, his son's arm raised like a club. You cowards, you left him, you. Guards appeared seemingly from nowhere, grabbing the grieving man. He thrashed in their grip, still clutching the arm, screaming accusations as they dragged him away. The crowd murmured, some shaking their heads, others just watching in silence. Adam turned away, jaw clenched. As if this day wasn't difficult enough already. He walked faster, leaving the scene behind, but his frustration only grew. One more thing, one more goddamn thing on a day already overflowing with them. Adam pushed open the door to his room, the familiar creak barely registering in his exhausted mind. Sam was sprawled across his bed, nose buried in a thick tome, legs dangling off the edge. Oh hey, you won't believe what I found in the library today. There's this fascinating theory about elemental resonance in early morning spellweaving, and he looked up, his excited grin fading. Whoa, you look like death warmed over. Where have you been? You missed all of runecology. Not in the mood for classes today. Dom made his way to his bed, letting gravity do most of the work as he collapsed onto it. The mattress welcomed him like an old friend, and he suddenly realized just how desperately he needed sleep. Not in the sense when are you not in the mood for classes. Sam sat up, letting his book fall closed. Did something happen? Everything's fine. The words came out muffled against his pillow. Adam just sank deeper into his bed, not even bothering to take off his shoes. His mind felt like it was stuffed with cotton, heavy and useless. Sam, he said, not looking up as he took off his glasses and placed them carefully beside his pillow. Wake me at dawn, please. Ooh yeah, Sam said hesitantly, closing his book entirely now. Are you all right? Yeah, Adam mumbled into his pillow, his voice already heavy with approaching sleep. Everything's perfectly fine. The obvious lie hung in the air for a moment, but Sam did not call him out on it, and Adam couldn't bring himself to care. Not today. Sleep well then, Sam said softly, setting his book aside with unusual care. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact sent vibrations through Adam's arms, sweat already soaking through his shirt despite the early hour. The training room was empty except for him and the punching bag, which swayed with each strike. +2 iron lungs, +1 boxing mastery. His breathing remained controlled, measured, even as his thoughts raced. Ernest Boyle, Gale, the future, his parents, the world, all of it threatened to overwhelm him, so he channeled it into his fists instead. Thud, thud, thud. Adam's arms burned, but he pushed through it. The illness in his blood was spreading, he could feel it. How long until it became noticeable? How long until he became a cripple again? +1 endurance. The face of Gale flashed in his mind, that smug smile, those calculating eyes. Thud, then Ernest Boyle, the man giving him such a hard time. Thud, the future he'd seen, his parents' deaths, the world in flames. Thud, thud, thud. His technique grew sharper with each strike, more precise. He couldn't afford to fail, couldn't afford to die. Too many lives depending on him, too many threads to unravel, too many disasters to prevent. Indomitable will activated. Burning in his muscles intensified, but so did his focus. He'd never trained like this before, never pushed himself this hard. But then again, he'd never had to save the world before either. His strikes became faster, harder. The bag swung wildly, chains creaking in protest. Still, he didn't stop, couldn't stop. Not while there was still strength in his arms, still breath in his lungs. Because if he failed, no, that wasn't an option. He would succeed. He had to. No matter what it took, no matter the cost. Thud, 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 whoa there brother, way to go. A sudden voice cut through his focused haze. Adam stopped mid-strike, chest heaving as he turned around. Caius stood in the doorway, his tall frame leaning casually against the entrance. Despite the early hour, he was already in his training gear, a towel draped around his neck. Hello, Caius, Adam managed between breaths, suddenly aware of how drenched in sweat he was. Morning, Adam, Caius grinned, but his eyes narrowed as they fell to Adam's hands. Hey, your wraps are loose and those gloves. He crossed the room in a few long strides. The way you're throwing those crosses, you'll mess up your wrists. Here, Adam looked down at his hands. He hadn't even noticed the wraps had started unraveling or that his form had deteriorated as exhaustion set in. Oh, he said, flexing his fingers, I wasn't really. I mean, I'm not actually trying to learn boxing properly. Caius raised an eyebrow. Having a tough time, Adam's throat tightened. He turned back to the bag, adjusting his glasses which had started sliding down his sweaty nose. You could say that. Listen, Caius said, moving to hold the bag steady. If you're going to beat up this poor bag, at least let me show you how to do it without beating yourself up too. His voice carried no judgment. Trust me, nothing worse than having to explain to the healers why your wrists are sprained from improper form. Adam hesitated, his breath still coming in heavy pants. Part of him wanted to dismiss the offer. He hadn't come here for a lesson, just needed to vent. But Caius was right, his hands were already starting to ache in ways they probably shouldn't. The corner of Adam's mouth twitched despite himself. That was Caius always finding ways to turn any situation into an opportunity for improvement. It was probably why he was one of the few upper years Adam actually didn't mind being around. Just like all the other club members, really. I suppose you have a point, Adam conceded, starting to unwrap his hands. Caius expertly rewrapped Adam's hands, explaining each loop and cross. His movements were precise, neither too tight nor too loose. See, you want to protect these knuckles but still keep mobility in your fingers. There's an art to it. While working, he glanced up at the bag. Got some time before my usual routine. Want to spar a bit? Sure, Adam said, flexing his newly wrapped hands. They already felt better. Caius smiled, moving to grab his own gear. As he prepared, he spoke casually over his shoulder. You know, I used to come here at dawn too. Still do sometimes. There's something about hitting things that helps clear the head better than any meditation technique they teach us. He paused, adjusting his wraps. Whatever's eating at you, it doesn't have to make sense to anyone else. Sometimes life just gets heavy, you know. Dom watched him, surprised by the mature perspective. He'd gotten so used to seeing his schoolmates as children that moments like these caught him off guard. Do you have a younger sibling? The question slipped out before he could stop it. You seem experienced at this. Caius's hands stilled for a moment. His smile remained, but something shifted in his eyes. Used to, he said simply. Oh, Adam replied, I'm sorry, don't be. Caius shook his head, resuming his preparations. Made peace with it a while ago. Life's funny like that, throws you curveballs, knocks you down. He finished wrapping his hands and turned to Adam with a wink. But as my favorite philosopher would say, you can come back from anything, it's all about the mindset. They moved to the padded area of the training room, Caius taking a relaxed stance while Adam settled into a more rigid position. Despite his earlier exhaustion, Adam felt his focus sharpening. Remember, Caius said, bouncing lightly on his feet, this isn't about winning. Just move, breathe, and let it flow. The next 15 minutes were a lesson in humility. Caius wasn't just strong, he was efficient. Every time Adam threw a punch, Caius seemed to flow around it like water, responding with light taps that could have been devastating hits if he'd wanted them to be. System recalibrating. Good, Caius would say occasionally, but guard your left side more. Or nice dodge, now follow through. By the end, Adam was completely drained, but his mind felt clearer than it had in days. The overwhelming thoughts about Ernest, Gale, and the future were still there, but they'd settled into something more manageable. Water. Caius tossed him a bottle from his bag. They sat on the training room floor, catching their breath. Same time tomorrow, Caius asked casually, wiping his face with a towel. If you're going to make a habit of dawn training, might as well do it right. Adam looked at Caius, a sudden heaviness settling in his chest. In his original timeline, he'd never heard of a battle mage named Caius. No notable achievements, no memorable stories, probably just another name lost in the endless casualty lists from the wars that would come. The kind of person whose life would be reduced to a statistic, a footnote in history. Looking at him now young, strong, full of easy smiles and quiet wisdom, Adam felt something shift in his perspective. This wasn't just about preventing an apocalypse, it was about people like Caius, who deserved more than becoming another casualty in senseless conflicts, people who should have the chance to live, to grow old, to pass on their philosophy about comebacks and mindsets to others. Caius was still waiting for an answer, casually wiping sweat from his neck. Yeah, he found himself saying, "Same time tomorrow, system recalibrated, boxing mastery has reached level 2. Basic footwork and striking techniques have been improved. Damage reduction while boxing increased by 5. The day unfolded like most others at Zerk's Academy, except it didn't. They never really did. During the spell-weaving class, Adam adjusted his glasses as he watched Gus Howell's salamander familiar, Gizmo, set fire to Jason Burke's robes after the latter overstimulated the creature. Some students still hadn't learned that magical creatures weren't toys for entertainment. He had it coming, Sam whispered beside him, trying not to laugh as the professor calmly extinguished the flames. The morning continued with runicology, where the pop quiz proved to be more entertainment than challenge. After 79 years of life and a previous career that heavily relied on runes, the basic principles felt like reading children's books. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it, Professor Way said as he handed back Adam's paper, a rare smile on his stern face. The only perfect score in class. The afternoon's monster anatomy class started normally enough with Professor Drake dissecting a cave crawler until Finn, one of Damas' friends, displaying the kind of curiosity that often preceded disaster, decided to poke the yellow-green organ on the creature's abdomen. "What's this one do?" he asked, finger already in motion. Professor Drake's don't came a moment too late. The resulting explosion of post-mortem gases sent students scrambling for the exits, leaving behind half-written notes and dignity in equal measure. The stench managed to accomplish what 3 years of cleaning spells hadn't. It cleared out the decades-old dust from the classroom's corners. Hours later, after multiple baths, Finn trudged into the dining hall trailing a unique combination of tomato, lime, and lingering cave crawler essence. The whispers of Finn the Smelly started at the far table and spread like wildfire. Kids could be cruel. Between classes, he spotted 3 fourth years cornering a first year behind the library building. Rather than intervene directly, he simply caught guard Captain Marina's attention as she passed nearby. She handled the situation with her usual efficiency. As the day wound down and students began heading to their dorms or clubs, Adam turned to Sam. "Hey. Want to help me with fluid control practice?" Sam's enthusiasm vanished. "No, absolutely not." He shifted uncomfortably. "Last time I hit you 5 times in 10 minutes, Adam, and that's with me holding back. That's why I need the practice," Adam insisted. "The fluid enhancement should help me dodge better, but doesn't." Sam ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. "Look, you're my best friend and no offense, but you're kind of an easy target, even for me. And I'm terrible at combat magic. None taken, some was taken. Plus, that makes you perfect for practice," Adam pressed. "Come on, I need to figure this out. Just one more session." Sam looked at him for a long moment. "Fine, but the moment it gets too rough, we stop. I mean it this time." He pointed an accusing finger at Adam. "And no more, just one more try after I knock you down 3 times in a row." Adam smiled. "Deal. I'm going to regret this, am I not?" "I am regretting this." This was the 23rd attempt. White worm body has reached level 4. Fluid control has reached level 3. +3 endurance, +7 iron lungs. Physical enhancement moderately strengthened. Indomitable will is active. One more time, Adam panted, pushing himself up from the ground. Sam sighed. Adam smiled. "Are you a masochist, Adam?" To any outsider, yes, it might have looked like Adam was actually enjoying the constellation of bruises left by Sam's increasingly potent wind spells. Way to go, Sam. The cold air in the pitch, and the distinct feeling that tomorrow's muscles would have some choice words for him. But to Adam, who had a blue screen hovering in his peripheral vision, there was a very good reason to be happy. Subject Adam Scylla is approaching emergence threshold. Something was changing. Sam exhaled sharply. "Here goes nothing." "I saw that lip twitch," Adam said. "You're trying not to smile. This hurts me more than it hurts you." The spell cut him off mid-sentence. "That little." Time slowed. In the last 23 attempts, Adam hadn't managed to dodge a single hit. Not one. He'd seen some of the spells coming translucent ribbons of compressed air, twisting like serpents, distorting the space around them, but seeing wasn't enough. Each failure had taught him something, though. The way wind moved, the way it curved, the subtle differences between a feint and a real attack. The first few attempts, he'd relied purely on reflexes. That hadn't worked. Then he'd tried predicting trajectories based on Sam's movements, also a failure. He'd created scenarios in his head, mapped possible paths, calculated angles. Each attempt added another layer of understanding, another piece of the puzzle. Sometimes the spell would curve when he expected it to go straight. Sometimes it would speed up when he thought it would slow down. Every assumption he made was proven wrong until he realized he was thinking too much. It wasn't about thinking. It wasn't about calculating, it was about feeling. The fluid enhancement had made him faster, sharper. His eyes could track the spell's movement better, now his body could respond quicker. But that wasn't enough either. He needed something more. The wind spell was coming. Time seemed to stretch. His eyes tracked the distortion in the air, the way it rippled and twisted. Based on its trajectory, it was aimed at his right thigh, but something felt off. Instinct, born from 23 failures, screamed that this wasn't right. He hesitated. The logical part of his brain insisted the spell would hit his thigh. The angles, the speed, the trajectory, everything pointed to it. But that feeling, that nagging sensation, trust it, the world slowed to a crawl. The spell curved, and in that moment, Adam saw it, really saw it. Not where it was going, but where it wanted to go. Not its path, but its intention. His body moved before his mind could catch up. Bent backward, feeling the fluid surge through his muscles, supporting the impossible angle. The wind spell brushed past his chest, missing by inches, and struck a nearby tree with a sharp crack. Time resumed its normal flow. Whoa, Sam breathed. His heart was pounding when that started. Adam panted, still bent at an awkward angle, and from this position he could see the damage on the tree. His eyes widened. Were you trying to actually kill me, huh? A piece of bark fell from the deep gouge in the trunk. Sam gasped, his face draining of color. Oh gods, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He rushed to Adam, hands trembling as they checked for injuries. I lost control. I didn't mean to. I got carried away with the theoretics of wind compression, and are you hurt? I should have been more careful. Adam started laughing. Sam stopped mid-panic, staring at his friend. Did I do something to your head too? Are you all right? Trying and failing to contain his laughter, Adam straightened up. Yeah, he managed between chuckles. Actually, I'm more than all right. New skill acquired, flowing perception, uncommon active. Ability, enhanced prediction and analysis of movement patterns. Current level 1s. Let's go home, Sam. Adam's smile grew increasingly strained as Miss Grimclaw examined Professor Merwin's card for what must have been the 8th time. The goblin librarian held it up to the light, squinted at it, turned it over, and then fixed Adam with another piercing stare from behind her tiny silver spectacles. He refused to fidget or blink, though his face was starting to hurt. The great archivist of Zerk's library sat perched on her elevated chair, which still left her at eye level with most humans' chests. Today she wore her usual severe gray dress, complete with a chain of brass keys that clinked softly whenever she moved. Curious, she said finally. Most curious. 5,000 years ago, her ancestors had communicated primarily through grunts and aggressive gestures. Like most goblins, they'd lived in warrens deep underground, raiding surface settlements for food and shiny trinkets. This wasn't even prejudice, it was simple historical fact. Before the Great Integration, goblins and orcs hadn't even possessed written languages of their own. Even now, most of her kind preferred the simplicity of tribal life, viewing reading as suspicious magic and formal education as a waste of perfectly good raiding time. The few goblins who ventured into human cities usually worked as craftsmen or merchants. Their natural cunning turned to trade rather than academics. Yet here was Miss Grimclaw, not just literate, but probably the most educated person in the building, and everyone knew it. She'd become something of a celebrity in academic circles, her papers on magical theory cited in universities across 3 continents, despite her never casting a single spell herself. The running joke was that she'd memorized every book in the library just by glaring at them long enough. She'd earned her position through decades of ruthless dedication, proving that a goblin could not only match human scholars but surpass them. Her existence was considered a fascinating anomaly by many researchers, though none dared suggest such a thing to her face. Professor Merwin was quite clear about Adam began. I can read. Miss Grimclaw cut him off, tapping one long green finger against the card. The question, Mr. Scylla, is why a second-year student requires access to fourth-year restricted materials. Her eyes narrowed, particularly one with your attendance record of late. Adam's smile threatened to crack. Of course she'd know about his missed classes. Miss Grimclaw knew everything that happened in Zerk's. Some students swore she had a network of my spies. Others insisted she could read minds. The truth was probably worse, she just paid attention. Adam cleared his throat. Actually, I was thinking of switching to battle magic. Miss Grimclaw looked him up and down with the sort of careful assessment usually reserved for particularly dubious ancient texts. Is that so? Mr. Harbinski will miss you terribly in the theoretical studies section. You two were quite the fixture here. She adjusted her spectacles. Until recently. Sam will adapt, Adam said, trying to keep his voice light. He's got a new theory about elemental resonance to keep him company. Something flickered across Miss Grimclaw's sharp features, not quite a smile, but perhaps its scholarly cousin. She finally handed the card back, her brass keys jingling. Fourth-year battle magic materials are in Section R, 3rd floor, East Wing, and naturally this grants you access to third-year materials as well. Good to see you back in the library, Mr. Scylla. She paused, then added with brutal frankness, though I must say, you don't strike me as particularly suited for combat magic. You seem more the type to get a paper cut and require immediate medical attention. Ouch. Off you go then, she said, already turning back to her work. Try not to bleed on any of the books. Adam climbed the stairs to the third floor, joining the steady stream of students heading to their favorite study spots. The library of Xerx wasn't the biggest in the world, not even close, really. The elves had their crystal archives, and the dwarves their endless underground vaults, but for humans. This was as good as it got. 11 million books, scrolls, and manuscripts, give or take. Not bad for a species that only really got into proper magic a few thousand years ago. While other human schools had risen and fallen throughout the ages, Xerx kept standing, kept collecting. These days, every graduating mage worth their salt added at least one book to the collection, some obligation about continuing knowledge or whatever. He passed the first-year section, where kids still struggled with basic theory. The usual crowd hunched over their texts, looking appropriately miserable. A few older students floated near the ceiling on platforms of air, browsing the higher shelves. The alchemy section was tucked away in the east wing. Fewer students here most preferred their magic theoretical and explosion-free. The books looked more worn too, like they'd seen some action themselves. Paracelsus's incomplete works, Adam muttered, remembering Mia's words. The search runes carved into the shelves flickered to life one of Xerx's better ideas for managing 11 million books. No one had time to dig through endless shelves like some kind of literary archaeologist. The runes pulsed once, twice, then a soft blue glow appeared several shelves away. Third-year section. He reached up and pulled down the glowing volume. The leather binding was worn smooth by countless hands before his, and something about it felt heavy. Right then, he muttered, "Let's see what you're hiding." Adam found a quiet corner and set the book down on a reading desk. Page 394. He opened it carefully, the aged paper crackling slightly under his fingers. The page looked ordinary enough, just another dense block of alchemical theory that made his eyes want to glaze over. Right, mana weaving. He took a slow breath, gathering his magic. First, a thin stream through the page's core. He channeled his mana carefully, like threading a needle. Too much force and he'd probably set the thing on fire. Not exactly the way to stay on Miss Grimclaw's good side. The mana sank into the page and he felt a slight resonance. Now for the tricky part. Spread it like a web. He extended his magic outward from the center in delicate strands, counting under his breath. 1, 2, 3, pulse. 1, 2, 3, pulse. The rhythm had to be exact, Mia had said. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like water seeping through paper, text began appearing in the margins. Cramped, careful handwriting filled every available space, diagrams squeezed between paragraphs, arrows connecting concepts. Well, Adam whispered, leaning forward with growing excitement, "Hello there." Hours slipped by as Adam lost himself in the hidden notes. Whoever had written them wasn't just explaining concepts, they were connecting them, showing how different aspects of alchemy flowed into each other. Things he'd struggled with for months suddenly clicked into place. The anonymous annotator moved far beyond fourth-year material. Their explanations touched on advanced theory Adam had only glimpsed in passing references, but somehow made it feel accessible, like building blocks, each concept supporting the next. He scribbled his own notes frantically, mind racing with possibilities. The section on resonance frequencies and transformation arrays alone would revolutionize his approach to several experiments he'd been stuck on. When his pocket watch chimed the hour, Adam blinked in surprise. The library had grown quieter, afternoon sunlight slanting through the high windows. His neck ached from hunching over the book. Miss Grimclaw looked up as he approached her desk, the book clutched carefully in his hands. "I'd like to borrow this one, please." He placed Paracelsus's incomplete works on her desk. She adjusted her spectacles, examining the spine. "Interesting choice, Mr. Scylla. Most students find Paracelsus rather dense. It's surprisingly clear once you get into it," he said carefully. Something flickered in her eyes, knowledge perhaps, but she simply nodded and reached for her ledger. 1 month as usual. Do try to return it in the same condition, unlike that unfortunate incident with basic botanical brewing last term. Adam blinked, momentarily confused. What incident was she talking about? Then it hit him. Oh, right, the mushrooms. How could he forget? The book's diagrams sprouting actual glowing fungi right there in the library, Miss Grimclaw's face turning an impressive shade of purple. He'd spent weeks' worth of allowance paying for the cleanup and restoration. In another life. "I'll take excellent care of it," Adam assured Miss Grimclaw, securing the book in his bag. He glanced at his pocket watch again and winced slightly. He still needed to get to the club before their session ended. Hugo would be there, and he needed to arrange a meeting with Professor Kim. Dom walked through the school corridors, dodging students and floating equipment. His mind kept circling back to the same problems: how to convince Hugo, when could he see Kim again, and the bigger question that made his stomach turn: what if the professor already knew about the weapon potential and didn't care? He almost walked into a first year, mumbling something about Tuesday's notes, and kept moving. even if Kim refused to listen, even if Adam somehow managed to destroy the prototype. Well, Kim was still Kim. The same brilliant mind that created it once could just create it again. How do you stop something like that? Watch it. Someone yelped as Adam nearly collided with them at the corner. Sorry, he mumbled, sidestepping. His reflection in a passing window looked pale. The professor had to listen. He had to. The alternative was, he shook his head, one thing at a time. First, he needed to find Hugo. Adam pushed open the door and stepped into the combat athletics club. The sharp smell of sweat, leather, and polish hit him, and he realized, with mild concern, that he was actually starting to like it. When had that happened? Hey, Adam, called Petra, towel around her neck, heading for the showers. Later, Adam nodded Caius, packing up his gear. He spotted Phil by the weapon racks, pulling on his jacket. Phil, have you seen Hugo? Yeah, he's over there. Phil pointed toward the practice mats, helping the new one with his form. Stepping around a pair of exhausted-looking third years, Adam headed for the mats. The sound of someone being thrown onto them, followed by Hugo's patient no like this, drifted over. Adam watched Hugo spot Damas on the bench press. The new kid was pushing way more than Adam expected, and when Damas noticed him watching, he somehow managed to push even harder, face turning red with effort. 8, 9. Hugo counted steadily. Last one, make it count. Is he trying to prove something? Adam shifted his weight, deciding to let them finish. No point interrupting Hugo mid-training, especially when he needed a favor. Since Damas had joined the club, they hadn't exchanged a single word. It worked well enough, an unspoken agreement to stay out of each other's way, stick to their own corners of the club. Simple, clean, no need to complicate things. What was wrong with it? Hugo wiped his face, glancing toward the showers where Damas had disappeared. Common thing with swordsmen. They're used to keeping their shoulders tight, blade up. Makes sense in a fight. But that same tension screws up their bench form. They end up loading the interior delts instead of letting the chest do the work. Had to get him to relax the shoulders, keep them pinned back. Anyway, Hugo turned to him. You looked like you needed to talk about something. Yeah, about that. Adam's stomach chose that exact moment to let out an embarrassingly loud growl. Hugo's laugh boomed across the training area. Adam felt his face heat up as he pressed a hand against his traitorous stomach. Come on, Hugo said, landing a heavy pat on Adam's back that nearly knocked him forward. I know this place in the city, best Eastern meals in the Isles. We'll talk over proper food. He was already standing, gathering his things. My treat. Adam opened his mouth to refuse. This was urgent. They needed to talk now, but his stomach growled again, softer this time, like it was making its final argument. When was the last time he'd eaten? The library hours had blurred together, and before that, he sighed, shoulders slumping in defeat. Fine, but it better be as good as you say. Trust me, Hugo grinned, shouldering his bag. You'll thank me when you taste their flat bread. The boys were halfway to their destination when Hugo collided with what felt like a walking wall of metal. Sorry, Hugo stumbled back, catching himself. I wasn't. The figure didn't respond, didn't even pause, just kept walking, cloak billowing behind them, elaborate armor gleaming under the Imperial sigils. Wait, Imperial, please make way. A guard approached them, his own armor less ornate but bearing the same markings. Clear the street. More armored figures emerged from the crowd, forming a loose perimeter. Adam frowned. Imperial guards, in Arcos. Excuse me, he called out to the guard. I thought Imperial forces didn't operate in the Isles. What's going on? The guard glanced down at him, expression professionally neutral. We're accompanying His Highness, Crown Prince Kalian Vice-Avarnes on his visit to the city. Oh right, the prince's visit. Hugo nodded like this was perfectly normal. Heard about that. The guard moved on, shepherding other pedestrians aside. Adam's frown deepened. The Crown Prince here, that hadn't happened last time. He would have remembered something like that. Royal visits weren't exactly subtle affairs. In his past life, Kalian had never visited Arcos during the season. What changed? The thought nagged at him as he watched the armored figures disappear into the crowd. Small changes in the timeline by some sort of ripple effect were expected, but a royal visit, that suggested something bigger had shifted. Something. Hey, Hugo's voice snapped him back. You coming? Weighs flatbread waits for no man. Right. Adam shook off the unsettling feeling. Lead the way. They finally reached the small restaurant around 2, the autumn chill making the warmth seeping from under the door even more inviting. Yellow light spilled onto the street through fogged-up windows, and Adam caught himself sniffing the air spices, grilled meat, fresh bread. His stomach twisted painfully. See, Hugo's grin widened, and that's just what makes it past the door. Before Adam could respond, Hugo's hand landed between his shoulder blades, shoving him forward. Adam stumbled, catching his balance. Could you maybe not throw people around with those bare arms of yours? Hugo's laugh echoed in the street, inviting some glares from passerby. Please, you train with us now, you can handle a little push. He stepped past Adam, reaching for the door. Come on, the others are waiting. The others. It's cheat day, Hugo said, like that explained everything. Some of us like to come here, stuff our faces properly. The door chimed as he pulled it open. After you. Inside, wooden tables filled the small space, worn smooth from years of use. Steam rose from bowls, mingling with conversation and laughter. Phil, Petra, and Caius occupied a corner table, cups of hot tea already in front of them. Adam, Petra brightened. Didn't expect to see you here. Caius pulled out a chair. Come on, sit. You're just in time. Phil leaned back, grinning. First timer. Oh, this'll be good. Hugo dropped into the seat next to Phil, told him my treat. His stomach was making more noise than Phil during warm-ups. That's not TR. Don't even try to deny it, Petra grinned. We all hear you counting under your breath. Well, Caius rubbed his hands together. Guess we'll have to get you through the menu. It's not huge. 6 dishes, Phil cut in. 7 if you count the flatbread separately, which you should, Hugo insisted. The old chef appeared from the kitchen, wiping his hands on his apron. His weathered face crinkled as he recognized the group. Ah, the hungry fighters, and a new face. Give him the special master way, Hugo called out. He hasn't eaten since the ancestors were young. Such disrespect, the chef clicked his tongue, but his eyes sparkled. The young think they can joke about age. He turned to Adam. But they always come back to old ways cooking, don't they? A few minutes later, a steaming bowl appeared in front of Adam, rich broth, thick noodles, tender meat, and vegetables he didn't recognize. The aroma alone made his mouth water. Watch this, Hugo nudged him, tearing off a piece of flatbread. When you're done with the noodles, dip the bread in the broth. Trust me. Master Way's been making this since before the city had walls, Petra said, stealing a piece of Phil's bread. Hey. That's why it's so good, Caius nodded. Old people cook with their soul. I heard that, Way called from the kitchen. Keep talking and see if I make extra bread for you lot. Adam felt a surge of solidarity with the old man. Sorry, Master Way, they chorused, not looking sorry at all. The steam rose from Adam's bowl in lazy swirls. Everyone at the table had gone quiet, watching him expectantly. Even Master Way had paused in the kitchen doorway, cloth in hand. Adam felt his neck heat up under their intense scrutiny. Eating while being watched wasn't exactly comfortable. The act of chewing wasn't exactly anyone's most dignified moment. Go on, Petra urged, leaning forward. Adam stared at the chopsticks beside his bowl, trying to remember how he'd seen others use them. His fingers felt clumsy as he attempted to position them. Caius noticed his hesitation. Here, he said quietly, demonstrating with his own pair. Hold the bottom one like this, against your ring finger. The top one moves like a pencil. After a few awkward attempts and some gentle corrections from Caius, Adam managed to get a somewhat stable grip. No, you have to get the noodles and the meat in the same bite, Phil instructed. Here, like this, he demonstrated with his own chopsticks. And make sure you get some broth, Hugo added. That's where all the magic is. Caius rolled his eyes. Just let him eat, you vultures. Adam wished they'd look anywhere else, preferably at their own bowls, but their eager faces made it clear that wasn't happening. Fighting down his self-consciousness, he gathered the noodles, making sure to catch a piece of meat and some vegetables. His chopsticks wobbled slightly, but he managed to keep the food from falling. He was acutely aware of every movement, trying not to look too awkward or slurp too loudly. The first bite pushed all those thoughts away. His mouth filled with warmth-tender noodles, perfectly cooked meat that nearly melted on his tongue. The broth was rich and complex, spices he recognized dancing with ones he didn't, and underneath it all was a depth of flavor that spoke of hours of careful preparation. His eyes widened before he could help it, completely forgetting his audience. There it is, Hugo laughed, nudging Phil. That's the look everyone gets their first time. Master Way's satisfied nod was barely visible before he disappeared back into the kitchen. Around the table, the others wore knowing grins, like they'd just inducted him into a secret club, the Way Club. After the meal, they lingered at Way's for a while, trading stories and laughter. Adam made a mental note to bring Sam and Irene here sometime. They'd love the cooking just as much. One by one, they started heading back to Zerk's until only Hugo and Adam remained. Hugo fell into step beside him on the walk back. After a few moments of companionable silence, he cleared his throat. All right, out with it. What? Something's been on your mind. You kept glancing at me all through dinner like you wanted to say something. Hugo's expression grew serious. Listen, if those kids from before are giving you trouble again. Adam couldn't help but chuckle. No one's bullying me, Hugo, you sure? Because lately you've seemed, I don't know, overwhelmed, even during training. Hugo ran a hand through his hair. Caius told me to give you space, said you might be going through something, but he stopped walking, turning to face Adam. Look, I know I'm not exactly the wise sage type, but if you need someone to talk to, I'm here. We all are. The sincerity in Hugo's voice caught Adam off guard. It was touching, really, this teenager trying his best to be a supportive older brother figure. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on him. Here was Hugo, probably 17 or 18, worried about someone who had lived through nearly 8 decades in another life. But he couldn't exactly explain that, could he? I appreciate it, Adam said carefully, fighting back an amused smile. Really, but I promise I'm okay. He wasn't, not really, but he hoped to be. Hugo studied his face for a moment longer, clearly not entirely convinced. If you say so, just remember what I said, all right. You don't have to deal with everything alone. In the city's central district, the afternoon crowds flowed around the merchants calling their wares, children chasing each other between market stalls, the distant sound of a street musician's flute. "So what was it you wanted to tell me?" Hugo asked, sidestepping a cart loaded with vegetables. Dom watched a couple of pigeons fighting over a dropped piece of bread while he gathered his thoughts. A group of students passed by, their voices mixing with the general bustle of the street. He took a breath, no point in overthinking it. "Could you arrange a meeting with Professor Kim for me?" Hugo blinked again, then burst out laughing, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Sorry. He wiped his eyes, still chuckling. "Hugh, and here I thought you were dying or something." He adjusted his glasses, grinning. "Of course you can meet the professor. Actually, I knew you'd want to be his assistant eventually. I'm in my 6th year now, and I'm planning to spend next year dungeon raiding, so he'll need someone to replace me anyway." He nudged Adam with his elbow. "We both think you'd be perfect for it. No need to be so anxious about asking to meet him, he's been wanting to talk to you too." Adam kept quiet as Hugo rambled on. He was completely wrong about Adam's motivations, but he'd achieved his goal anyway. Maybe he needed to stop making everything so complicated when it could be as simple as just asking. "So when do you want me to set up the meeting?" Professor Kim usually has time in the mornings. Before his first class, Hugo paused mid-sentence when he realized Adam had stopped walking. "You're not coming. Just remembered something I need to deal with," Adam said, already turning in the opposite direction. "Well, I'll let you know about the meeting then." They parted ways at the crossroads, Hugo's footsteps fading into the crowd while Adam headed down the side street. There really was something he needed to do, something that had been nagging at him since that night. It wasn't just the explosion or the fight itself. It was Gale's smile. The way the man had looked at him through the flames, completely at ease, like they were sharing some private joke instead of trying to kill each other. There had been no malice in that smile, and somehow that made it worse. Like Adam was just entertainment, a particularly interesting game piece that had caught his attention, even if they managed to take down the Children of the Moon, and that was a big if something told Adam that Gale wouldn't stop. Not really. That smile said it all. "I found you, and now the game begins." Adam flexed his fingers, still feeling the morning's workout in his muscles. Getting stronger physically was just the start. He needed every advantage he could get, and right now, his biggest asset was incomplete, stored away in his inventory like a broken toy. He'd spent hours studying the Golem Knight specifications, taking notes of every detail he could remember about it. The way the stone and metal had been perfectly integrated, how each joint moved with impossible precision. Whoever built it understood materials in a way that made his academic knowledge feel like a child playing with blocks. He needed an armor. A proper armor that he could fully integrate for the golem. The undertow wasn't an option this time. The black market was great if you wanted something that fell off a wagon or got lost in transit, but actual craftsmen. The closest thing you'd find there were thieves bragging about which master's workshop they'd robbed last week. No, for this kind of work, he'd need to find a real artisan, right here in the city. Someone who could actually create and help craft an armor a knight would wear, not just fence other people's creations. Someone skilled enough to work with both stone and metal at this level of precision, and more importantly, someone who wouldn't ask too many questions. "Right," he muttered, pulling out the city map he'd marked with potential craftsmen earlier in the morning. "Time to find a blacksmith who won't think I'm completely insane." He paused. Blacksmith who won't think I'm completely insane in a city of magic users. When he put it that way, maybe this wouldn't be so hard after all. Blacksmith visits in the Scholars District started promisingly, at least. Master Valen's workshop was immaculate, his credentials impressive, and his work displayed in neat rows that would make any merchant proud. The problem became apparent when he opened his mouth. "I don't do business with children," said Valens, barely glancing up from his ledger. "I'm a Zerks student." "Playing with your father's money, no doubt." He finally looked at Adam, his expression somewhere between bored and contemptuous. "Come back when you're old enough to appreciate real craftsmanship." Adam could have mentioned that price wasn't an issue, could have pulled out as much money as necessary or explained the situation, but something about the man's dismissive tone made him turn around without another word. There were other smiths in the city. No need to waste time on someone who couldn't see past his age. The second shop was its polar opposite. Tools scattered everywhere, the smell of beer competing with forged smoke, and the blacksmith who introduced himself as just Pete couldn't stop talking. Knight armor for a golem, sure, made plenty. Well, one, maybe two. There was this thing last year, might have been a golem, or a very large cat, had metal bits though. Adam left before Pete could finish his story about the maybe golem, maybe cat. Madame Laurent's precision engineering looked promising from the outside. The displays showed delicate mechanical works, tiny gears meshed perfectly. But something felt off about her too wide smile, the way her eyes lingered on his student robes. "Of course I can help, and for a student," she lowered her voice conspiratorially. "I might even offer a discount, just need to see the original piece first." For reference, the gleam in her eyes reminded him too much of certain undertow merchants. Hard pass. The fourth shop had actual armor and golem parts in the window. Unfortunately, they looked like they'd been assembled by someone whose understanding of anatomy came from abstract art. It's a stylistic choice, the smith insisted, gesturing to what might have been an arm, or possibly a very confused snake. The fifth blacksmith, an elderly man who seemed more interested in his lunch than potential customers, barely looked up from his sandwich. Golems, too much hassle. Try the engineering district. The sixth in said engineering district had the skills but also had a 6-month waiting list. Could bump you up to 4 months if it's urgent, the apprentice offered, flipping through an overstuffed ledger. Master Brandon is very popular these days. The seventh shop was tucked away in a side street, so modest Adam almost missed it. No displays, just a simple sign, Kern's Metalworks. The sound of hammering drew him in. An older woman was working at the forge, her movements precise and methodical. She didn't stop when he entered, just held up one finger in a wait gesture while she finished whatever she was working on. What was it with blacksmiths in this city? 3 minutes later, she dunked the piece in water, steam hissing. When she turned, Adam noticed her arms were well muscled, probably from years of smithing. The workshop itself was modest but organized, with racks of weapons that made him pause. His father being a knight meant he'd grown up around quality arms and armor. He might not be a fighter himself yet, but he knew good work when he saw it. And this was the real deal. Every piece in the shop screamed master craftsmanship. "Welcome. What can I help you with?" she asked, wiping her hands on her apron. Adam pulled out the detailed drawings he'd made of the armor. "I was wondering if you could craft something like this." She took the papers, studying them with increasing interest. Her eyebrows rose slightly as she flipped through the pages of specifications and measurements. "This is unique," she said finally. "The integration of stone and metal, these joint designs. I've never seen anything quite like it." She looked up at him. "Where did you get these specifications? Can you make it?" She set the drawings down carefully. "I'm not specialized in armors, especially not ones this advanced." Oh, Adam's shoulders slumped, he'd thought. Well, with the quality of work he'd seen, he'd hoped he'd finally found one of those legendary craftsmen from the stories, the mysterious masters who signed their work with secret marks and created impossible things. He was already turning to leave when her voice stopped him. "However," she said, "my apprentice has quite a talent for armor work." Adam turned back, skeptical. "If you can't do it, what could an apprentice manage?" A small smile crossed her face. "The kid's good, very good. Especially with unusual projects like this." She tapped the drawings. "Sometimes fresh eyes see solutions old hands miss." Adam hesitated. An apprentice? Then again, after a day of dead ends. "Sure," he said finally. "I'd like to meet them." The woman's smile widened slightly. "Philly," she called out. No response. She sighed, shaking her head. "Fili." The back door of the smithy creaked open, and Adam found himself staring at what appeared to be a moving pile of metal scraps. Two legs shuffled beneath the precarious tower of parts, inching forward carefully. "I got the pieces you asked for, master. I think I found all the oh no, oh no, oh no." The tower swayed, a piece slipped, then another, and suddenly the whole collection was tipping forward. Adam's hands moved before he could think. Levitate, dozens of metal pieces froze mid-fall, hanging in the air like a strange metal constellation. The blacksmith and the young apprentice both looked at him. "Where would you like these?" Adam asked, glancing at the woman. "The sorting table, if you don't mind. The one by the wall." He guided the pieces over, setting them down carefully. "There you go. Or are you a mage?" said the younger voice. Didn't the uniform give it away? Yes." Behind the now sorted pile stood a young man about Adam's age, fidgeting with his apron strings. The apprentice was shorter than him, with rich brown skin and a shock of vivid red curly hair above bright green eyes, unmistakable features of dwarf human heritage. A half-dwarf, though that term had fallen out of favor decades ago. Most people called them stonebloods now, though they were rare enough that most citizens only knew them from stories. The dwarven kingdoms beyond the mountains had always been more welcoming of mixed heritage than humans or elves, taking in children of such unions and raising them as their own. Unlike the rigid social structures of human nobles or the infamous purity obsession of elven houses, dwarven culture celebrated the strength that came from diversity. But what was one doing here? Stonebloods weren't common in Arcos. Adam had only seen a handful in his life, mostly merchants or craftsmen passing through. The Isle's predominantly human population meant most stonebloods preferred the more diverse mainland cities or their ancestral mountain kingdoms. To find one as a permanent resident, especially as a smith's apprentice, was unusual but not unheard of. He found himself wondering what series of events had led Philly from the dwarven kingdoms to this modest smithy in a human city. "A mage." The woman raised an eyebrow. "Philly, you just watched him use magic." "I know, master, but you said to start conversations with questions, and that was the first thing that came to mind, like in chapter 3 of You Little Bookworm," she said. "What's the first rule of the shop?" "Oh, right." He turned to Adam, straightening his back like a soldier at attention. "Welcome to Kern's Metalworks, where quality meets craftsmanship. We offer competitive prices and satisfaction guaranteed. Our current special promotion includes..." Master Kern placed a hand on his shoulder. Philly, yes, your own words, not the merchant's guidebook, but the book said. The book is a guide, not a script. Remember what we talked about. Philly deflated slightly. That people want to talk to people, not books. Exactly. She squeezed his shoulder. Now why don't you look at what this young man brought us? I think you'll find it interesting. Master Kern pushed the drawings toward Philly, and Adam found himself holding his breath. After a day of rejections and silly people, he was suddenly very invested in what this awkward, earnest apprentice might say about his project. Philly leaned over the drawings, his previous awkwardness melting away as his eyes darted across the pages. His fingers traced the lines without touching them, hovering just above the surface. Adam leaned forward too, watching the transformation. Maybe this was not the gruff, legendary Master Smith from the stories, but something potentially better. A young Stoneblood apprentice with that particular intensity he'd seen in truly gifted craftsmen. Sure, there were plenty of jokes about dwarves and their smithing abilities, but stereotypes aside, there was a reason people sought out dwarven-trained smiths for the really impossible projects. These joint mechanisms, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. The way the stone interfaces with, Master, look at this integration point here. He pointed to a specific detail, entirely focused now, his earlier social stumbling forgot. It's not just layered, it's braided. I've never seen anything like this. Master Kern leaned in, nodding slightly. That's what caught my eye too. Philly pulled one page closer, squinting. The tolerances would have to be perfect. We'd need to. He trailed off, reaching for a piece of charcoal and a scrap of paper, making quick calculations. His hand moved with none of the hesitation that had marked his earlier movements. He looked up suddenly, as if remembering he wasn't alone. Oh, sorry, He glanced at Master Kern, who gave him an encouraging nod. I mean, these are fascinating. Where did you? If you don't mind me asking, where did you learn to design like this? I specialized in runicology, Adam said, trying to keep his voice casual. Drawing precise concepts like this becomes second nature after a while. Philly's eyes lit up like a forge fire. Then you have the model, the actual golem the armor will be made for. The way these mechanisms interlock, it must be incredible to see in motion. It's at the academy, Adam lied, feeling a twinge of guilt at the apprentice's genuine enthusiasm. Can't really show it to anyone. Secret project, you understand. Oh, of course, of course. Philly nodded vigorously, clearly impressed by the implied importance. That makes perfect sense. The applications of this design. His hands moved as he spoke, sketching shapes in the air. The way the armor would fusion with the golem. So, can you do it? Adam asked hesitantly, watching Philly's face. With these notes, the young smith looked up from the drawings, a quiet confidence in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Yes, I can. Adam smiled, finally letting out a breath he'd been holding. Perfect. How much will it? Oh, Philly glanced at Master Kern. The pricing is usually her decision, since I'm still an apprentice. This one's yours, Philly. Master Kern's voice was firm but gentle. I don't know enough about armor work to price it properly. Philly froze, his mouth slightly open, eyes darting between his master and the drawings. The charcoal piece in his hand trembled slightly. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten how to speak a different kind of speechlessness than his earlier social awkwardness. His free hand gripped the edge of the workbench, as if to steady himself. Master Kern pretended not to notice her apprentice's reaction, busying herself with organizing some tools on a nearby shelf, giving him space to process what this meant. Finally, Philly swallowed hard and turned back to Adam, his voice barely above a whisper. My first. He cleared his throat, trying to sound more professional. I mean, let me calculate the materials and time required. 1 week, that's what it should take, sir. That's it. Adam looked at Master Kern. If Philly says 1 week, then 1 week it is. She nodded and Philly let out a small, excited giggle before catching himself. Adam couldn't help but smile at the apprentice's enthusiasm. Then I'll trust you with it. I'll come back in a week. He shifted his weight, reaching for his coin purse. Now about the cost. Oh well, aside from the materials. Philly's fingers twisted together. Since you're my first customer ever, there's no service charge. Really? That's not necessary, I can pay. No, Philly's awkwardness gave way to unexpected firmness. It's tradition. I couldn't possibly take service money from my first customer. Oh, Adam blinked. Well, what will the materials cost then? 1 minute. Philly darted toward the back of the shop. There was an immediate crash, followed by the sound of shuffling papers and sliding metal. Everything all right there? Adam called out. Yes, more crashing sounds. Then Master. Master Kern sighed. Top shelf, right side, Philly. A moment later, Master. She looked at Adam apologetically. Excuse me for a moment. Oh, no worries. Master Kern disappeared into the back room. Her voice carried clearly, 3 years, Philly. You've been working in this smithy for 3 years, and you still can't remember where I keep the price book. I know, but you keep moving it. I haven't moved it in 6 months. Oh, really? Adam heard more shuffling, followed by what sounded like a heavy thud and Philly's muffled found it. The apprentice emerged carrying an enormous leather-bound book, its corners worn smooth with age. He heaved it onto the counter in front of Adam, their eyes meeting briefly before Philly offered an awkward smile and a mumbled sorry. He opened the book, fingers trailing down columns of numbers. Let's see. Premium grade iron for the core structure. Enhancement grade steel for the joint mechanisms. Specialized binding materials. He muttered to himself, making quick calculations on a scrap of paper. The crystalline components for the runic interfaces. That's going to be, yes, more scratching of charcoal. And the stabilizing elements. Finally, he looked up. For all the materials, it comes to 1,058 gold pieces and 30 silvers. He paused, then added quickly, but that includes the highest grade materials. We could potentially use lower grades for some components, but I wouldn't recommend it. Adam reached for his coin purse, counting out the gold and silver pieces, then added a small stack of extra coins. For any unexpected price changes, he explained, sliding them across the counter. The word hit Adam oddly. In his previous life, he'd grown used to being called sir, expected it, even. But somewhere in the past few days, he'd unconsciously started thinking of himself as young again. Hearing it from someone who looked barely older than his current physical age felt. Wrong. Just Adam is fine, he said, extending his hand. Nice to meet you, by the way. Philly's eyes widened as if Adam had just offered him a precious gift. His face broke into a broad grin, and before Adam could react, both of Philly's hands engulfed his in a grip that made him suddenly, acutely aware of what it meant to be a blacksmith's apprentice. Nice to meet you too, Adam. I promise you won't regret this. I'll start working on it right away after I clean up the workshop, and finish Master Kern's current projects, of course, but I could stay late or come in early or both. I've never worked on anything this complex before, but I've been studying similar mechanisms for years, and Adam's fingers were starting to go numb. He tried to subtly extract his hand, but Philly's enthusiasm translated into a grip that could probably bend iron. The apprentice kept talking, apparently oblivious to Adam's increasing discomfort. Philly, Master Kern's voice cut through the stream of words. I think Adam would like his hand back. Oh, Philly dropped Adam's hand as if it had suddenly turned red hot. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I forget my own strength, and then Master Kern has to remind me, and oh, I'm doing it again, aren't I? Adam flexed his fingers, trying to restore circulation. +1 white worm's body. It's fine, he said quickly, taking a prudent half-step back while trying to make it look casual. Strong grip, that's probably good for a blacksmith. Philly's shoulders visibly relaxed, though his cheeks remained flushed. Really good for hammering metal, he said with a small, self-deprecating laugh, then immediately winced at his own words. Not that I mean, your armor won't be. I'll be very careful with the delicate parts. He started reaching for something on the workbench, presumably to demonstrate his capacity for gentleness, but Master Kern cleared her throat softly. Philly's hand froze mid-motion, then slowly retreated to his side. Right, he said, taking a deep breath and obviously trying to contain his excitement to more manageable levels. 1 week. I'll have everything ready. He managed to maintain his composure for about 3 seconds before adding, would you like to see the workshop where I'll be working on it? I've already got some ideas about how to approach the joint mechanisms, and Master Kern coughed, or maybe next time when you come to pick it up, Philly offered hopefully, bouncing slightly on his toes despite his evident attempt to stay still. Adam glanced around the smithy, taking in the organized rows of weapons. Swords of various lengths hung on the walls, their polished surfaces catching the forge light. Spears and lances stood in racks, their points gleaming. War hammers and maces rested on sturdy shelves. Again, beautiful craftsmanship, all of it. And now that he was training regularly, the idea of learning to use them held a certain appeal, but something told him that wasn't his path. The golem would handle the heavy weapons, that's what it was designed for. As for himself, his eyes caught on a pair of thick leather smithing gloves lying on the workbench, their palms and fingers reinforced for handling hot metal. Something clicked in his mind, an idea starting to form. Actually, he turned back to them, flexing his fingers unconsciously. How are you with gauntlets? Something like knuckle bracers, but designed for combat. For the golem, I presume. Master Kern stepped forward this time. Ah, additional armor pieces for the golem, I presume. Master Kern nodded approvingly. Smart thinking. The joints are always. No, these would be for me. Philly's eyes darted to his master. Master Kern's eyes flickered to her apprentice. The exchange lasted less than a heartbeat, but Adam knew exactly what passed through their minds. At least they had the decency not to voice their thoughts about a scrawny teenager wanting combat gauntlets. Master Kern grunted, her calloused fingers drumming once on the workbench. In that case, I'll handle that part myself. So she pulled a worn notebook from her apron pocket. What exactly are you looking for in these gauntlets? Weight preference, material flexibility, protection coverage. Adam considered for a moment. I need them to be durable enough to withstand repeated impact, but light enough that they don't slow down my movements. The knuckles should be reinforced maybe with a shock-absorbing mechanism, something that would distribute the force of impact so I don't shatter my own bones when striking. She nodded, charcoal scratching against paper. Smart. Joint mobility range, full range of motion in the fingers and wrist. I need to be able to form specific hand positions quickly. He traced a few spell casting gestures in the air. And I'll need spaces for mana crystals 3, maybe 4 anchor points, plus surface area for runic inscriptions. The runes would need to be positioned so I can chain them together for quick spell weaving. Kern's eyebrows rose slightly as she continued writing. Spell weaving configurations with impact resistance. She tapped her charcoal against the page. We could use a layered design. Enhancement grade steel for the outer shell, spelled leather inner lining for flexibility. Crystalline anchor points here, and here she sketched quick marks with runic channels connecting them. Shock absorption through spelled spring mechanisms in the knuckle plates. She looked up. The crystal placement would affect the balance. Any preference for positioning? One on each palm for channeling, one on each forearm for storage. If you could work in a fifth one, maybe between the knuckles. More scratching on paper. Doable. We'll need to adjust the weight distribution, but she held up the sketch, showing a complex network of interlocking plates and runic patterns. Something like this. Adam leaned in, studying the design. The technical aspects were well beyond his expertise, but even he could see how the various elements would work together. Can you really make something like this? Master Kern's stern face cracked into a smile. Of course. What specific fighting style are you planning to use with these gauntlets? Master Kern asked, adding more details to her sketch. Something that allows for quick strikes and fluid movement, but strong enough to punch through. Adam paused. Tough opponents. Tough opponents. Philly piped up, eyes wide with curiosity. What kind of practice involves punching through tough things? Yeah, practice. Adam laughed awkwardly, the sound hollow even to his own ears. You know how it is. Better safe than sorry. Philly opened his mouth to ask more, but Master Kern's eyes met Adam's, and in that brief moment of eye contact, he knew she saw right through his flimsy excuse. Thankfully, she simply turned back to her sketch. The knuckle joints here and here, she gestured with her charcoal, while Philly leaned in to watch, will need reinforcement without restricting finger movement. Like the articulation system you showed me last month, Philly asked eagerly. The one with the overlapping plates, similar principle, yes, she continued sketching, but we'll need something more sophisticated for this, especially with the runic integrations. Philly bounced on his toes. Will you be using the new metal folding technique you've been developing? Philly, she said gently, and he immediately fell silent, though his eyes remained bright with interest. Master Kern turned the sketch toward Adam. Given your requirements, I'd recommend tungstral metal. It's second only to Star Fallen Steel in terms of durability, but it has good flexibility for what you need. Most Imperial Knights prefer it for exactly these properties. Oh, Adam said. He reached into his inventory and pulled out an ornate box. Both smiths fell silent as he opened it, revealing the rings nestled inside. Philly's breath caught. Is that? I've never seen so much Star Fallen Steel in one place before. You've never seen Star Fallen Steel at all, boy, Kern corrected quietly, her eyes not leaving the box. Right, Philly whispered, transfixed. Could you use this to make the gauntlets instead? Adam asked. Kern didn't ask where he got it from, which made him like her even more. She simply nodded and carefully took the box. The cost for crafting would be 5,000 gold coins. The gauntlets can be ready in a week, along with the golem's armor. That's fine. Great. Philly burst out, then immediately covered his mouth with both hands, glancing apologetically at his master. Master Kern's lips twitched slightly. Yes, Philly, I was thinking about how the gauntlets and the golem's armor could share some design elements, and maybe we could. He trailed off, looking between them uncertainly. Go on, Master Kern encouraged. Maybe we could coordinate some of the runic patterns, make them more efficient. His words tumbled out faster. Since I'll be working on the golem's armor anyway, and if Master Kern doesn't mind me observing the gauntlet construction, I could make sure the runes complement each other perfectly. That's actually a good idea, Adam said, and Philly's face lit up. But would coordinating both projects affect the timeline? No, Philly started, then caught himself and glanced at Master Kern. She nodded slightly. The timeline remains the same. I'll focus on the gauntlets while Philly works on the armor. She gave her apprentice a meaningful look. As long as he stays organized, go ahead. Philly carefully moved Master Kern's armor sketch next to his own preliminary drawings for the armor. His earlier excitement had transformed into focused intensity as he pointed out various technical details. If we adjust these connection points and maybe incorporate a similar material grade at the interface. Of course, Philly added quickly, straightening up, that's just a suggestion. We can do it however you. I trust your judgment, Adam said, and immediately regretted it as Philly's eyes began to shine dangerously. He took a preventive step back, adding, both of your judgments. Master Kern smoothly stepped in before Philly could respond. Then we'll see you in a week. Same time. Yes, same time works perfectly, Adam said, reaching for his coin purse. Master Kern held up a hand. The payment can wait until you've seen and approved the finished work. Her eyes held a glimmer of professional pride. I prefer my clients to be fully satisfied before any coins change hands. See you in a week. Philly called out as Adam turned to leave. I'll make sure everything is perfect. The joints will be smooth as silk, and the mechanisms will be ow. He rubbed his arm where Master Kern had gently nudged him. Let the poor boy leave, Philly. Bye, Adam waved back. Dom finally made his way toward the academy. He couldn't afford to be late to another class, not with people now starting to notice so often. As he approached the academy gates, a familiar figure came into view. Iren stood with his arms crossed, leaning against one of the stone pillars in a pose that was probably meant to look casual but betrayed nervous energy in every line. Hey, Adam called out. Iren straightened. Hey, I sent a raven earlier, but it didn't come back. Yeah, they just deliver the message and leave. If you're not there to receive it, that's it. Huh. Iren's face scrunched up slightly, then quickly shifted to something more animated. So, your name's getting pretty popular in the undertow. Or well, not your name exactly, but everyone's talking about the warrior who blew up the children's shipment. His voice dropped to an excited whisper. How did you even manage that? They say the children have gone practically rabid looking for. Did Cisco send you with something? Adam cut in, glancing at the stream of students flowing through the gates. Oh, right. Iren glanced around. Maybe we should find somewhere quieter. It's fine, just need to touch it. Iren reached into his jacket, barely exposing what looked like a sealed envelope. Adam's fingers brushed against it, and it vanished instantly. That's so cool, Iren breathed. Will you teach me how to do that? Sure, as long as you promise not to use it for pickpocketing. I don't pickpocket. Our first meeting was literally you trying to pickpocket me. Iren's face settled into an expression of dignified calm. That was in my younger days. That was about 1 month ago. Well. Actually, Adam cut in, checking his pocket watch. I've been meaning to talk to you about life in the undertow and how it might conflict with your future at Xerx. He adjusted his glasses, but I need to get to class. Attendance is mandatory. The pie place later, sure. Iren nodded, trying and failing to hide his obvious disappointment at the conversation being cut short. The pie place. The day passed in a blur of lectures and assignments, but Adam's mind was elsewhere, turning over problems like puzzle pieces that refused to fit together. His notes were sparse, his participation minimal, just enough to avoid drawing attention. The professor's voices faded into background noise as he wrestled with the implications of what he had to do next. The proof about Mr. Fox sat in his inventory like a loaded weapon. The smart move, the obvious move, would be to anonymously deliver it to both the headmaster and Professor Kim. Let the system work as intended. The academy had protocols for dealing with corrupt sponsors, after all. It was one of the oldest and most respected institutions in the capital. And yet, Adam absently drew circles in his notebook, his mind racing. In his previous life, he'd learned the hard way that corruption rarely traveled alone. It bred in networks, in carefully cultivated relationships. Mr. Fox hadn't chosen this academy by chance. Someone had to have vouched for him, introduced him, smoothed his way through the bureaucracy. The question was, how deep did those connections go? He thought about Professor Kim's enthusiasm, his brilliant mind focused on pushing the boundaries of what was possible, never questioning who was funding that pursuit or why. But was that simple academic naivety or something else? The headmaster's office would be the logical place to deliver the evidence. Adam had known Maris well in his past life, worked with him, trusted him implicitly. The man's integrity was beyond question, his dedication to the academy absolute. But that was exactly the problem. Maris was just a man, a good one, yes, but still bound by the limitations of his position and perspective. In Adam's previous life, despite all of Maris's experience and wisdom, he had missed the warning signs about Dragon's Breath. Not through any fault of his own, he simply hadn't been in a position to see the whole picture, to connect dots that were deliberately kept separate. How much could be happening right under Maris's nose even now, carefully arranged to seem innocent when viewed through the lens of academic administration. In his previous life, hadn't the Dragon's Breath project continued despite numerous red flags that should have raised alarms at the highest levels? The smart play would be to trust the system, yes. The safe play would be to assume the system was compromised. And the right play, well, that's what he needed to figure out. Adam, he blinked, focusing on Sam's concerned face across the table. Ah, right, it was dinner time. He had not seen the day go by. Steam rose from the meat pies at old Mari's stand, mixing with the evening air. The three of them, Adam, Sam, and Iren, sat at one of the worn wooden tables, the streets busy with the usual dinner crowd. Someone knocked into their table as they passed, making their cups rattle. Watch it, Sam muttered, then turned back to his pie. Adam, you haven't touched yours at all. Mari's outdone herself today, the meat's perfect. Adam poked at his pie with a fork, breaking the crust. More steam escaped. He's right, Iren said through a mouthful, better than usual. Adam set his fork down and leaned back, watching people move through the streets. A cart rolled by, wheels clattering on the cobblestones. You've been quiet all evening, Sam said, wiping his mouth. Actually, you've been different lately. More, I don't know, distant. He looked at Iren. You've noticed it too, right? Iren shrugged, suddenly very interested in his pie. People get like that sometimes. See, Sam pointed his fork at Eren. Even he's noticed and he barely knows you. Adam pushed his chair back slowly. The wood scraped against stone. I need to walk. Come on, you haven't eaten anything, Sam protested. At least finish half. You can have it, Adam said, already standing. I just need to think. Sam started to rise. I'll come with. No, Adam's voice was quiet but firm. Finish your food. We'll talk at the dorm later. You're worrying me, you know that. Sam frowned. Whatever's going on. It's fine, Adam managed a small smile. Everything's fine. He turned and walked away, weaving between the tables and crowds. Behind him, he heard Sam ask Eren, he tells you stuff sometimes, right? Is he okay? Eren's response was lost in the street noise. Adam found a quiet corner in the rose garden and took out the envelope Eren gave him. 2 sealed packages, 2 anonymous messages, one for Kim, one for the headmaster. Simple, clean, and hopefully effective. But his mind kept circling back to Gale, a Star Knight-level threat on his trail. The kind of opponent Adam had no business facing. No amount of preparation would make a fight with that guy winnable, not with his current capabilities, not with any amount of tricks or planning. The police weren't an option either, not with what Cisco had told him about the criminal faction's reach into law enforcement. Walking into a station to report, this would be like painting a target on his back. He'd have no way of knowing which officers were clean and which were on someone's payroll. But then again, what was the best counter to someone operating at Star Knight level? Another Star Knight. And as it happened, Adam knew one very well. One who would definitely come if he knew his son was in real trouble. Father would be at the Twin Peaks right now, holding the line against Dastonian Empire's forces. A letter could be sent, but Adam's fingers drummed against his leg. Gale and his people were looking for him now. The clock was ticking, and he had no idea when they'd make their move. Would they strike tomorrow? Next week? They clearly weren't the type to give up easily, and they had the resources to keep the pressure on. A normal letter would take days to reach the front lines if it reached Father at all. The battles had made communication channels unreliable. Messengers were being intercepted, supply lines disrupted. Even if the letter made it through, how long would it take Father to secure permission to leave his post? The bureaucracy alone could take weeks. No, he needed something faster, something immediate, something that would cut through all the red tape and get Father moving right away. His hand brushed against his pocket as he sat up straight. Oh, the whistle. A solution so obvious he'd nearly missed it, hidden right there in plain sight all along. Finding an empty classroom wasn't difficult at this hour. Adam slipped inside, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He settled into a chair near the back, the wood creaking softly under his weight. For a moment he just sat there, letting the quiet settle around him like a familiar blanket. Then, reaching into his inventory, he withdrew the small wooden whistle. Adam turned it over in his hands, examining every nick and scratch. Then, bringing it to his lips, he took a deep breath and blew. Nothing. No sound emerged. Frowning, he channeled mana into the whistle, watching as the barely visible runes etched into its surface flickered faintly in response. He knew the enchantment was still there. It had only been weeks since his last encounter with Bob, and magical items like this didn't just stop working. He tried again, this time maintaining a steady flow of mana as he blew. Still nothing, not even a whisper of sound. Okay, third time's the charm, he thought, gathering his mana once more. But before the whistle could touch his lips, a familiar voice cut through the silence, thick with an accent and more than a little irritation. You better not blow it again, lad. Adam's lips curved into a smile. Hello, Bob. At the same moment in the dregs, the market crawled with vermin pretending to be people. Helios could smell their fear, hear their hearts racing whenever he passed, like mice spotting a cat. They'd glance his way, then quickly look down, suddenly fascinated by their shoes or the grimy cobblestones. Their whispers followed him like insects. Don't look, is that? SHH, he wanted to tear their tongues out. The hood of his cloak felt like it was strangling him, but he couldn't show his face. Not after what happened last week, or the week before that, or the one before that. The bodies were probably still floating in the river. A child started crying as he passed. The mother quickly hushed it, hurrying away. Smart woman. Helios' fingers twitched. His fangs ached. Then he heard it. That's him, Helios, the vampire from the children. His ear twitched. 3 men near the tanner's stall, about 40 paces behind him. The one who got his ass handed to him by that kid Mage. Laughter. Low, trying to be quiet, as if that mattered. Yeah, heard he went full naked too. Got himself kebabbed by the silver circlers. More laughter. Helios stopped walking. The market went silent. Even the rats in the walls held their breath. Oh shit, did he? Helios moved. One moment he was standing in the middle of the street. The next he had the loudmouth by the throat, slamming him against the nearest wall. Are you actually stupid? Helios growled, punctuating each word with another slam. The man's head left wet marks on the stone. Did you think I couldn't hear you? Slam. Did you think these ears were just for show? Slam. Did you think vampires have selective hearing? The man tried to speak, probably to beg. Blood was running down his face, getting in his mouth. Because that would be really freaking convenient, wouldn't it? Slam, to only hear what we want to hear. Slam, to not have to listen to every single slam, stupid slam, worthless slam word. The final impact did it. The man's head came apart like rotten fruit, painting the wall red. The body slumped, twitching. Helios turned to the other two men. They were frozen, faces pale as milk. Anyone else want to share some funny stories? They ran. Smart choice. Helios looked down at his hands, now covered in blood and other things. Great. Another cloak ruined. Another market he couldn't come back to, and they were still whispering, always whispering. All of this was because of that freaking little mage. He'd humiliated him, made him look weak in front of every single bastard present that day, sir. A grunt from behind him. Helios turned around, blood still dripping from his fingers. What? The messenger, some low-level grunt in cheap clothes, kept glancing at the twitching body, throat working like he was trying not to vomit. Mr. Fox, he wants to see you. Fine. Helios wiped his hands on his ruined cloak. The messenger was still staring at the corpse, face green. Oh, stop looking like you've never seen a dead body before. Clean this up. He kicked the corpse, and don't worry about drinking it. I'm tired of human blood today. Helios walked away, boots leaving red prints that quickly faded to brown. His mind wandered to that little brat, that insufferable child. He imagined catching him alone, somewhere quiet, no witnesses, no rescue this time. He'd take his time, make the boy understand true fear, not that cocky bravado he'd shown before. He'd watch those eyes widen as realization set in no escape, no help coming. Then he'd feed, slowly, savor every drop, every scream. The fantasy carried him through the winding streets until he reached Fox's building. The guards straightened when they saw him, trying to hide their trembling. Smart boys. Evening, sir, Mr. Helios. He ignored them, climbing the stairs to Fox's office. The wood creaked under his feet, complaining about his weight. Everything in this dump was cheap, falling apart. Fox could afford better, but he liked to keep up appearances. Helios didn't bother knocking. He pushed the door open and stopped. Fox was there, sitting behind his desk like always, but next to him stood Gale, that pompous bastard, looking as smug as ever. You called, sir? Helios kept his voice neutral, but his fangs ached. Two people he wanted to kill in one convenient location. Shame he couldn't, yet. Ah, Helios. Fox gestured to the chair. Sit. Helios glanced at Gale, who smiled and gave him a little wave, pretentious prick in his 1,000 gold coin armor. Whatever you just thought about me, Gale said casually, right back at you. Helios' smile was all teeth, no warmth. Calm down, both of you, Fox said, standing up and reaching for his coat. This isn't helping. What's going on? Helios asked, not sitting. You're being reckless. Killing everyone who looks at you funny isn't exactly keeping a low profile. They disrespected me. Gale chuckled. Helios turned towards him, but Fox cut in before things could escalate. We're fighting on too many fronts already. The last thing we need is you leaving bodies all over the city because someone whispered about you. Fox straightened his collar. Take a break. Cool off. That's it. That's why you called me here, mainly. Fox adjusted his cuffs. Also stay ready. We need to find the one who destroyed our cargo. Lost a fortune in crystals that night. Helios turned to Gale. You were there, weren't you? How'd that bastard get away from you? Magic, Gale said, examining his nails. But how? Am I talking to a magician? No. Then why ask me to explain magic? Gale's smile was infuriating. Would you understand if I did? Helios opened his mouth to respond, but footsteps in the hallway made them all turn. Someone was coming. A knock at the door. Fox's ears perked up, his actual fox beastkin ears, because apparently this idiot thought being subtle meant using your species as a code name. Who does that? Helios had hated him for it since day one. Just one more reason to want to tear his throat out. He says he wants to talk to you, sir, came a voice from outside. Enter, Fox called. And who might you be? A man stumbled in, practically reeking of fear. Helios could hear his heart hammering, smell the sweat beating on his forehead. Pathetic. D. Devon, sir. I'm so sorry to come this late. I know it's terribly inconvenient, and I wouldn't dare impose if it wasn't important, but I thought you should know. I have places to be, Fox cut in. Stop wasting my time. Devon's eyes darted to Gale, who smiled and wiggled his fingers. Hello there. The man actually squeaked, like a mouse. Helios' fangs itched. He hated weak people, hated how they cowered and stammered, and if you don't start talking, Helios growled, I'm going to tear you apart. Slowly. Devon was trying to steady himself, but his heart was still going crazy. Helios just wanted to rip it out, watch it beat its last in his palm. I am one of the men you put a bounty on, Devon managed. Oh, Helios laughed, crossing the room in a blur. His hand wrapped around Devon's throat. Is that so? Which group are you from? Silver Circle. The clan, he squeezed slightly. Not that it matters, but I'd like to know who's about to lose a member. His arm stopped mid-motion, just stopped, like hitting a wall of steel. Helios looked up. Gale had his hand wrapped around Helios' wrist, that infuriating smile still on his face. Helios tried to pull free. Nothing, not even a twitch. How the hell was this bastard so strong? Now, Gale said, casual as discussing the weather. It's not very smart to kill someone before they tell us why they're here, is it? Let go, sure thing. Gale released him. Have a chocolate or something. Chill out. Devon was frozen in place, so terrified he'd actually pissed himself. The smell hit Helios' nose, making him tusking in disgust. Please, Devon sobbed, tears running down his face. Don't kill me, I am one of Cisco's men. Cisco, Fox's ears perked up again. Well. Helios' attention snapped back to Devon. Now this was interesting. Oh, did Marco send you? Gale asked, lounging against Fox's desk. Devon nodded frantically. Marco, Helios turned to Gale. That piece of shit, what? Gale spread his hands, grinning. Being feared is useless if you can't leverage it properly. He pushed off the desk, walking in a circle around Devon like he was giving a lecture. See, while you were out there turning everything that moved into paste, some of us were actually working. Little Marco figured out they'd get caught eventually. He stopped, gesturing at Devon. So he came to me with a deal he'd give us the mage who started all this mess in exchange for their lives. His smile widened. Work smarter, not bloodier. Freaking arrogant piece of shit, showboating cocksucker. Right back at you, sunshine, Gale sang. Fox watched them both, ears twitching in annoyance. He cleared his throat. If we could focus on the matter at hand. Marco's setting up a meeting with the mage, Devon stammered. Wonderful, Gale purred. Fox nodded. Good. Helios grabbed Devon by the collar, yanking him close. The mage, which mage? Law, Devon squeaked. Helios froze, then laughed, the sound sharp and wild. Law, that's his name, Law, his grin stretched wider. Finally, a freaking lead. Where, when? Marco said they're deciding soon. The mage placed an order with Cisco. He'll come collect it when it arrives. Wait, Helios shook him. Are we talking about the little mage from that day? Devon hesitated. Yes, he whispered. Louder. Yes, Law. Helios savored the name. Law. Fox wrinkled his nose. It reeks of piss in here now. Helios didn't care. He couldn't stop grinning. Best news he'd had in weeks. That little bastard had a name now. Law, he could taste it already. Freak, Gale muttered. Helios' joy curdled. One of these days he was going to find a way to kill that smug bastard. One of these days. That's one problem dealt with, Fox said, straightening his coat. Now we just need to find whoever destroyed our cargo. The boss came all the way to Arco's just for this mess. You know, Gale tapped his chin. I have a feeling our mage friend and our cargo problem might be connected. Don't know, don't care. That's your job to figure out. Fox turned to Helios, his expression hardening. And you don't move until you get orders. I've got enough problems with the boss already. He headed for the door, pausing. I'm counting on you, Gale, and Helios. He stressed each word. Don't act rashly. Say hi to His Highness the Prince for me. Gale called after Fox's retreating back. The door clicked shut, leaving behind only the lingering smell of fear and urine. Dom smiled as Bob materialized in the empty classroom. The old leprechaun's white beard was neatly trimmed now, his new emerald coat adorned with golden threads that caught the lamplight. Even his boots gleamed, polished to mirror shine. You clean up nice, Bob. Business must be good. And you've put on some proper muscle since I last saw you. Bob circled him once, nodding in approval. About time, too. You were skinny as a twig. Wait, really? Adam flexed his arm, squinting at it. You can tell. Horse, I can tell. Who do you think I am? Bob snorted, reaching up to pat Adam's head. Still got that smart head on your shoulders, though. Good lad. These boots are incredible, Adam said, gesturing at Bob's footwear. Drake leather, Bob's chest puffed up. Finest craftsmanship north of the Silver Mountains. Tell you what, I'll make you a pair once you grow into them proper. He eyed Adam's current shoes with clear disapproval. Can't have you running around in those shabby things. They're not that bad. They're an insult to me. Professional pride is what they are. Bob shook his head, then looked up at Adam with narrowed eyes. Now, what sort of trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Adam told Bob everything. Well, almost everything. He started with his first time in the Undertow, the pickpocket who became an ally, the vampire who nearly killed him, the fight that followed. Bob's eyebrows climbed higher with each detail, his fingers drumming against his knee as he perched on a nearby desk. The story spilled out faster after that. The children of the moon's shipment, the explosion, the way the criminal underground erupted into chaos. Bob's drumming fingers went still when Adam described the aftermath, how the children had responded by hiring someone who could go toe-to-toe with Star Knights. Throughout the telling, Bob's face shifted between emotions like clouds across the sun. He scowled at the mention of the vampire, nodded grimly at the description of the fight, and actually grinned when Adam detailed how he'd blown up the shipment. But that grin vanished when Adam explained about Gale, replaced by something harder. When Adam finally finished, silence filled the classroom. Bob stared at the floor for a long moment, then looked up at Adam. Bloody freaking hell, he spat, then switched to his own tongue. Adam didn't understand the words, but the venom in Bob's voice made it clear they weren't blessings. Bob sighed, running a hand through his beard. A Star Knight's no joke, lad. Then again, you did take down a Sphinx. The Sphinx underestimated me, Adam said. This one won't make the same mistake. Smart one. Bob nodded, then straightened. So you want me to take a message to your father? Adam pulled out the sealed letter, if possible. At the Twin Peaks, border of the Empire. Bob scratched his chin. No problem. I'll be there by tomorrow morning. Give it to Commander. Scylla was it. Tall fellow, blue eyes like yours, got that scar running across his right eye. That's him. Bob tucked the letter into his coat. I'll head out now, get there faster. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a 4-leafed clover, holding it out to Adam. Here, enchanted for luck. Adam stared at the clover. As a mage, he found the concept of luck magic rather absurd. Probability was a mathematical constant, not something you could bend with a plant, enchanted or otherwise. Even accounting for magical theory, luck was too vague a concept to properly channel energy through. Still, he took the clover from Bob's hand. The old leprechaun had saved his life too many times to refuse such a gift, dubious magical theory aside. "Better not die before I come back with your father," Bob said, fixing Adam with a stern look. Again, there was that bells chiming underwater sound, a shimmer of green and gold, and Bob was gone just like before, leaving nothing but the scent of clover in the classroom. Adam sighed as the scent of clover faded, his heart beating a little faster at the thought of seeing his father again. He'd imagined their reunion differently, around a dinner table perhaps, sharing a meal and stories, his father's rare laugh filling their home. Instead, he was sending a warning about a star night. Time wasn't on his side with someone like Gale involved, and he couldn't risk telling everyone directly. Speaking of which, he reached into his inventory and pulled out the golem. The construct stood silently beside his desk as he sat down, closing his eyes. He visualized Headmaster Maris's office, the heavy oak door, the worn stone walls, the ever-present stack of papers threatening to avalanche off his desk. The talisman felt cool against his skin as he slipped it on. His consciousness shifted, that familiar disorienting lurch as blip, the golem materialized in the corridor outside Maris's office. Empty. Good. Blip. The next jump landed him well, the golem right into one of Maris's paper towers. Documents scattered everywhere like startled pigeons. "Shit, sorry, Adam muttered from his classroom chair, making the golem scramble to gather the fallen papers. The metal and stone-made hands weren't exactly made for delicate paper sorting. After 3 attempts to create a neat stack, he settled for mostly not on the floor and placed the envelope prominently on the center of the desk. Maris couldn't miss it unless he was actively trying to. Blip. Back in his body, Adam rubbed his temples. The motion sickness from jumping with the golem was getting better. He no longer felt like his stomach was trying to escape through his nose, but it still wasn't pleasant, like reading a book in a carriage on a bumpy road. He'd take regular teleportation over golem jumping any day. Next up, Professor Kim. Adam handed the remaining envelope to the golem and focused on the professor's laboratory. The familiar walls, the perpetual smell of burning something, the countless experiments laid out on every available surface. Blip. WAUGH. Adam's cry cut off as the golem materialized a foot off the ground, gravity doing what gravity does best. The construct crashed down onto its metallic behind, right into a desk covered in what looked like very delicate glassware. The resulting chaos sounded expensive. Merciful heavens, bandits, hooligans, scientific saboteurs. Professor Kim's voice hit a pitch usually reserved for opera. A fireball whooshed past the golem's head, singing the wall behind it. From his classroom, Adam winced. "Professor, wait." Another fireball caught the golem square in the face. The construct stumbled backward, knocking over what appeared to be a very intricate system of tubes and beakers. Liquid of various colors began mixing in ways that probably weren't meant to mix. Miscreant, vandal, destroyer of carefully calibrated equipment. Kim was backing away, hurling both fireballs and increasingly creative insults. His robes were askew, his glasses crooked on his nose. "Back, you metallic demon. Professor, stop." He called uselessly from his classroom chair, forgetting in his panic that the golem couldn't speak. He made the construct raise its hands in surrender and point to where its mouth would be, trying to mime that it meant no harm. This only seemed to terrify Kim more. "It's making arcane gestures. Heavens preserve us. What was this man doing here at this time anyway?" The golem slowly lowered itself to one knee, deliberately moving to pick up a fallen beaker. He carefully placed the glassware back on a nearby table. Professor Kim's next fireball faltered slightly. "What in the?" The construct continued methodically cleaning, stacking papers that had scattered, writing an overturned chair. Each movement was precise, careful, almost apologetic. "You're not here to destroy my life's work." Kim's grip on his spell remained firm, but his voice had dropped from panic to cautious curiosity. The golem shook its head, the metal joints in its neck moving with surprising fluidity. "Fascinating." Kim took a tentative step forward, squinting through his crooked glasses. "The articulation in those joints, and is that enchanted metal in the core structure. The craftsmanship is remarkable." Another step. "There's someone controlling you, isn't there? This isn't autonomous behavior." The golem nodded. "Extraordinary. The control mechanism must be." Kim was fully in academic mode now, though the fireball still flickered in his palm. "The response time is nearly instantaneous. How did you even get in here? The wards should have." The golem raised a single finger in a wait gesture, reaching slowly into a compartment in its chest. Kim tensed, but his academic curiosity seemed to be winning over his fear. The construct withdrew the envelope with deliberate care. "For me." Kim's eyebrows rose as the golem nodded. Well, you could have knocked, instead of. He gestured at the still considerable mess with his free hand, though I suppose this is more dramatic. And infinitely more interesting from an arcane engineering perspective. The golem extended its arm envelope held carefully between stone fingers. Kim darted forward like a sparrow snatching bread, backing away just as quickly. What is this? What game are you playing? The fireball in his palm pulsed brighter. Don't move. Not a single joint or I'll melt you down to scrap. The golem nodded slowly, standing perfectly still. In his classroom, Adam's fingers drummed nervously on his desk. He'd originally planned to deliver this himself, but what if Kim panicked and gave names to those people? No, better to watch the professor's reaction from afar, through the golem's eyes. Kim tore open the envelope with his free hand, adjusting his glasses with a knuckle. His eyes darted across the first lines, then stopped. Started again. The color drained from his face like water from a broken vessel. He looked up at the golem, mouth working silently for a moment. This can't be true. The construct nodded once. Kim's eyes dropped back to the paper. The fireball in his palm flickered, forgotten, as he continued reading. His legs seemed to give out halfway through, and he groped blindly behind him for his chair, missing twice before finally finding it. Stars above, he whispered. Stars and void above. The paper crumpled in Kim's shaking hands. His eyes darted across the lines again and again, as if hoping the words would rearrange themselves into something less devastating. No. It came out as a whisper. Then louder no, these are lies. He surged to his feet, the forgotten fireball flaring dangerously bright. 23 years of research, of breakthroughs, his voice cracked. Do you have any idea what this project means? The lives it could change? The golem stood silent, immobile. This is slander, fabrication, malicious lunacy. Kim's free hand slashed through the air, the paper crinkling further in his grip. But his eyes kept returning to certain lines, certain names, certain documented transactions that explained too much. Cisco had done an excellent job at tracking all of this. The professor's shoulders slumped, then straightened again in denial. In his classroom, Adam's knuckles were white on his desk edge. He could see it in Kim's face, the desperate need to reject what he was reading warring with his methodical researcher's mind, connecting dots he'd never wanted to see. I won't believe it. I can't believe it. Not from some animated statue that crashes into my laboratory in the dead of night. Kim's voice rose again, but the tremor in it betrayed him. These people, they've funded hospitals, orphanages, he trailed off, the paper shaking harder, under my nose, all this time, using my work to. He collapsed back into his chair, the fireball finally guttering out. Everything I've done, everything I was going to. Oh stars, oh void, the implications. His head dropped into his hands, the paper falling to the floor. If I stop now, if I 23 years, my life's work, but if they're really, silence. A broken sound escaped him, something between a laugh and a sob. A good man's work in evil hands is still evil, isn't it? Even if he didn't know, even if he didn't want to know. The golem stood motionless as Kim wrestled with his thoughts, the only sound in the laboratory being his ragged breathing and the occasional clink of disturbed glassware settling. Finally, he looked up, eyes red-rimmed behind his glasses. These documents, the connections they show, he swallowed hard. Even if half of this is true, I need to stop. At least until, his hands clenched. The Empire needs to know. The Academy Board, someone has to investigate this properly. The golem moved suddenly, making Kim flinch, but it only reached for a piece of chalk on the nearest desk. Its fingers wrote in precise strokes, Headmaster Meris has been informed. Kim stared at the words. Maris knows, when did he? He trailed off, then his eyes narrowed. Who are you, really? How do you know all of this? More chalk scratches, who I am doesn't matter. The evidence does. Evidence that appeared out of nowhere, delivered by a golem that broke into my lab in the middle of the night, Kim said, but his voice lacked conviction. His eyes kept drifting to his prototype. If you're right about any of this, if they're really using my work for, the golem wrote, destroy the prototype. Go to Meris, the Empire needs to know everything. Kim stared at the prototype, his life's work, countless breakthroughs, years of dedication. Destroy it, but, he ran a hand through his hair. Maybe we could secure it somewhere, in a vault, or, they have people everywhere, the golem wrote, not worth the risk. 23 years, Kim whispered. He looked sick. All those advancements, the possibilities. His voice hardened, but if they're using it for, no, you're right, Kim's breath hitched. Silence stretched for what felt like hours before he whispered, take it. His voice broke. Do it. I can't do it myself. 23 years and just do it, please. The golem moved forward with measured steps, carefully lifting the prototype. It turned back to Kim, who couldn't meet its gaze. His head bowed as if the weight of his decision was physically pressing him down. Through the golem, Adam stared at the device, turning it slowly in his fingers. Such a small thing to have caused so much death in his timeline. Should have caused. The original intelligence had been wrong. He'd thought it was simple murderers stealing research from Kim's corpse, fumbling their way to apocalypse. But this, quite possibly foreign money, criminal organizations, a web of corruption spreading through multiple empires. It made things more complicated, but also made more sense. The weapon's rapid deployment in his timeline hadn't been luck. They'd been ready, waiting. At least now Kim wouldn't develop it. That would buy time. Months, maybe years before they found someone else who could piece it together. Time enough to get to the Crown Prince, currently visiting Arcos. Time to show him the same documents that had broken Kim's resolve. Time to start dismantling the networks that had nearly ended the world. Mr. Fox would need dealing with. Gale too. The whole rotten structure needed to face imperial justice, not just disappear into shadows to try again. Adam began methodically dismantling the prototype on Kim's workbench. One fire put out, bigger ones still burning. But for the first time since he'd returned, he could see a path forward that didn't end in ashes. The professor stood with his back turned, but his shoulders twitched at every snap of metal, every crack of crystal components being separated. "Forgive me," Adam whispered from his classroom, though Kim couldn't hear him. Crystalline matrices were crushed to powder. Delicate enchantment lattices unwoven thread by thread. Retention coils snapped, each piece of Kim's life's work coming apart. The professor's hands were white-knuckled on the edge of a nearby table. His breathing was uneven, but he didn't look, not once. Though his trembling got worse when the distinctive sound of the primary core being crushed filled the silent lab. Safer this way, Kim mumbled, almost to himself. Safer, had to be done, had to. When the last piece lay in ruins, the golem picked up the chalk again, Go to MERRIS tonight. "These people are powerful. You need protection." Kim let out a shaky breath. "No, I know someone better." He straightened slightly. "Prince Callion is in the city. He's been a friend for years. A weak smile. He'll listen. He has to listen." The golem nodded slowly, then wrote, "Be careful. Trust no one else." "My life," Kim whispered again, finally turning to look at the scattered remains of his work. "But better this than..." He couldn't finish. Blip. The golem materialized in front of Adam's desk. This should have felt triumphant. He'd succeeded, shown a good man the truth, prevented something terrible. And yet, Adam felt a deep ache in his chest. As a researcher himself, he understood. The countless nights of work, the breakthroughs, the setbacks, the moments of inspiration, all of it sacrificed in an instant of painful clarity. One problem partially handled, though handled felt like too clean a word for what had just happened. These people wouldn't simply accept their investment vanishing into thin air. They'd come for Kim, and soon. He needed a way to make them back off, something that would keep the professor safe. Another problem to solve, another fire to put out, but this one. Significantly less apocalyptic. He glanced at the timepiece hovering in the corner of his vision. 1 month, 19 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes. The numbers pulsed gently as a constant reminder of the other crisis looming over him. The dragon's breath situation might be partially diffused, but the cure, that couldn't wait. Not with that clock ticking down. Time to shift focus. Though the weight of Kim's sacrifice made it hard to simply move on to the next task, the merciless march of those numbers demanded his attention. Morning, Adam sat cross-legged in classroom 3B, early morning sun hitting the glass vials arranged around him. It smelled of chalk dust and old wood and milk that turned bad weeks ago. Maybe months ago. Failed alchemical arrays covered the floor, their runic patterns half erased but still visible in the dusty stone. "For God's sake," Adam muttered as he adjusted his glasses, activating Riddler's Bane as he studied the open grimoire. The hidden notes shimmered into view, cramped handwriting, filling the margins with observations and corrections. "Water, fat, protein," he muttered, checking the mixture in the nearest vial. "Simple components, complex arrangement." His first attempt went exactly as expected. The liquid turned an unpleasant shade of yellow and started smoking. The second wasn't much better, though at least nothing curdled this time. By the 5th try, he was beginning to see the pattern. Through Riddler's Bane, he could track how the components moved and interacted. The fat molecules didn't just need to be distributed, they needed to form specific structures. The proteins had to fold in particular ways. It's not about forcing the change, he realized, watching another failed attempt swirl in its vial. It's about guiding it. The next hour passed in a blur of attempts and adjustments. Each failure taught him something new. Too much fire destabilized the proteins. Too little left the fat improperly distributed. The balance had to be perfect. On his 12th try, something clicked. He could see exactly where he'd been going wrong. It wasn't about power at all, it was about precision, understanding. Working with the substance's nature rather than against it, he drew the circle again, more carefully this time. 5 smaller circles around the edge, each with its rune precisely placed. The vial of water-fat-protein mixture went in the center. This time, when he activated the circles, everything flowed naturally. Fire separated the components without breaking them. Water maintained the right consistency. Air distributed everything evenly. Earth stabilized the new structures. Mana bound it all together. The liquid turned white, then thickened slightly. No smoke, no odd smells, just milk. Adam picked up the vial, holding it to the light, perfect consistency. He uncorked it and took a cautious sniff, then a small sip. It tasted like milk. Actual, proper milk. He set the vial down among its failed predecessors, a small smile tugging at his lips, one tiny step closer to understanding the principles he'd need for the cure. The clock in his vision pulsed. 1 month, 19 days, 11 hours, 32 minutes. Time to clean up and get to his next class. But first, he carefully copied the successful circle configuration into his notebook. He had a feeling he'd need it again soon. Adam trudged through the academy grounds, mind heavy with yesterday's mess. By now, Bob should be halfway to his father's position. Adam checked his timepiece. If the leprechaun kept the pace he promised, he'd arrive soon enough. Just had to trust he'd make it in time. Then there was the professor's disappearance. Hugo had caught Adam at dawn outside the club. The young man's usual smirk was gone, replaced by genuine concern. He's not in his lab, Hugo had said, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Always there when I check in the morning. Always, but today, nothing. No notes, no signs of work, just empty. Adam rubbed his temples. The professor wouldn't just vanish, not with everything at stake, not when they were so close to. A scream ripped through the morning air, then another. Students were rushing toward the eastern gate, a crowd forming faster than morning dew. Adam felt his stomach drop. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Holy shit, someone yelled from ahead. Don't get closer. Is that blood? Someone call a professor. Adam shoved his way through the growing mass of bodies, dread building with each step. Through the wall of uniforms and morning robes, he caught a glimpse of someone crouched at the gates. His heart stopped. Gus. The usually cheerful second year was hunched over something, his shoulders shaking. Blood stained his academy robe. Gus, Adam pushed forward, but a hand grabbed his shoulder. Stay back. Crowley's voice cut through the chaos. The professor strode through the parting crowd. Everyone back to your classes. Now nobody moved. I said now. Crowley's mana crackled around him, making the air heavy. That got them moving. Then Crowley saw who was at the gate. Mr. Howell. Gus looked up, face streaked with tears and dirt, lips trembling as he tried to form words. His hands shook as they cradled Gizmo's body, fingers running over and over the salamander's dulled scales like he could somehow bring back their shine. Gizmo, his voice cracked. Fresh tears spilled down his cheeks as he hugged the familiar closer, rocking slightly. He was just trying to. Easy, son. Crowley knelt beside him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Take your time. What happened exactly? We were coming out of the guild. Gus drew several shaky breaths, trying to steady himself. Late-night research. Gizmo was playing with the light crystals like always. A sob caught in his throat. 4 men, didn't see their faces. Dark robes with masks. They surrounded us and started asking about some student. Allah said they needed to find him. Murmurs rippled through the remaining students. Adam's heart pounded against his ribs. Law, the name he'd given when he first introduced himself to Cisco. I told them I didn't know any law, Gus continued, his words coming faster now, more desperate. Said there were hundreds of students here. They got angry, started shouting. Said they knew he was here, when I couldn't, when I wouldn't. He clutched Gizmo closer, his whole body trembling. They were fluid users. Gizmo sensed them getting angry first. He always knew, always protected me. He tried, breathed fire at them, but they just. His voice dissolved into broken sobs, burying his face against Gizmo's cold scales. The familiar that had been his constant companion for 3 years, that small warm presence that would curl around his neck during lectures, now lay lifeless in his arms. Professor, one of the teachers stepped forward. Should we alert? Get a raven and inform the headmaster. Crowley's eyes never left Gus. Now, Adam watched as Crowley helped Gus up, the boy still cradling his dead familiar. The morning sun caught the tears on Gus's face, the blood on his hands, the terrible stillness of what had been just yesterday, a mischievous little salamander that would warm up students' hands and leave scorch marks on classroom ceilings. They were looking for him, and they were willing to kill to find him. Kim counted cobblestones as he walked. Not intentionally, his mind just did that sometimes. 17 across on this street, 23 on the last one. The numbers helped steady his nerves, gave him something to focus on besides the shadows that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. The night air bit at his face. Clean streets, he thought. Too clean. The usual litter and debris had been swept away for the Crown Prince's visit, leaving the cobblestones eerily pristine in the lamplight. Everything looked wrong without its normal layer of city grime. A cat darted across his path. Kim jumped. Arg, then immediately felt foolish. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. He shoved them into his pockets, fingers brushing against the folded documents. The paper felt like it was burning through his coat. 29 cobblestones across here. A couple walked past, laughing about something. Kim pressed himself against a wall to let them pass, heart hammering. Just normal people enjoying a normal evening. Not everyone was out too. He cut that thought off. Paranoia wouldn't help, though maybe a little paranoia was warranted, given what he'd learned about his funders, about what they'd planned to do with his work. The royal quarter loomed ahead, its white stone walls gleaming under enchanted lamps, 32 cobblestones across. Guards in polished armor stood at attention, their faces impassive behind their helmets. And behind them, Kim swallowed hard. The other guards, the ones that didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. Their black armor seemed to drink in the light, making them look like holes cut into the night itself. Imperial shadows, some called them. The Crown Prince's personal guard. State your business, one of the regular guards said as Kim approached. I need to see Prince Callian. Kim's voice cracked. He cleared his throat. It's urgent. The hour is late. Return tomorrow. Please, Kim stepped forward. The guards tensed. Tell him Professor Amadeus Kim is here. He knows me. We're friends felt too presumptuous suddenly. We've worked together for years. Please, it's important. The guard studied him for a long moment. One of the shadows turned its head slightly, the smallest movement, but it made Kim's skin crawl. Wait here. Kim counted cobblestones while they verified his identity. 47 across at the gate. The numbers weren't helping anymore. His mind kept spinning back to his laboratory, to the remains of his life's work scattered across the floor. 23 years of research. Gone, because he'd been too blind to see how it was being twisted. Professor, Kim looked up. A different guard had returned. They led him through torch-lit corridors, past tapestries and suits of armor. Two of the shadows fell into step behind them, their footsteps making no sound on the stone floor. Kim tried not to think about them. Tried not to imagine what they might do if they knew what he carried. More corridors, more turns. Kim lost count of the cobblestones. Finally, they stopped before an ornate door. The guard knocked twice. Enter. The door swung open and there was Callian, bent over a desk covered in papers. He looked up and Kim nearly collapsed with relief at the familiar face. Amadeus, the prince's brow furrowed with concern. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Callian looked exactly as Kim remembered those striking blue eyes, dark raven hair, and that carefully trimmed beard he'd started wearing in recent years. 12 years Kim's junior, but you wouldn't know it from the way he carried himself. Even hunched over his desk like this, there was something quietly regal about him. Strange to think that once upon a time, this man had just been an eager young noble who'd spend hours in Kim's laboratory, pestering him with questions about magical theory. Kim hadn't even known he was speaking to the future crown prince until the announcement was made. Now 15 years later, Amadeus, Callian stood, concern etching deeper lines in his face. Sit down before you fall down. When was the last time you slept? Kim tried to remember. Had it been 4 hours ago? 6. Everything before the golem's visit felt like one long blur. Here. Callian was already moving to a cabinet near his desk. You look like you could use this. He pulled out a dark bottle, its surface covered in spiraling runes that pulsed with a soft purple light. The cork came free with a soft pop that seemed to release the scent of summer flowers. Moonbloom wine, Callian explained, pouring 2 glasses, from the floating vineyards of Celestia. They say the grapes absorb starlight, and the wine soothes troubled minds. He handed one to Kim, from my private collection. Kim wasn't much of a wine person, most of it just tasted like spoiled grape juice to him, but he took the glass gratefully. His hands were still shaking. He drained half of it in one swallow. Oh, this wasn't like any wine he'd tasted before. It was summer afternoon naps and cool morning breezes, warm blankets on cold days, the satisfaction of solving a particularly tricky equation. He finished the rest in another gulp. Careful there. Callian chuckled, taking a measured sip from his own glass. This isn't tavern swill. 1 glass of this could buy a small house in the merchant district, and yet he'd opened it without hesitation just because Kim looked troubled. That was Callian all over, the same generosity he'd shown as a young man, always ready to share whatever he had. Even now as crown prince, that hadn't changed. I can see that. Callian set his glass down, all traces of humor falling away. What's happened, Amadeus? I haven't seen you this shaken since that time you accidentally turned half your laboratory staff into geese. That was an accident, and I turned them back. The protest came automatically, but Kim's heart wasn't in it. The wine had steadied his hands, but the weight of what he carried still pressed down on him. I need your help, Callian, and what I'm about to tell you. It's going to sound impossible, terrible, but I can prove every word. Callian studied him for a long moment, then reached for the bottle again. I think he said carefully, we're both going to need another glass for this conversation. Kim told him everything. The project, the breakthroughs, the funding that had seemed so legitimate. His voice grew stronger as he laid out the evidence, spreading ledgers and letters across Callian's desk. Guild seals, merchant stamps, trading contracts, all leading back to names and organizations that made his blood run cold. Callian listened intently, asking sharp questions that cut straight to the heart of things. Though not a mage himself, he'd always had an almost academic passion for magical theory. Now that same analytical mind picked apart the conspiracy thread by thread. And this merchant seal here, Callian tapped one of the letters. You're certain it connects to those children of the moon you talked about. The markings match their known trading houses. Kim's hands shook slightly as he pulled out another parchment. And look at the timing of these shipments. Every major breakthrough, every advancement, gold and resources moved through these same channels. Something flickered across Callian's face so brief Kim almost missed it. Anger, no, something else. The prince took another slow sip of wine, his eyes never leaving the papers. They played me for a fool, Kim said bitterly. All these years, thinking I was working for the betterment of the empire, and instead, he gestured helplessly at the evidence. They were going to turn it into a weapon, something that could kill millions, maybe more, definitely more, and you destroyed the prototype. Callion's voice was carefully neutral. Yes, completely. There's nothing left for them to steal or replicate. Kim leaned forward, but that's not enough. These people, these organizations, they need to be stopped, arrested, their whole network torn apart before they can try again with someone else's research. Callion stood abruptly, walking to the window. His shoulders were tense under his formal robes. This is troubling, he said finally, very troubling. Foreign powers and criminal enterprises operating so boldly within our borders. He took another drink, longer this time. You did the right thing coming to me, Amadeus. I knew you'd understand. Relief flooded through Kim. You've always cared about doing what's right, even back when you were just that eager young noble pestering me about theoretical magic. A small smile touched Callion's lips, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Those were simpler times, weren't they? They were. Kim straightened. So what's our next step? The Imperial Guard could. Let me handle this. Callion's voice had an edge to it now. This level of conspiracy, we need to move carefully. One wrong step could send them all scurrying back into their holes. He returned to his desk, rifling through the documents with clear agitation. His movements were sharp, precise, almost angry. Kim watched him with growing concern. He'd never seen Callion this unsettled. You're worried, Kim said softly. Of course I'm worried. Callion knocked back the rest of his wine. This goes deeper than you realize, Amadeus. The implications. He shook his head. I'll need time to verify everything, to make sure we have an airtight case before we move. But trust me, Callion's blue eyes locked onto his. I will see justice done. You have my word. The intensity in his voice was reassuring. This was why Kim had come to him, because Callion had always been someone who fought for what was right, someone who cared about more than just power and politics. Something passed across Callion's face too quick to read. He poured himself another glass of wine, his movements controlled but somehow tense. You should get some rest, he said. You look exhausted. I'll have guards escort you home, but shouldn't we? Rest, Amadeus, you've done your part. Let me handle things from here. Kim wanted to argue, but exhaustion was starting to crash over him in waves. Maybe it was the wine, maybe it was the weight finally lifting from his shoulders. Either way, his eyes felt heavy. You're right, he admitted. I haven't slept since. He couldn't even remember. Everything would be all right now. Callion would handle it. Justice would be done. Kim pushed himself to his feet, muscles protesting after sitting so long. I'll be counting on you then, Your Highness. Before you go, Callion's voice was casual. Too casual. Who gave you these documents? Kim hesitated. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me. The prince's smile was gentle, encouraging. The same smile he'd worn when asking about magical theorems years ago. It was a golem. A golem. Callion's eyebrows rose. See, you don't believe me. No, please explain. Callion leaned forward. I don't know much about whoever was controlling it. They just appeared. Kim shrugged helplessly. Left the documents, warned me about the project. Callion pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a long breath. Not worry, annoyance, Kim laughed. You know what's funny? You look more inconvenienced than concerned. He shook his head, still chuckling. I just handed you a conspiracy that could shake the empire. Solving this, exposing these people, it would make you a hero. Even as crown prince, that kind of popularity would be invaluable, and yet. Callion's eyes snapped to his, a flash of something dangerous there, and gone so fast Kim almost missed it. The laughter died in his throat. Wait. The pieces were there, scattered in his mind like puzzle fragments. Years of casual conversations, of sharing breakthroughs over wine, of Callion's endless fascination with his work. That merchant at the prince's 20th birthday celebration. What was his name? Kim had forgotten, but he remembered the way the man had smiled, had mentioned knowing someone who'd be interested in funding magical research, had introduced him to Fox just a week later. Fox, who'd always seemed to know exactly what direction to push their research, who'd asked such specific questions about applications Kim hadn't even considered yet. The same questions Callion had asked, years earlier, presented as mere intellectual curiosity. Oh no, Kim's throat went dry. His heart started hammering against his ribs, thoughts scattering like startled birds. Why, you're right, he managed, voice steadier than he felt. I should get some rest. The prince didn't look like his old friend anymore. He looked like what he truly was, a lion who'd been playing with his food for years. Stay calm, stay calm. His hands were trembling. He forced them still. Gee, good night, Your Highness. Kim turned toward the door, pulse thundering in his ears. Just a few steps, just. Stop, Callion's voice had changed. It was hard to explain, but the most poetic and easy way was that it felt like the warmth was gone. Kim's hand froze on the door handle. You know, Callion said conversationally, I always admired how quick your mind was. How you could take scattered pieces of information and assemble them into a coherent whole. The sound of wine being poured, it's part of what made you such a valuable asset. Kim's fingers tightened on the handle. His thoughts raced, analyzing options, calculating odds, the guards outside, the distance to the window, the drop to the courtyard below. Though I must admit, Callion continued, I had hoped you wouldn't put it together quite so. Obviously, your face has always been an open book, old friend. The last two words dripped with mockery. Kim's shoulders tensed. Turn around, Amadeus. He didn't want to. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but where could he go? What could he do? Slowly, feeling like a puppet on strings, Kim turned. Callian was still sitting at his desk, wine glass in hand, but his eyes were different now. No more pretense of warmth, no more fake concern, just cold, calculating interest, like a researcher watching an experiment unfold. I think we should talk a bit more, the prince said. I've been such a fool. For years, he'd been such a perfect, blind fool. Focus. Adam rubbed his palms together, too aware of how clammy they felt. He'd thought these kinds of sensations were behind him by now, apparently not. His fingers drummed against his leg as he stared at the circles drawn on the table, hyper-conscious of the presence behind him. Amazing how the weight of someone's attention could make even the simplest task feel like diffusing a bomb. Alchemy, as any alchemist could tell you, was all about understanding. Not just knowing, actually understanding. The difference between reading about swimming and actually getting in the water, so to speak. And right now, Adam was definitely in the deep end. It didn't help that elemental essences were tricky things to work with. Raw mana was straightforward enough, pure magical energy like white light. But essences, those were trickier. They were mana that had been filtered, transformed into specialized forms that resonated with specific aspects of nature. Like that white light passing through different colored glasses, each essence had its own flavor of magical energy. Water essence spoke to water, air essence to air, and so on, which was exactly why alchemists used them instead of raw mana. You could technically hammer a nail with a rock, but wouldn't you rather use a hammer? He stared at the clear water in the beaker, fingers hovering over the chalk circles he'd drawn. 3 circles surrounded the main one, not 5. No need for unnecessary elements in this transformation. The runes were precise, he'd made sure of that. One wrong line, one wobbly curve, and instead of sweet water, he might end up with something that could melt through the floor. Again, take your time, Professor Merwin said from somewhere behind him. The water isn't going anywhere. Right, no pressure. Just trying to convince water molecules to fundamentally change their nature, while one of the Academy's most respected alchemists watched his every move. Simple. Adam adjusted his glasses, activating Riddler's Bane. He did not really need to adjust them to use the artifact, but somehow it became a habit. The world shifted, magical currents becoming visible. The water wasn't just water anymore, it was a dance of molecules, a symphony of hydrogen and oxygen bonds waiting to be conducted. Through the artifact's lens, he could see how the molecular bonds vibrated, how they might be persuaded to change. Remember, Professor Merwin's voice carried that teaching tone he'd come to recognize. What elements do you actually need for this transformation? Many students make the mistake of using all 5 elements for every change. Dom nodded, studying the circles he'd drawn. Water essence in the first circle that was obvious. You needed water to change water, establish a connection with the substance's fundamental nature. Air essence in the second to alter how the molecules would interact with taste buds, carry the sweetness. And mana in the third, to power and stabilize the change. No fire needed, he wasn't trying to heat or excite the molecules. No earth either, this wasn't about physical stability. Sweet water was still water, just friendlier to the tongue. He touched the water circle first. This was the trickiest part, using water essence to change water itself, like trying to paint water with water. But it wasn't about adding more water, it was about reshaping what was already there, encouraging new patterns to form. Through Riddler's Bane, he could see the molecular bonds shifting, becoming more receptive to change. The liquid in the beaker rippled slightly. Air essence next. This wasn't about adding air to water that would just make bubbles. Instead, he guided the essence to alter how the water molecules would interact with taste buds. It was like teaching the water to speak a new language, one that would say sweet instead of neutral when it met the tongue. The liquid began to shimmer faintly as the changes took hold. Finally, mana. Not too much, this wasn't some grand transformation requiring vast power. Just enough to bind the changes, make them permanent. Like setting a painting after the colors were perfect. The water cleared, looking deceptively ordinary. That was good sweet water, shouldn't look different from regular water. The change was subtle, internal. Professor Merwin stepped forward, her rings catching the light as she reached for the beaker. Adam held his breath as she dipped one finger into the liquid, then brought it to her lips. Time seemed to stretch. She didn't immediately spit it out, that was good. She wasn't turning purple or growing extra limbs, even better, but her expression remained neutral, unreadable. Adam's palms were sweating. He'd checked and double-checked every step, balanced each essence carefully, followed every law to the letter. But alchemy was finicky. One microscopic mistake in how the molecules were arranged. Finally, Professor Merwin smiled. Perfect, clean, sweet, with no artificial aftertaste. She set the beaker down with a satisfied nod. And more importantly, you understood exactly what elements were needed, no more, no less. That's the mark of a true alchemist in training. A long breath escaped Adam as his shoulders relaxed. He He hadn't realized how tense he'd been until the moment passed. That was amazing. Mia's voice came from behind him, followed by the sound of her stool scraping against the floor as she stood. The molecular manipulation was so precise. Mia waved her hand dismissively. Oh please, that was just a book. You managed to grasp advanced molecular manipulation in what, 1 week? That's not the book, that's talent. You're one to talk, Professor Merwin said with a smile as she carefully placed the beaker back on the testing station. If I recall correctly, you mastered this particular transformation in just a week as well, Miss Storm. It's refreshing to have two students who grasp these concepts so naturally. Makes teaching advanced classes much more interesting. Dom shifted uncomfortably in his chair, forcing a polite smile. I just have a knack for understanding mana, I suppose. The special course wrapped up without ceremony. They gathered their things, exchanged casual goodbyes, and headed their separate ways. As Adam walked through the academy's stone corridors, his mind wandered to the possibilities his growing alchemical knowledge might offer. Perhaps soon he could try. Student Adam Silla, the harsh caw made him look up. A raven circled once before dropping a piece of paper in his direction, before he could catch it. Hey, Adam snatched the paper from the air and turned around. One of the new guards was approaching young, probably in his mid-20s, with the crisp uniform that hadn't yet seen enough weather to lose its stiffness. Evening, the guard said, his tone friendly but professional. Cutting it a bit close to curfew, aren't we? Just heading back to the dorms, Adam replied, tucking the paper into his pocket. The guard, his name Tag Reed Morris, nodded. Make sure you do. First week on the job, and I've already had to write up 3 students for trying to sneak out after dark. He shook his head. You'd think with everything that's happened, people would be more careful. Some students don't like being confined, Adam said diplomatically. Better confined than dead, Morris replied, then winced. Sorry, that was blunt. Just, we're here to keep you lot safe, you know. Adam nodded, knowing all too well why such measures were necessary. The past week had been chaos incarnate. Ever since Gus and the death of his familiar, Gizmo, Xerx had transformed from a prestigious magical institution into something approaching a fortress. The murder of a familiar was no small matter. It left permanent scars on both the magical and emotional level. That someone would do it so casually spoke volumes about what they were dealing with. The investigation hadn't helped matters. Every student named Law, all 1,438 of them, boys and girls, had been questioned, their backgrounds examined, their movements tracked. Adam's stomach churned every time he thought about it. All those students under suspicion because of his actions' ripple effects. And then there was Professor Kim's disappearance. No trace of him since the night of the golem incident. The official story was that he'd taken an emergency leave of absence, but nobody really believed that. Just stay safe, all right, Morris said, breaking into Adam's thoughts. Whatever's going on out there, it's not worth risking your neck over. No argument here, Adam replied, managing a small smile. Have a good evening. The academy grounds were eerily quiet. The usually bustling courtyards lay empty, gardens deserted save for the occasional patrol. The new curfew had changed everything. A flash of orange caught Adam's eye near the gates. He ignored it. Psst, he kept walking. Psst, still walking. PSSSD, I know you can hear me. What? Adam turned toward the gates, exasperated. A fox beastkin in a rumpled journalist's vest was attempting and failing spectacularly to hide behind a bush that was clearly too small to conceal him. Hey, could you come here for a minute? Just a few questions about Professor Kim. Adam turned around, spotted a guard, and pointed at the gates. As he walked away, he heard the guard's stern warning about the barrier's imminent activation, followed by the journalist's indignant protests about technically being outside school grounds. This had become depressingly routine over the past week. Journalists were like vultures circling the academy, hoping to catch any snippet of information about 2 major stories. The attack on Gus and Gizmo's death was one thing, but Kim's disappearance. That was different. Maris had found the files Adam left in Kim's office. What was in them had been serious enough for the headmaster to do something almost unheard of. He'd summoned a council from the magisterium. The Archmage himself would be coming to Xerx. That announcement had thrown the academy into a frenzy of speculation. Some said Kim had been conducting forbidden research. Others whispered about conspiracy, about dark forces moving in the shadows. A particularly popular theory suggested he'd discovered something so dangerous that he'd been disappeared for everyone's safety. Adam paused at his dorm room door, hearing the rhythmic count of Sam's new evening workout routine through the wood. 18, 19. The paper crinkled in his pocket. He pulled it out, unfolding it carefully. The Raven's message was brief, order ready for collection. Find us where the merchant's old road meets the Three Sisters' Tears, when the moon kisses the eastern tower. The corner of his mouth twitched up. Adam wasn't aware Cisco liked dramatic codes, or was this Iren's idea? The old road was obvious enough, the abandoned market district. Three Sisters' Tears would be the fountain with the triple spouts, and the moon's position, that gave him the time. Tomorrow night then, a smile spread across his face. With those 2 elements, he could finally synthesize a proper cure. One more problem solved without The smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He mentally kicked himself for even thinking that. Nothing was ever that simple. The moment you thought things would go smoothly was exactly when the universe decided to remind you just how wrong you could be. 21:22, shaking his head, Adam pushed open the door just as Sam hit his final count. 24:25, Sam's arms trembled slightly as he held the last position before letting himself drop to the floor. He rolled over, grinning up at Adam from his spot on the worn dormitory carpet. Hey, 25, new record. Adam grinned back. Right, Sam's face lit up. Started with 10 last week. Pretty good, huh? You're actually sticking to it, Adam said, dropping his bag by his desk. I'm impressed. Sam sat up, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Well, what else am I gonna do? Can't exactly go anywhere after 6. He stretched, joints popping. Besides, check this out. He flexed his arm, and Adam had to admit there was definitely more definition there than a week ago. The daily routine was paying off. See, Sam's grin widened. Feel it, that's actual muscle. Yes, you're very impressive, Adam said, but he was smiling too. It was good to see Sam focused on something productive, even if it was just a workout routine. Give me another week, Sam declared, standing up. His shirt was dark with sweat patches. I'll be able to bench press you. Please don't try. No promises, Sam called over his shoulder, already heading for the door with his towel. Gonna grab a shower before the hot water runs out. Sammy, you're literally a mage. Yeah, but heating cold water isn't the same as properly hot water. It gets all weird, like reheated tea. Sam and Adam both made a face. Reheated tea. What an odd thing to drink. Horrible, actually. Besides, do you know how much concentration it takes to maintain the right temperature while you're trying to wash your hair? I'd rather just have normal hot water. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving Adam alone with his thoughts and the lingering smell of exercise in the air, which, when you thought about it, was basically sweat particles. Gross. The sound of running water filled the quiet room as Adam settled on his bed, mind drifting through his mental checklist. The notification from the Academy's office this morning still made him smile. His mother would be here in 3 days. She'd been held up by her healer duties, but soon she'd arrive by boat in Arcos. How should he even react when he saw her? Play it cool like he used to. Try to maintain that aloof dignity he'd worn like armor in his younger days. He snorted. Who was he kidding? Full-on bear hug. That was the only way. He'd wrap his arms around her and refuse to let go. Simple as that. But first things first, his health. The cure would need 2 weeks of careful brewing once he had everything mixed properly. Irene had already gotten most of the ingredients they sat waiting in his inventory. Just the water and the heart left to go. He'd picked up alchemy hoping to reverse engineer the elixir of rebirth, but maybe that wouldn't be necessary anymore. And the day after tomorrow would bring the armor and gauntlets too. His mind wandered to what they'd look like, how they'd feel. Another piece of the puzzle falling into place. Adam kicked off his shoes and changed into his new night clothes, inhaling deeply. That fresh clothes smell never got old. The 3-headed spider silk felt nothing like what one would expect instead of sleek and cool. It was more like wearing a cloud, soft and somehow both sturdy and gentle against his skin. One of those materials that just knew what you needed: cool when you were warm, cozy when you were cold. He reached for the small pouch the Vaishari sorceress had given him. The identify skill had revealed it as a Class B calming herb. Maybe she'd noticed how worn out he'd looked. He brewed it carefully, watching the water turn a soft amber color. The aroma slowly filled the room, sweet and natural, like someone had stirred honey into it, but better somehow. More real. The first sip confirmed what his nose had told him. It was good, really good. Easy to drink, with none of the bitter aftertaste most medicinal teas had. He could feel the tension in his shoulders starting to ease already. Adam then sank into his bed, immediately seeking out the cold side of his pillow. Some things never changed, even with the chill in the air. Nothing beat that first contact with the cool, fluffy surface. The mattress welcomed him with that perfect balance between soft and firm, and he pulled up his heavy blanket, one of his mother's parting gifts when he'd left for Xerx. The phoenix of House Scylla spread its wings across the blanket's surface, the kind of dramatic design only mothers and grandmothers seemed to find appropriate for bedding. He smiled, curling his toes under the cover. Even now, years later, he still kept his feet firmly beneath it, just in case. Sam's horrible humming drifted through the shower noise, something that would normally drive him up the wall, but tonight it just blended into a sort of peaceful white noise. The world was still a mess, missing professor, academy in chaos, tension thick in the air, but for the first time in ages, he could see a way forward. Get the cure, get out of danger. Train Irene until the kid could handle himself, and Adam not having to carry the weight of the world alone on his shoulders. The incense he'd lit was doing its job, cinnamon and vanilla replacing Sam's lingering workout smell and mixing with that new clothes smell he loved so much. The incense, of course, not the sweat. His thoughts began to drift, becoming hazier, warmer. The familiar weight of the blanket, the soft pillow beneath his head, the distant hum of crickets outside, everything felt right. For once, tomorrow didn't seem so daunting. Adam woke before his alarm, stretching out like a cat in the warm patch of sunlight that had found its way through the window. For once, he'd actually slept well, really well. There had been a dream something about a tree, an apple tree maybe. The details were already fading, leaving behind only a vague sense of peace and the image of branches swaying in a breeze. Birds were chattering outside, having their usual morning debates. He lay there for a moment, watching dust motes dance in the early light, joints popping as he stretched again. The bed was almost too comfortable to leave, but his stomach had other ideas. "Look who's up early," Sam commented from his side of the room, already halfway through his morning push-ups. 9, 10. Adam just hummed in response, joining him for a shorter set. His arms protested at first, but the movement helped shake off the last bits of sleep. Besides, he'd promised himself he'd at least try to keep up with Sam's new fitness kick. The cold water from the tap made him hiss someone really needed to fix the temperamental heating runes in their bathroom. With the new curfew in place, students had nothing better to do than shower or bathe at the same time, and the ancient heating system clearly wasn't built for this kind of strain. At least 2,000 people trying to get hot water at once did funny things to the runes. He splashed his face anyway, the shock fully waking him up. The mint taste of toothpaste helped too, though he had to dodge Sam's elbow twice while they shared the small mirror. "Dining hall today?" Sam suggested, adjusting his tie. "They're doing the full breakfast spread." The suggestion was enough to break their usual routine of tea and whatever they could scrounge up in their room. The dining hall was quieter than usual this early, the morning light streaming through the high windows making everything look a bit softer, a bit more welcoming. Adam loaded his plate with poached eggs that actually looked poached instead of drowned, the yolks still perfectly runny, ready to burst. The bacon was crispy enough to snap, and they were glistening, literally glistening. The pancakes came in a tall stack, golden brown and fluffy, with butter melting slowly down the sides and pooling with the maple syrup. Warm buttered toast, perfectly crisp on the outside and soft inside, sat next to a generous helping of slow-cooked beans in a rich sauce that begged to be soaked up with the bread. The food at the academy was usually good. They had to keep their mages in training well-fed. After all, but lately, it seemed they were pulling out all the stops. Maybe guilt over the curfew had the kitchen staff feeling generous. The black tea was proper black tea too, not the watered-down stuff they usually served later in the morning, strong and fragrant with just the right amount of bite. "They have slimy for dessert," Sam pointed out, already reaching for the wobbling, iridescent dish. There was no need to elaborate on why it was called slimy, nor discuss its ingredients. Some things were better left unquestioned, especially when they tasted that good. First class was runecology, a class Adam rarely paid attention to, which meant Professor Karn would spend half the lecture telling stories about his glory days instead of teaching. Adam didn't mind, it gave him time to properly digest breakfast, and some of those stories were actually useful. Sometimes. The morning passed in that strange way mornings do, when you're actually awake for them, not quite rushing, not quite dragging. By the time early classes wrapped up, Adam felt more put together than he had in weeks. Maybe there was something to this whole proper sleep and actual breakfast thing after all. Classes wrapped up earlier than usual, something about a staff meeting that no one questioned too closely. Adam was packing his books when Sam appeared at his shoulder, that familiar grin on his face. "Club tonight," Sam said, not really asking. "Found a way to control ice spells for frozen desserts. Think I finally cracked it. Plus brought that board game from home, the one with the moving pieces that try to eat each other." Adam shouldered his bag. "I'll join later tonight. Promise." Sam raised an eyebrow. "And try not to get into trouble before then." That got a laugh out of Adam. "We have a curfew. How much trouble could I possibly get into?" "I don't know how you do it." Sam shook his head, "but you seem to have a special talent for finding it lately. Your confidence in me is touching. Just be there tonight. The dessert actually works. Probably won't even give anyone brain freeze. That's a low bar. Better than zero." They parted ways at the quarter junction, Sam heading toward the club room, Adam turning toward the east wing where an empty classroom was being renovated. The sound of Sam's footsteps faded, replaced by the quiet echo of his own against the old stone floors. The classroom door clicked shut behind him, lock sliding into place with a quiet snap. Dust motes swirled in the air, disturbed by his movement through the half-renovated room. Paint cans and tarps created strange shadows in the corners as Adam settled by the window, watching as the moon climbed higher. Right on schedule, the academy's barrier shimmered to life, that familiar, almost invisible ripple in the air that meant curfew was starting. Perfect timing. The golem emerged from his inventory with a soft hum. He draped a heavy cloak he recently bought over it, adjusting the fabric until it hung naturally enough to pass for a person, at least in the dark. The talisman felt cool against his arm as he secured it. No way he was going out there himself, not with everything going on. He'd told Aren to make that clear to Cisco. The children were watching too closely now, so he'd stayed put all week, sending Aren on errands instead. Poor kid. Adam made a mental note to treat him to one of those fancy places in the merchant district once this was all over. Maybe that new place near the textile market that Irene kept looking at whenever they passed by. He did miss going out, though. The thought of Mr. Biggin's shop crossed his mind had the old man returned yet. Another problem for another day, one crisis at a time. Less than a week ago, before curfew started, Irene had shown him the meeting spot. Cisco had chosen the old fountain tucked away in one of those forgotten courtyards the city seemed to collect. 3 spouts, all broken now, hidden behind overgrown vines and decades of neglect. Smart choice. The kind of place locals avoided out of habit and visitors never found. The perfect spot for exchanges that needed to stay quiet. Adam checked the moon's position one last time, then activated the talisman. Consciousness split, crystal activated, then flip. The golem materialized in a narrow alley, 3 blocks from the meeting point. Intentional. Through its eyes, Adam scanned the surroundings, the newly added night vision-based rune in the construct giving everything a subtle blue tinge. Back in the classroom, Adam's real body settled more comfortably against the wall, but his shoulders remained tense. Safe or not, this kind of remote work always left him feeling exposed. The golem moved with measured steps, its cloak barely rustling. The empty streets felt quiet, the kind of quiet that made every small sound seem important. Water dripping from somewhere, wind moving loose tiles, the distant echo of what might have been footsteps or might have been nothing at all. Adam guided it past boarded-up shopfronts, keeping to the shadows. Each corner meant stopping, listening, looking. Everything, ordinary or not, looked suspicious. A hanging sign became a crouched figure. A pile of crates transformed into potential hiding spots. Not paranoia if they're actually looking for you, he reminded himself, forcing his real breathing to stay steady, even as the golem's magical senses strained for any sign of movement. A sudden flash of movement to the left. The golem's arm came up, Flamebrand's sword flaring to life beneath the cloak, ready to. Oh, it was a rat. It sat on its haunches, whiskers twitching as it stared directly at the golem. Through the construct's eyes, Adam stared back at it. Did you know you were about 2 seconds away from being turned into very small, very crispy pieces, little guy? The rat scratched its ear, distinctly unimpressed, then disappeared into a drain. 2 more blocks to go. The fountain's courtyard would be just past that row of abandoned houses, through the narrow passage that Irene had shown him. Every step brought him closer, and every step made the back of his neck prickle more, despite his physical body being safely behind academy walls. Just because he couldn't see anyone watching didn't mean they weren't there. The fountain's courtyard was empty, completely empty. It was not supposed to be empty. Strike 1. The golem moved forward and stopped, its cloak rippling against something invisible. Oh. Adam made it reach out, fingers pressing against a barrier that definitely hadn't been mentioned by either Cisco or Irene. Strike 2. Maybe he should just. A shiny bald head suddenly popped through the barrier like a particularly aggressive mushroom. It swiveled left, then right. The golem's sword was out in an instant, the blade getting that one reddish tone before it caught on fire. Wait, stop, don't kill me, the head whispered urgently. I'm with Cisco, one of his guys. The golem kept the sword steady but didn't advance. Damn, almost got killed for nothing. The man's eyes darted around before settling back on the cloaked figure. You're pretty tall for a kid, he squinted. Wait, aren't you supposed to be like 14 or something? Through the golem, Adam processed this information with growing confusion. 14, look, come here, the head whispered, glancing around again. It's not exactly safe out there, you know. The golem pointedly gestured for him to come out instead. Oh, you can't talk, the head tilted. Right, makes sense. Security and all that. Another glance around. But seriously, you should. The golem's you come here gesture became more insistent, followed by a universal who even are you? Shrug. Fine, the head sighed, disappearing. A moment later, the entire man materialized right in front of the golem, making Adam jump slightly in his classroom chair. Sorry about that. Barrier's a bit wonky. Shows everything shifted to the left from my side. Kept thinking you were standing next to that broken cart over there. The golem lowered its sword but kept it out. Well, coming in. The man gestured at the barrier. The golem remained perfectly still. Not coming, he sighed. Look, we don't have all night. The golem made a series of gestures pointing at the man, then making a don't know you motion, followed by a get someone else wave. What are you, is this charades now? The man squinted, trying to decipher the movements. Listen, kid, I'm trying to help here. You want to stand out here all night. The golem responded by pointing more emphatically at the barrier, then making an X with its arms. What does that even? Egg, what's going on out here? Marco emerged from the barrier, looking between them. Oh, thank the spirits, Egg threw his hands up. I told you not to send me. The kid who's big as hell, by the way he turned to the golem, no offense. None taken, Adam said, back in the classroom. Won't come in because he doesn't know me, which fair enough, I guess, but how was I supposed to know that? And now we're playing magical charades out here in the open like a bunch of. Marco pinched the bridge of his nose. My apologies. He looked up and down at the golem. Our lack of foresight is rather evident. He shot Egg a look. Cisco is waiting inside to finalize your order. The barrier rippled as the golem passed through. It looked like walking through a sheet of water. Behind it lay a narrow alley, barely visible in the dim light. Broken crates and discarded barrels lined the walls, creating shadows within shadows. At the end, a small house hunched in the darkness, its windows dark and shuttered. Marco led the way. I wasn't told you would be sending a golem instead of coming yourself. Quite an advanced one at that. He kept his voice low, barely above a whisper. That ain't a kid? Egg's voice rose sharply in the quiet. Shut up, but I thought it was a... Marco stopped so suddenly that Egg nearly walked into him. I will make you shut up myself if you don't keep quiet. The words came out in a harsh whisper. This isn't time for jokes or levity. We have people looking for us, or have you forgotten that? Adam had never heard Marco speak like this before. The usually composed man's face was tight with tension, his shoulders rigid. Through the golem's vision, Adam could see Marco's hands trembling slightly before he clenched them into fists. The man seemed to catch himself then, letting out a slow breath. My apologies, he said, his voice returning to its usual measured tone. Things have been nerve-wracking lately. Business has become increasingly difficult to maintain with the new events in the undertow. The golem nodded. They reached the house, its door looking ready to fall off its hinges. Marco produced a key from somewhere in his sleeve, the lock clicking open with surprising smoothness for such a decrepit-looking mechanism. Let's go in, Marco said, holding the door open. The darkness beyond seemed to swallow what little light reached them from the street. Egg had fallen silent now. The inside of the house matched its exterior, deliberately shabby. The golem followed Marco through a short hallway and into what might have once been a living room. Now it held only a few chairs, a table, 2 boxes, and several people Adam recognized. Cisco and Valiant stood near 2 wooden crates, the young mouse beastkin's tail twitching. Law Cisco nodded, his whiskers twitching. Apologies for the barrier and making you come all the way here. The price on our heads doubled after those incidents last time. 2,000 silver pieces now. He gave a humorless laugh, makes being seen in public somewhat problematic. Even our usual dead drops aren't safe anymore, they're watching those too closely. Hey Law, Valiant waved enthusiastically, then paused. Wait, is that a golem? Are you a golem? His eyes widened. That's amazing. The movement is so smooth, most constructs I've seen move like they're made of wooden blocks, but this one he took a step forward, tail curling with excitement. Valiant. Cisco's quiet voice stopped his nephew mid-step. He gestured to 2 of his men. Open the boxes. One approached the wooden box while another carefully lifted the silver case. The golem stood motionless as the wooden box was placed on the rickety table with a heavy thud. Through it, Adam observed the simple metal clasps. As the lid lifted, 2 of the guards stepped back instinctively. Gods, I hate that smell, Egg muttered from somewhere behind them. Inside, suspended in clear viscous liquid, floated the dark mass of the wyvern heart, nearly the size of a human head. Even through the golem's sight, Adam could see its pearlescent sheen, the unmistakable mark of a magical creature. Thormund hunted it, Cisco said, glancing at the golem. The gentleman who interrupted our first meeting. Lost an arm in the process. The golem inclined its head in acknowledgement. Don't be too concerned. He got careless. Cisco's whiskers twitched. We preserved it in crystalline stasis gel to maintain freshness, top quality from the northern alchemists. The golem reached forward, its fingers dipping into the gel to test the heart's surface. Back in his classroom, Adam smiled despite the indirect contact through the construct. He could tell it was perfect. The preservation was flawless, exactly what the cure would need. The other case, silver that one, came next, its intricate vine engraving seeming to shift. The guard opened it carefully, revealing a crystal vial no larger than a thumb. The liquid within caught what little light there was, clear yet somehow iridescent, the water of Juvence. Through the golem, Adam studied the vial with satisfaction. Finally, he thought, I trust you brought the payment. Cisco's whiskers twitched again. The golem reached into its cloak, producing several small pouches that landed on the table with soft thuds. It gestured toward them with a fluid motion. Marco, if you will. The sound of clinking gold filled the room as Marco began counting. One by one. The golem stood silent, its head turning slowly to survey the room. Valiant kept whispering excitedly about the construct's movements, earning occasional sharp looks from his uncle. In his classroom, Adam sighed and directed the golem's gaze away from the enthusiastic young mouse. That's when he noticed it, one of Cisco's men, the one standing near the door, deliberately avoiding the golem's gaze. His weight shifted from foot to foot, fingers drumming against his thigh. Adam frowned. Through the golem's vision, he began cataloging details. Marco focused on counting. Cisco watching the process with practiced patience. Valiant still stealing glances at the golem. The other guards maintaining their positions with professional detachment. But that one man, Adam recognized him now. Present at their first meeting, one of those Thormund had roughed up, the one that ran up the statue and knocked himself down. His behavior didn't match the others. Too much movement, too much tension. His eyes darted between the door and the windows more frequently than warranted. Their eyes met briefly before the man looked away again. A thin sheen of sweat had formed on his forehead despite the cool room. His hand twitched, inching toward his sword hilt. Strike 3. The golem moved with impossible speed. Before the man's fingers could close around his weapon, the construct's hand was around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Weapons appeared in every hand except the nervous man's, his sword only halfway drawn. The golem's free hand pointed deliberately at the man's partially drawn sword, then made a series of quick gestures toward the windows and door mimicking the man's previous nervous glances. The coins stopped clinking. Marco's hand froze mid-count. Devon, Cisco's voice had gone dangerously soft, understanding dawning in his eyes as he observed the golem's gestures. Were you about to do something foolish? Devon screamed. We've been compromised. Move now. Cisco's words cracked through the air like a whip. The golem hurled Devon at the other guards in a single fluid motion. Just one touch, that's all Adam needed to jump with the boxes. 3 steps to them. 2, 1, the construct reached for them, fingers almost brushing. A pinpoint of light bloomed in the corner of its vision. The world twisted. Bam. The golem crashed through the floorboards, wood exploding outward like shrapnel. In his classroom, Adam's heart slammed against his ribs as a heavy hand clamped down on the construct's shoulder. Yesterday's thoughts mocked him. Everything will be fine as he looked up into Gale's face. Gotcha. Helios stood beside him, smiling that knife-edge smile. Adam couldn't jump not with Gale's hand on him here. They jumped together. A scream suddenly tore through the air. Valiant's voice, high and terrified. Through the construct's eyes, Adam saw what the young mouse was seeing. Marco, trusted right hand, faithful soldier with one arm locked around Cisco's throat. The mouse beastkin's feet kicked uselessly at air, his tail thrashing in desperate arcs. Then came the crack, sharp and final. Cisco's body went limp, his tail dropping like a cut puppet's string. Marco let the corpse fall, Valiant's uncle crumpling to the floor like discarded waste. Time slowed to a crawl. Blue fluid looking like flames erupted across the golem's surface as it drew the flamebrand sword, the motion singing through the air. If it could just strike Gale Ankh. Not so fast. Gale's fist descended like a meteor. Stone shattered. The shabby house's floor cratered, dust billowing up around them. Across the house, chaos exploded. Cisco's remaining men charged forward with Valiant, weapons glinting. Marco's knives answered 2 flashes of steel. Egg stumbled back, blood flowering at his throat. The second guard crumpled, blade buried between his ribs, his sword clattering uselessly to the floor. The golem blazed, raw power surging through its frame. No more restraint. Adam unleashed everything, the sword's flames turning white-hot, melting the floorboards beneath it. Interesting trick, a golem using fluid. Gale's grip never wavered, even as the golem's sword carved a burning arc through the air. He caught the blade with his free hand, the metal screaming against his palm. But where's the real you, Mage? The house erupted into chaos. Marco's knives flashed in deadly arcs as the remaining guards charged. Valiant lunged at him with a roar of grief, tears streaming down his face. You killed him, you killed my uncle. Where is he, Marco? Helios's voice boomed through the carnage, his eyes wild as he tore through the room. Where's the freaking Mage? Marco slammed the young mouse into the ground with brutal efficiency, letting go of what appeared to be a transportation crystal of his own. The light, Adam realized, the sudden appearance. It's the golem. The Mage controls it remotely. Marco answered Helios. The golem's sword broke free from Gale's grip, leaving a smoking gash across his palm. But Gale just smiled, his other hand still locked on the construct. You used a transportation crystal last time, didn't you? Clever escape trick. His fist crashed into the golem's chest, cratering it. Where are you hiding it now? Bodies hit the floor. Blood sprayed. Marco's knives found 2 more throats while Helios appended furniture, growing more frenzied with each empty corner. Valiant scrambled back up, throwing himself at Marco with desperate fury. The golem's flames intensified, turning the air itself into a furnace. Its fist connected with Gale's jaw finally, a solid hit, but the man barely flinched. Mage, Helios roared. Valiant broke free from Marco, charging toward Helios with a dagger. I will kill you all, no choice. Adam jumped. The world vanished. Then open sky, wind howling, city lights spinning below them as they plummeted through darkness. Gale's grip remained iron tight, Helios clinging to his other arm, Valiant's small form tangled between them. Got you now, Gale started. Adam jumped again. Salt water exploded around them. The ocean's cold darkness swallowed them whole. Gale's grip weakened for a split second, but before Adam could break free, those fingers dug in harder. They tumbled through the depths, a desperate tangle of limbs. Valiant's tail wrapped around the golem's wrist as the young mouse fought to stay with them. Another jump. Forest canopy 45 kilometers away from the real Adam, rushing up to meet them. Another. Mountain winds screaming past. Another. They crashed into the city's market square, appearing 10 feet above cobblestones. Stalls exploded beneath them as they hit. Fruit scattered, bread crushed, people screaming as they scattered from the impossible sight of 4 figures materializing from thin air. Papa, a little girl's voice cut through the chaos. She stood frozen, doll clutched to her chest, directly in their path as they tumbled through merchant stands. Helios. Gale's voice snapped as the other man's hand reached out, crackling with energy. Not children, shit. Adam jumped. The girl's scream cut off mid-breath as reality twisted again, leaving only destroyed stalls and terrified witnesses behind. The last thing Adam saw was a man running toward the girl, arms outstretched, before the world dissolved once more. And so, another jump. 70 kilometers above the earth. The air burned with cold, so thin it could barely hold sound. Far below, the sprawling city was nothing but a constellation of dim lights, impossibly distant. Gale's fist cratered the golem's chest with devastating precision. Metal shrieked, running out of places to run. Where the hell are you, Mage? Helios's scream tore through the freezing air, his grip like iron bands around the golem's other arm. The construct fought with calculated brutality. No wasted energy, every strike aimed at weak points, pressure points, joints. He did everything right, but these men, they moved like they'd spent lifetimes learning how to kill things that weren't supposed to die. In his classroom, Adam's mind raced through options, discarding each one faster than the last. Then his thoughts settled on one thing, the rune. The last resort failsafe he'd built into the golem's chest, the kind of paranoid precaution that seemed excessive until the moment you needed it. It would reduce the construct to atoms. Valiant would die instantly, probably the kindest death available right now, but it had to be triggered. For it to work, the chest cavity had to be breached, exposing the crystal and talisman within, and Gale's fist punched through the metal plating. Perfect. The rune blazed to life, its intricate patterns catching moonlight like liquid silver. Anyone who understood runic magic knew what came next. It was simple physics. Really, runes needed time to propagate their effects across a surface. The average was 1.1 seconds. The best runesmiths could optimize down to 0.8. Adam had managed 0.85 seconds on the golem's frame, more than enough time for. Gale laughed, a sound like broken glass. You clever bastard. Adam's blood froze. He recognized it. What happened next redefined everything Adam thought he knew about combat speed. The metal plate containing the rune, his failsafe, his trump card separated from the golem's chest in a single perfect sword strike. The plate was already beginning to glow with imminent detonation as it spun away through the thin air. Gale had known exactly where to cut, when to strike. How to disarm the trap before it could even properly arm itself. Time slowed to crystalline clarity as Gale's fingers closed around the exposed control crystal. Raw mana, his mana poured into the transportation crystal like liquid lightning. He's a mage. He knew exactly what he was doing, disrupting the control matrix, trying to jump back to Adam's location. But this was not the end of it. The rune-inscribed plate still tumbled through the air nearby, its patterns growing brighter with each fraction of a second. Not yet detonated, not yet dead. The golem's hand shot out, snatching the metal in the air. Adam poured every ounce of intent into the construct's final motion. Kill him. A perfect right cross aimed at Gale's chest, the glowing plate clutched in its fist like the world's deadliest brass knuckles. Physics took over. The explosion turned the night into day. The golem's arm disappeared in a spray of superheated shrapnel. The blast wave hit like a hammer, finally breaking Gale's grip as it threw him backward through the thin air. Helios screamed, a sound cut short as the explosion claimed his leg, blood instantly freezing in the high-altitude cold. Valiant clung to Helios's waist like a rabid animal, eyes wild and unseeing, mouth twisted in a silent scream that the thin air couldn't carry. Even with his leg obliterated, frozen blood crystallizing in the stratospheric cold, Helios's grip on the golem remained. Unbroken fingers dug so deep into the metal they left permanent gouges. From his classroom, Adam felt sudden warmth against his thigh. Gale, the mana injection. The twin crystal his pocket was glowing. No, 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 no. He bolted for the window, fingers closing around the crystal that now pulsed with dangerous light. Had to get it outside, had to. The world went white. The explosion threw him backward, ears ringing with that unique high-pitched whine that follows massive detonations. His vision swam with afterimages, lungs struggling to pull in air through the shock wave that had just emptied the room. Papers swirled in the chaos, desks overturned, glass from the shattered window tinkling as it rained down. He didn't even register the pain, adrenaline, and battle focus drowning out everything but survival. Helios roared as flames engulfed his features, flesh charring, one eye reduced to a smoking ruin, but his grip never loosened. There you are, Mage, Helios snarled, raising his free hand, his face now only burned tissue and exposed bone. I'll kill you here. Valiant struck, claws raking across Helios's ruined face. The vampire screamed, but maintained his grip even as blood poured down his already regenerating cheeks. A movement caught his eye through the smoke. Voices were already shouting outside about the explosion, professors rushing towards his classroom. Perfect. If he could just teleport to them, even Helios wouldn't dare. The damaged golem positioned itself between them, its remaining arm deflecting Helios's savage strikes. Even with one limb blasted away and its chassis cracked and sparking, the construct fought, buying Adam precious seconds. But Helios was beyond stopping. He smashed through the golem's guard like a demon possessed. The vampire lunged for the crystal still clutched in Adam's trembling hand. Flowing perception and boxing mastery let Adam weave aside, but Helios's hand closed over his, crushing down on both his fingers and the crystal. Valiant continued his assault, but Helios was beyond reason now, his mangled face twisted with rage as he squeezed. A crack appeared in the crystal's surface. A crack on a transportation crystal. Adam's heart stopped. He tried to let go, to pull away. Too late, the light took all three of them. The world dissolved into screaming chaos. Their bodies, no longer solid, stretched and twisted through a whirling vortex of light and shadow. Adam felt Helios's grip, still iron tight, but it wasn't flesh holding flesh anymore, just the memory of contact, the idea of connection. Valiant's howls echoed strangely, as if coming from everywhere and nowhere. They tumbled through the void, fighting in a state between existence and non-existence, consciousness fragmenting at the edges. Horror dawned in what remained of Adam's rational mind, a malfunctioning crystal. This wasn't teleportation, this was freefall through reality itself. Each second stretched into eternity as his thoughts raced. They could materialize anywhere. Miles above the earth, deep beneath it, in the heart of a volcano or the bottom of the ocean. The crystal's magic, destabilized by the crack, could tear a hole between dimensions, dump them in another continent entirely, or scatter their atoms across the cosmos. Helios seemed to realize it too. His ruined face contorted in what might have been fear the first time Adam had ever seen that expression on the vampire. The light grew brighter, reality thinning around them like tissue paper about to tear. Their screams merged into one continuous note as the void reached up with hungry fingers. And then nothing remained. They say drowning is peaceful at the end, a gentle surrender as your lungs fill with water, your mind drifting away into darkness. That was untrue. There's nothing peaceful about the way your body betrays you, fighting against itself in blind panic, the way your chest spasms, desperate to draw breath where there is none, the way water seeps into your ears, muffling everything until all you hear is your own thundering heartbeat and that horrible, hollow, rushing sound. The pressure crushed him from all sides, icy water forcing its way down his throat, his nose, into his lungs. His wrist throbbed where Helios had gripped it, probably broken, the bastard. The pain felt distant now, inconsequential against the burning in his chest. Strange how clear his thoughts were. Wasn't he supposed to be unconscious? The broken crystal's magic had torn them apart, scattered them through. Wherever this was, ocean, lake, did it matter? Ah, there it was, that peace they spoke of. As his consciousness began to slip away, the panic subsided, replaced by an almost gentle lethargy. For a moment, just a very little moment, it didn't feel so bad after all. Maybe they were right after all. The darkness beckoned, promising rest, release, just let go. What am I even thinking? Indomitable will. A pulse deep in his core. Blue light rippled through his veins, again and again. His mana transformed, crackling with desperate electricity, every cell screaming to live. There was so much he hadn't done, so many words unsaid, so many promises unkept. Not like this, not so soon. The pulses came faster now, each one stronger than the last, pure survival instinct converting his remaining mana into raw electric life force. His heart stuttered, then burned. Neurons fired like lightning storms in his brain, adrenaline flooding every pathway. Muscles seized, lungs spasmed. Wake up. His body remembered what it meant to be alive, what it meant to breathe, to fight, to burn against the dying of the light. Another pulse, stronger, brighter, fury incarnate. Wake up, using iron lungs. Fluid control, 100 capacity. His eyes snapped open, a scream tearing from his throat and echoing strangely through the water. Clarity was forced back into his mind, even as his body revolted against the impossible situation. He could think, he could move, he could fight. A faint glow pulsed somewhere above, or was it below? Direction had lost all meaning in this watery void, but it was light, and light meant hope. Surface or salvation, it didn't matter. Anything was better than drowning in this endless dark. Something moved in the darkness behind him. The water rippled with its passage. Push. The spell launched him through the water, his body cutting through the pressure like an arrow. The light grew brighter, closer. His lungs burned despite iron lungs, effect the skill could only do so much. Spots danced at the edges of his vision. The thing followed, faster now. He could feel the currents of its pursuit, the water churning in its wake. Just a little further. The water exploded around Adam as he burst through the surface, launching into open air. His body convulsed violently mid-flight, stomach heaving as water erupted from his mouth and nose. The sky spun sickeningly overhead, stars blurring into streaks of light. That first desperate gasp turned into racking coughs that tore at his raw throat, each spasm sending needles of pain through his chest. His lungs felt like they'd been scrubbed with glass. The electrical aftermath of his mana conversion left his muscles twitching and burning, nervous system still crackling with residual energy. The broken wrist screamed back to life as the adrenaline began to ebb. Too much, it was all too much. His stomach lurched again, expelling more water as he fought to stay conscious through the sensory overload. The stars kept spinning. Or was he the one spinning? Direction seemed like a distant concept as his brain struggled to reorient itself after the near-death experience, then heard it through water-filled ears. The sound of water below, something massive following his trajectory. Adam managed to twist mid-air, liquid streaming from his clothes. His heart almost stopped again. A fish. No, calling it just a fish would be like calling a dragon a lizard. Scales like polished obsidian gleamed in the moonless sky, each one larger than his palm. Its maw gaped wide enough to swallow a horsehole, rows of teeth glinting like daggers. Force wave. Significant use of mana reserve in one spell, 158. The spell burst from his hands, the concussive blast catching the creature's snout. The impact thundered across the water's surface, sending Adam rocketing higher as the beast recoiled. Identify. Great Carp. Level 75 in water, 35 out of water. Hack RP, the sound ripped from his abused throat, half-word, half-gag. Before the reality of his situation hit him, he was still airborne, and gravity wasn't known for its mercy. Levitate. The spell sputtered and flickered, his mana control shaky from the trauma. A hoarse, broken scream tore from his throat as his stomach lurched at the height. The carp crashed back into the dark water below, but Adam could barely focus on it, his vision swimming as he fought to maintain the spell through trembling limbs and violent coughing fits. He veered wildly through the air, overcorrecting each tilt and spin, his fear of heights making every second an eternity. The shore seemed to drift and sway before his eyes. His concentration slipped, the spell faltering, dropping him several feet before he desperately caught himself again, bringing up another wave of nausea. When he finally reached the shore, his landing was anything but graceful. The spell gave out entirely a few feet up, sending him tumbling and rolling across the ground. He ended up sprawled on his side, retching water, his broken wrist cradled against his chest and every muscle screaming in protest. After several attempts, he managed to push himself to his hands and knees, immediately regretting it as the world tilted sideways. Water dripped from his hair and clothes, joining the puddle forming beneath him as he fought for each breath. Adam retched again, bringing up the remains of this morning's breakfast, bits of half-dissolved pancake and bacon that now tasted like ash on his tongue. Something felt wrong, different. The air tasted strange, too thick, too still. Where was he? Where were the others? His head jerked up, survival instincts screaming despite his exhausted body. The movement sent the world spinning again, but what he saw through his blurred vision made his blood run cold. The sky, that wasn't the night sky. No moon, no clouds, just an endless expanse of deep, dark purple stretching overhead, dotted with stars that seemed too bright, too close, stars that didn't move quite right. His breathing quickened as he forced himself to look around, fighting against the tremors that still racked his body. The shore he'd collapsed on was black sand, coarse and glittering with strange minerals. Behind him, dense vegetation loomed, trees too dark to be natural, their leaves seeming to absorb what little light reached them. And the expanse of liquid before him, he squinted, trying to gauge its boundaries through his hazy vision. Far shore, if there was one, remained hidden in darkness, but the curved coastline suggested a lake rather than a sea or ocean. The water was wrong, though, too dark, too still, like liquid obsidian stretching into infinity, broken only by the ripples from his emergence. No waves, no wind. The surface tension seemed different somehow. He could see where water drops had fallen from his clothes, the way they sat atop the surface a moment too long before merging, as if the liquid were something thicker than water. No, the word scraped past his raw throat as the pieces clicked together. The sky, the air, the wrong water. No, no, no. Out of all the places, the broken crystal could have sent him other continents, other kingdoms, the void between stars. He'd landed here, in a place that appeared in every cautionary tale told to novice delvers. I'm in a dungeon. His fingers dug into the soil, knuckles white. The realization hit him like a physical blow, stealing what little breath he'd managed to recover. Adam staggered to his feet, trembling fingers running through his soaked hair. His breath came in short, sharp bursts as he paced along the shoreline, leaving wet footprints in the dark soil. A dungeon. I'm in a dungeon. No, he forced himself to stop, deep breaths. His first impulse was to unleash every vulgar curse he knew about Helios, Gale, the children, and Marco. The urge sat bitter on his tongue, but 79 years had taught him dignity, if nothing else. He wouldn't stoop to gutter language just because they'd forced his hand. The shoreline stretched into darkness in both directions, the water's surface now deceptively calm. He took in his surroundings, organizing his thoughts. Most dungeons were archived and could be recognized following their attributes. A dark lake, a purple sky, a carp in the water. Okay, good news first. As Adam read it once, the dark lake was part of the Mornreach Depths, one of the many dungeons in Lumeria. At least he hadn't been thrown halfway across the world, or worse. The bad news made his stomach churn. Mornreach was a rank B dungeon. To escape, he'd need to either kill the dungeon's anchor, being what adventurers called the boss, or wait for the next opening. Class B dungeons operated on strict cycles, open for 1 week every 6 months, allowing adventurers to enter and attempt to clear them. The only alternatives were killing the boss, which would momentarily open the dungeon for resource gathering, or forcing the portal, a desperate move that could trigger a dungeon break, inverting the portal and letting everything inside pour out into the world. The next opening could be months away. His time for the cure would expire in one. Adam's face flushed red, his hands clenched into fists. "You thrice damned blood-sucking piece of shit," the words echoed across the water. "You mange-ridden excuse for a vampire. You absolute waste of immortality." What followed would have made veteran sailors blush, mercenaries take notes, and demons cover their ears. He mixed languages, invented new combinations of profanity, and questioned Helios's parentage back several generations. When he ran out of known curses, he created new ones. After his outburst, Adam forced himself to breathe deeply, steadying his racing heart. His hands were shaking from cold, exhaustion, or fear. He couldn't tell anymore. So much for dignity and not stooping to gutter language. Then again, he supposed nearly being eaten by a giant fish earned him some leeway with his principles. "Deal with the situation," he muttered. "Deal with what's in front of you." Adam gingerly examined his left wrist, hissing as his fingers probed the swollen flesh. The skin had already darkened to an ugly purple, and even the slightest movement sent daggers of pain shooting up his arm. The way the joint sat slightly askew told him everything he needed to know. Status: Health 127, 450. Mana pool 423, 700. Active effects: minor hypothermia, broken bone left wrist. Most of what he knew about dungeons came from his own experience with the world dungeon, books, and his parents' stories. They'd met as adventurers when they were much younger, his father a wannabe swordsman, his mother a healer apprentice. Made for some interesting dinner conversations growing up, their different perspectives on the same events. Between their first-hand accounts and his own studies and experiences, he probably knew more about dungeon mechanics than most non-adventurers. Time to put that knowledge to use. First rule of solo dungeon survival: secure shelter. But to find shelter, he needed to orient himself. The dark water stretched out before him, its surface now deceptively peaceful. The bioluminescent growths above cast just enough light to see by, their blue-green glow reflecting off the black pebbles at his feet. His sodden clothes clung to his skin, each gust of wind sending fresh shivers through his body. "North," he muttered through chattering teeth. The exit portal is always north, and the safe zones cluster around it. But which way was north? He closed his eyes, thinking it through. Dungeons had their own logic, their own patterns. The most dangerous areas were always furthest from the exit. The lake with its level 75 monster had to be deep in hostile territory. He opened his eyes, scanning the shoreline. To his left, the bioluminescent growth seemed slightly brighter, the ground slightly more elevated. To his right, the darkness grew deeper, the water seeming to stretch endlessly into shadow. The safe zones would be on higher ground, better lit, more hospitable to human life. Left it was. Adam cradled his broken wrist against his chest and began walking, each step carrying him further from the lake's edge. Something suddenly crunched beneath his foot, accompanied by a soft green glow that caught his eye. Adam stopped, frowning. In this place, anything glowing was either a threat or, he bent down, wincing. There, partially buried in the dark sand, was Bob's 4-leaf clover. As he picked it up, one of its leaves detached, floating down to join the black granules below. 3 leaves now, he muttered, turning the clover between his fingers. Just my luck. But was it bad luck? The odds hit him, then the broken crystal could have scattered them anywhere. The void of space, the core of a star, dimensions where reality itself broke down. Or worse, he could have been torn apart at the atomic level during transport. Hell, he could have landed in one of those SSS-class dungeons, the kind where even breathing wrong could kill you. The ones where reality warped and twisted until your own thoughts turned against you. Places that had driven even veteran adventurers mad. A B-rank dungeon. Just a B-rank dungeon. He let out a shaky laugh. Maybe I am lucky after all. Wait, he definitely stored this in his inventory after Bob gave it to him. He never kept important items in his pockets, so why was it here? Had the transportation magic affected his inventory somehow? Adam carefully placed the clover back in storage, watching to make sure it registered properly. For the first time in his life, he found himself actually hoping the thing worked. A sound cut through his thoughts, metal grinding against stone, somewhere ahead in the darkness. Adam gasped. That particular screech of metal. He knew that sound, knew it as well as his own voice. No way. He broke into a run, ignoring his protesting muscles and the way his wet boots squelched with each step. The sound had come from just beyond that rise. There, in a small impact crater that had carved through the dark soil, lay his golem. Adam's breath caught in his throat. Its left arm was completely gone. The chest plate had caved in, exposing the transportation crystal and talisman in its core. But as he approached, those familiar blue eyes flickered to life. His hand instinctively went to his own arm, fingers finding the matching talisman still there, still intact. The connection hummed between them, weak but present. In this alien place, seeing something so familiar, so constant. Look what they've done to you. He knelt beside the golem, hand hovering over its damaged plating. Its remaining hand still clutched the crystal that had started this whole mess. And suddenly, he noticed something else gleaming beside the golem, the flamebrand sword, its metal catching what little light there was despite being half buried in the dark soil. He carefully retrieved it, the familiar weight somewhat comforting in his hand as he examined it for damage before he sighed, opening his inventory. The golem's eyes dimmed as it disappeared with the sword into storage. He'd need to find shelter before attempting repairs. Maybe he could salvage something useful from the damaged parts. At least the core system seemed intact, even if the chassis was a mess. Seeing the golem brought back painful memories. The wyvern heart, it had been right there, perfectly preserved. The water of Juvence just waiting to be collected. He'd been so close, so damn close. Status time remaining 1 month, 11 days, 21 hours, 45 minutes. The numbers seemed to burn into his vision, not even 6 weeks. The crushing weight of it all pressed down on him, trapped in a dungeon, broken wrist, depleted mana, damaged golem, no supplies, no allies. No, he caught himself, forcing the spiral of thoughts to stop. Every experienced delver knew that mindset was critical in dungeons. They responded to emotions, fed on despair. You needed something to hold on to, a goal, a drive, any small victory to keep you going. The silence pressed in around him as he searched for a silver lining, anything to. His fingers absently adjusted his glasses, and a dry chuckle escaped his throat. At least, he muttered to the empty air, I kept my glasses. After a moment, he remembered the whistle Bob had given him. Adam rummaged through his inventory and pulled it out, turning the simple object over in his hand. Worth a try, he supposed. He brought it to his lips and blew. As expected, no sound emerged, at least none that he could hear. Adam waited, looking around expectantly, counting off seconds in his head. Nothing happened. Figured as much, he muttered, placing the whistle back in his inventory with a sigh. Adam pushed himself back to his feet, wincing as his wet clothes shifted. Each step felt heavier than the last, exhaustion settling deep in his bones. The adrenaline from nearly drowning had worn off, leaving him acutely aware of every ache and pain. He trudged upward, following the slight incline. His boots sank into the dark sand with each step, making the climb more taxing than it should have been. The air remained oddly cold against his wet clothes, sending periodic shivers down his spine. As he crested the rise, he stopped, blinked, looked back at the lake, then forward again. What in the, where there should have been perhaps woodland, or at least a continuation of the shore, an endless expanse of obsidian dunes stretched out before him. A desert. A cold desert right next to a dark lake. The transition between the two was jarring, like someone had taken two different landscapes and stitched them together without caring about natural geography. Adam forced himself to look away from the lake, fighting down an unsettling urge to go back to its waters. His throat felt parched, despite or perhaps because of the amount he'd swallowed while drowning. The black surface seemed to beckon, promising relief. He knew better. The archives in Arcos held horrifying accounts of what happened to those who drank from the dark lake. It wasn't toxic that would have been merciful. Instead, it triggered something in human minds, an overwhelming compulsion that grew with each sip, like a drug that corrupted every survival instinct, bending even the strongest willpower against itself. The official records were clinical, detailing symptoms and timeframes, but the personal journals, those haunted him now. Adventurers writing their own death sentences in increasingly desperate scrawls, begging companions to tie them up, to knock them unconscious, anything to stop them from returning to the water. In the end, they always broke free, always returned, always drank until their stomachs ruptured, crying even as they lifted handful after handful to their lips. 2 hours, that's all it took from first voluntary sip to death. Adam swallowed hard, his throat clicking. The water he'd ingested while drowning hadn't quite reached the threshold for full addiction. If it had, he'd already be running back to the shore. But the pull he felt, the way his eyes kept drifting back to those dark waters, he was close, very close. A distant rumbling made him freeze mid-step. The obsidian sand trembled beneath his feet, tiny grains dancing across his boots. The desert wasn't any safer than the lake. The dunes were known to be home to massive worms that could swallow a house whole. At least the physics made sense here. Gravity worked normally, water flowed downhill, fire burned. Not like other dungeons where you might find yourself walking on ceilings or breathing water. Small mercies. A cold wind whipped across the dunes, carrying stinging grains of black sand. Adam pulled his wet collar higher, trying to shield his face. He couldn't stay out here, not with those worms below and that purple sky above, especially not with Helios potentially watching from the shadows. The vampire would be looking for revenge after having his face burned, and an open desert made for poor cover. To his right, a cluster of rock formations rose from the sand like broken teeth. Dark openings gaped between the stone's caverns, maybe deep enough to offer shelter. His father's words came back to him. Caves were always our first choice. Your Uncle Jasper and I learned early on the big threats need big spaces. Most predators in dungeons are the same, they're built too large to navigate narrow passages. It made sense. His father and Damas' father had survived 3 days in a cavern during their first dungeon dive, back when they were younger. The real dangers in caves were usually much smaller, easier to handle than the monstrosities that roamed open spaces. And if you chose right, picked a cave with a single entrance, you only had to watch one direction. Adam adjusted his course, keeping his footsteps as light as possible on the shifting sand. The rumbling came again, closer this time. He quickened his pace, broken wrist throbbing with each jarring step. Adam approached the nearest cavern opening cautiously, pressing his back against the rough stone beside it. A small orb of light formed at his fingertips as he wove the basic illumination spell, sending it floating into the darkness ahead. The pale glow bounced off wet walls, revealing a tunnel that curved deeper into the rock. No immediate movement. No sounds. He waited, counting his breaths 30 seconds, then 60. Nothing emerged to investigate the light. He picked up a handful of loose rocks and threw them in one by one. Each clatter echoed through the passage, fading into silence. No skittering, no hissing, no territorial growls. It wasn't a foolproof method, but it had saved his father's life more than once. The cavern system stretched further than his light stone revealed, branching passages disappearing into darkness. Connected caves meant multiple escape routes, but also multiple entry points for threats. He'd have to stay near the entrance, where he could see anything approaching from either the desert or the deeper tunnels. Ow, he winced from his wrist. He had no potion in his inventory, no painkiller. He'd have to try and ease the pain himself. Settling against the wall just inside the mouth of the cave, Adam crossed his legs and closed his eyes, focusing on his breath. In, out, each cycle deeper than the last, his mind settling into familiar patterns. On the 7th breath, meditation activated and the world shifted. It was like someone had pulled back a veil he hadn't known was there. The ambient mana, previously a vague presence at the edge of his senses, suddenly became crystal clear. It swirled through the air in invisible currents, far denser than anything he'd experienced outside. The sheer concentration of magical energy was staggering. Where a normal environment might offer a gentle stream of mana to work with, this was like standing in a river. Every breath drew in more power than he could gather in an hour of meditation outside. Out of all the types of adventurers out there, mages thrived in dungeons the most because their greatest limitation, the relative scarcity of ambient mana, simply didn't exist here. It was like giving a master painter an endless supply of colors, or handing a swordsman a perfectly balanced blade. Mana pool 425,700. Each breath pulled the energy inward, filling his depleted reserves with shocking speed. The warmth spread from his core to his limbs, dulling the sharp edges of pain in his broken wrist. Mana Pu L 445,700. How many times had he read about this in his hospital bed? Countless stories of adventurers drawing power from dungeon depths, facing down impossible odds with enhanced abilities. The books made it sound thrilling, romantic even. Mana Pool 508,700. They never mentioned how your clothes could still be heavy with water that tried to kill you, how every shadow might hide something waiting to end your life, how the taste of fear could linger in your throat while your hands refused to stop shaking. Mana Pool 605,700. Okay, maybe they did. A lot, actually. Maybe that was what even made reading it so appealing, the sense of danger, the monsters, the landscapes. But to be honest, stories about dungeons were only fun when you weren't the one bleeding in them. Mana Pool 700,700. 36 minutes. Adam blinked, almost not believing how quickly his mana pool had filled. The throbbing in his wrist brought him back to reality, a sharp reminder of the next challenge. He cradled his broken wrist in his lap, studying the swollen flesh. No adventuring party worth their salt went without a healer, and for good reason. Healing magic was the most demanding of all magical disciplines in terms of mana emission. It required an intimate understanding of the body's intricate design, where every nerve, vessel, and bone played its part. A healer didn't just pour magic into wounds, they had to guide the body back to its natural rhythm, restore its fundamental patterns. That's why healing mages spent 2 extra years in study compared to their peers, learning the countless ways a body could break and how to mend each one. A faint smile crossed his lips as he remembered his childhood declaration that he'd become a healer just like his mother. Back then, healing meant watching her close his scraped knees with a gentle touch and a warm green glow. She'd made it look so easy, but those were surface wounds, simple redirections of the body's natural healing. This was different. Bone healing required intimate knowledge of skeletal structure, an understanding of how fragments needed to align, how to stimulate the exact type of cell growth required. The sheer mana cost was staggering. Even a medium flesh wound consumed around 500 million. His current maximum was 700, and bone healing. Adam prodded the injury gently, mapping the break while grunting at the pain. The bone had snapped clean through, displaced but not shattered. Small mercy, that. Still, realigning and mending it would drain him completely, possibly multiple times. At least the dungeon's abundant mana meant he could recover quickly between attempts. Outside, this would be nearly impossible without potions or a trained healer. Here it was merely daunting. Adam shifted his position, bracing his back more firmly against the cave wall. Time to see if all those hours watching his mother work, all those anatomy books he'd studied when trying to find a cure for his own illness, would pay off. The alternative was trying to survive this place one-handed. First things first, stabilization. He retrieved the damaged golem, eyeing its forearm plating. With his good hand and careful application of magic, he shaped a piece of the metal into a crude brace. Sorry about this, he muttered to the golem as he put it back into the inventory. We'll get you proper armor and repairs later. Once the splint was secured, he faced the harder part. Healing magic wasn't something to dabble in lightly. Mages who tried to mend simple breaks, only to find their bones sprouting malformed growths months later, the body's building blocks replicating wildly after being given the wrong magical signals. The body was intricate, complex. Forcing it to change without proper understanding was begging for disaster. The first attempt drained his mana almost immediately, with barely any noticeable effect. He waited, watching the purple-tinged darkness above while his mana slowly replenished. The second try yielded similarly disappointing results, just a slight warmth around the break. Hours passed this way. No monster in sight. Try, drain, wait, repeat. Each attempt brought minimal progress, a slight reduction in swelling here, a small easing of pain there. The work was tedious, demanding absolute concentration. One wrong push of magic could send the healing awry, encouraging the flesh to knit in ways it shouldn't. By the fifth attempt, his head was pounding from maintaining such precise control over such small amounts of magic. It would have been easier, in some ways, to simply blast the injury with raw power, but that was exactly the kind of thinking that led to malformed healing. The sixth try finally showed real progress, the sharp, grinding pain dulled to a persistent ache. Not healed, not even close, but manageable. The bone was still broken, would need proper medical attention eventually, but at least now it wouldn't leave him completely vulnerable. Mana Pu L 100-700. He flexed his wrist carefully within the makeshift brace. The movement was restricted, weak, but no longer sent spikes of agony up his arm. It would have to do. Temporary, he reminded himself firmly. Just enough to keep going. Don't get ambitious. He kept his mana at around 100 all the time in case a monster would attack. No wonder healers were so rare and valuable. Adam was in the middle of a session when a scream pierced his meditation, not human, more like a bleeding cry. His eyes snapped open as something burst from behind a dune, a six-legged creature with fur like burnished copper, running full tilt. Blood already stained its flanks. Something took it through the skull before Adam could process more detail. The point erupted from the creature's eye socket in a spray of gray matter and viscera, momentum carrying the corpse forward until it tumbled, twitching, barely 30 meters from his position, then emerged from the same dune 5 figures. Scaled skin stretched over lean muscle, but their torsos rose almost humanoid, arms ending in curved, dark claws. Their tails whipped behind them as they converged on their prey. The first one reached the kill and tore into it with serrated teeth. Steam rose from the fresh corpse as they ripped through muscle and organ, fighting each other for choice pieces. One yanked out a length of intestine, spattering the sand with half-digested matter. Another cracked open ribs like twigs to reach the heart. Identify. Desert Stalker Variant, Sand Rapids. Level 22 Hunter Class Monster. Pack Predator Enhanced Speed and Pack Tactics. The one with the head in its jaws, the alpha, Adam presumed, by its larger size paused mid-bite. Its eyes, vertical pupils and amber irises, fixed directly on Adam's position. That clawed arm rose, pointing straight at him. The others stopped eating, heads snapping up, muzzles dripping gore. They screeched. Shit. The cave entrance beckoned behind him, but instinct screamed against it. He'd be trapped, and they were faster than him. His mana sat at barely 304, not enough for prolonged combat when the weakest monster was at level 22 and the alpha at 29. Long-range combat was his best bet. Wind Spear was weaved first, followed immediately by twin fireballs. The spells launched in rapid succession, the wind spell catching the nearest two predators before they could fully react. It punched through scaled hide like paper, nearly bisecting one and taking the other's arm off at the shoulder. You have slain a desert stalker. The fireballs detonated among the remaining three, but they'd already scattered. The first caught a stalker mid-leap, detonating in its chest. The explosion turned its torso into a rain of charred meat. The second fireball caught another in the spine, the blast practically vaporizing its lower half. You have slain two desert stalkers. The survivors didn't hesitate. They pounced on their fallen packmates with the same savage hunger, claws ripped through still smoking flesh. The alpha tore out a half-cooked organ, swallowing it whole, its eyes never leaving Adam's position. What th? Flowing perception flared to life as his instinct screamed. Boxing mastery activated a heartbeat later as he threw himself sideways. A spear his mind registered it was bone. Serrated and cruel missed his head by inches and took out a chunk of cave wall the size of a small car, stone exploding outward in deadly shrapnel. Adam's breath caught as the creatures simply vanished. Their scales shifted color and texture until they melted into the landscape. The last one's outline wavered like heat haze before disappearing completely. Camouflage. He assessed his options rapidly. The dunes were their territory, he'd be dead in seconds. Out there they could surround him from any angle, their scaled bodies perfectly concealed in the sand. He'd already spotted more movement behind other dunes, probably worms. The lake. He squinted at the distant shimmer, too exposed. The path there was open ground, and he'd seen more rippling movements in that direction. They were hurting him, he realized. Any attempt to reach the water would leave him completely vulnerable during a long run across open terrain. These things seemed to be built for speed and raw power. Even one would tear him apart in close combat. The cave suddenly, painfully became his only option. At least there he could control the engagement space, force them into a bottleneck where their numbers meant less. A flame spell sparked to life in his good hand as he ducked into the darkness. His wrist had improved, but each impact still sent jolts of pain up his arm as he ran. The firelight cast wild shadows that made every corner look like it held death. 6 passages gaped before him like hungry mouths. Damn it, pure instinct made him choose the left middle tunnel. He sprinted forward, throwing frequent glances over his shoulder, trying to track any movement in the dancing shadows. The screeches hit his ears. They'd entered the cave. Already, his mind raced. They'd been at least 30 meters behind him. To close that distance so quickly, his foot met empty air mid-thought. The world tilted sickeningly. Something caught him, not ground, not stone. It clung to his clothes, his skin, resisting every attempt to pull free. The more he struggled, the more entangled he became. A sickly sweet smell filled his nostrils, making his head swim. Claws clicked on stone. One of the stalkers burst into his flame light, leaping only to become caught in the same invisible trap. It thrashed mere feet from him, jaws snapping. Its breath hit Adam like a wave of rotting meat, each exhalation carrying the stench of old death. Rows of serrated teeth gleamed wetly, designed to grip and tear. The creature's head shot forward, mouth gaping wide enough to show the ridged palate. Shut. Adam focused everything into his index finger, condensing the flame spell into a single burning point. Your mouth, the monster's screech became a wet gurgle as the spell punched through the roof of its mouth like a bullet. Its head exploded in a spray of bone and brain matter, spattering Adam with gore that in the cool cave air. You have slain a desert stalker. The blood was not warm. It was almost cold, even. Adam's stomach heaved at the carnage, at the blood running down his face. A different kind of movement caught his eye, the alpha, emerging into the light. It was massive. Adam fought against the sticky substance holding him. What is this stuff? The sweet smell grew stronger, almost narcotic. The alpha stalked closer, tail lashing. Then it froze. Its head snapped up, pupils contracting to slits. A screech different this time, almost fearful, and it turned and bolted back into the darkness. Adam hung there, blood-soaked and confused as something massive shifted in the shadows above. Whatever could terrify a creature like that? His heart hammered against his ribs as he forced himself to look up. The movement was almost delicate. 8 legs, each longer than Adam was tall, stepped into the cave's natural glow with impossible silence. White chitin gleamed like polished bone, decorated with intricate black patterns that seemed to shift and flow in the light. Its body hung above him, easily large enough to swallow a grown man whole and at least 5 Adam-sized men. 8 eyes, deep crimson and utterly alien, fixed upon him with predatory focus. They glowed with their own inner light, like burning coals in the darkness. Greater Cavern Weaver Albino Variant. Level 69, Apex Predator. Aw, damn. Just give up, seriously. There are moments in life when the situation becomes so utterly hopeless that all you can do is accept it. When the walls close in, when every path leads to a dead end, when fate itself seems to have written your final chapter sometimes, the only peace comes from simply saying it is what it is and letting go. Finding yourself in the depths of a dungeon, woefully unprepared, staring into 8 crimson eyes that seemed to pierce your very soul, eyes belonging to a monster that could snuff out your life as easily as snuffing out a candle, well, that's certainly one of those moments. It was simply too much in one day. The morning had started so perfectly, though. He'd slept better than he had in years, the kind of deep, restful sleep that made him feel truly alive again. The pancakes had been golden, the bacon crisp, the tea rich and dark. For one brief, beautiful moment, everything had felt right with the world. Then 2 hours ago, he'd been drowning in water that wasn't quite water. An hour ago, he'd been dragging himself through black sand while desert worms hunted beneath his feet. 30 minutes ago, he'd been fighting for his life against scaled predators that could turn invisible at will. And now this, Adam wanted to laugh, or scream, or both. What was even the point? Fight one monster only to face another. Survive one death trap only to fall into the next. The universe had made its position clear he wasn't meant to walk out of this dungeon alive. Maybe it was time to accept that. Maybe. The spider moved closer, its legs making no sound as they touched the stone. Its mandibles clicked together. This did not feel right. To be quite honest, he was getting tired of having these profound moments of acceptance. Twice in one day was pushing it, even for him. No, freak acceptance, freak fate, and especially freak this overgrown arachnid with its symmetric eyes and fancy patterns. Fight, yes, that was more like it. Fight with every fiber of your being. Fight like each breath could be your last, because it probably will be. If death wants you, make it work for its prize. Take that 8-legged bastard with you if you can, or at least leave it with scars so deep that every time it looks at them, it remembers the human who did this. Indomitable will blaze to life. Spiteful fighting spirit answered its call, and Adam was on fire, literally and figuratively. It started small, a desperate spark of flame that caught on a single strand of webbing near his wrist. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the web caught. The fire raced along the silvery strands like lightning through storm clouds, transforming the pristine white into angry orange in the blink of an eye. The heat hit him first not unbearable, but present, like standing too close to a forge. Then came the smell, acrid chemical, nothing like normal spider silk should smell like. The burning sensation wrapped around his neck where the web had been particularly thick. Adam grit his teeth, forcing more power into the flames. If some burns were the price of freedom, so be it. The spider recoiled, its massive form backing away from the expanding inferno. Its movements were precise, calculated, no panic, just assessment. Those 8 eyes reflected the dancing flames like blood-red mirrors, and Adam could swear he saw something like surprise in them. The web around his thigh caught next, and this time the pain was sharper, more insistent. But with it came movement, the strands were weakening, turning to ash. Each breath brought in smoke and the taste of burning chemicals and desert walker, making his eyes water and his lungs protest. The cave's ceiling disappeared behind a veil of black smoke. Good, let it burn, let it all burn. More webs caught fire, spreading across the cave's intricate network of strands like a wave of destruction. The spider's carefully crafted trap was becoming its own prison, forcing it further back, away from the heat that threatened to singe its limbs. Adam's arms came free first, then his torso. The web around his legs took longer, and each second felt like an eternity of controlled burning. His throat was raw from the smoke, his skin angry and red where the burning web had touched it, but he was moving, free. The smoke billowed and swirled, but not randomly. It danced towards the far corner of the cave like an arrow pointing the way out. Basic dungeon knowledge: follow the draft, find the exit. Simple, if only. Between coughs that threatened to tear his lungs apart, Adam spotted the massive silhouette shifting through the smoke. The spider was positioning itself between him and freedom. I need a plan. His mana reserves were limited, and the worst thing that could happen was to have them depleted after a powerful spell, without being sure it would actually hurt the spider. He noticed the flames had not even burned it, but it seemed afraid of them. Pure strength, against something that could probably bench press a house. Not likely. Running. Those legs weren't for show, and he'd seen how fast it could move. He needed time, space, a distraction. The idea of the golem knight in his inventory suddenly felt very promising. Cavalry it is then. The golem materializing in a flash and charged forward without hesitation, its heavy footsteps thundering against the cave floor. And then it was flying, not charging, not running, flying, like a child's toy thrown by a giant. The golem knight sailed past Adam's head so fast it was barely more than a silver blur, crashing somewhere in the darkness behind him with a sound like 1,000 pots and pans falling down a flight of stairs. Suffice to say, this was a bad situation. The smoke was getting thicker, each breath more shallow than the last. His eyes burned, his vision swimming with tears and dancing black spots. No choice then. Precious mana or not, he needed to breathe. Wind took shape between his hands. The air around him exploded outward, carving a sphere of clarity in the choking smoke. A lightning spell tempted him, oh, how it tempted him. But with only 207 mana left in his pool, anything he could weave would barely tickle something of this caliber. Level 69 monsters didn't get to that level by being careless with adventurers throwing spells around. Besides, it wasn't attacking. The spider just stood there in the dying light of the flames. Adam could finally see it properly. All the attributes he had previously seen were there. But there was something else, something he'd never considered before. Its breathing. How had he never wondered what a giant spider's breathing sounded like? This one's was deep, rhythmic, like distant thunder trapped underground. Behind it, the charred remains of what used to be its web still smoldered, the desert stalker's corpse now nothing more than a smoking husk. Maybe if he just moved to the right, slowly. The spider shifted, not moved, shifted. One moment it was there, the next it was already blocking his path, so fast his mind barely registered the movement. A gasp escaped his lips before he could stop it. Backing away seemed like the next logical option, but the moment his weight shifted backward, the spider coiled forward, its front legs rising slightly. The message was crystal clear, don't even think about it. Adam's mind raced. This wasn't normal predator behavior, not even for dungeon creatures. Yes, they'd covered this in advanced monster theory at the academy. Higher-level dungeon denizens could match or exceed human intelligence. Professor Vale had been particularly insistent on that point, right before warning them that these were often the cruelest encounters. But this felt different. The spider wasn't toying with him, it was studying him, containing him. What could something like this possibly want from someone like him? Pride aside, slowly, deliberately, Adam raised his hands, palms outward, the universal gesture of I yield that worked with most intelligent beings. Whether it meant anything to an arachnid, even one of clearly superior intelligence, remained to be seen. The spider's head tilted slightly, a disturbingly human-like gesture. Two of its front legs lowered fractionally, though the rest maintained their ready stance. That rhythmic breathing continued, unchanging, like a counterbeat to Adam's own racing heart. Those crimson eyes studied his hands with particular interest. Was it checking for signs of spell weaving, looking for hidden weapons, or was he just projecting human thought patterns onto something fundamentally alien? A drop of sweat rolled down his neck, stinging the burns there. The air still tasted of smoke and chemical residue. The spider's mandibles moved slightly, producing a soft clicking sound that seemed to have a pattern to it. Was it trying to communicate? Adam then frowned as he heard a high-pitched ringing, like a distant bell that somehow rang inside his skull. Then, pain, white-hot, all-consuming pain. Arg! Adam collapsed, his knees hitting the stone floor as his hands clutched his head. It felt like thousands of needles were being driven into his brain simultaneously, each one carrying its own unique agony. His screams echoed off the cave walls, mixing with the sound of his body thrashing against the ground. The voices came next, hundreds, thousands of them, all speaking at once. Some whispered, some shouted, some sang in languages he'd never heard. They cascaded through his mind like a waterfall of broken glass, each syllable cutting deeper than the last. Indomitable will. He started pushing back against the invasion. The pain began to recede, the voices growing fainter until, you have successfully resisted potent mind control. Mind control, that thing had tried too. The spider's shriek cut through his thoughts like a physical blow, sending him sprawling backward onto his bottom. It was an ugly sight, but its mouth was wide open. A plan formed quickly, a concentrated fire bullet, just like with the desert stalker. If the carapace was too tough, aim for the mouth, right between those clicking mandibles. His right hand was suddenly pinned to the ground by fresh webbing before his fingers had even twitched to begin the spell weaving. Not his whole body, just the exact hand he'd been about to use. It knew. Somehow it had known exactly what he was going to do before he did it. But how? Mind reading seemed the obvious answer, but hadn't he just resisted its mental invasion? The spider clicked its mandibles again, but this time no mental assault followed. Instead, it watched. Just watched with an intensity that made Adam's skin crawl. Around them, the last flames from his escape attempt still flickered, the dancing shadows casting on the cave walls. The spider's eyes reflected each tiny fire like 8 blood-red mirrors, and then, one of the small flames suddenly wavered, as if caught in a non-existent breeze. Then another, and another. The fires didn't go out, they just moved, twisted, like something was trying to grasp them, to control them, but couldn't quite manage it. What are you? Adam's voice trailed off as the spider tried again, and again, each time those 8 eyes fixed on him with an expectation that felt almost frustrated. Then it hit him. Oh God, he whispered, the realization striking him as his eyes widened. You're trying to weave magic. The spider stopped mid-attempt. The silence in the cave became deafening. The sheer impossibility of the situation made Adam's head spin. A giant spider had just tried to break into his mind, nearly caused him to be burned alive, tossed his golem around like a ragdoll, and now it was practicing magic. The spider's mandibles clicked rapidly, and the remaining flames all wavered at once, as if to emphasize the point. Well, that explained why he wasn't dead yet, but it didn't make him feel any better about his chances of staying that way for long. Can you understand me? Adam asked carefully, the words feeling strange in the silent cave. The spider's legs stilled their movement, all 8 eyes fixed on him. Move to your left if you can, Adam said, his mouth dry. The spider took a deliberate step to its left, its movements unnaturally precise. Then it moved slightly closer, mandibles clicking in what almost seemed like eagerness. Its front legs spread in what could have been a peaceful gesture, but Adam noticed how they still kept him carefully cornered. During the mental assault, beneath the searing pain and violation he'd experienced, something, not quite a feeling, not exactly thoughts either. It was like catching glimpses of shape and shadow in murky water impressions that defied description. For lack of a better word, he had felt its essence, its intent, and whatever it was he'd sensed hadn't been anything close to benevolent. Now, watching it try to manipulate fire, those shadowy impressions crystallized into understanding. That alien hunger he'd glimpsed hadn't just been for knowledge, it had been deeper, darker, more final. And if a creature like this wanted him as a teacher, and suddenly he remembered one of Professor Vale's lectures about high-level dungeons, backed by countless stories he'd heard from adventurers in his past life. When the world dungeon first appeared, the internal politics of dungeons weren't static. Sometimes, a particularly cunning monster would grow strong enough to challenge the dungeon's boss. If it won and consumed the dungeon's core, it would become the new ruler. He'd seen entire dungeon ecosystems changing overnight when this happened. He assessed his situation coldly. He was exhausted, injured, and in no condition to fight something like the spider. Even if he somehow managed to slip past it, he was still deep in a dungeon. He'd be dead within hours, if not minutes, but if he taught it slowly, carefully, perhaps even incorrectly in crucial ways, he could use it. At least in this cave, he'd only have to watch his back against one monster, dangerous as it was, instead of the constant threats lurking outside. Not ideal, but beggars couldn't be choosers. He had a little more than a month before the first symptoms, time enough to find a way to kill it before it killed him. The spider clicked its mandibles again, taking another step forward. Its front legs gestured toward Adam's hands, then to the remnants of flames still flickering around them. The meaning was clear enough. Show me. I can't right now, Adam said, trying to keep his voice steady. I need to heal first. Magic requires focus, and he gestured to his burns and injuries. A lie, of course, he'd cast plenty of spells while worse off than this, but it didn't need to know that. The spider went still for a moment. Then came a sound, a horrible sound. It started as a wet, gurgling noise from deep within the spider's body, like someone stirring a pot of thick stew. Adam was still trying to peel the stubborn, webbing off his hand when splat, something wet hit him full in the face, chest, arms, and legs, thoroughly drenching his entire body. What the F? Adam screamed, thrashing backwards. The substance was clear, oddly odorless, but thick like gel. It dripped down his face and its my mouth. He spat frantically, wiping at his face with his free hand. What the hell did you just? His thoughts churned through all eventualities, each worse than the last. Acid, no pain yet, poison. How long until +3 life force, +7 life force, +4 life force? He lifted his hand, staring at the burn marks from the web fire. The angry red patches were fading, not just fading, healing. He could actually see the skin knitting itself back together, like watching a week's worth of recovery compressed into seconds. What in the? He touched his neck. Smooth skin met his fingertips. Even the soreness in his lungs from the smoke was dissipating. The spider clicked its mandibles again, almost smugly. It had just healed him with spider spit. You could have warned me, Adam muttered, still wiping the healing goo from his face and glasses. A little gesture, a sign, anything besides just. He made a vague spitting motion with his hand, then immediately felt foolish for trying to teach manners to a giant spider. The spider's legs gestured emphatically at the dying flames again, its movements becoming more insistent. The message couldn't be clearer. Show. Magic. Now. Adam's throat went dry. Healing substance might have fixed his wounds, but it did nothing to calm his racing heart. This wasn't some friendly exchange of knowledge, this was a predator temporarily staying its hand. The moment he ceased being useful, he forced himself to speak, careful to keep his voice steady. I can't right now. Magic requires a full mana pool, and mine is severely depleted. I need to sleep, recover my strength. He swallowed hard, watching those eyes for any sign of aggression. Then I can show you properly. Tomorrow, the spider went completely still. Adam's muscles tensed, ready for, well, not ready at all, really. What could he possibly do if it decided? The massive arachnid suddenly moved. Adam squeezed his eyes shut, certain this was it, but the killing blow never came. Instead, the spider brushed past him, its carapace barely inches from his face. The sound of rapid web spinning made him open his eyes again. The spider was sealing the cave entrance. Layer after layer of silvery web created an intricate barrier. Was it protecting him? No, protecting its investment, more likely. And finished, the spider positioned itself by the sealed entrance, settling into an alert stance. Guarding, waiting. Well, apparently his request for rest had been granted. There was something almost reasonable about all this. Deadly, yes. Terrifying, absolutely. But also methodical, considerate even. A silver lining, if you could call it that. Though that thought did little to comfort him as he tried to find a position to rest, knowing those 8 red eyes would be watching his every move during his sleep. Frega. Consciousness crept in like an unwelcome guest. The hard ground beneath him felt wrong. His bed had never been this uncomfortable. Adam's sleep-addled mind tried to make sense of it, grasping at the familiar while pushing away the unfamiliar. Just 5 more minutes, then reality clicked. His eyes snapped open, heart lurching as 8 crimson ones stared back from across the cave. Oh, Adam whispered, not a dream then. The massive spider remained at its post by the webbed entrance, patient and terrifying as ever. His scattered brain tried to process it all: the dungeon, the chase, the fire, the deal, being forcibly recruited as a magic teacher to a giant spider. Said like that, it still sounded like it should have been a dream, but the cold stone floor beneath him and those unwavering red eyes suggested otherwise. He wasn't even aware he had fallen asleep, which made it all the more confusing. The spider covered half the cave in 2 fluid steps, its movement so graceful it seemed to defy its massive size. Those 8 eyes fixed on Adam with an expectant intensity that made his skin crawl. Right, the lesson. Adam's throat felt like sandpaper. But first I need to. He gestured vaguely at himself. Food and other necessities. The spider's thorax twitched, that horrible gurgling sound building up again. No, Adam scrambled to his feet, hands raised. No spitting, I have food, I just patted his stomach, and I need to, the spider's head tilted slightly. I need to relieve myself, Adam said, face burning. Never in his life had he imagined having this conversation with a giant arachnid. One leg extended, pointing deeper into the cave. Several tunnels branched off from the main chamber, disappearing into darkness. There, the spider remained motionless. Adam took a careful step forward, eyes scanning the cave walls. The tunnels seemed roughly hewn, natural rather than carved. Some sloped upward, others down. Possible escape routes, assuming they didn't lead to worse threats or dead ends. He moved toward the nearest tunnel, but the spider materialized before him with impossible speed. Adam yelped, stumbling backward. A different leg pointed to another tunnel, the gesture somehow managing to seem both insistent and threatening. That one got it. The redirected tunnel was shorter, ending in a small chamber. Empty. No other exits, no hidden passages. Just a dead end that served its immediate purpose. It's guarding something in that first tunnel, Adam thought as he took care of business. Something important enough to risk showing its hand by stopping me. He filed that information away carefully. The spider waited at the tunnel entrance when he returned, its patience somehow more unnerving than aggression would have been. I need to eat now, Adam said, reaching into his inventory. The wrapped candies he bought at the weird stuff store were still there. As a breakfast, they felt absurdly inadequate. As he unwrapped it, a thought struck him. Maybe it was the exhaustion. Maybe it was the absurdity of his situation making him reckless. Or maybe it was just scientific curiosity. He held out a second candy toward the spider. Would you like one? The spider's eyes shifted focus, all 8 zeroing in on the small wrapped candy with an intensity that made Adam's outstretched hand waver slightly. Its front legs lifted, minutely, then stopped. For a long moment, nothing moved. Adam's arms started to tire, but he held still, watching. Then, with a deliberate slowness, the spider backed up 1 step. Its legs settled back into their previous position. The message was clear enough, no. Fair enough, he muttered, pocketing the rejected candy and finishing his own. His stomach wasn't exactly satisfied, but it would have to do. Something clicked in his mind, though the spider's refusal wasn't casual. It had its own strict feeding system, that bizarre goo. If it wouldn't even accept normal candy, trying to poison it would probably be pointless. The thing seemed too methodical, too set in its ways to accept food from others. He filed that thought away carefully, crossing one potential escape plan off his mental list. Now short of excuses, Adam took a steadying breath. Teaching magic incorrectly would be a delicate balance too obvious, and the spider would know. Too subtle, and it might actually learn something useful. Magic, he began, choosing his words with care, flows through specific channels in the body. His hands moved in a deliberate pattern, one he'd seen street performers use to impress crowds. These channels must be properly aligned before any spell can be cast. The spider's legs shifted, mirroring his movements with disturbing accuracy. Adam fought to keep his expression neutral. The creature's ability to replicate complex motions was concerning. Good, but remember, precision is crucial. He deliberately altered the pattern, making it slightly more complex. The preparation stance must be perfect, or the mana will disperse. A complete fabrication, but one that played into the spider's apparent methodical nature. Those crimson eyes tracked every finger movement, every shift in posture. Adam could almost see the creature committing each useless detail to memory, but he couldn't rely solely on physical misdirection. Now for flame magic specifically. He paused, letting anticipation build. We begin not with creation, but with control. His hands moved over a small patch of ground. May I? The spider's slight nod felt like permission and threat combined. Adam cast a simple fire spell the proper way, hiding the true mechanism behind his elaborate gestures. A small flame sprouted between them. Observe. Before we can create fire, we must learn to sense it. He moved his hands around the flame in sweeping motions that did absolutely nothing. Feel how the heat responds to your presence, like sensing the vibrations in a web but with thermal energy. The spider's front legs moved through the air above the flame, mimicking his movements perfectly. Too perfectly. Adam's heart skipped a beat. He needed to complicate things further. No, the movement must flow through all limbs for proper mana distribution. The lie came smoothly, born of desperate calculation. Each appendage must maintain its own mana cycle while contributing to the whole. Like this, he demonstrated an impossibly complex series of gestures that would require the spider to coordinate all 8 legs differently. The creature paused, processing this new challenge. Minutes stretched into hours as Adam layered deception upon deception, each lesson built upon the last, creating an intricate web of misconceptions that would hopefully take time to unravel. He introduced arbitrary rules about mana preparation, invented elaborate safety protocols that would waste energy, and emphasized the importance of perfect form over actual results. Remember, he said, watching the spider attempt a particularly wasteful series of movements, magic requires patience, and he prayed his own patience would last long enough to find a way out of this cave. A distant screech echoed through the cave, interrupting their lesson. Adam's blood ran cold. He knew that sound. Desert stalkers, another screech closer. The spider's head snapped toward the entrance, legs shifting into a lower stance. How close were they? The sound bounced off stone walls, making it impossible to. His stomach lurched as the ground disappeared. Whoa, something wet and sticky pressed against his back, and then he was rising, watching a bone spear whistle through the space he'd occupied seconds before. It struck the cave wall with a crushing sound, embedding itself deep in the stone. This as he squirmed against the webbing, feeling it stick to his clothes, his hair. Absolutely disgusting. Dark shapes materialized at the cave entrance. The stalker's scaled skin caught the torchlight. One of them looked like the alpha from last time, black eyes reflecting nothing. Another one of them touched its torch to the webbed entrance. Flames raced up the strands. 3 stalkers entered, then 8, then 13. Adam's mind shifted from disgust to rapid calculation. The cave was small, cramped for this many fighters. His mana had recovered somewhat during his rest. The ceiling placement, while humiliating, gave him a perfect vantage point. If he timed it right, he could use a burst of force magic to break free, propelling himself toward the entrance. The spider would be occupied with the stalkers. He could launch fire spells from above, then seal the entrance with a barrier spell once he was through. With luck, the collapsing cave mouth would take out several stalkers and possibly the spider too. The only wild card was those other tunnels. The spider might retreat rather than fight, but Adam's primary concern was escape. This might be his only chance. He flexed his fingers carefully, mentally preparing while trying not to draw attention. Below him, the stalkers spread out in a practice formation and the spider waited. The first stalker's head hit the ground before Adam could blink. The second followed, third, fourth, fifth. Blood sprayed in graceful arcs across stone walls. 5 seconds. The remaining stalkers screeched, finally registering the threat. More poured in through the entrance. The spider moved. No. Movement wasn't the right word. Limbs blurred. Bodies fell. Blood painted the floor in expanding pools. One stalker lunged forward, lance extended and met empty air. The spider was already behind it, legs piercing through scale and bone. Adam's escape plan died in his throat. He'd be dead before reaching the entrance. A stalker broke right, weapon raised. No, that was wrong. The spider had already moved to intercept its true path left, legs punching through its chest before the feint was complete. How? 3 more stalkers attacked in formation. The spider flowed around their strikes like water, dealing death with mechanical precision. More bodies, more blood. The pile grew. Wait, a stalker charged straight ahead. The spider shifted left before the stalker had even begun to turn that direction. As if flowing perception activated without conscious thought, the world slowed. Adam's vision sharpened, catching details his normal sight missed. +2 flowing perception. Another stalker died. Adam squinted, trying to understand. The spider moved before the attack came, but how? He focused harder. A second death. There had to be something he was missing. His flowing perception caught the usual tells: muscle tension, weight shifts, the flow of movement through air. But the spider was reacting before even these appeared. Third death. Fourth. He forced himself to look deeper. Not at the attacks, not at the movements, at the moments before. +1 flowing perception. Their stalker's hand twitched. No, before that. The spider was already moving. Earlier still, what was he missing? +2 flowing perception. The next death made it click. Just before the stalker's muscles tensed to attack, before its brain had even fully formed the command, its body made microscopic adjustments, preparing for a decision not yet consciously made. The spider wasn't reading minds or seeing the future, it was reading the body's betrayal of its owner's intentions. Simple, mechanical, like a leaf trembling before the wind actually hits it. His flowing perception caught these tells after they formed. The spider caught them at their source, in that razor-thin moment between thought and action. An armed stalker charged in, sword and shield probably scavenged from some fallen adventurer. It effortlessly got flattened. Metal scraped against stone as it stumbled, and for a split second the spider's movements faltered. Another stalker's claw caught a fallen blade, sending it ringing across the floor. The spider's strike missed, just barely, before it compensated with terrifying speed. The slaughter continued. Each death taught him more. Every spray of blood revealed new patterns. When it ended, 43 bodies littered the cave floor. No survivors, no escapees. The alpha's severed head stared up at him from a pool of its own blood, black eyes now as lifeless as glass beads. Then the spider ate them. Digestive fluids darkened the nearest corpse. The spider's mandibles worked methodically, liquefying flesh and bone. Adam winced as it slurped the resulting soup through its mouthparts. That could have been him. As the spider consumed the first stalker, something strange happened. Adam blinked, unsure if he was seeing correctly. The spider's carapace seemed to shimmer slightly, almost imperceptibly changing. The pattern on its back shifted, taking on subtle scale-like textures similar to the stalker's hide. The transformation was slight, not dramatic enough to change the spider's fundamental appearance, but unmistakable to Adam's eye. It's evolving. And suddenly, with crystal clarity, Adam understood exactly why the spider was keeping him alive, why it was so intent on learning magic rather than simply devouring him immediately. It wanted his abilities after learning how to use them. 3 bodies disappeared this way. The spider moved to the others, spraying them with webbing and some viscous fluid. The corpses went rigid, suspended in a grotesque cocoon. Food storage then. The web holding him suddenly gave. Dom dropped, catching himself with a grunt. His clothes stuck to his skin where the webbing had touched. The spider turned back to their practice spot, stepping over scattered limbs and congealing blood pools. Its leg tapped the ground twice, the signal to resume their lesson. Just like that, as if 43 deaths meant nothing, as if they weren't standing in a charnel house. Adam wiped sticky hands on his pants and took position. The copper stench of blood filled his lungs with each breath. Class was back in session. Dom stopped counting the days after the 7th. No sun, no moon, just endless stone and the spider's unwavering presence. Looking at his remaining time would only crack his fragile grip on sanity. The candies ran out on day 3. The spider dropped a fresh stalker leg by his feet that evening. The meat was gray-green beneath the scales, with a texture like spoiled fish mixed with wet sand. He retched 3 times before keeping it down. The aftertaste lingered, metallic and sour, like licking a rusted coin. But hunger one always did. The stalkers, he discovered, packed enough nutrients to keep him going. Small mercy. An underground stream provided water, crystal clear and sweet. He'd watch the spider drink sometimes, its method methodical and alien. They shared that water source at least. The magic lessons stretched on. He taught slowly, carefully honest about the time needed, dishonest about his methods. On the 4th day, the spider made his conjured flame flicker. Just a tiny manipulation, but Adam's heart nearly stopped. The creature could use mana, had always been able to. What else could it do? Between lessons, he explored. All tunnels open except one forbidden, the spider made that clear. The rest of the cave system became his library. Every spare moment spent watching, learning, trying to understand the spider's precognitive combat ability. Flowing perception activated constantly now. He studied his own movements, the tiny tells that betrayed intention. The slight shoulder tension before casting, the weight shift before stepping. Could these be suppressed, hidden? +3 flowing perception, +2 flowing perception, +4 flowing perception. On the 5th day, something changed. Mid-observation, the skill pulsed. Flowing perception is evolving. The tests began small, a deliberate shift of weight during practice. The spider's head would turn, tracking the motion before it happened. Scratch and itch, those legs would twitch toward the movement. Even thoughts of movement drew reaction. Days blurred, better not to count. He layered his experiments. During magic practice, he'd create a flame while planning to move his hand left. The spider would orient itself left before he moved. Sometimes he'd abandon the planned movement, entirely studying how long the spider maintained its predictive stance. More complex tests followed. Multiple planned movements, false intentions, real ones hidden beneath. The spider caught them all, though sometimes. Sometimes there was a delay. Microseconds between his deepest hidden intentions and its response. He watched it hunt. Every stalker that entered became a lesson. The green bastards were either very stupid for coming still, or very brave, or both. It deserved some respect. Useless, but to be respected. The spider's movements weren't random. They followed flow's air currents, muscle tensions, the subtle symphony of pre-motion tells. Flowing perception strained with each observation. The skill grew sharper, more refined. He started seeing not just current movements, but their origins. The way a stalker's neck muscles tensed before its arm moved. How weight distributed before a step. Sometimes, during lessons, he caught himself moving in response to the spider's motions before they happened. Brief moments of anticipation that felt more like instinct than thought. The spider watched him too. He sensed its scrutiny. Hopefully it saw only a teacher teaching magic, not one dissecting its every move. Time passed. How long? Don't think about it. Then one day after a lesson, something clicked. His mind emptied of everything except pure observation. The spider stood before him, demonstrating a mana manipulation. Right, he thought absently, his hands supporting his head. It moved right, left, left. His eyes widened as consciousness caught up to instinct. The system message appeared. Flowing perception is evolving into flow prediction. Acquired flow prediction, rare, active, passive. Ability, perceive and analyze pre-movement patterns and intent. Current level 1s. Warning, skill effectiveness heavily dependent on user's focus and physical condition. His heart raced. He forced his breathing steady, face neutral. Don't let it show. Don't let it know. The lesson continued. Don't check the time, don't check the days. Focus. Adam had been tempted to do it a few times, but he knew it would distract him from what he was about to do. The spider's latest attempt at mana control made Adam's stomach clench. Not just flickering flames now, it could dim them, spread them, progress too fast, much too fast. Soon it would connect the dots between mana control and actual spellweaving. Then he'd outlive his usefulness. Simple math, really. His mana pool now sat at 750, full and ready. The wrist had partially healed, though phantom pain still lingered. The stalker's meat kept him strong, even if every bite still made him gag. Physical strength maintained. Mental strength, well, he was still sane enough to plan, had to count for something. The golem sat in his inventory, retrieved during one of his bathroom breaks. The spider never followed him there, at least. Small mercies. In that dark, damp cave, he'd carefully pull out the broken pieces of the wakey bird, the same one he'd destroyed in frustration back at the academy. His hands would move slowly, methodically, trying to minimize any sound of metal against metal. Ah, the academy. It felt like a lifetime ago now. He'd hated the monotony then, the endless lectures, the strict schedules. What he wouldn't give to be back in those sun-filled halls, complaining about morning classes and bland cafeteria food. Everything to return to that simple life where his biggest worry was passing the next exam. But here, in this cave that reeked of stalker blood and spider webs, those memories served a purpose. Each time he went to relieve himself, he'd work on reassembling the construct, making small modifications to its design. He had an idea not fully formed yet, but growing clearer with each session. The runes needed to be perfect. The mana circulation had to be completely silent. One wrong click, one metallic scrape too loud, and all his careful planning would be for nothing. He'd watch the spider's sleep patterns. Every rest period, there was a window about an hour in when its legs would go completely slack. The twitching that usually responded to nearby movement would slow, almost stop. Deep sleep. As deep as something like that could manage anyway. The plan was simple. Had to be. Complicated plans died fast against something that could read your moves before you made them. But even pre-cognitive combat had limits. You couldn't dodge what you couldn't sense coming. Adam decided he would strike tonight. Or today, there was no sun or moon to know which was which. He would strike soon. Yes, better, just had to wait for those legs to go slack. The cave system had no secrets left. Well, almost none. That crack in the eastern tunnel's ceiling just wide enough to squeeze through if blasted open. The underwater passage in the northern section that probably led somewhere. 3 potential escape routes, all mapped, all viable, all useless if he died here. The forbidden tunnel remained the only mystery. The spider's reaction whenever he even glanced that direction told Adam everything. Something important lay hidden there, something worth protecting. Something worth dying for or killing for. Even feigning disinterest had proven dangerous. A casual glance held too long would make those legs shift, mandibles clicking in warning. Once he'd taken 3 steps in that direction during a confused wandering, the spider had materialized between him and the tunnel entrance so fast his mind couldn't process the movement. No violence, no threat, just presence. Absolute, undeniable presence. Message received. His bathroom breaks had served multiple purposes. While reassembling the wakey bird, he'd realized the transport crystal's cracks weren't beyond repair. Mana crystals responded to careful manipulation. Each hairline fracture could be sealed with precisely controlled mana flow, like welding glass with heat. The crystal wasn't perfect anymore. New cracks would appear after every few jumps, requiring constant maintenance. But it worked, and right now, that's all he needed. Now in the artificial night of the cave system, Adam waited. The spider's legs twitched in their familiar pattern, not quite the deep sleep he needed. His own breathing remained carefully measured, each inhale and exhale a practiced rhythm. The flow prediction skill thrummed at the edge of his consciousness, reading minute changes in the spider's posture. Twedge. Still too alert. Twedge. Getting closer, his mind reached for the golem, testing the connection. 70 kilometers of control range more than enough in these cramped caves. The construct sat ready in his inventory, each component checked and rechecked during his bathroom breaks. One wrong sound, one metallic scrape too loud. Which, almost, the spider's legs settled deeper into their rest position. The constant micro-adjustments that tracked nearby movement began to slow. Even those 8 eyes seemed less present, their crimson glow dimmed but never quite dark. Now, Adam kept his breathing steady, maintained his corner slouch. His consciousness split half-anchored here, monitoring every tiny shift in the spider's posture, half-flowing through the golem's crystal eyes as it materialized silently in the forbidden passage. Dark. Darker than the main caves, the golem's enhanced vision cut through it. Time to see what the spider guarded so jealously. His real body remained still, breathing steady. Can't twitch, can't tense. The spider's combat precognition worked even in sleep. one wrong move and… The golem's vision feed suddenly filled with something. Webs, everywhere, not the usual messy catching nets scattered throughout the cave system. These were different, precise, layered, almost architectural in their design. The darkness seemed thicker here, and there, at the center of this fortress, sat something that made all of Adam's mental preparations shift. An egg, gray oval about the size of his torso. Well, that explained a few things. The golem's vision swept the rest of the chamber, revealing what lined these walls. Bodies, dozens of them. Adventurers in torn leather and rusted chain mail hung suspended in silk cocoons. Most were little more than bones now, their remains picked clean. Others still had flesh, preserved by the web's chemicals. A face here, a limb there, frozen in various states of decay. Stalker corpses dotted the collection too, along with other dungeon creatures. Their remains were less preserved, the spider seemed to prefer their meat fresh. During his imprisonment, he had built what he called his scenario tree, each branch a different possibility of what the spider might be hiding. A maternal spider protecting its offspring had been one of his more confident theories. This was perfect, better than perfect. An egg meant something to protect, something vulnerable, something that couldn't dodge or predict movements. And judging by the elaborate web fortress around it, something absolutely vital to the giant arachnid. The spider's snoring grew deeper, perfect timing. Through half-lidded eyes, Adam watched its legs twitch less and less and less, deep sleep phase. New branch forming in the scenario tree. If those protective webs were anything special, and they had to be, given how they practically hummed with energy, they might be connected directly to the spider's consciousness. Touch them, and only one way to find out. The golem's single arm shot forward an arc designed to slice through the web and snatch the egg in one fluid motion. Break and grab, no hesitation, no. The snoring stopped mid-breath. The scream that followed wasn't just sound, it was primal fury given voice, echoing off every surface until the whole cave system seemed to vibrate with it. Adam jerked upright, putting every ounce of confusion he could muster into his voice. What's happening? What's wrong? Before he could blink, the spider was on him. Its mass slammed him against the wall, mandibles spread wide enough to show rows of hooked teeth inside its maw. The stench of rotting meat washed over him as those jaws opened wider. Wider, he could see clear down its throat. Could imagine how those hooks would tear him apart, rip him to shreds while he was still alive. I don't understand, he started, his voice high and trembling, trying to radiate pure confusion through every gesture. The spider's mandibles snapped shut, cutting him off. Its front legs pinned his shoulders with crushing force. One twitch, one wrong move, and those jaws would close. His heart slammed against his ribs, but he kept his face locked in what he hoped was perfect bewilderment. He couldn't fight it, not like this, not at this range. All those careful plans, all that preparation, none of it mattered with death literally breathing in his face. Keep the act, look confused, terrified. He actually was terrified. The golem, make it move. A sharp crack of stone against stone echoed from deep within the forbidden tunnel. The spider froze. Then its head whipped toward the sound, mandibles snapping shut inches from Adam's throat. 8 legs scrambled against stone as it launched itself toward the tunnel entrance. Fast, faster than anything that size had any right to be. The golem had the egg and Adam waited, about 3 kilometers away. The spider's massive form disappeared into the forbidden tunnel, its speed terrifying even from this distance. Wait, not yet. The thundering of 8 legs echoed through the cave system, getting closer to the golem's position. Just before the spider would reach his construct, Adam made his choice. The golem released the egg, setting it carefully on the tunnel floor before retreating into the shadows. Let the spider have its offspring back, he just needed the distraction to escape. The spider's discovery of the returned egg should have ended its rage, should have sent it back to protective brooding, should have bought him the time he needed to disappear. The hammering of legs reversed direction anyway. Despite everything, despite the distance, despite his acting, despite returning what it valued most, it knew exactly who was responsible, and it wasn't going to let that slide. No time for subtlety. Dismissing the golem back into his inventory, both his hands moved in a blur, left hand weaving fireball as his right gathered power for push. Double weaving was hard enough and mana draining, but at this point, the fireball erupted just as the web barrier came into view, flames catching the sticky strands. The webs at the cave's entrance ignited like oil-soaked rope. Push 1 second he was in the cave, the next sky. A somewhat bright, purple, star-filled sky. It was beautiful. Until it wasn't, the push spell had launched him straight through the main entrance, his body cutting through air like a stone from a sling. His stomach lurched into his throat as gravity realized what was happening. Levitate, he did not need to scream the spells, but for some reason in this situation, screaming helped him calm down. The spell caught him mid-flight, but control was a joke. The world spun ground, sky, ground, sky. Wind tore at his face, making his eyes water. He couldn't hear anything except the roar of air rushing past his ears, couldn't even tell which way was up anymore. Then he heard it, even through the wind, that scream. The spider had followed him out. Of course it had, but why? He'd given the egg back. left it safe in the tunnel where any reasonable mother would focus on protecting it instead of chasing the threat that was already retreating. What was wrong with this thing? He tried to turn, to look down to get his bearings. Bad idea. The ground swayed sickeningly far below, a patchwork of trees and rocks that made his head spin. How high was he? Too high, way too high. Focus, had to. There a dark shape moving through the trees. Fast, following. The spider hadn't given up. What the hell was it thinking? The threat was gone, the egg was safe, but it kept coming anyway. Adam tried focusing more using flow prediction, but the skill required him to be calm and collected. And Adam was everything but calm and collected. A wet thwip cut through the wind. White strands of webbing shot past him like arrows. Adam twisted mid-air, the sudden movement throwing off his levitate. The world spun violently. Another volley, the spider was actually shooting at him from the ground, trying to bring him down. This was insane. He'd returned its precious egg, and it was still trying to kill him. His stomach lurched as another wild spin threw off his levitate. Too high, still too high. One wrong move, one slip in concentration, and the fall would kill him before the spider got the chance. The thought kept screaming at the edges of his mind he could die here, actually die, broken on the black sand or torn apart by those mandibles when he eventually crashed. And he would crash. The levitate spell wasn't meant for sustained flight, especially not while dodging web shots and fighting vertigo. He couldn't maintain this much longer. When he lost control and he would lose control, where would he land? Would the spider be there waiting? That would be game over. Indomitable will. No, focus, plan B. He'd prepared for this possibility. The spider was still down there, still coming. Each second he spent tumbling through the air was another second it gained on him. His hands shook as he tried to stabilize himself. The screaming hadn't stopped. It would never stop, not until one of them was dead. Next branch in the scenario tree, the one he'd hoped he wouldn't need, the dark lake. His glasses stayed firmly in place despite the violent wind, and a hysterical thought bubbled through his panic. He really needed to thank that glasses lady if he survived this. Quality craftsmanship. The lake stretched out below, a black mirror reflecting the sky. Getting there would be the trick. His current trajectory was all wrong, and the levitate spell wasn't meant for this kind of maneuvering. Wind. In moments like these, when plummeting through the air with precious mana to spare for the upcoming fight, efficiency became everything. Wind was as basic as spells came pure mana conversion into directional force. No fancy particle manipulation, no complex air current calculations, just raw power enough to knock a grown man off his feet, or in this case, redirect one falling mage. The spell jerked him sideways like a puppet on strings, fighting against his forward momentum. His stomach lurched again as competing forces played tug-of-war with his body. The world tilted, and he made a mental note that if falling from great heights was going to become a regular occurrence, he really needed to get better at this whole flying thing. Maybe practice somewhere closer to the ground next time. Wind, he screamed again, this time using it more like an air anchor. Another correction, too sharp. His vision blurred. The spider's screams grew closer. No time for self-discovery. Wind. The spell cut through his velocity, this time like a break, but the sudden deceleration made his teeth rattle. The lake surface rushed up to meet him. If there was going to be a fight and there would be a fight, it needed to happen here. Water, carp, space to maneuver. A chance, assuming he didn't pass out first from the vertigo. Adam clamped his mouth shut, held his breath. The lake's addictive properties weren't something he wanted to test. Not now, not ever. Impact. The water hit like stone, every inch of his body screaming at once. Cold, so cold it burned. His bones rattled, his muscles seized. White worm body has reached level 5. Physical resistance has increased 3 life force. The pain wasn't as bad as it should have been. Still hurt like hell, but he'd expected worse from a fall that height. Small mercies. Darkness pressed in from all sides. The lake lived up to its name even at what had to be just below the surface. He could barely see his own hands. Light ball, a sphere of white light bloomed beside him. Not enough. Light ball, light ball, light ball. 4 orbs now, spreading out in a circle, pushing back the darkness. The water cleared enough to see maybe 20 feet in any direction. No sign of it yet, and the spider. Something massive broke the surface above. The impact sent ripples through the water, distorting his view through the spheres of light. But he saw enough. 8 legs spreading wide, a body larger than a horse descending into his sanctuary. Its first movements were clumsy, legs fighting the water's resistance. Then those legs adjusted, spreading wider, moving in sync rather than independently. Not as efficient as land movement, but adapting. You stubborn bastard, Adam thought. Even here you refused to be helpless. During his captivity, Adam had studied the spider's movement patterns obsessively. The way it distributed its weight across those 8 legs, how it used micro-adjustments to maintain perfect balance. That kind of locomotion relied on friction on solid surfaces. In water, it should have been like watching a cat try to run on ice. Should have been. Yet here it was, charging through the water with frightening determination. Each movement showed growing understanding of the new medium, but the water's resistance still robbed its strikes of their usual lethal speed. His lungs burned. Time for that trick he'd been working on. Wind spiral followed by water filter. The spells merged, creating a temporary pocket of breathable air around his mouth. One deep breath, release. The spell dissolved, efficiency. No wasted mana. A leg swept through the water where his head had been a second ago. Burst. The tiny fire bursts propelled him backward, the water dampening the recoil perfectly. Small spells. Keep the mana pool full. He'd need it if that scenario came into play. Through the spheres of light, Adam watched the spiders descent. He gathered his mana, carefully separating tiny droplets from the water around them. Water shot. Not one blast, but dozens of droplets accelerating simultaneously. The spider's movements blurred even underwater. Its combat precognition was terrifying. Legs twisted, body contorting in ways that shouldn't have been possible as it dodged the barrage. But the water's resistance took its toll. One droplet caught its carapace, the impact barely more than a scratch, but it had hit. Something that hadn't happened once during their fights in the cave. Details had a way of sticking in your mind, even when you didn't realize their importance at first. Back in the cave, during the Strider attack, one of them had charged ahead of its group. The ring of metal had echoed through the chamber as its shield and sword knocked together mid-stride. Before the spider flattened the Strider against the cave wall, there had been that moment a slight hesitation in the spider's movements at the sound. Just for an instant, but in a fight that fast, an instant was everything. The same spider that could predict and dodge almost anything, that could visibly process countless variables in combat, had been thrown off by simple sound waves. It made a certain sense a being that relied so heavily on processing sensory input would be vulnerable to sensory overload. The modified Wakey bird had been a gamble. During his captivity, Adam had rebuilt its resonance chamber, reinforced the striker mechanism. Each adjustment aimed at one goal, producing vibrations at strong enough frequency to overwhelm the spider's heightened senses. That's all he needed. And now, underwater, where sound traveled differently, moved faster, reached further. He pulled the device from his inventory, his fingers finding the activation mechanism through memory. The spider was still coming, its movement slowed by the water but no less deadly. The Wakey bird activated. Through the water, Adam couldn't see the vibrations themselves, but he felt them, a subtle pressure against his skin, like standing too close to a ringing bell. The sound reached his ears distorted, deeper than it had been in air. The spider's reaction was immediate. Its charge faltered, legs twitching erratically. The massive body twisted in the water, movements losing their fluid grace. Its very coordination was being disrupted. The water carried the vibrations better than air ever could. What had been a localized effect in the cave now filled the space between them, multiplied by the density of the liquid medium. The spider's spasms grew more pronounced, its legs moving in jerky, uncoordinated patterns. For the first time since their encounter began, the creature seemed truly vulnerable. Water shot, water shot, water shot, not 3 shots, 30. Not powerful, but that wasn't the point. Each projectile created its own ripples, its own trajectories, its own set of variables to process. Too many data points, too fast to track. 2 shots connected, 1,500 life force, and he'd just carved away 3 points. Not much, but it was the first real damage he'd dealt since this started. The spider's movements hitched for just a fraction of a second. It lunged, movements lacking their usual precision. Rage had replaced calculation, legs striking through water like angry spears, but slower, much slower than in its domain. Each attack created visible disturbances in the water before reaching him, giving precious fractions of seconds to react. The spell pushed Adam backward, muscles screaming in protest. Without indomitable will, he'd have given up already. Every movement was a battle against water resistance, against burning lungs, against exhaustion creeping into his limbs. He couldn't keep this up. Even with the spider handicapped by the water, time worked against him. One slip, one moment of fatigue, and those legs would find their mark. Time for the gambit. Another quick wind spiral and water filter. One deep breath. He couldn't afford to pass out now. His inventory opened, releasing a chunk of stalker remains into the dark water. Blood and tissue dispersed in lazy red clouds. A risk, but if his theory about the lake's other resident was right. There. Movement in the darkness beyond his light spheres. It was not what he was waiting for. Something else had caught the scent first. A level 27 abyssal maw emerged from the gloom, its serpentine body easily twice the length of the spider. Rows of crystalline spines ran down its length, its jaw unhinged, revealing 3 concentric rings of teeth. The spider's reaction was immediate and brutal. It met the maw's charge head-on, 8 legs spreading wide in the water. The maw's teeth clamped down on one leg, and that was its last mistake. The spider's mandibles closed on its skull. Bone cracked. The water turned dark with blood as the spider literally tore the creature's head apart, ripping through armor like scales as if they were paper. The maw's body thrashed once, twice, then went limp. The spider flung the remains aside with contemptuous ease, but the display of violence had cost it precious seconds of orientation. His lungs burning again, Adam quickly formed another air pocket. Breath, release. The wakey bird's vibrations seemed to hit it harder now, its movements growing more erratic. Strands of sticky webbing shot through the water, slower than in air, but still dangerous. Adam twisted away, the resistance of the water both helping and hindering his movements. The spider was adapting, learning how its weapons behaved in this new medium. That's when Adam felt it. A deeper pressure change, something that made the water itself seem to shrink away. His light spheres caught movement, not the quick darting of scavengers, but something massive. Patient, the great carp arrived. Adam pushed himself further back, heart pounding. What else could he do in a fight like this? The carp moved first. Each tail stroke sent shock waves through the water, forcing Adam to channel mana into staying in place. Physics was a harsh mistress underwater. The spider twisted, trying to present fewer targets, but water resistance turned its usual grace into something almost clumsy. 4 legs swept at the carp's approach too slow. The fish's jaws snapped shut on one leg, crushing chitin like paper. Blood clouded the water. The spider's mandibles clicked in fury, venom sacs pulsing. But the carp was already moving again, its massive body coiling in ways that shouldn't be possible for something that size. Flow prediction showed him devastating possibilities. The spider would die in minutes at this rate. Can't have that. Water jet. The spell kicked him backward like a mule, but the pressurized stream caught the carp's gills. The monster flinched, giving the spider an opening. 3 legs punctured scales, drawing first blood. The water turned red. Both monsters paused, reassessing. The spider kept trying to scuttle toward Adam between exchanges, but each attempt drew the carp's fury. Perfect. His lungs screamed for air. One more wind spiral and water filter. The last breath he'd need in this fight. No need for complex water spells here. Just focus. Another clash. The carp's tail swept like a battering ram, taking out 2 more of the spider's legs. The spider's remaining limbs wrapped around the carp's head, mandibles sinking deep near its right eye. The water churned so violently that Adam's light balls scattered, creating strobing effects that made tracking movement almost impossible. A massive current caught him, tumbling him end over end. His back hit something rock, the spider's leg. When he stabilized, squinting through the chaos, the carp had the spider pinned against the lake bottom. Only 4 legs remained, thrashing desperately. But the carp's right eye was gone, replaced by a ragged hole leaking blood into the dark water. Adam would watch these two rip each other to shreds. Help a bit if the odds were too favorable to one. Then he'd kill whatever was left standing. He was hopeful the spider would fall first. The spider's legs trembled with each movement now, chitin cracking at the joints. Life force down to barely a third. The carp wasn't much better, scales missing, blood clouding the water, but still twice as strong as its opponent. Perfect. No need for complex water spells here, just focus. Concentrate the water in front of his palm, compress it until it screamed to be released. His other hand sparked with fire magic the counter force he'd need to stay stable in this chaos. 1. The carp's tail sent another shock wave through the water. Adam's back teeth rattled. Focus. The water compressed tighter, a needle of pure pressure forming. 2. His lungs burned. Damn it, forgot to take that last breath. The murky water made targeting a nightmare, light balls creating more shadows than illumination, like shooting through static. 3. The spider's head snapped toward him. 8 eyes locked onto his position. Did it notice? You overpowered bastard. It abandoned its fight with the carp, legs pushing off the lake bottom, but the carp's jaws clamped down on its abdomen. The spider's shriek vibrated through the water. Now, the water needle shot forth. The spider twisted too fast, too damn fast. The pressure stream grazed its side instead of piercing center mass, but the carp's bite had done its work. The spider went limp as its life force hit 0. The carp's massive jaws worked once, twice, and the spider vanished down its throat. Adam's second shot was already forming. The carp began to turn, exposing its wounded side. That empty eye socket a direct path to the brain. No armor, no bone, just soft tissue and victory. The pressure needle pierced true this time, punching through the cavity and into the carp's brain. Its massive body convulsed once, then went still. You have slain great carp of the dark lake. Adam kicked hard, letting the remaining fire magic in his palm explode downward, launching him toward the surface. His muscles screamed, overtaxed from maintaining position in the fight. He broke through with a gasp that was half cough, half desperate inhale. The purple sky stabbed at his eyes after the darkness below. Too bright, too much. He paddled to the shore, dragging himself onto the rocks and mud. His clothes clung to him, water streaming off in rivulets. Adam collapsed onto his back, chest heaving. The purple sky swirled above him, almost peaceful if you ignored the whole alien death world thing. System recalibrating. Flow prediction has reached level 2. +5 white worm body. He barked out a laugh that bordered on hysterical. What the actual hell? He wheezed between breaths. The absurdity of it all threatened to overwhelm him until his mind drifted to the time he spent on it. The cave. The thought came suddenly. With the spider dead, he could go back, loot whatever valuables it had hoarded, maybe even take that egg for study. rest properly for the first time in days. The thought was tempting, a safe shelter, time to recover, maybe even find something useful in all those adventure corpses. Then he heard it, distant but unmistakable, the hunting cries of striders echoing across the landscape. Multiple voices getting closer, of course. With their territorial nemesis gone, they'd move in to claim the cave system. He'd seen their pattern during his captivity, constant probing attacks, always testing the spider's defenses. The cave was no longer viable. Within hours, it would be swarming with the pack. He had been avoiding it to not put more pressure on himself, but now, time limit, 1 month, 3 days, 1 hour, 21 minutes. The euphoria drained from him like the water still dripping from his clothes. 1 month before the illness began its work. He pushed himself to his feet, muscles protesting every movement. He couldn't afford to waste another day here, not with the clock ticking. North, that was where you went when you wanted out of a dungeon. Always north. Some scholars claimed it was tied to the magnetic fields that most dungeons generated. Others thought it was just God's way of giving people a fighting chance. Not that it mattered much to Adam right now. Knowing why north led to freedom wouldn't make the journey any less deadly. The lake was behind him now, its dark waters still echoing with the death throes of 2 monsters. What lay ahead would make them feel like pond fish. The anchor being, the very thought made his skin crawl. He'd heard stories, seen the aftermath of an average rank B dungeon boss. Whole teams of warriors, mages, and rangers reduced to nothing but scattered equipment and bloodstains for not being careful enough. Rank B dungeons didn't play games. 1 month and 3 days until the illness took hold. Against an anchor being, he might as well have 26 minutes. Still, the alternative was dying in here, alone in the dark, while that thing prowled its territory. At least going north offered the illusion of choice. His boots crunched on phosphorescent moss as he walked, each step measured, each shadow analyzed. The real challenge wouldn't be finding the anchor being, it would find him. The challenge would be surviving the meeting. That is, if he even made it that far. Flying was awful. The constant shifts in air pressure made his stomach roll, his head spin, and his dignity take a serious hit every time he had to land and empty his stomach. But it beat walking through the desert section of this nightmare. Giant worms and desert stalkers had a nasty habit of turning people into red mist before they even knew what hit them. At least he was getting better at it, only puked twice this time. The landing, well, that could have gone smoother. His ankles still throbbed from where he'd almost twisted it hitting the ground. Most mages who flew made it look so easy, gliding around on brooms or manipulating gravity like it was nothing. Meanwhile, he was still trying to figure out how to land without looking like a drunken pelican. The shelter he'd found wasn't much, just a natural formation in the rock wall, but it beat being exposed, especially after that incident. Adam still couldn't wrap his head around it. A chicken. A massive human-sized chicken that had tried to make him its lunch. The absurdity of dying by giant chicken would have been funny if it hadn't come so close to being reality. At least something good came out of it. The beast had broken its neck in the crash, and now the smell of roasting meat filled his temporary refuge. Monster meat was usually a gamble, with death-rich people paid fortunes for properly treated basilisk steaks or hydra tongues, but one wrong bite could kill you faster than the monster itself. The taste test was simple. If it was naturally too sweet, too sour, or too salty, you were better off starving. The shelter was little more than a crack in the rock face that widened into a shallow cave, but it was dry and defensible, only one way in or out. The small fire he'd built cast dancing shadows on the worn stone walls, kept low to avoid drawing attention. Thin strands of mana stretched across the entrance and surrounding area like gossamer threads catching the firelight. Spider webs. The days passed at being captive of one had taught him a thing or two about effective warning systems. The giant chicken sizzled on its makeshift spit from a piece of the golem's armor, fat dripping into the flames with satisfying hisses. Each bite was a revelation, saltier than regular chicken, sure, but in a way that made his mouth water. The meat practically melted on his tongue, juicier than anything this size had any right to be. He'd have to remember this if he survived. Monster chicken could make someone rich in the right market. If I survive. Adam leaned back against the cool cave wall, gnawing on a wing bigger than his torso. Time to think. Helios was still out there somewhere, probably. Hard to die of sun exposure in a place with no sun. Best case scenario, get out first, make the cure, and let the bastard rot in here. As for the anchor being, he pulled out his school notebook from his inventory, jotting down ideas. A boss adapted to their environments became one with their dungeons. This one had survived in a place with desert lakes, and who knew what else. It would more likely be ready for elemental attacks, maybe if he could combine pressure points with targeted fire spells. Or use the environment itself. Dungeons were stable until they weren't. If he could trigger a collapse at the right moment. A faint chime rang in his head, one of the mana webs vibrating. Something was moving out there, disturbing his warning system. Adam extinguished the fire with a thought, pressing himself against the cave wall. The chicken would have to wait. 3 more webs triggered in quick succession. Whatever it was getting closer. Fire coalesced in Adam's palm as he pressed against the wall, listening. The sounds coming from outside were odd, grunting, groaning, and then a squeak. He almost dropped the spell. A squeak. In a Class B dungeon, everything here was supposed to be terrifying and deadly. Not squeaking. The creature was getting closer, sniffing the air, probably caught the scent of his monster chicken. Adam tracked the sound, waiting until it was just past the entrance. Whatever it was small. Maybe he could end this quickly, without. He launched himself forward, spell at the ready, but his body locked up mid-strike. White fur, black eyes that didn't quite focus. A familiar face contorted in a very unfamiliar snarl. Valiant. The mousekin didn't respond, at least not in any way that made sense. His usually clever eyes were clouded, feral. Berserker state when reason peeled away and left nothing but ancient instincts. Adam had seen it before in other beastkin, a common trait all of them shared. The mouseman lunged, teeth bared, claws extended. Adam didn't think, just reacted, focusing a point of gravity downward. It didn't take much, berserker or not. Valiant still had the mass of a mousekin. The berserker hit the ground with a surprised squeak, pinned but still thrashing. Valiant, come back to your senses. Adam muttered, maintaining the gravity point while he tried to figure out how to snap the beast out of it. Valiant was a mess. Cuts and scrapes covered his white fur, some fresh enough to still be bleeding, others crusted over with dirt and grime. Foam gathered at the corners of his mouth as he thrashed against the gravity point, mixing with what looked like blood. His words came out garbled, switching between half-formed sentences and squeaks that grew more desperate by the second. Adam winced. There was only one way to deal with berserker state, and it wasn't gentle. You had to knock them out completely, anything less, and the feral side would keep fighting. He pulled back his fist, sorry about this. The first punch made Valiant's head snap to the side. The second one finally silenced him, his small form going limp against the cave floor. Adam held his breath, listening for any signs that the commotion had drawn attention. Nothing but the usual ambient sounds of the dungeon. How in the hell did you survive this long? He whispered to the unconscious mouse, releasing the gravity point. No offense to Valiant, but even at full strength this place should have eaten him alive days ago. Good for him. Adam slumped back against the cave wall, retrieving his abandoned monster chicken wing. Steam still rose from the meat as he took another bite, eyes fixed on Valiant's unconscious form. The mouse beastkin's chest rose and fell steadily, the only peaceful thing about him right now. A few minutes later, the chunk of meat he'd been working on was finally finished. Amazing how hunger could make you forget your manners. He'd eaten most of it with his hands like some savage, but then again, there wasn't exactly anyone conscious to judge him. His mana reserves were still uncomfortably low from the flight and the fight with the chicken. Not dangerous yet, but not where he'd want them to be if something decided to investigate the earlier commotion. Time to fix that. He wiped his hands on his robe, it was already a lost cause anyway, and settled into a cross-legged position. The stone floor was cold and hard beneath him, but he'd meditated in worse places. Adam closed his eyes, letting his mind drift. The beach materialized around him. His visualization of it during his meditation moments had become more and more detailed. It was a good sign. The more real your inner world felt, the more efficient your meditation would be. He sat alone. Just the warmth of the sun on his skin and the gentle breeze in his hair. White sand shifted between his toes. Waves rolled in and out, leaving foam patterns on the shore. The salt-heavy air carried hints of tropical flowers from the tree line. Seagulls circled overhead, their cries mixing with the endless rhythm of the surf. Small crabs darted across the sand, disappearing into tiny holes. His safe space. He'd go back there someday, hopefully. The thought floated through his mind like driftwood on the waves. The mana started flowing, his body lifting slightly off the cave floor. Energy churned in his core, spreading through his limbs. Mage, Adam sighed, the beach fading away. When he opened his eyes, Valiant was sitting there, gingerly touching the bruises on his jaw and head. Hello, Valiant. Valiant's whiskers twitched, nose wrinkling as he sniffed the air. His eyes landed on the remains of the giant chicken. What happened? His voice was rough. Last thing I remember was running from something in the dark, and then he winced, touching his jaw again. Did you hit me? Twice, Adam said, settling back down as his feet touched the ground. You were in berserker state, foaming at the mouth and everything. Had to knock you out before you hurt yourself. Or me. Oh, Valiant touched his bruised jaw again, ears drooping. How did you even find me? Adam asked, genuinely curious. He'd been careful about concealing his position. I don't remember much of what happened, but Valiant's nose twitched again. I could smell you. Adam raised an eyebrow. Not like that. Valiant's whiskers bristled. I mean, like I told you before, it's your magic. Well, mana signature, technically. You have a specific. He gestured vaguely with his paw, searching for words. How strong is it? Valiant sniffed the air thoughtfully. Not much, actually. It's weird, everything's kind of muddled in here, like trying to hear through water, but I could still follow it, sort of. Something clicked in Adam's mind. Helios had known he was a mage the moment they'd met, hadn't even hesitated. If Valiant could track mana signatures this easily, even through his precautions, the vampire could probably find him anytime he Is that chicken? Valiant interrupted, eyes fixed on the remains of the earlier fight. Tried to eat me earlier, return the favor. Adam nudged what was left of the meat with his foot. It's safe to eat if you're hungry. Which, by the look of you, you probably are. Valiant's nose twitched rapidly as he crept toward the chicken. He reached for a smaller piece, hesitated, then looked at Adam. How are we here? In a dungeon, I mean. His paw still hovered over the meat, waiting for permission. You don't remember. Adam watched him carefully, the transport crystal Marco. He paused. Cisco. Valiant's paw froze mid-reach. His eyes widened, pupils contracting to pinpoints. Adam tensed, magic at the ready, watching for any sign of that berserker rage returning. But Valiant just let out a small, sharp breath. His voice cracked. He grabbed the chicken piece, tore into it with mechanical movements. Right, that happened. His teeth worried at the meat, but his eyes were distant, seeing something else, something worse. His breathing came faster, shorter. He was right there. The words tumbled out between bites. Right there, and I should have. He stuffed more chicken in his mouth, chewing furiously. Marco, he just and Uncle Cisco. The meat dropped from his trembling paws. Valiant started laughing. It wasn't a good sound. Adam remained still, one hand hidden in his robes. The urge to say something sat heavy in his chest. But what could he say? Sorry about your uncle felt hollow. It'll get better was probably a lie. Sometimes silence was the only gift you could give someone. Sorry, Valiant said, still laughing, the sound edging toward hysteria. Sorry, I'm fine. I just need to find Marco. Make him pay, that's all. Just need to. The laughter cut off abruptly. Valiant's breath hitched once, twice. He grabbed another piece of chicken, shoving it in his mouth like he was trying to stop whatever was trying to come out. Adam kept his silence, but shifted slightly closer, close enough to intervene if needed, far enough to give space. It was a horrible experience, the desperate scramble to find purpose before grief could swallow you whole. After a while, Valiant's breathing steadied. He wiped his mouth with the back of his paw. Do you know how to get out of here? I have a few ideas. We might die, won't we? We. Adam paused, the word echoing in his mind. That was awkward. Valiant had just automatically included himself in the equation. Any other time, Adam would have shut that down immediately. Another person meant another variable, another potential problem, another life to worry about. But how do you tell someone who just lost their close family member that you don't want them around? Of course, he said instead, wondering if he'd regret this later. What's the PL? Maybe eat and sleep first, Adam cut in. I'll explain everything tomorrow. Valiant fell quiet, his tail curling around his feet. After a moment, he glanced up. You going to be floating again? Got a problem with that? No, it's nice. Valiant's whiskers twitched. The glow reminds me of my old room. Uncle Cisco used to put this crystal lamp thing in it. You know, those ones that pulse and swirl, said it helped cubs sleep better. Adam said nothing, just watched as Valiant's eyes grew heavier. He was my last relative, you know. Valiant's voice wavered. I didn't know. Don't be sorry, though. His tail flicked. I'll get Marco anyway. Make him pay for what he... A yawn interrupted his words. What he did to... Valiant's head drooped, then jerked back up. He blinked slowly, tried to continue speaking, but his words slurred together. Within seconds, his chin dropped to his chest, and soft snores filled the cave. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the wall. Adam watched the sleeping beastkin, replaying their conversation in his mind. The convenient mentions of being alone, the childhood memory that just happened to involve light like Adam's magic, the way he'd made sure to seem vulnerable yet determined. Did he just emotionally manipulate me? Adam's eyes narrowed. If that was intentional, well played. Adam chuckled. Well played indeed. Time passed in the cave, enough for Adam to get some rest, until Amana's string quivered, yanking him from sleep. His eyes snapped open, body already moving before his mind fully caught up. How long had he been out? A few hours, maybe. Valiant, he whispered, lunging toward the sleeping form. When the beastkin didn't stir, Adam's hand hesitated mid-shake. Would waking him even help, against whatever was out there? A low growl echoed through the darkness. Eyes appeared in the shadows, first one pair, then another, and another. Red pinpricks of light reflecting the dying embers of their fire. The growls grew louder, more numerous, until they seemed to come from everywhere at once. Dire wolves, 3 times bigger than an average wolf, 5 times stronger, because of course it had to be. Adam settled into a fighting stance, the golem knight materializing from his inventory at his side. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat a reminder that he was very much alive and would prefer to stay that way. It felt so natural. When had this become normal? When had combat started feeling as familiar as reading a book? The largest wolf stepped into the firelight, saliva dripping from fangs as long as daggers. Okay, Adam thought, raising his fists, I guess this is my life now. The largest dire wolf lunged first, they always did. Adam's flow prediction screamed at him to move left, but his body was a half-second too slow. Amateur boxer versus predator. His fist connected with matted fur as the wolf's teeth grazed his shoulder. +1 white worm body. It was a graze, yes, but he did not feel it as much as he thought he would. Golem. The construct swung its flaming sword in a wide arc, buying Adam precious space. 5 wolves. No, 7, all above level 14. The darkness in the dungeon kept shifting, making counting impossible. Another wolf darted in from his blind spot. Adam threw up a hasty barrier spell, the simplest one he knew, just compressed air. The wolf slammed into it with enough force to shatter his defense, but it bought him time to sidestep. Boxing won't work, his mind raced. Their heads are too thick for straight punches and they're too high for proper hooks. The golem was holding 3 wolves at bay, its flaming sword keeping them cautious, but 2 more were circling behind it, and Adam could see their strategy forming. These weren't mindless beasts, they were hunters. A wolf snapped at his legs. Adam channeled fluid into his muscles and jumped, higher than humanly possible. Push, the spell sent him backward, away from snapping jaws. His landing was clumsy, but he managed anyway. +6 white worm body. Need to thin them out, he muttered, watching the pack's movements. The wolves were adapting, learning. Each attack was more coordinated than the last. Adam threw a quick fireball not to kill, but to separate 2 wolves working together. One yelped, fur singed, but both just got angrier. Their next attack came faster, more vicious. Teeth clamped onto his arm. White worm body kept the fangs from puncturing deep, but the pressure was excruciating. Adam's boxing training kicked in not the punches, but the footwork. He twisted with the bite, using the wolf's own momentum to throw it off balance. Lightning, the shout left his lips before he could second-guess himself. As a mage in the middle of combat, every drop of mana was precious, run out, and you were dead. No spells meant no defense, and no defense meant dinner for whatever found you first. He'd been carefully rationing his power with smaller spells, but sometimes survival trumped efficiency. If the energy attracted more visitors, well, that was tomorrow's problem. A crack of electricity hit the wolf point blank. It released him with a howl, but 2 more took its place. The golem was taking damage now, deep gashes in its remaining arm. Poor fellow. Its sword swings were slowing. They were being worn down piece by piece. A cold certainty settled in Adam's gut. Traditional combat wouldn't work. He needed something else, something. His eyes caught the cave ceiling. I am not dying here, he whispered. Flow prediction activated, showing him patterns in the wolves' movements. They were pushing them deeper into the cave. Standard pack tactics corner the prey. Perfect. Adam backed up further, letting them think their strategy was working. Wind barrier. A hemisphere of compressed air formed around him and the golem. The wolves slammed against it, testing for weaknesses. He placed his palms against the cave wall. This would cost some mana. Golem overhead swing, full power now. The construct obeyed, its flaming sword arcing upward with all its remaining strength. Push, push, push. 3 rapid-fire spells hit the ceiling where the sword struck. Rock cracked, then splintered, then fell. The cave entrance collapsed in a thunderous cascade of stone and dust. You have slain 2 dire wolves. 2 wolves were crushed instantly. 3 more scrambled backward, barely escaping. The remaining ones were cut off from their pack, trapped inside with Adam. His barrier flickered and died. 2 dire wolves remained in the cave with them, and now they were desperate. Desperate was dangerous. The golem's sword arm hung limp, nearly severed. Adam could hardly use a powerful spell at the enclosed space. Both wolves attacked simultaneously. No more testing, no more tactics. Pure survival fury. Adam's flow prediction saw both attacks coming, but he could only dodge one. He chose the wolf on the left, took the hit from the right. Teeth sank into his thigh as he drove his elbow down into the left wolf's eye. Arg, you son of a 23 life force plus 56 white worm body. The golem slammed its broken body into the right wolf, giving Adam a precious second to think. One last play. He grabbed the wolf's snout, accepting the cuts as its teeth tore at his hands. Flow prediction showed him exactly where to place his feet. The boxing training guided his hips and shoulders, even as his mind screamed that this wasn't how you were supposed to fight wolves. Adam twisted, using his fluid-enhanced strength. The wolf's own bite force worked against it as he wrenched its head sideways. The crack was loud in the enclosed space. You have slain 1 dire wolf. The last wolf backed away, hackles raised, realizing too late that cornering prey sometimes meant cornering yourself. The golem's sword burst into flames one final time. Why, the wolf too fast, too desperate, slipped past the flaming blade. Flow prediction lit up Adam's mind like lightning, showing him exactly what was about to happen. Time didn't actually slow down, that would be too good. The skill just let him process information faster, see patterns clearer. But his muscles, his reflexes, they all still moved at normal human speed. The gap between knowing and doing became a special kind of torture. 0.3 seconds until impact, most probably. The wolf's jaws gaped wide, strands of saliva stretching between yellowed fangs. Adam's body was already pivoting, but he did the math, he'd clear maybe half the distance he needed to avoid those teeth. His throat would be torn out in another 0.2 seconds, 0.1. Only then did he notice it. Maybe it was because he saw his death coming and had not paid attention, or maybe it just came from his blind spot. A blur was dropping from above, something white and small, wielding what looked like a broken femur. Valiant drove the makeshift weapon into the wolf's eye socket with his entire body weight behind it. It was already a difficult sight, but in slow motion. The bone punched through the gelatinous orb with a wet pop, driving deep into the brain cavity. The beast's trajectory shattered, its killing lunge transforming into a spasm of agony mere inches from Adam's exposed throat. The wolf thrashed wildly, blood and yellow-white fluid streaming from its ruined socket, mixing with brain matter that leaked around the improvised weapon. Its howls of agony echoed off the cave walls, the sound primal and wet. Adam couldn't think. Give it to me. His hand shot out. The golem, fulfilling the will of its master, tossed its sword. Fluid surged through Adam's arms as he swung. The blade bit deep into the wolf's neck, catching on the thick muscle and sinew before grinding against vertebrae. Hot arterial blood sprayed across his face, his chest, the metallic taste filling his mouth. The wolf's screams turned into a gurgling wheeze, pink foam bubbling from its jaws. Its legs kicked wildly, razor claws scrabbling against stone, leaving deep grooves in their wake. Not dead enough. Adam wrenched the sword free with a sound like meat being torn from bone and swung again. This time the head separated cleanly, toppling to the ground with a meaty thunk. The dead eye still twitched, jaws snapping reflexively at nothing. The massive body collapsed, arterial blood pumping out in diminishing spurts from the ragged stump of its neck, painting the cave floor in expanding pools of blood, the smell of which filled the air, mixing with the stink of voided bowels. You have slain one alpha dire wolf. Adam's legs gave out. He slumped against the cave wall, sword clattering from trembling fingers. His heart hammered so hard he could feel it in his throat, each beat sending fresh waves of someone else's blood trickling down his face. The salty, metallic taste lingered on his tongue, making his stomach roll. He kept replaying those final moments in perfect clarity, the wolf's jaws, the distance, the math, 0.3 seconds, 0.2, 0.1. He'd seen his own death coming with mathematical precision, had time to understand exactly how it would feel when those teeth tore through his throat. A hysterical laugh bubbled up from his chest, quickly morphing into what might have been a sob. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. The adrenaline crash hit him like a physical blow, leaving him lightheaded and nauseous. Every breath felt too shallow, too quick. He wiped at his face, succeeding only in smearing the blood further. The wolf's head lay nearby, its remaining eye still staring at him, accusing. If Valiant hadn't, if he'd been just a fraction of a second slower, his stomach heaved. Adam barely managed to turn aside before bringing up what was left of the monster chicken. The cave spun around him, the stench of blood and death suddenly overwhelming. He caught himself with one hand, throat burning, and forced himself to take deeper breaths. Get it together, he thought. You're not dead. Focus on that. You're not dead. Valiant stumbled over, his white fur stained red. Holy shit, he wheezed, dropping the broken femur. Holy actual shit. Adam managed a weak nod, still trying to get his breathing under control. That was. Valiant's whiskers twitched rapidly, nose working overtime. That was really close. Like really, really close. His paws were shaking almost as badly as Adam's hands. I thought when it lunged at your throat, he made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a squeak. Nice timing, Adam croaked, finally trusting himself to speak. With the bone thing, yeah, well, Valiant's tail wrapped tightly around his legs. Figured I owed you for the punch earlier. They sat in silence for a moment, both staring at the carnage around them. The collapsed entrance had trapped them with the bodies of their kills, and the smell was getting worse. Valiant's ears twitched at some distant sound. Yeah, you're right, he stood, grimacing at his blood-soaked fur. North. Time remaining, 30 days, 23 hours, 12 min. Are we there yet? No, Valiant. We're not. A few minutes of blessed silence passed. The only sounds were their footsteps echoing through the dark corridor, and the occasional distant screech of something best left undisturbed. How about now, Valiant? Adam pinched the bridge of his nose. That's the 30th time you've asked. I've been counting. Oh, Valiant's ears drooped. Am I annoying you? A little bit, yes. I'll shut up then. That would be appreciated. The tunnel stretched endlessly ahead, its walls covered in a film of phosphorescent moss that cast everything in a sickly green glow. They'd been walking for 3 hours, keeping to the smaller passages and avoiding the main paths and open fields where larger predators usually hunted. Ever since the wolf incident, Adam was constantly on high alert, but they couldn't afford to rest. Not here, not with what he'd started noticing about the dungeon's patterns. Despite the absence of sun or moon in these depths, there was a definite rhythm to the monster activity, almost like a day-night cycle. The phosphorescent moss would dim slightly, the more aggressive creatures would emerge, and the dungeon itself seemed to become more hostile. It was fascinating, really. Nothing in what he read had mentioned this particular dungeon having such behavioral patterns. He'd have to document it later, assuming they survived long enough for him to write it down. Right now, though, his priority was getting them somewhere defensible before the night phase began. The last thing they needed was to be caught in the open when the really nasty specimens came out to hunt. They'd already fought through 2 groups of lesser ghouls and circumvented what looked like a nest of crawler wasps. if they maintained this pace. Pub. Adam side-eyed Valiant. He kept walking, choosing to remain silent. Pop. Valiant had this bad habit of making these strange noises with his mouth every time he was not talking. Adam's eye twitched, but he forced himself to focus. The next junction should lead to pub. Murder. Adam's thoughts drifted to murder. They were in a dungeon. Nobody would ever know. He could say it was a trap, or pub. A long-suffering groan escaped his throat. Oh, Valiant perked up. Am I irritating you again? Are you doing this on purpose? Not at all, it's just. The beastkin fidgeted with his tail. I can't help it. If I don't talk for too long, I start going a bit. No, I don't know, berserk. Adam stopped walking. What? Yeah, it's a condition. Valiant nodded sagely as if this explained everything. Something about my own family. We're very social people, you see, need constant interaction. If we stay quiet too long, he made an explosion gesture with his hands. Boom, total meltdown, start climbing walls, speaking in tongues, the whole package. That's not a real thing. Oh, it absolutely is. Had an uncle once tried meditation, complete disaster. They found him 3 days later fighting street cats, and he was winning too until he wasn't. The vile creatures bit his tail off. Adam stared at his companion for a long moment. You're making this up, am I though? Valiant tilted his head. Are you willing to take that chance? In here, he gestured at the dungeon around them. With me, they stood there, locked in a silent battle of wills, while somewhere in the distance something large and hungry roared. Finally, Adam's shoulders slumped into defeat. Fine, talk. But if you ask, are we there yet, one more time? Wouldn't dream of it. Valiant bounced happily beside him. A few seconds passed, so, how much further? Adam's hand twitched. And so they walked, and walked. And walked some more. Occasionally, they'd press themselves against walls or duck into alcoves as something slithered or prowled past their position. Once they spent nearly an hour crammed into a narrow crevice while what sounded like an entire herd of something with too many legs thundered by. That was fun, Valiant had whispered after, picking stone dust out of his fur. They took breaks when they had to quick stops to catch their breath or check their bearings. During one such rest, Valiant actually fell asleep standing up, face planting into Adam's back. Neither of them mentioned it afterwards. The tunnel grew progressively wider as they continued, the moss light becoming brighter, then dimming, then brightening again in irregular patterns. They passed several cave-ins, old corpses, and what looked like abandoned camp sites, silent testimonies to previous adventurers' attempts at survival. After what felt like an eternity of walking, ducking, hiding, and more walking, the tunnel simply ended. No branching paths, no hidden doorways, just a vast field of dead, gray grass that stretched as far as they could see in the dim light. Small pebbles and broken bits of stone littered the ground, crunching under their feet with each step. The sky was bright purple, filled with constellations. Well, that's anticlimactic, Valiant said. Adam scanned the area, eyes narrowing. The space was quite exposed. No cover, no defensive positions, nothing but open ground in all directions. Should we head back? Valiant's voice carried across the dead field. Adam's fingers tapped against his leg as he considered. The faint sounds from behind them scraping, clicking, something moving in the darkness were getting closer. Let's go. We'll rest at the next safe zone. He kept his voice low. Something's either tracking us or getting too close for comfort. Just look around for danger and be ready to run for your life. Can't you just carry me? I'm tiny. Valiant. Okay, I was just joking. Damn. Adam rolled his eyes as Valiant kept side-glancing at him as they continued. Out with it. He finally said, so. Valiant chuckled. Is your real name Law? No, then what is it? I'd like to keep it that way. Oh, come on. Valiant's tail swished in agitation. We're in a dungeon together, fighting monsters, shedding blood. I've done most of the work. I saved your life from that wolf, though. Fair enough. Adam sighed. But I'm also letting you tag along. And don't think I didn't notice your calculated display of pitiful helplessness to ensure I wouldn't refuse. Anyway, Valiant cleared his throat loudly while laughing awkwardly. The fact is, we're basically brothers now. No, absolutely not. Don't even stall. For real though, two warriors, forged in battle, facing death together in the depths of a dungeon. His voice took on a theatrical tone, standing back to back against the horrors of the deep, and you won't even tell your brother in arms your true name. That's cold, man. That's really cold. Adam opened his mouth to respond, but something made him freeze. A slight shift in the air pressure. A sound so faint it might have been imagination, like massive wings displacing air far above. A shadow barely noticeable, passing over the moss light. His instincts screamed, watch-o. Something slammed into him from above. The world spun. His stomach lurched as his feet left the ground, wind rushing past his ears. Pain exploded across his shoulders where massive talons dug in. Adam screamed, don't worry, I will kill the beast. Valiant's voice cut through his pain-hazed mind. What the when had he? He caught a glimpse of movement below him. The beastkin was climbing up his body like a ladder, face set in fierce determination, blood-splattered fur gleaming in the starlight. Valiant, what the hell are you doing? Wind screamed past his ears. Blood loss made everything swim. Each wing beat sent fresh waves of agony through his shoulders, and the constant spinning motion had his stomach trying to crawl up his throat. Identify. Giant storm harpy level 25. Oh, he knew this one, known for carrying prey to great heights before freaking dropping them. The creature's wingspan stretched wider than a house. Its talons, currently buried in his shoulders, were the size of short swords, something warm pressed against his leg. Valiant was, still climbing him. The idiot was actually trying to reach the harpy. I'll bite its legs off. The wind nearly drowned out Valiant's words. Adam tried to yell stop, but another wave of pain sent him gagging. The world kept fading in and out. Too much blood loss, too much height. His chest tightened at the endless purple void below. Or was it above, anyways? Indomitable will has activated. The fear didn't vanish, but his mind sharpened. He forced himself to look down, past his feet, past the blood drops falling like rain. They were moving north, following the curve of, was that water in the distance, too dark to tell. Valiant's teeth sank into one of the harpy's toes. The creature screeched, head snapping down toward them, beak gleaming like a sword. No, Valiant, stop. The harpy's head dove for them. Adam's hands came up through the pain. Fire gathered in his palm as the massive beak descended. Fireball, the spell caught the harpy full in the face. Flesh and bone exploded. The creature's scream cut off in a wet gurgle, then they were falling. Wind howled past them as they plummeted. The harpy's corpse started to roll, its remaining wing catching air. Adam grabbed what was left of its leg, trying to guide their descent. His other hand stretched out, pushing against the air with wind magic, fighting to slow them down. Hold on. He wasn't sure if Valiant could even hear him. You have slain Giant Storm Harpy level 25. The water was getting closer. He pulled harder on the corpse, trying to angle their fall. The surface rushed up to meet them like a black mirror under the strange stars. Please be deep enough, he thought. It wasn't deep enough. The water's surface rushed up, dark and flat. Adam's mind raced through options, discarding them as fast as they came. No time for complex spells. No time for wind push. He twisted his hand in a sharp gesture, creating a cushion of dense air just above the water. They hit the barrier at an angle. The impact rattled his teeth, but the spell turned their deadly plummet into a wild skid across the surface. Water sprayed up around them as they rolled, tumbled, spun. The harpy's corpse broke free, vanishing into the darkness with a massive splash. Adam's shoulders screamed as he tried to control their slide. Another quick wind spell helped him stay above water, skimming across it like a stone until their momentum died. He finally sank into the water with a gasp. It reached his thighs, warm and stagnant. Mist curled around him, thick enough to blur anything more than 10 feet away. Valiant, his voice came out rough. Blood from his shoulders turned the water pink around him. Valiant, I'm Ari Arg. What's going on? Adam sloshed toward the sound, each step sending spikes of pain through his shoulders. Where why whoa, his foot caught on something underwater. He pitched forward, face planting into the murk. Don't swallow, he thought, keeping his mouth shut. His hand touched the bottom, searching for purchase to push himself up. Then Adam's fingers met something soft, spongy. Wrong. He opened his eyes in the murky water. A face stared back at him, a human face, bloated gray-green skin sloughing off in patches. Empty eye sockets gaped at him. The lips had rotted away, revealing a permanent grin of yellowed teeth. No, push. He launched himself out of the water, landing hard on a raised bit of ground. His stomach heaved as he coughed up water, trying to scrub the feeling of dead flesh from his hands. There are dead people here, Valiant called from somewhere in the mist. Like a lot of them. Yeah, Adam spat, still gagging. I noticed. Thinking again, it wasn't really that surprising. Of course there were corpses here. They were getting closer to whatever waited at the end of this place. These were the adventurers who came before, who didn't make it. His tongue pressed against his teeth, trying to get rid of the taste. He needed to spit out whatever had gotten in his mouth when he fell. His hand moved up automatically, then froze. The same hands that had torn through rotting flesh like wet paper. God, his stomach lurched again. The image of that face wouldn't leave the empty sockets, that permanent grin. He shuddered, wiping his hands frantically against his clothes. Valiant emerged from the mist, fur dripping. Around them, the water stretched out like a dead sea. Shapes bobbed just beneath the surface, arms, legs, faces frozen in their last moments. Weapons and armor glinted dully in the starlight, still clinging to their long-dead owners. A helmeted head drifted past, empty eye slots staring up at the purple sky. Adventurer gear, weapons, supplies, things they desperately needed. His father's voice echoed in his head, lectures about honor and dignity. But honor wouldn't keep them alive down here. We need to search the bodies, Adam said, watching the head slowly spin in the current. See what we can salvage. Valiant's jaw dropped. You want us to rob dead people in this creepy-ass water, with their faces all. He gestured wildly at a nearby corpse. All mushy and stuff. They're already dead, Valiant, Adam replied grimly. They won't. Adam forced himself to look at the nearest corpse. Its leather armor was still largely intact. Might even be something useful in those pouches. They're just dead, and we need supplies. The words tasted as foul as the water, but they were true. His shoulders throbbed, reminding him how close they'd come to joining these bodies. Besides, he added, they were adventurers. They'd understand. Oh, they'd understand. That's great. Hey, dead people, don't mind us just going through your pockets because you totally get it. Sweet mother of Valiant jumped back as his paw brushed against something near the water. That was a face. That was definitely a face. Adam took a deep breath, immediately regretted it as the smell of decay hit him, and waded toward the corpse in leather armor. Just don't think about it. Don't think about the way the flesh feels. Don't think about. The pouch squished under his fingers. I hate this dungeon, he muttered. I hate it so much. Adam winced as he pulled the soggy pouch open. Several vials clinked against each other inside, their contents still glowing faintly. What you find, Valiant called, still keeping his distance from the nearest corpse. Potions. White, red, blue. Adam uncorked the red one, gritting his teeth as he poured it over his shoulders. The liquid hissed and steamed where it touched his wounds. Should it be doing that? Maybe it's gone bad, it's fine. Well-made potions last centuries. The burning sensation intensified, then slowly faded. He could feel his flesh knitting together, blood vessels sealing themselves shut. The pain dulled to a manageable ache. He uncorked the blue potion next. The liquid fizzed on his tongue, sweet and sharp like berries mixed with apple, or at least it tastes as such. Tiny bubbles popped as they went down his throat, each one releasing a burst of energy that raced through his system. Great mana restoration, someone hadn't spared any expense on these. His reserves filled with each effervescent swallow, magic tingling through his veins like liquid electricity. Plus 100 mana. Valiant cleared his throat. Any chance I could get a sip of that? It's mana restoration. Adam touched his chest, resisting the urge to burp from the potion. Can you use mana or fluid? Fair enough. Adam waded through the water, examining the equipment scattered around them. Plenty of swords, but he'd just end up hurting himself. Most of the armor was either too big or too rusted to be useful. Though, he picked up a pair of metal gauntlets from different sets. The joints were still good. With some modification, he could turn them into weighted knuckles, something to give his punches more impact. Hold these, he told Valiant, who reluctantly accepted the dripping gauntlets. A nearby corpse wore leg armor that looked closer to his size. It was a woman's. The greaves were salvageable, at least. As he worked them free, trying not to think about the sensation, his hand brushed against something else. Oh hey, that helmet might actually fit you, Valiant said, then added, though you might want to dump out whatever's still inside it first. Yeah, sure, I'll just go shopping in the corpse market. No big deal. Totally normal Tuesday. Valiant gingerly picked his way between bodies. You know, when I imagined adventuring, this was not in the brochure. After a while, hey, I found something. Valiant's voice carried through the mist, followed by a splash and a muffled you. Adam looked up from where he was adjusting the greaves. What is it? It's still in the guy's hand, like really in his hand, like part of his hand in his hand. Valiant appeared from the mist, dragging something. But look at it. It's got these weird marks all over it. The dagger Valiant had found was unlike anything Adam had seen before. Dark metal with strange, shifting patterns etched into the blade. Even through the grime and water damage, the edge looked impossibly sharp. Don't touch the blade, Adam said, wading over. The patterns seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. And please tell me you didn't just pull them. Oh, I super did, made this weird sucking sound and everything. But it's a magic dagger, right? Has to be worth something. Adam reached for it, then hesitated. Something about those markings. Identify. Dagger of Knights, edge rare. Blade forged with starfallen steel. Cuts through metal as easily as flesh. Adam said, that's actually really good. See, sometimes the creepy option is the right option. Valiant paused. Can we please get out of corpse soup now? Soon, Adam said, eyeing a massive tower shield leaning against what might have once been a warrior. Perfect for the golem. The shield disappeared into his inventory with a quiet chime. He moved methodically through the water, trying to ignore the occasional bump against submerged bodies. 4 more potion vials clinked in his inventory. A serviceable iron dagger joined them, nothing special, but backup never hurt. Then he saw the staff. It was still clutched in its owner's hands, a robed figure half submerged in the murky water. Adam gently worked it free, noting how the dead mage's fingers had frozen around it in a final desperate grip. Identify. Ashwood Staff Class A. Core Ancient Ashwood bound with silver. Enhancement plus 30 spell weaving efficiency. Runes Stability Major, Flow Minor, Resonance Minor. Note well preserved despite environmental damage. His fingers traced the runes carved into the silver bands. With this, he could weave spells faster, more efficiently, maybe even. Holy shit, Valiant's excited yelp shattered his concentration. Dude, look what I found in this guy's waterproof scroll case. Let me guess it. It's a map like an actual map of this place. Valiant waved a leather tube over his head. Guy must have been mapping as he went down. You know, before he glanced down at the body he'd taken it from. Stopped mapping. Adam carefully unrolled the waterproof parchment, holding it away from the dripping water. The map maker had used different inks, black for walls and passages, red for warnings, blue for water sources. The handwriting was neat, methodical. Look, he said, pointing to their approximate location. We're in the Drowned Commons. Oh great, it has a name. Valiant peered at the map. What are all these symbols? The map was marked with various icons, crossed swords for hunting zones, beds for safe rest spots, skull marks for danger areas. Notes were scattered across it. Shadow stalker nest avoid, white forest toxic SBORES, ant patrol route. Then Adam saw something that made him pause. A peculiar symbol he'd only seen in ancient texts, a spiraling rune marked in purple ink. That's an anomaly portal, he said, almost whispering. A what? Emergency exit. They're incredibly rare. Some dungeons have them permanent portals that can be activated anytime to escape. He traced the route with his finger. I didn't know this place had one. That's good, right? We can just use that to Valiant stopped, seeing where the symbol was located. Right next to a large chamber marked Boss Lair in bold red ink. Of course, Valiant sighed. It couldn't just be in the lobby, could it? Adam held the map closer to his light spell, studying each path. Left route goes through the hunting grounds. Lots of loot markers, but he pointed to the notes. High-level beasts, pack hunters, bring fire, hard pass, Valiant muttered. Middle path, Adam traced the line with his finger. Through the mantis nest. It's shorter, but there's this note, they hunt by sound. A off chitin floor, lost entire team here. He squinted at a hastily drawn diagram. Looks like there's a narrow ledge along the wall we could use. And the right, old quarters, longer route, but he studied the mapmaker's notes. Mostly cleared, watch for scavengers, good rest spots in sealed rooms. A small diagram showed several safe zones marked with bed symbols. Valiant peered at the map. So our choices are death by monster, death by mantis, or the long way around, with possible rest stops. Which could also be occupied now. Yes, and all these lead to. Adam checked the map again. The throne room, that's where the boss is, and the anomaly portal. His finger tapped the purple spiral symbol right next to each other. Of course they are Valiant side. Did they say what kind of boss? No, but they drew a massive skull symbol next to it, then underlined it, and circled it, twice. Lovely. Valiant looked down each dark passage. So, which flavor of terrible decision are we making today? Adam stared at the purple spiral, mind racing. His fingers absently traced the mark. 25 days. A constant reminder of time slipping away. Without the wyvern's heart, without the water of Juvence. Even if he got out, could he make the cure in time? Marco might have the ingredients if he was still alive. If the components hadn't spoiled. But first escape. He didn't need to win. Didn't need to figure out how to kill whatever sat in that throne room. Just needed to reach that portal. The mantis nest route stared back at him. Shortest path, highest risk. Would he even be able to keep his balance on that ledge? But the alternative was burning almost 3 weeks on the safe route, leaving barely enough time to find Marco, gather ingredients, brew the cure. We're taking the middle path. Valiant's laugh was dry as bone. Of course we are. A few moments prior in another part of the dungeon. Footsteps echoed through the darkness as a figure moved between shadows in the dungeon. Little boy, why do you cry? Lost your way in darkness deep. Tell me all your troubles, sweet. The humming paused. Something skittered in the dark. The figure's head tilted, listening, then resumed its song in a voice like honey over broken glass. I'll make sure you go to sleep. Drip. Something wet landed on his cheek. He stopped, one foot hovering mid-step. Long fingers wiped the droplet, held it up to eyes that gleamed amber in the dark. Sniff. Blood fresh, still warm. He brought it closer to his nose. The scent hit him copper and magic and something else, something familiar. His tongue darted out, tasting. Ah yes, his lips pulled back, revealing long inhuman fangs. The smile split his face like a wound. Oh, little mage. The words came out in a purr, excitement making his accent thicker. I found you. Above in the purple star-filled sky, blood continued to drip, drop by drop, like a trail of breadcrumbs leading the way. Ghouls, Adam's elementary school teacher, Ms. Pobnev, had always told them to never say any creature is ugly. It was one of those lessons kind, responsible adults impart, like eat your vegetables or don't play with fire. She'd say God had crafted each being with purpose and intent. From the lowliest dung beetle to the most majestic griffin, all were part of the grand scheme of existence. Ms. Pobnev would wax poetic about the dignity inherent in every living thing, how one should approach the world with respect and an open heart. There's beauty in every being, children, she'd say. Bless her heart. Ghouls were the most repulsive, nauseating, vomit-inducing abomination Adam had ever laid eyes on. They were revolting, hideous, grotesque, and utterly loathsome, walking offenses to every sense, an insult to the very concept of aesthetics. And the worst part, they weren't even natural deaths. They were monster parasites that sought out corpses, burrowing into dead flesh until they possessed it entirely. They'd wear that rotting meat puppet until it literally fell apart around them, leaving trails of putrid flesh in their wake. The older the corpse, the more it decayed. The more of the parasite showed through tears in the skin-writhing, glistening things that had no right to exist. Bam. Adam's weighted, knuckled fist connected with the ghoul's jaw. The bone shattered like porcelain, sending the creature spinning through the air in a spray of putrid flesh and blackened teeth. You have slain one ghoul. Holy shit, Valiant yelped. Did you just punch its face clean off? Boxing mastery has advanced. Iron lungs has advanced. Time slowed. Adam's vision sharpened, flow prediction allowing him to notice weak points across the ghoul's body's loose jaw, exposed throat, rotting knee joint. He moved. The weighted knuckles were just an afterthought now. His footwork had changed lighter, smoother, each step placing him exactly where he needed to be. A ghoul lunged. Adam slipped left, his counter-punch crushing through its temple with mechanical precision. Two more came at him. He weaved between them, letting their clumsy swings pass through empty air. Left hook to the ribs, they crumbled like wet cardboard. Right cross to the jaw, bone fragments scattered across the floor. His breathing stayed steady, controlled. 4 weeks ago, he'd have been gasping by now, but his lungs worked like bellows, feeding oxygen to muscles that moved with newfound efficiency. Valiant was calling from somewhere behind him. Adam didn't answer. He was busy watching the blue highlights dance across 3 more ghouls. Their movements were transparent, now telegraphed attacks, obvious openings. Slow, so slow. Sweat ran down his back as he ducked under grasping hands. The stench of rot filled his nose. His fist found another jaw, another throat. Another knee, bodies dropped, one after another. When the last ghoul fell, skull caved in by a perfectly timed uppercut, Adam finally stepped back. 11 corpses lay scattered around him, properly dead this time. His knuckles ached. His shirt was soaked through, but his breathing barely elevated. Okay, Valiant said into the silence. Never took you for the combat mage type. Always figured you for one of those scholarly types who'd rather read about fighting than do it. One of the fallen ghouls twitched. Without missing a beat, Valiant's boot came down on its skull, crushing its eye with a wet crunch. Take this. There was a time I would have laughed at the idea myself. Adam wiped sweat from his eyes, studying the carnage with clinical detachment. Things change, plus they're slow. They're also very, very dead, which they weren't before you went all-prize fighter on them. We should move, Adam said. The smell's going to attract more, and miss watching you punch more undead into pieces. I'm starting to enjoy the show. One of the ghouls gurgled, trying to crawl forward. Valiant's little boot came down hard, silencing it. Though I suppose we could find a better venue. 10 days, that's how long they had been traveling for. The journey from that first terrifying time at the dark lake felt like years compressed into days. The perpetual purple sky above them, not quite dark, never truly bright, had screwed with their sense of time from the start. They'd learned to navigate this twisted place. The map helped, showing safe zones marked in faded blue ink by whoever came before them. They'd added their own marks too. Here be murder birds, don't enter the crystal caves, wasp territory, simple rules for survival. The monster chicken had been a godsend. Adam could store enough meat for weeks in his inventory, though the taste got old fast. Valiant barely ate some quirk of whatever he was, which meant more for Adam. Their water supplies from the many water points were running low, though. 3 days left, maybe 4 if they rationed harder. They developed a routine, sleep in shifts in the safe zones, mark new paths, kill what needed killing. The stalkers had been the worst silent things that followed for days, waiting for weakness. The murder birds were easier once they figured out they hunted by sound. Mimics. Well, Adam had learned to punch anything that looked like treasure. Better safe than eaten. The dungeon spread out in every direction, not just caves and corridors, but vast open spaces. Dead forests with trees of stone, lakes of black water that reflected nothing, mountains in the distance. Remember that field of giant mushrooms? Valiant asked, probably thinking the same things. The ones that tried to eat us. Remember that nest of wasps you disturbed? Right, sorry about that. The map helped them avoid the worst areas, but even the safe zones weren't really safe. Just survivable. Adam drank from his inventory. Water just dropping in his mouth as he willed the inventory to open. They'd need to find more soon, or hope the map's promise of a way out wasn't just another trap. Seriously, how do you do that without any dimensional bag? Valiant asked. Magic, look at this funny guy. 10 days, and they were still alive. For now, night phase was approaching, or whatever passed for night in this endless purple twilight. They'd found one of the safe zones marked on their map just in time, a small cave with natural formations that somehow dampened monster detection. The wounds from their earlier fights were mostly superficial, though Adam's knuckles still ached from punching through too many ghoul skulls. He needed to center himself. So while Valiant took first watch, Adam settled into his meditation pose. He floated cross-legged, 3 inches off the ground, eyes closed as the safe zone's ambient mana hummed around them. Valiant tore another piece of monster chicken, chewing thoughtfully. Man, what I wouldn't give for a slice of hot buttered sourdough right now. The fancy kind, you know, with honey drizzled on top and that aged mountain cheese from up north, the one with the herbs baked right in. One of Adam's eyes cracked open. His feet touched the ground. Is that good? Good, it's. Valiant sat up straighter. Okay, so imagine the bread is still warm, right, and the butter just starts melting into it. Then you add this specific honey. There's this place in the eastern forests where they keep these tiny blue bees, makes the honey taste like mint somehow. And the cheese, God, the cheese. They age it in caves with wild thyme and rosemary. The fire crackled between them. Valiant was gesturing now, fully animated. Uncle Cisco used to bring it back whenever he'd return from a job. He knew this old lady in the mountain villages who made it. Said she'd been making it the same way for 60 years, wouldn't tell anyone the secret. He'd always bring 2 wheels, one for eating right away, one for special occasions. His voice trailed off. The enthusiasm drained from his face like water through sand. Adam stared at the fire for a long moment. I never got to say it before, but I'm sorry about Cisco. Really, what happened to him? He didn't deserve that. The words felt heavy in his mouth. In another life, Cisco had survived for years more. Had become famous even, but Adam's presence, his choices, had changed things, created ripples that ended with Cisco's death far too early. It was part of why he couldn't turn Valiant away when they met in the dungeon, though he'd never admit it aloud. Guilt had a way of making decisions for you. Yeah, Valiant poked at the fire with a stick. He always told me death could come from anywhere in our line of work. Anyone, anytime. Drilled that into my head since I was 8, after my parents. He raised me right, taught me everything I know. The stick snapped in his hands. He tossed the pieces into the flames. I just try not to think about it too hard. Need to focus on getting out of here first. And then, he stared into the fire, jaw tight. Well, then, Adam said nothing. The Marco case would indeed have to be taken care of. Soon enough, after some time to rest, the duo arrived at their destination, the mantis nest, which was odd. When did mantis ever live in nests? Then again, they were monsters, so that was explanation enough. If they made it through that, there would be less than 2 hours before they reached the throne room. Adam was exited, anxious but exited. The cave mouth gaped before them, unremarkable among dozens of others they'd passed. No signs warned of what lay within. No bones littered the entrance. Just another hole in another cliff face under the perpetual twilight sky. If they didn't have the map, they'd have walked right past it. Probably headed north into some endless forest, wander for months before dying of thirst or worse. I don't think this is a good idea, Valiant said, studying the crude drawings on their map, even with the ledge route marked. Plus, if you use magic, they can sense you, according to the adventure notes. Adam checked his knuckle weights, tightening the straps. We're here now. No point complaining. Yes, there is. There's always point in complaining. It's therapeutic. The map hasn't been wrong yet. We follow the narrow ledge, stay quiet, and the mantises won't even know we're there. Valiant folded the map with exaggerated care. I never had sex. Adam stopped adjusting his weights, turned slowly. Of all the times, of all the places, you choose now here to tell me this. Well, if we're about to die. We're not going to die. If we're about to die, I wanted someone to know. It's been weighing on me. Adam sighed and started walking toward the cave entrance. Hey, Valiant hurried after him, voice dropping to a whisper. Wait for me, brother in arms, hey. Hush, the darkness swallowed them both. The stench hit them first, sweet rot and something acidic that burned the back of their throats. Chittering echoed from below, a constant background noise of mandibles clicking and claws scraping stone. The ledge curved along the cave wall, barely wide enough for one person. Below, the cavern floor disappeared into darkness, but movement flickered in the depths, quick darting shapes and the occasional gleam of compound eyes. Adam pressed against the wall. Valiant climbed onto his shoulders, gripping his head for balance. They'd figured it out earlier, the mantises hunted by sensing vibrations through the ground. The ledge, separated from the main cave structure by a hairline crack that ran its length, wouldn't transmit their movements. As long as they stayed quiet. Step, pause. A mantis screech pierced the darkness. Both of them froze. Something massive shifted below, joints creaking like old wood. The clicking grew louder, then faded. Dom's foot found a loose stone. It shifted. His heart stopped. Valiant's fingers dug into his scalp, both of them clenching their jaws shut against the instinct to gasp. The stone settled without falling. One breath, two. They exchanged quick nods and kept moving. Then came a laugh. It echoed through the cavern, high, thin, almost childlike, but wrong, like someone trying to remember how laughter should sound. Adam's pulse hammered in his ears. Of all the times, of all the places, Helios, it had to be. Valiant's fingers tapped rapidly against his head. Faster, go faster. The clicking below changed pitch, grew urgent. Whatever was down there was waking up. More laughter, closer now. The mantis sounds rose to a fever pitch. Step. No more pausing, no more careful movements. Just the ledge and the wall and the desperate need to reach the other side before. Something vast suddenly rose from the darkness below. They couldn't see it, didn't want to see it, but they could hear it breathing. A soft humming drifted through the darkness. The hair on Adam's neck rose. His fingers went cold against the stone. Footsteps echoed, moving between shadows. Not below, not above, somewhere else. Little boy, why do you cry? Adam's nose flared. Lost your way in darkness deep. Valiant's tapping became frantic. The mantises below were fully awake now, their clicking rising to a crescendo. Something massive scraped against stone. Tell me all your troubles, sweet. Fluid control. They ran as fluid emerged all over Adam's body. just blind movement along the ledge, fingers scraping rock, feet finding purchase by instinct alone. A shadow passed through shadows. The temperature dropped. "I'll make sure you go to sleep." The voice was closer now, much closer. Adam's heart pounded against his ribs. Each breath felt like ice in his lungs. The ledge seemed endless, stretching into darkness while that damned voice drifted around them like smoke. Helios was playing with them, had probably been following them for days, and now, trapped on this ledge, they were exactly where he wanted them. "Found you," the voice whispered right behind them. Push. Mana surged through Adam's body, launching them off the ledge just as massive claws shattered the stone where they'd stood. Valiant's scream echoed through the cavern as they shot upward. One mantis emerged from the darkness, then another, then a third. "Look out." Valiant's warning came just in time. A blade of chitin larger than Adam's body scythed through the air. A fourth mantis emerged from the darkness like a nightmare. Its head alone was the size of a wagon, mandibles dripping with caustic fluid that sizzled against stone. Plates of organic armor shifted and clicked as it moved, and its compound eyes seemed to track them independently. Adam twisted mid-air, but not fast enough. The edge of its foreclaw caught his leg, tearing through cloth and flesh. Hot pain shot up his thigh, but adrenaline dulled it to a distant throb. Two more mantises crawled from the shadows, their movements jerky and wrong, like puppet joints controlled by invisible strings. Each one was as large as the first, their bodies house-sized abominations of chitin and muscle. "They're so freaking big. Why are they so freaking big?" Valiant shrieked, clinging to Adam's shoulders. The dagger of Night's Edge materialized in Adam's hand. Time slowed as flow prediction activated. He could see it all: attack paths, weak points, trajectories. A mantis lunged, its bladed forearm whistling through the air. Adam twisted mid-flight, using the momentum to slide beneath the strike. The dagger flashed. Chitin split, the creature's limbs separated cleanly at the joint, dark ichor spraying in an arc. They were still rising. Another mantis struck from the left. Adam kicked off its head, gaining more height. The ceiling was close now, just a few more seconds. The staff appeared in his free hand. Lightning crackled between his fingers, amplified by the staff's 30 boost. Fire gathered in his other palm. Double spell weaving, the spells merged, becoming something new, something devastating. "You have slain a giant mantis. You have slain a giant mantis." "Hello, Mage." It was too sudden. Cold fingers wrapped around Adam's throat. The world blurred. His back slammed into the cave ceiling, the impact sending waves of pain through his body. +2 white worm body, +3 white worm body, +1 white worm body. Just kept piling up as his life force kept lowering. "Look how you've grown," Helios purred, pinning Adam against the rock. Such power, such potential. His grip tightened. Such waste. Law of Valiant's fingers were slipping. The ground was impossibly far below. Blood filled Adam's mouth. Each breath sent daggers through his ribs. Helios's face loomed in the darkness, pale and perfect and terrible. "I've been searching for you, you know, hard to locate." The vampire's smile widened. "Were you using magic to hide from me all this time?" Valiant's grip failed. Indomitable will. Spiteful fighting spirit. Adam felt the fluid surge. The staff ignited with raw power, pressed between their bodies. Helios's eyes widened too late. Firestorm. Aegis barrier. The explosion threw them apart, slamming Helios into the ceiling as Adam dove after Valiant's falling form. The vampire's laughter turned to a snarl of pain. +5 white worm body. White worm body has advanced. Physical resistance increased. Adam's ribs screamed in protest as he streamlined his body, reaching for Valiant's outstretched hand. The ground rushed up. Another mantis scuttled beneath them, mandibles clicking in anticipation. "Any time now," Valiant shouted. Their fingers touched, locked. Adam pulled him close and twisted mid-air, staff already moving in the pattern for another spell. But Helios was there again, blood streaming from a crack in his perfect face, eyes burning with fury. "Clever boy," he hissed, reaching for Adam's throat again. "But not clever, Eno. Why do you talk so damn much?" Adam's fluid-enhanced weighted knuckles connected with the vampire's jaw. The crack widened. Helios's head snapped back. Without missing a bit, Adam immediately weaved another elemental spell, Earth Spike. The spell ripped from Adam's core, amplified by the staff. The stone floor erupted, jagged spears of rock punching upward. The mantis tried to dodge, too slow. 3 spikes burst through its carapace, lifting it off the ground with a wet crunch. "You have slain a giant mantis," but they were still plummeting. Adam twisted, keeping Valiant above him as he calculated angles, speeds, possibilities. The impaled mantis created a new problem and a solution. Hold tight. He swung Valiant around, using their momentum to aim for the mantis corpse. Its body would break their fall if they didn't impale themselves first on the spikes. The timing had to be perfect. A shadow fell over them, Helios, diving after them like a bird of prey, face contorted with rage. Push, the spell sent them sideways, barely avoiding the vampire's grasp. They hit the mantis at an angle, sliding down its chitinous shell. The impact rattled Adam's teeth, but the corpse absorbed most of the force. They rolled to a stop on the cave floor, gasping. Above them, Helios hovered near the ceiling, his perfect face now a mess of cracks and fury. "You can't run forever, little spider," he called down. "I am the hunter. You are the prey, and when you tire..." Fireball! He blasted the vampire, and used push and levitate to fly away immediately, bouncing off the walls and trying to avoid the mantises. They burst out of the cave mouth into the purple sky, Adam's legs nearly buckling as the adrenaline began to fade. Each step sent waves of fire through his body. His vision swam, darkening at the edges. Life Force 198 500. "Are you Al Holy Free a king shit?" Valiant's voice cracked. "You're back." Adam tried to focus on moving forward, one foot in front of the other. The cold sweat on his face felt wrong somehow. Too cold. "There's no skin left." Valiant's words came fast, panicked. "I can see there's white stuff, tendons or... Damn, we need to hide, find somewhere to..." No, the word came out as a rasp. Adam could feel it now, the raw exposure of muscle and tissue where Helios had ground him against the cave's ceiling. Each breath pulled at the wound. He'll come back. His knees betrayed him. His leg hurt. He caught himself against a rock, leaving a smear of red on the stone. The world tilted sideways. "You're literally falling apart." Valiant grabbed his arm. "There's a ravine half a mile east. We could..." "Can't." Adam blinked hard, trying to clear his vision. Dark spots danced in front of his eyes. "He's hunting now, really hunting, if we stop." A distant laugh echoed from the cave, musical, terrible. Adam pushed off the rock, nearly falling again. His heart hammered against his ribs, too fast, too irregular, but they had to move, had to keep moving. "The map," he gasped. "How far to the..." "2 hours," Valiant said. "But you won't last 2 minutes like this." Another laugh, closer now. The temperature dropped. Indomitable will. Dom's legs found new strength born of pure desperation. "Then we better run fast." Trembling fingers found the last red potion in his inventory. The glass was cold against his palm. "This will hurt," he warned, mostly to himself. The liquid splashed across his ruined back. Fire erupted under his skin. Adam's scream echoed across the wasteland, his vision whiting out as the potion seared into exposed muscle and nerve endings. His knees hit the ground hard. Minor healing potion applied. Bleeding stopped. Pain resistance has increased by 1. Shit, he gasped, tears streaming down his face. The wound still gaped open, but at least it wasn't dripping anymore. The white potion came next. His hands shook so badly he nearly dropped it. The seal broke with a pop, releasing a smell like ozone and burnt sugar. "Last one," he muttered, and drained it in one desperate swallow. The taste hit like lightning, metallic and sharp and impossibly cold. His heart stuttered, then began to race. The world sharpened into brutal clarity, colors too bright, sounds too loud. His pupils dilated until the blue of his iris was just a thin ring. "Holy shit, your eyes," Valiant started to say, but Adam was already moving, muscles crackling with artificial energy. "Run," he shouted, the potion singing in his veins. They could outrun a vampire. They had to. Behind them, Helios's laughter turned to a snarl of frustration as his prey found new speed. Adam weaved a gravity spell, aided by the staff warping space around them. His feet left the ground, Valiant clinging to his shoulders as they shot forward. The wasteland blurred past in streaks of purple and gray. Every 30 seconds, they'd touch down just long enough for Adam to gather more power. Push off, soar, land, repeat. The white potion kept his mind razor sharp despite his body's protests. Mana 342,900. Life Force 198 500. They covered impossible distances. Valleys and dead forests swept beneath them. The throne room's spire grew from a distant needle to a looming monolith. When they finally landed at its base, Adam's legs gave out. He caught himself against the obsidian wall, chest heaving as he fought for air. The white potion's fire was starting to fade, leaving him shaky and oversensitized. "Map," he gasped, wiping sweat from his eyes. "There's a safe zone behind those rocks." He pointed to a cluster of black stone formations about 50 yards from the throne room's entrance. "We need to plan. Can't just rush in. You need to rest," Valiant said, studying Adam's pale face. "You look like death warmed over. 10 minutes. Adam pushed off the wall, stumbling toward the safe zone. "That's all we can risk. Before he figures out where we're headed." The marking on the map glowed faintly as they crossed into the safe zone's boundary. Adam collapsed against the cool stone, every muscle trembling with exhaustion. 10 minutes, he repeated, forcing his eyes to stay open. "Then we have to be smart about this." The soles of his boots were completely worn through, leather splitting at the seams. Each landing sent jolts of agony through Adam's injured leg. Push off, land, push off again. The white potion kept him moving, but his heart was racing too fast, vision blurring at the edges. A massive waterfall appeared through the purple haze, hundreds of feet high, thundering down the cliffside. The water glowed with a faint bioluminescence, casting strange shadows on the rocks. "There," Valiant shouted over the roar. Behind the falls, Adam's legs buckled on the landing. He stumbled, caught himself. The cave entrance was barely visible through the curtain of water. Hold on, push. They shot through the waterfall. Ice-cold water slammed into them. Then darkness. Rock walls rushed past. Adam's injured leg gave out completely as they hit the cave floor, sending them rolling. Then the white potion wore off. Adam's scream echoed off the cave walls as every nerve ending fired at once. His muscles seized, back arching off the ground. It felt like his blood had turned to acid. The artificial strength that had kept him going vanished, leaving only raw, screaming pain. His leg, his back. Everything he curled into a ball, shaking violently. Aftereffects of the emergency white potion, the kind you only took when the alternative was death. The kind that let you ignore your body's limits at a price. Valiant's voice came from somewhere far away. Breathe, just breathe. Adam tried. His heart was still racing, irregular, too fast. Cold sweat soaked his clothes. Every breath felt like swallowing glass. Through the haze of pain, Helios' laugh echoed in Adam's mind, the blood trail they'd left. Adam dragged himself toward the water curtain. What are you doing? Valiant asked. Stop moving. Adam tried to speak, but his throat was too tight. He gestured weakly at the entrance, at the blood pooling beneath him. See, secure. The word came out as a rasp. Understanding hit Valiant. Concealment runes, like the other safe zones we used. Adam nodded, trembling. His fingers dipped into the blood from his back. The first rune came out messy, shaking. Blood was stronger than chalk or ink. It carried life force, made the magic deeper, more real. They'd used simple concealment runes before, but this. His hand slipped. More blood spilled. Good, he needed it. The runes took shape, crude, desperate things drawn in crimson. Hide, obscure, barrier, protection. Each one tied to the next, forming chains of power around the cave entrance. His vision blurred. Keep going. Had to keep going. Blood from his leg for the ground runes. Blood from his back for the walls. Layer after layer of concealment, sight, sound, smell. Helios wouldn't find them. Couldn't find them. Not if the runes held. Hey, Valiant's voice shook. Almost. The word came out as a wheeze. The final barrier runes were the hardest circles within circles, each line precise despite his trembling hands. The cave floor looked like a slaughterhouse. Last rune, just one more. Adam pressed his palm against the central sigil, pushed his mana into the bloody marks. The runes pulsed once, deep red to black. Sound died. The waterfall's roar cut off like someone had thrown a switch. The air grew thick, heavy with magic. Adam collapsed, chest heaving, focusing on his breathing while his body screamed at him from a dozen different places. After a few minutes, first things first, he managed, eyes closed. Status check. I'm in bad shape. Mana's regenerating. No potions left. Staff's okay. How are you? Valiant paced the perimeter, scanning the darkness. I'm fine. But we've got bigger problems. That door's at least 30 yards of open ground from here. Helios catches us there, we're done. He won't expect a frontal assault. Adam opened his eyes, studying the throne room's entrance. Too obvious. He'll be checking the side passages, hidden routes, looking for us to be clever. So we're going with stupid. Adam let Valiant's question hang in the silence. His fingers traced one of the blood runes, mind drifting to the pain in his back, the way his leg trembled even while sitting. He was barely able to stand. Each number felt like a nail driven into his skull. The runes would hold. He'd need to maintain them every few hours, feed them more mana, maybe blood.